The gameplay is simple. Build defensive towers and barracks for attack. The game promises that the winner will become the lord of the universe. Even if you don't win, persevering to the end will provide real rewards. This attracted millions of players even before the game's release. Millions flocked to the game on testing day. But no one knew that all-out attack and defense would become a reality. Fan Hu Hao, like everyone else, was transported to another world. Attack, defense, balance. Welcome to the arena. Now everyone is a master. Build barracks and towers, defend your territory until there's only one winner left. The game starts in 2 hours. Is this the testing ground? Hu Hao woke up feeling uneasy. He didn't expect this game to actually transport him to a parallel world. He needed to pull himself together. It was just a game, wasn't it? Looking around, he realized he was at the top of a glowing tower. Beneath the tower is a teleportation arch and a walled area. The main road connects the western and eastern gates. Hu Hao recalled scenes of battles and monster attacks. He found himself in the world of all-out attack and defense, becoming the new ruler. The center of the territory was the spire and the teleporter beneath it. To the west was the defensive zone. To the east, the attack zone. Players must destroy enemies and defend the teleporter. If the core is destroyed, the player becomes a ghost and loses all rewards. Hu Hao opened the interface menu for information about himself, his holdings, resources, communication, and trade. His region is 036. The chat was in chaos. What's going on? Are we really in another world? This is pure hell. I can walk now. Hu Hao calmed down. He needed to take care of security. Under My Domains, he saw domain there is Sinks 888, level 1. Hu Hao decided to build a defense. The construction menu included barracks, farms, and forges. But most of the buildings were inaccessible. He erected 4 basic towers on the western side, spending 800 magic crystals. The towers took shape. The towers were ready for battle. Hu Hao waited for the tests to begin. The first wave of tests has begun. 10 enemy soldiers have appeared on the western side. Their characteristics were identical to the local ones, but thanks to the towers, the enemies were destroyed before reaching the core. After defending himself, Hu Hao heard a mechanical voice. Survival confirmed. Entry system activating. The system was activated. An authorization system? A blueprint for a larval nest. Hu Hao was perplexed, but having become accustomed to the world, his stress tolerance had increased. He opened his inventory and found a blueprint. Larval nest blueprint. Type: barracks. Quality: unique. Description: allows you to build a larval nest. Unique sounded impressive. Hu Hao chose a spot to the east. 10 minutes later, an organic object, a blood-red barrel, appeared. Larvae nest type barracks level 1 troops, larvae X10 description, produces fast creatures. What are the combat qualities of these larvae, he wondered. It was difficult to assess yet, but they clearly surpass ordinary recruits. Hu Hao was waiting for a test to test them in combat. With 2 hours left until the second wave, he was inspecting the changes in the settlement. The territory needed to be renamed. He chose the name Dragon City. Dragon City Territory number 168, owner, Commander Hu. Hu Hao had 330 magic crystals. Defense towers received a small experience boost. He checked the recruit barracks, type barracks, quality normal level 1.3 XP. Why only 3%? Maybe it's because they haven't proven themselves in combat. He checked the world chat. After the first wave, the chats calmed down. The game is amazing, completely immersive, too realistic. I'm scared. Hu Hao asked how to improve the barracks. The answers came quickly. Barracks gain experience when troops attack. The towers are also swinging. The more effective the defense, the more experience. Everything became clear. Hu Hao thought about strategy. The Dragon City army was preparing for the second wave. 10 militiamen appeared on the horizon and the attack began. Most players used the standard militia barracks, but Hu Hao was a master of unique units. His attack force consisted of 10 hugs and 10 militia. They advanced deeper into the territory of the player Acha, the owner of the abode of the end of the world, with 5 crossbow towers. Acha was cautious, but his high confidence soon faded. When Acha noticed the huggers, he was surprised. Are these unique units? However, after assessing their weak stats, he calmed down. As they approached the abode, Hu Hao's troops came under fire from crossbow towers. The militiamen couldn't withstand the arrows, and they were torn apart. But the huggers dodged the attacks, ran through Archie's portal, and dealt damage to the core 1-1. Archer fell to the ground in despair, and Hu Hao laughed. Unique troops are powerful. Hugs are dragging. Hu Hao received 800 magic crystals and a speed-up scroll, increasing his reserves to 1425. He was able to improve his defenses or construct new buildings. The system notified, "Congratulations! You survived the second round and received a rare prize, a heroic summoning scroll." Hu Hao used the scroll, and a woman with an ice staff appeared before him. Her face radiated a stern beauty, surrounded by ice crystals. Leng Tan, the ice guardian, appeared before Hu Hao. Holding an ice staff and her graceful face surrounded by ice crystals, she said, "At your service, my lord." Her abilities included slowing enemies and creating barriers. Hu Hao was pleased that Leng Tan was perfect for his strategy. The hero didn't take up tower space, which was convenient. But Hu Hao wondered if it would be possible to have multiple heroes at once in the future. Hu Hao decided to use Leng Tan to its full potential. He placed it forward, slightly closer to the enemy, but within range of the 4 towers. This way, he could take advantage of its capabilities and improve his defense with the towers. With little time remaining before the third wave, Hu Hao continued his preparations. He considered improving his army's battle formation. In the previous attack, the larvae and militia had acted in disarray, leading to setbacks. Now he decided to change the battle formation. The larvae should advance alongside the militia and then attack sharply halfway. This would help avoid a situation where the larvae ran too far ahead. However, the battle formation setup remained primitive. Only one strategy could be set, with no ability to change it during combat. Hu Hao hoped that additional optimization tools would appear in the future. After building his army, Hu Hao continued to strengthen his military capabilities. He needed additional forces to capture key points and obtain valuable items. Hu Hao checked the available buildings for construction and found only a militia base camp. Their effectiveness was low, so Hu Hao decided to check the market for something more powerful. At the market, he found an interesting item, a blueprint of a heavily armed militia camp with giant shields. However, the price of 8,188 magic crystals seemed excessive. Hu Hao couldn't help but chuckle nervously and noted that such sums could only be accumulated in guilds. He soon saw a notification that the item had been sold by the Death God Guild. Later, a message appeared in chat congratulating the Death God on purchasing the blueprint. There was also a recruiting call. "Join us! The Death God has studied all the game mechanics in advance." Hu Hao realized that guilds played a key role in the game. Large groups of players made it easier to gather resources. This also explained the Death God's success. Hu Hao remembered how little he knew about the game's mechanics before starting it, and now realized the importance of guilds in the new reality. Ignoring this, he continued his preparations. Having spent 1,000 magic crystals on the new militia camp, he had 425 crystals left. However, this purchase gave him confidence. Now he had 2 militia camps, a maggot nest, and 4 towers, reinforced by the hero. The players were in high spirits as they waited for the third wave. This game is simply incredible. Better work! I can't wait for the next wave. But with the onset of the third wave, Hu Hao's mood changed dramatically. The announcement sounded ominous. Chaotic challenges will be added to random locations at random times. The prizes are incredibly generous, but the challenges will also be brutally difficult. Looking at the 100 green orcs with axes and bone armor approaching his border, Hu Hao felt his insides go cold. "Well then, since that's the case, we'll fight to the finish," he cried, preparing for battle. The world was lit up by the cries of those who, like Hu Hao, were lucky enough to have been caught in the trial of chaos. "Damn it, 100 orc warriors! I'm finished! This challenge is a joke. Developers, burn in hell. I only have 2 towers. How am I supposed to defend this? That's it, the end. We're laying down and surrendering. If you're caught in the meat grinder, at least try to kill a couple of them so you don't lose everything in one wave." Although Hu Hao himself cursed a couple of times, there was no time to complain. The trials of chaos were not waiting. On one side, a horde of 100 green orcs was already advancing on him. On the other, his attacking army, passing through purple portals, began to penetrate into the alien dimension. Hu Hao watched his army's movements, seeing them descend into a gloomy purple-red world. But could a force of 10 facehuggers and 20 peasants accomplish anything in this battle? He couldn't control the attacking army manually, but he had access to use items. Using the scroll of acceleration he had obtained in the previous round, he activated a powerful buff, and 30 fighters with a green glow rushed forward. Nevertheless, Hu Hao's main efforts were focused on defense. After all, chaos had to be contained at all costs. The orcs approached the western part of the city, breaking through to the defensive corridors. They were huge, powerful creatures with terrifying faces, fangs, and massive axes. Smash them to pieces! Tear them into pieces! Destroy everything to the ground! The beastly roar drowned out everything around when the orcs came within range of the gun turrets. Arrows whistled through the air, but the damage they inflicted left much to be desired. 5, 4, 8. The orcs' armor, protecting them from damage, rendered the efforts of the first turret almost useless. "They're just living tanks," Hu Hao muttered irritably. But the advance was halted by the arrival of a hero. Frost Magister Clen Tang stood in the enemy's path. "Taste the power of the Arcana!" she shouted, unleashing an icy beam that obliterated one orc in just a couple of attacks. Her power surpassed all 4 towers combined. As the orcs grouped together, the Magister unleashed her most powerful ability. Her magic conjured an ice field, enveloping the enemies in cold and freezing shards. Trapped orcs were unable to move and gradually perished. This heroine is definitely worth protecting. After clearing the field, the game notified him, "Congratulations! Dragon City received an S rating for defense." Other players weren't so lucky. The general chat was filled with complaints. "I'm almost completely wiped out. Only 18 cores left. And I have 6. Has anyone even managed to get an A grade?" Hu Hao, meanwhile, turned his attention to his attacking army, only to see that it had been almost completely destroyed. He was awarded a B for the attack. With the third round concluded, it became clear that Hu Hao was the only one who was able to complete the Chaos Trial with a defense score. The rest could only envy. First, the reward for survival. The base reward for surviving the third round is 300 magic crystals. However, since Hu Hao's trial was part of the chaotic trials and he received an S grade for it, the reward amount increased several times. The reward reached an impressive 4,000 magic crystals. In addition, during the battle, Hu Hao also obtained a rare blueprint for a defensive tower. Chaotic Ricochet Tower quality. Rare description allows you to build a chaotic ricochet tower, ideal for dealing with groups of enemies. Hu Hao immediately examined the tower's characteristics, and his eyes lit up. Chaotic Ricochet. Tower type. Chaotic Tower. Quality. Rare level 1. Damage 712 attack. Type Chaos attack. Speed 1. Hit toc-sec range 30 meters. Description. Chaotic attacks ignore all armor types. Each attack can bounce up to 3 times. Wow, thought Hu Hao. Although the base damage doesn't seem much stronger than a regular tower, the chaotic attack pattern negates any kind of defense. This is a huge advantage compared to the same rifle turrets, which are powerless against heavy armor. But the real strength of the chaotic ricochet tower is its ricochet. The combination of a single attack and a ricochet effect turns the tower into an enemy destruction machine. It is much more effective than conventional gun turrets, which only attack one target at a time. The rewards for the S-rated Chaotic Challenge were more than generous. Hu Hao decided to check what results other test participants had obtained. According to the messages in the world chat, most players received ratings below S level, but even they were able to earn 1,000 magic crystals. However, no one except Hu Hao received the additional blueprint. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, thought Hu Hao. The test really turned out to be more difficult than regular battles, but the profit was also much higher. The reward for a successful attack turned out to be much more modest. Having received only a B rating, Hu Hao only earned 1,400 magic crystals. However, the total amount of all rewards, including loot for the round, was an impressive 6,200 magic crystals. For comparison, before the test began, he had only 425 crystals to his credit. Hu Hao also noticed a significant increase in experience for his heroes and buildings. Hero Leng Tan's experience progress has increased from 0% to 47%. 4 rifle turrets received up to 70% experience. The militia camp has accumulated 88% experience at level 1 and is almost ready for promotion. In addition, the system recognized his survival in the 3rd round by issuing a unique reward, the Epic Aura Chest. Opening the chest. Epic chest with aura quality. Epic description contains a random aura that can be applied to a building or hero. Upon opening the chest, a golden glow erupted and Hu Hao received an epic attack speed aura. Increases the attack speed of all allies within 1,000 meters by 200%. Wow! Hu Hao exclaimed. This meant that the attack speed of all defensive forces in his domain had doubled. He gave this artifact to his hero, Leng Tan, so that he could effectively move the effect throughout the entire territory. Updated stats for the hero, Leng Tan. Name, Leng Tan. Type, defensive hero. Class, Ice Mage. Quality, excellent level 1 attack, 22-28. Attack speed, 3 hits doc sec, including aura. Hero skills, slow. Each attack reduces the target's speed. Ice Storm creates an area with constant damage and slow. With a substantial capital and powerful upgrades, Hu Hao planned to visit the market to purchase new rare goods. Meanwhile, the world chat was actively discussing chaotic trials. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I also want to get into chaotic trials. It's a quick way to get rich. Before the next chaotic test, you need to prepare well. But not all participants were so lucky. Some players complained that they couldn't even make it through 3 rounds, leaving them without rewards and temporarily unable to play. It seems that after a defeat, the game does not end immediately, but goes into a standby mode. What exactly is the system waiting for? The answer remains a mystery. Hu Hao decided to stop paying attention to the useless chatter in the world chat and opened a trading channel. The range of products on the trading platform has expanded significantly and prices have become more reasonable. Apparently, over the course of several rounds, the players managed to accumulate enough resources. The first thing Hu Hao was interested in was strengthening the defense, especially the schemes for upgrading the base's towers. At the moment, the base turrets could only be upgraded in 2 directions. Arrow Tower for 200 magic crystals. Cannon Tower for 1,000 magic crystals. However, converting the base turret into a dedicated defensive turret required blueprints. For example, the Fire Element Tower, which can deal massive damage, and the Plague Tower, which weakens enemies, causing them to gradually lose health. Other variants, such as the Air Element Tower or Earth Element Tower, had similar upgrade conditions. There were many variations, but there was not a single blueprint for defensive towers on the marketplace or in player ads. And this is not surprising. Such key items are extremely rare, and even if someone managed to obtain them, no one would sell them. Having a powerful defensive tower can significantly strengthen your position. On the other hand, drawings for barracks were much more common. There were several such plans on display at the marketplace, mostly for standard barracks. While the base-level barracks produced weak units, their appeal lay in the potential for further upgrades. For example, the zombie graveyard produced weak and slow undead with a large amount of health. However, once upgraded, this type of barracks could become the core of an entire undead army. Hu Hao decided that ordinary barracks did not suit his current needs. After much deliberation, his choice fell on the blueprint for the rare Ghost Archer Camp Barracks. The price turned out to be an impressive 5,500 magic crystals. These long-range units were intended to add flexibility to attacking forces, avoiding the accumulation of troops in one place. The built-in 10% evasion skill gave me some hope. Purchase completed. After upgrading both his attacking and defensive forces, Hu Hao decided to take a detailed look at the layout of his base. At present, the base's buildings were few in number, and their location did not require special attention. An epic attack aura booster with a range of 1,000 meters covered all key areas. The only thing that required attention was the positioning of the Ice Mage hero, so that he could effectively slow down enemies. Fortunately, the heroes were mobile, and their positions could be easily changed before each battle. Hu Hao was not one to act without preparation, and decided to plan his base in advance. In parallel, Hu Hao began organizing the attacking forces. With the advent of long-range units, it was necessary to optimize combat formations. The battle formation feature in the total defense game allowed this to be done. Despite the small number of troops, they should have been distributed wisely. Close combat in the front, archers behind, and fast facehuggers on the sides. In preparation for a new test, the system notified of its start. The fourth round of tests begins. This time there were no chaotic tests. Seeing 20 ordinary militiamen moving towards his base, Hu Hao remained calm. Easy to fight back, he thought, turning his attention to the offensive forces. The target of the attack turned out to be a base called the City of Towers. Hu Hao wondered if this city was as strong as its name suggested. The advancing forces of Dragon City looked impressive. 20 militiamen as cannon fodder, 10 fast facehuggers ready to overtake the main line, and 10 long-range ghost archers. Hu Hao was especially interested in how these archers would perform in battle. He looked at their stats again. Type Ghost Archers, Quality Rare Level 1, Health 20, Armor 3, Light Type Speed 7 MS Skill. 10% chance to dodge physical attacks. These units had high speed and good survivability, which made them indispensable in long-range support. But as he approached the City of Towers, Hu Hao noticed its defensive structures. 2 turrets? No, it's a cannon. The cannon turret, while slow firing, had a high attack with a scattering effect, making it dangerous for lightly armored units like facehuggers. Fortunately, the Dragon City army moved in loose formations, which reduced the damage from the explosions. However, upon seeing the enemy's arrow towers, Hu Hao frowned. It's not that simple. These towers turned out to be of the second level, which was significantly superior to the initial level. Stats of the upgraded gun turret: 1418 damage versus 610 at level 1. Attack speed 1 time per second, range 50 meters. Clearly more stable and powerful protection. Hu Hao knew that the battle would be difficult, but he was determined. Seeing the enemy's cannon tower and bow tower upgraded to level 2, Hu Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Luxury!" A turret with a cannon is a nice thing, although I don't have one yet. However, it's no more than a matter of 1,000 magic crystals. If necessary, he could build it in a couple of minutes. But the second-tier tower was a different matter entirely. It was the envy of everyone. Hu Hao began to wonder why the Iron Tower only had 2 defensive structures, despite the general trend of strengthening defenses. It is likely that initially, the city built only 1 tower, giving it all its defensive points. This approach allowed us to create a powerful, high-level fortification using a qualitative minimum strategy. This method really seemed viable to him. Of course, it is risky because in case of failure, one could lose everything due to weak defense. However, if the opponent is a player who only has a militia camp, this risk is justified. Even 1 upgraded tower can withstand an attack or lose only units of vital resources. But where did they find the iron and wood to upgrade the tower? Hu Hao wondered. While he was thinking, the Dragon City army entered the Iron Tower's defense zone. First came the unique unit, the Facehugger Invaders. Their swift maneuvers allowed them to easily avoid the arrows of the second-tier tower. As for the gun turret, its shots were too slow and did not pose a serious threat. The facehuggers penetrated inside with incredible speed, leaving behind the cannon's range of destruction. Hu Hao noticed that after the first miss, the cannon paused and then turned sharply, firing a preemptive shot. The accuracy was significantly higher, and the projectile hit the facehugger's trajectory exactly. The shrapnel exploded, creating a zone of suppressive fire. Shh! 3 facehuggers have been destroyed. Impressed by this accurate shot, Hu Hao exclaimed, "Wow, this guy has good manual control skills." However, he regretted that he could not personally control the facehuggers. If it were possible, he would distribute them over 5 different routes to see how the gun would perform then. To Hu Hao's surprise, the cannon tower suddenly stopped firing at the facehuggers, turning its attention to the militia squad. The facehuggers were ignored while the tower and rifle defense focused on destroying the main force of Dragon City, 20 militiamen. Arrows and cannons began to strike the enemy en masse, and cries of pain echoed across the battlefield. Despite this, the facehuggers reached the central area of the Iron Tower unhindered. In the end, the result of the battle looked like this. 7 facehuggers, 1 militiaman, and 3 shooters broke through the defense. Only 11 units penetrated the core of the Iron Tower. Although it was not complete destruction, Hu Hao was satisfied with the result. Meanwhile, the Iron Tower's master, clearly upset, posted his indignation in the general chat. "How is this possible? I have such a powerful defense, and yet I'm still defeated. Dragon City is simply unbearable. This message caused a heated debate in the gaming world. Many players, upon learning of the existence of unique units, expressed disbelief, while others confirmed Hu Hao's words, providing details about the facehuggers. Meanwhile, Hu Hao was busy planning to strengthen his base. In addition to the standard rewards for victory, he received a blueprint for the mine. This was a godsend. The mine is a unique internal building required for subsequent upgrades and resource extraction. Its design allowed for the construction of a building on the deposits, which ensured the regular extraction of the necessary materials. Hu Hao couldn't contain his joy. What a stroke of luck. Saved money on my purchase. Hu Hao asked about the mine's productivity and soon received the answer. A typical mine produces tens of units per cycle. A rare one produces around 100. As for the higher levels, no one knew. Using the mine blueprint, he found a suitable location on the free territory of his property. Installation and activation. The drawing began to turn into a structure. Resource type identified. Mine generation started. A few minutes later, an industrial-style building appeared on the site. A high tower, automatically rotating gears, mountains of mined ore. A high-tech automated mine appeared before him. What a stylish mine. Hu Hao admired, revealing its characteristics. Characteristics of the black iron mine. Type of resource structure. Unique quality, capacity 500, 10,000. Description. A unique mine capable of producing 500 units of black iron per cycle. Black iron, average quality. Description. High quality metal, ideal for creating reliable equipment. High quality metal? Not bad, so I'm lucky, thought Hu Hao. However, the question arose, can black iron be used to improve buildings? He had a level 1 watchtower with 100% XP and a level 1 barracks. Hu Hao opened the improvement interface. To upgrade the tower to level 2, 500 magic crystals, 100 units of wood, and 30 units of iron ore were required. Wood was available on the trading floor, but iron ore proved to be a problem. Black iron and iron ore were clearly different materials. So my mine, which produces 500 units of black iron, is useless for upgrading? What a joke, Hu Hao muttered discontentedly. Selling the black iron. It seemed like the only option. But given that black iron is a high-level material, it is unlikely to be sold profitably at an early stage. Having collected the starting 500 units, the mine produced all it could. He decided he would have to stock up on low-level materials for now. On the marketplace, black iron was sold for only 10 magic crystals per unit, although iron ore cost the same. But black iron remained unclaimed. Having acquired timber and iron ore, Hu Hao returned to the barracks. Suddenly, a dark icon appeared in the upgrade interface next to the regular upgrade icon. Hu Hao pressed it. Black iron infantry camp. Type barracks, quality excellent. Description. Black iron is used to create strong black iron infantry. Upgrade requires 1,000 magic crystals, 200 wood, 500 black iron. Hu Hao immediately set about improving it. The ordinary barracks was transformed, and soon a black iron infantry camp appeared in its place. Black iron infantry camp. The troop consisted of 10 infantrymen. These soldiers wore heavy armor made of black iron and carried shields made of the same material. Armadillos? I've never seen anything like that before. Hu Hao was surprised. Infantryman stats class. Black iron infantryman quality. Excellent level. 1. Health. 58 armor. 13. Heavy movement. Speed. 5 ms. Skill. Magic resistance. Plus 115 to magic defense. Compared to the regular militia, 20 health, 1 armor, and the chaos enemies, 40 health, 8 armor, the black iron marines looked significantly stronger. They were simply beasts. Hu Hao couldn't contain his joy. In the world chat, they confirmed to him that the regular level 2 militiamen had only 25 health and 3 armor. In comparison, my black iron infantrymen are real. Titans, Hu Hao thought proudly. These fighters will definitely become a key link in his army. Black iron ore, the special resource of my Dragon City, truly deserves the title of a high-quality material. Its use has proven incredibly effective. Hu Hao doesn't yet know whether similar resources exist in other domains. Theoretically, black iron ore should be there too, as small quantities of it occasionally appear on the market. However, after doing some calculations, he assumed that at the current stage, other players, even with this resource, would not be able to collect 500 units of ore. The reason is that his own mine is a unique deposit, capable of immediately producing 500 units of black iron ore. Other players will have limited initial production, and to accumulate enough resources to upgrade the camp. It will take several game rounds for the black iron infantry to establish itself. Of course, if someone is capable of throwing money into the game, that's a different matter. But let's return to the question. The black iron infantry camp is a hidden structure, and even money won't help. To enhance the offensive potential of Dragon City, Hu Hao upgraded the black iron infantry camp and upgraded one of the towers to level 2 for defense. One improved tower is not enough to guarantee protection, so by showing with caution, he built a new base for the tower and converted it into a cannon fort. Type: Heavy Defensive Tower. Quality: Ordinary. Level 1, damage 1628 units. Siege attack type: Fire rate: 1 shot every 4 seconds. Attack range: 30 meters. Description: Basic heavy tower. Slow, but deals significant area damage, especially effective against groups of enemies. The fort has a different specialization compared to regular shooting towers. Despite the high cost of 1,000 coins, its overall power is significantly superior to standard towers. The main drawback is the low rate of fire, which can cause inconsistent overall damage. However, thanks to the unique ability of the Dragon City, which increases attack speed by 200%, the fort actually fires every 1 second instead of the standard 4 seconds. This combines the power of a cannon with the speed of a turret. When the fort's construction was completed, Hu Hao nodded with satisfaction. Its defensive configuration now included 3 Tier 1 towers. 1 tower, Level 2, Cannon Fort and Chaotic Catapult. Additionally, all defensive structures have been enhanced with an epic aura, doubling attack speed. Infantry stats: Black Iron Infantry class, superior quality, level, health 58, armor 13 heavy, movement speed, magic resistance skill, +15 magic defense. Compared to regular militia, 20 health, 1 armor, and chaos enemies. With 40 health and 8 armor, the Black Iron infantrymen looked significantly stronger. They were simply beasts. Hu Hao couldn't contain his joy. In the world chat, he was told that regular level 2 militiamen had only 25 health and 3 armor. Compared to them, my Black Iron infantrymen are veritable titans, Hu Hao thought proudly. These fighters will clearly become a key link in his army. Black Iron ore, a special resource of my Dragon City, truly deserves its reputation as a high-quality material. Its use demonstrates incredible effectiveness. Hu Hao doesn't yet know whether similar resources exist in other domains. Theoretically, black iron ore should be there too, as small quantities of it occasionally appear on the market. However, after doing some calculations, he assumed that at the current stage, other players, even with this resource, would not be able to collect 500 units of ore. The reason is that his own mine is a unique deposit, capable of producing 500 units of black iron ore at once. Other players will have limited initial loot, and it will take several game rounds to accumulate enough resources to upgrade the black iron infantry camp. Of course, if someone is capable of throwing money into the game, that's a different matter. But let's return to the question. The black iron infantry camp is a hidden structure, and even money won't immediately reveal it. To enhance the offensive potential of Dragon City, Hu Hao upgraded the black iron infantry camp and upgraded one of the towers to level 2 for defense. An improved tower alone was not enough to guarantee protection, so he cautiously built a new base for the tower and converted it into a cannon fort. Type: Heavy Defensive Tower. Quality: Normal. Level 1. Damage: 1628 units. Attack type: Siege rate of fire: 1 shot per 4 seconds. Attack range: 30 meters. Description: Basic heavy turret. Slow, but deals significant area of effect damage, especially effective against groups of enemies. The fort has a different purpose than standard arrow towers. Despite its high cost of 1,000 coins, its overall power significantly exceeds that of standard towers. The main drawback is the low rate of fire, which can cause inconsistent overall damage. But thanks to the Dragon City's unique ability, which increases attack speed by 200%, the fort effectively fires every 1 second instead of the standard 4. This combines the power of a cannon with the speed of a gun turret. When the fort was completed, Hu Hao nodded with satisfaction. Its defensive configuration now included 3 Tier 1 towers, 1 Tier 2 tower, a cannon fort, and a chaotic catapult. Additionally, all defensive structures have been enhanced with an epic aura that doubles attack speed. With such defensive power, he doubted anyone could break through his defenses. As the 5th round began, a system message slightly surprised Hu Hao. The 5th wave of trials is about to begin. Once it's completed, the initial reconnaissance phase will be over, and all-out defense will enter a new phase. This phrase hinted at impending changes. However, Hu Hao had no time to ponder this, as a new wave of enemies was already advancing. This time, the enemy was extremely serious. 20 level 2 militia, 20 zombies, and 10 archers, a total of 50 soldiers. Even though these were ordinary units, their numbers were alarming. With such defensive strength, he doubted anyone could break through his defenses. As the 5th round began, a system message slightly surprised Hu Hao. The 5th wave of trials is about to begin. Once it's completed, the initial reconnaissance phase of the game will end, and all-out defense will enter a new phase. Enjoy the game. This phrase hinted at the coming changes. However, Hu Hao had no time to ponder this, as a new wave of enemies was already advancing. This time, the enemy was extremely serious. 20 level 2 militia, 20 zombies, and 10 archers, a total of 50 soldiers. Even though these were ordinary units, their numbers were alarming. Hu Hao understood that such an army, assembled under the banner of the Little Flowers Kindergarten, clearly indicated a tactic of total troop spamming. Hey, how dare you call yourself a kindergarten? You're definitely a kindergarten that teaches the art of mass invasion. Hu Hao was indignant, seeing 50 soldiers advancing in orderly ranks. The enemy's first line consisted of 20 small zombies. These creatures were the same size as normal humans, but their bodies were covered in rotting flesh and bone fragments, and swarms of flies hovered around them. They were a disgusting sight, though their combat abilities left much to be desired. Basic undead type. Normal quality. Level 1. Health 24 units. Armor 3 units. Armor type heavy. Movement speed 3 ms. Description: a cheap and numerous type of undead used as cannon fodder. Slow but durable zombies covered militiamen and archers, providing protection from arrows. When the zombies entered the tower's range, they were met with a rain of arrows. The upgraded level 2 tower, firing 3 times per second, dealt significant damage, but the zombies remained resilient. Hu Hao's defensive tactics, however, only slowed the enemy's advance. His true striking force hadn't yet entered the fray. When the enemy approached the cannon fort's range, Hu Hao sensed the moment of truth had arrived. A deafening volley boomed. The first bomb tore the zombies to pieces, and the resulting shockwave wiped out several enemies at once. The cannon fort proved its effectiveness, inflicting massive damage on slower units. The enemy advance became chaotic, but Hu Hao knew the real battle was just beginning. Under normal conditions, when faced with the slow firepower of cannons, the enemy can usually quickly move through their firing range. Cannons have a slow attack speed, and a few shots don't pose much of a threat. Furthermore, attacking troops don't simply flee in a group. They use the road's width to spread out their ranks and reduce the effectiveness of their cannons. But despite all this, passing through the Dragon City's fire zone is only possible with the permission of the Ice Master, who freezes everything in his path. Fighting as an Ice-type hero, she possesses excellent offensive power and can easily destroy most small zombies in a single strike. With the addition of a 200% attack speed bonus, her ability becomes akin to a high-level crossbow turret. Total attack power, arrows tearing through the air, and enemies who can't stand for even a second under such pressure. Slow zombies die instantly. Fast infantry and archers even faster. The zombies marched ahead, followed by infantry and archer units, who, under protection, quickly approached the central portal of the Dragon City. Although Hu Hao was confident in his defense, he couldn't ignore the enemy's advance. This time, the attack came from the Citadel of Mad Death, but their weakened ranks were unable to penetrate the defenses. Ice heroes with their cold attacks and mysterious towers with cursed properties were the main secrets that led to victory. Given that these types of attacks utilize powerful combination tactics and increased speed, even otherwise weak towers became killing machines. Hu Hao watched the damage numbers with pleasure and couldn't help but appreciate how his defenses were simply devastating the enemy army. His cheerful mood continued as after the end of this latest game, Hu Hao happily remarked, "Well, it seems to me that I can relax and watch my opponents fall under the onslaught of my defense." But the next phase of the game had new surprises in store for him. Tornado Shield Tower type, Air type Elemental Defensive Tower. Quality, excellent level. 1 attack, 18 to 20 attack. Type, Magic Attack. Speed, 2 shots per second. Attack range, 100 meters. Description, a magical elemental tower with ultra long range and fast attacks, each with a chance to summon an air tornado that deals damage within a 100-meter radius. 1820 damage to the attack panel. The base attack speed is 2 shots per second, and with the boost, it fires 6 shots per second. Lightning-fast attacks, long range, and powerful damage, with a chance to trigger the magical tornado effect. A simply perfect tower, with no flaws. This elemental shield is a real gem. How can you lose with such powerful defense? Now, with the addition of the Tornado Shield Tower, Dragon City's defenses have become nearly impenetrable. Defense durability has been significantly improved, giving Hu Hao the confidence to defend against attacks in the 6th round. Defend, and you will win. With plenty of time left before the 6th round, Hu Hao decided to gather more information. He was particularly interested in the game that announced the start of a new stage. What's new in this stage? Not only Hu Hao, but also many players around the world have started discussing and sharing the new features. Guys, it's safe to say that all rewards will increase in the future. Finally, I have money. What a thrill. Yes, the rewards are growing, but so are the costs. Upgrading even simple towers requires significant resources. An important update. They said the game would feature a guild system, and here it is. We newbies should think about finding strong allies. Look, I lost 20 soldiers last round. I don't think I can handle this on my own. It's time to find a guild. I looked at the guild requirements and realized I might lose my independence and end up working for others. That doesn't quite suit me. I'm low on health. Will anyone accept me? We're forming the Family of Lovers Guild. We need at least 50 people to join us. I need to think about it. My defenses are still good, so I might not join a guild. Does anyone have a strong guild? I'm willing to be a mentee. I only have 20 health left. Hu Hao noted these discussions, as the new version of the game will rely heavily on the guild system. He opened the guild menu, which was previously inaccessible, but is now accessible. Creating a guild costs 1,000 magic crystals, and upgrading it will require investing even more crystals and other resources. Dozens of new teams have already appeared on the guild roster, and it's constantly being updated. Death Guild 2, Apocalypse, Life and Death Alliance, Little Rain. A wide variety of guilds quickly emerged, most of them at level 1, and can accommodate up to 30 members. As a guild expands, its membership can increase. Each guild on the list has a description outlining its requirements and rules. Some guilds strictly control their members, while others offer a more relaxed style of cooperation. A quick glance at the list reveals that many guilds have strict entry requirements. He emphasized the important advantages of guilds. They strengthen defenses and allow for coordinated attacks. When players join a guild, all their lands are automatically merged into one massive territory, significantly strengthening their defenses. A single player could only defend one path, while a 30-person guild could cover 3 at once. Furthermore, guilds could strategically distribute their forces for attack and defense. During the preparatory period before battle, the commander can distribute troops and focus their efforts on the weakest opponents. Thus, joining a guild significantly enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities. The new game update, in particular the guild system, promises major changes to the game's strategy and dynamics. Hu Hao has decided not to join a guild. His own forces are too powerful to share the spoils with others. However, knowing that he would be facing opponents who would be part of guilds, he kept a close eye on the new mechanics, preparing for greater challenges. If we consider the game all-out offense and defense as a typical online game, a major version update will begin in the 6th round. Careful study of the new version is the key to success. And of course, Hu Hao isn't the only one busy with this. Newly formed guilds are particularly active in discussing the new features, discussing new gameplay features and strategies for success in the new update. In the Death God Guild, the discussion reached its final stages. The guild leader was the Death God himself, the Fall. He addressed his members. Our unit is the guild's main strike force, and we need to quickly build a reputation to attract more people. Properly distributing our forces during pre-battle preparation is the key to our future victories. I already know that many other guilds have compiled lists of the enemies they've encountered. Once the database expands, it will give us a huge advantage. Our guild has compiled such a list, and other divisions will soon follow suit. This list is an internal guild secret and is not to be disclosed. Afterwards, Death God Fall glanced at the list and asked one of the Three Laughs members, "Are you sure Dragon City has such powerful troops? It's only the 5th round. And he already has 40 combat squads, including unique and elite warriors?" 40 squads isn't surprising, but they do include unique and elite fighters. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? You know, our squad is the best in the guild, but even we only have 3 rare troop camps. Other, less powerful guilds can't even boast of a single rare camp. Not only was the leader doubtful, but other guild members also expressed their doubts. The fact is, according to the Three Laughs, the City of Dragons seems far too powerful. It's simply impossible. Yes, if he had even one elite camp, I'd say Dragon City is powerful, but a unique camp? That's a bit much. At this point, it's unlikely that such players exist. I think I saw someone in World Chat saying they were attacked by some kind of worm from their troops, but the chat updates so quickly that I didn't notice. There may be some strong players among them, but it all seems doubtful. Three Laughs, you just built 3 level 1 arrow towers yourself, and now you're talking about such power? I think your defenses are weak, and you yourself were defeated. So your story might be a bit exaggerated. Three Laughs was offended and quickly replied, "I also think it's not true, but this Dragon City really is very strong. I was shocked. Unfortunately, I didn't buy the video recording, otherwise I would have shown it to you." Death God Fall was half convinced, but decided to write down the information about Dragon City. He said, "I hope we get into a fight with this city and can test its strength. If it really has such a powerful attack, its defense is probably weak. We need to destroy it before it accumulates enough trophies and begins to evolve." Three Laughs added, "Yes, my city, Death Madman, is focused on attack, not defense. In previous rounds, I was attacked by weak players, and I handled them easily. But I didn't expect the City of Dragons to attack me so hard. If this city has a lot of trophies, it will quickly grow in power. We need to get rid of him as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Hu Hao has become an unexpected target for the Death God Guild's kill list. If Hu Hao knew about this, he'd probably be perplexed, because all he did was simply attack them. This is just a normal game, no malice. The guild meeting ended, but afterward, the Death God Fall invited the Three Laughs to his presence. The leader of the Dragon City has demonstrated his strength. We have a place in the guild for a new member. I'm going to invite him. You contact him. Three Laughs felt uneasy and said, "Leader, you saw how this city defeated me. Why do you want to invite him to our guild?" Death God Fall laughed. "Enmity doesn't always mean enemies. If we want to grow, we need strong allies. We must invite strong players, despite our past battles." Three Laughs wasn't pleased, but eventually he relented and said, "Okay, if we're already strong, then we'd better team up. I'll try to contact him. I hope he doesn't refuse." Death God Fall nodded. "Okay, if he joins, you'll get the credit." Direct private messages aren't available in all-out offense and defense. However, you can access private messages through global chat, war actions, or trade messages. Since the Three Laughs had recently fought Dragon City, he was able to contact its leader. And so, Hu Hao, while chatting, received a message from the leader of Death Madman City. "Brother, I'm the one you defeated last round." It was Death Madman City. Hu Hao smiled. "Wow, they came to me because I defeated them?" But the city leader, Death Madman, wasn't the only one who contacted Hu Hao after his defeat. Several other players had tried to contact him before, some even scolding him. Hu Hao replied politely, "Hello, sorry about last time. The victory was a fluke." He just wanted to make a polite joke, but the city leader, Death Madman, said again, "We see you're a strong player. The Death God Guild is looking for talented players. Are you with us?" Hu Hao was about to refuse when the leader added, "We are strong, and we invite you to show our respect. It's a great honor for you. If you join, remember that I invited you, and you will follow me. Understand?" Hu Hao chuckled. "Wait, I conquered your city, and now you're going to lead me?" Hu Hao replied, "I'm strong too. No need to lead me." The Lord of Skeleton Madness City was furious after his offer was rejected. He couldn't believe such impudence. In response to his refusal, he began to threaten, "What, have you gotten so insolent? You don't appreciate my offers, do you?" However, Hu Hao, being a man of good manners, decided not to argue and simply responded with a slight grin, adding his interlocutor to his blacklist. Meanwhile, San Shao, who had been chatting the whole time, noticed his message had been rejected, and his simmering anger reached its peak. "That bastard not only rejected me, he even blocked me. You damn bastard, how could he? Okay, enough of that. I didn't want this city to join our alliance. Just wait, we'll definitely cross paths soon, and then you'll see what it means to become our enemy." He sent a message to his boss. "Boss, I did everything as you told me, but that jerk didn't want to join our guild and blocked me, claiming our clan isn't worthy of him. He despises us. It's simply unbearable." As an experienced and calm leader, Devil Crusher had long been accustomed to such situations. He merely nodded and said, "Many strong players actually think they're invincible. I've met them many times. So what, smug fools? If he doesn't want to be with us, then he's an enemy. Our guild needs just such tough nuts to build its reputation." After these words, he marked Dragon City on his target list. Kill list, Dragon City, target confirmed. I've already purchased the video recordings. I hope we can meet that city soon and cut off its head as a demonstration of our strength. Meanwhile, Hu Hao also received an invitation from another guild affiliated with his friends. However, he politely declined, as he had no plans to join any clan at the moment. The sixth round was long, 5 hours of preparation, but due to new game updates, Hu Hao didn't even notice how quickly the time had flown. The system finally announced, "The sixth round of trials begins. Dive into a new adventure in all-out offense and defense." After completing matchmaking, Hu Hao knew his next opponent would be Dragon City. The target was Tianjian City, a Tier 1 territory. He was confident in his own strength and was already waiting for the Dragon City army to prove itself in battle. Inspired by this, he couldn't even contain his excitement and shouted, "Forward, Dragon City Army!" As soon as Hu Hao uttered these words, the Dragon City Army, 10 unique larvae with immense strength, appeared before him. 10 high-quality black infantrymen, 10 rare mystic archers, and 10 regular militia soldiers. The army formed a shield front, ready for battle. The lightning larvae and skilled mystic archers in the front ranks were also to split with the main force when the moment arrived. The Dragon City disappeared over the horizon, and its enemy, as expected, was preparing to attack. When Hu Hao spotted the enemy army, he was shocked. "What the hell is this? It's an army of skulls!" An army of undead lay before him, and Hu Hao realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, the owner of the skulls, Lei Zi, gazed smugly at the battlefield. "Here he is, the next victim. Dragon City? Sounds awesome, but now he'll be my prey." Lei Tzu was a lone player, and his choice not to join a clan was based on his strength and his desire to avoid the burden of clan taxes. He first tested his defenses, ensuring they were secure, and then focused on his skull army. After numerous battles, he was lucky enough to knock out the rare skull troops and acquire additional regular skull camps. While ordinary skull warriors weren't particularly powerful, their rare counterpart, skull warriors with unique skills, allowed him to build an entire army that only grew stronger with their numbers. This was his secret to success, which he used to strengthen his army. As Lei Tzu led his army into battle, his voice echoed, "Forward, skulls! Conquer Dragon City!" However, as his army began its advance, he immediately realized he was facing a difficult defense, one that left him doubting his own strength. What the hell kind of defense was this? One of the new areas in the game featured some very unusual defensive structures, such as heroic units, chaos towers, and storm towers, which Lazy had never seen before. After seeing these defensive towers and studying their characteristics, Lazy doubted that my skeleton army could withstand this. Soon, the skeleton army approached the combat zone. If this had been normal territory, the Archer Bastion, with its 50-meter range, would have been the first to attack. However, the skeletons weren't afraid of this. A level 2 Archer Tower's attack dealt 14 to 18 damage. This was dangerous for regular skeletons, but not so much for the skeletal warriors with their tough armor. Moreover, with 30 health and high piercing defense, such warriors naturally held off the arrows. But this time, the situation was different. Before the Archer Tower had even begun to fire, the atmospheric Storm Tower, with a 100-meter range, had already begun attacking. A magical crystal sparkled at the top of the tower, and dark blue beams of light shot downward. The tower's attack speed was simply staggering, 6 shots per second. The magical beams, like shimmering magical arrows, filled the air, and the damage was 18 to 20 points with a magical attack, while the skeleton's protective armor was perfectly vulnerable to magic. 24, 20, 28, 25. Each shot hit the target, dealing over 20 points of damage. Even the strongest skeletal warriors couldn't withstand such a barrage of damage and vanished in seconds. The skeletal warriors became nothing but bony skeletons. Lazy was stunned. How did they attack from so far away, he thought. Only 2 attacks, and I've lost 1. This Misty City, it's incredible. My skeleton army can't hold out. However, Lazy still hoped he could break through the defenses, even if he lost his warriors. But the army was moving too slowly to confidently carry even part of its troops through the defensive line. The magical wind, whistling and shattering bony bodies, created a veritable orchestra of destruction on the battlefield. The storm soon escalated into a full-blown catastrophe. The atmosphere tower had a chance to activate an additional effect: atmospheric storm, dealing damage across an entire area. Despite the chance of activation, the increased magical damage significantly increased this chance. The skeletons advanced, attempting to breach the defenses, but were mown down with each new storm. The tower summoned deadly winds, and every skeleton caught in the magical storm crumbled to dust. The moment of total annihilation had arrived for the skeletons. Lazy witnessed the entire scene and was utterly shocked. What monstrous power was this? He realized he couldn't win this battle and retreated with relief. If I'd been on the defensive, I wouldn't have stood a chance, he thought. His initial confidence vanished when confronted with the might of Misty City, where even the strongest players could face insurmountable odds. Meanwhile, other players, such as the protagonist from Misty City, were also facing equally powerful opponents. One of them, the Lord of Heavenly Sword Town, underestimated the situation and did not join the guild in time, which resulted in major losses for him. Soon, Lazy and the other players realized that in order to successfully survive and win in such conditions, they needed to join strong guilds to have a chance of dealing with powerful opponents like Misty City. After the battles ended, players began joining guilds en masse, realizing that playing alone would no longer yield the desired results. An important point for all remaining players were the bonuses received for survival, including magic crystals and other items, among which was the Silver Knight's Order Badge. While the bonuses weren't always tailored to specific needs, many players were still satisfied, knowing that every moment of the game presented unique opportunities and challenges. After the update, trading channels became much more active. More items have appeared on the market, and the number of players trading magic crystals has increased significantly. Clearly, the increased drop rates and rewards following the new update have led to a balance between supply and demand on the market. Players started spending money, and in turn, more goods appeared on the market for purchase. Hu Hao has a few magic crystals, but their quantity is not significant. Hu Hao hadn't originally planned to spend any money. He simply wanted to study market trends and understand current market conditions. But while strolling, he couldn't resist and almost made a purchase. My defense is quite strong. I can easily handle it. But what if I encounter a chaotic trial? Thinking back to the third round, when he faced 100 green creatures in the chaotic trial, Hu Hao couldn't help but feel anxious. Chaotic trials are real trials. But my defense is already stable, so perhaps it's worth investing in attack to recruit more troops per wave and earn money quickly. The rewards in the new update are currently quite generous, and Hu Hao was considering whether to continue building up his army. Even if I spend money, I still won't be able to accumulate magic crystals quickly, since many towers and buildings require upgrades that require vast resources and magic crystals. It would be a bit awkward if I could upgrade something important, but ran out of magic crystals. After some deliberation, Hu Hao decided to hold off on purchasing for now. There were no suitable designs for high-quality barracks yet, and if he were to produce troops, they would only produce weak soldiers. Using regular soldiers for mass attacks can easily yield more trophies, but it can distract you from upgrading key barracks. The number of soldiers in the Dragon City is currently quite large, so there's no need to rush your army build-up too much. Mass-producing soldiers to recruit large numbers on a surge can lead to diminishing returns. It's better to stick with high-quality elite soldiers, which will yield better results with a better cost-benefit ratio. This will also help save up for other major purchases. Hu Hao's goal is to upgrade all defensive and offensive buildings as quickly as possible. The barracks are especially important. He previously upgraded the infantry barracks, turning them into black steel warriors, and although it was expensive, the results exceeded expectations. Now he was planning to upgrade the remaining barracks and nurseries as well as other important buildings, which required almost half of his experience. Soon, he thought, confident that he would soon complete the barracks upgrade. Once that was done, he would need a fair amount of magic crystals and materials. Accumulating money became his top priority. He simply needed to wait a little while and accumulate the funds, Hu Hao decided. And so, hoping for a quick conclusion, he prepared for the 7th round of the game. The 7th round of the trial began. Hu Hao's target was Summit Fire City. Seeing the name of this city, Hu Hao paused. He'd previously seen an announcement in the world chat from the Version Guild, which asked everyone to rename their cities, adding the prefix version. This required considerable expense, as it required the use of special coupons worth several hundred magic crystals. If his guess was correct, the city with the prefix at the top was the territory of players belonging to this guild. However, if you join a guild, the name appears in parentheses after the city name. For example, Summit Fire City Summit Guild. It's possible that this player intended to join the guild, but for some reason hasn't yet done so. Apparently, the guild is so popular that its members can't just join it right away, Hu Hao mused. But the guild's popularity wasn't unexpected, as after the 6th round, many realized how much joining a guild helps them survive. However, the hardest part is dividing up the spoils within the guild. If the distribution scheme is fair, this is perfectly acceptable. It's safe to say that encounters with guild members will be quite common in the future. Not only will Hu Hao City be attacked by guild members, but it will also attack them. The enemy town he's supposed to attack is called Dragon Girl, and her guild is called Clouds of the South. While the town's name doesn't require a change, this guild seems to be more of a recreational one. If these are truly players playing for fun, then I'll be able to withstand the attack without any problems, Hu Hao thought. However, a few seconds later, when the portal opened and the enemy army appeared on the battlefield, Hu Hao froze for a second. Oh, okay, it's not that simple. Expecting to encounter weak soldiers, he saw that the enemy had deployed 60 soldiers, including 10 rare fire pigs. Despite their clumsy appearance, these pigs are quite fast and can pose a serious threat. But breaking through in Dragon City isn't so easy. With the help of powerful defensive towers and mages, the city's defenses were incredibly strong. The fire pigs transformed into ice pigs. The attack was unproblematic, and the defense was also strong. In the 7th round, Hu Hao successfully dealt with the attack, and his army destroyed almost half of the Fire City's health. This earned him excellent rewards. The 7th round is over. All surviving players receive 2,000 magic crystals. The amount of magic crystals in Hu Hao's account increased from 7,600 to 8,500, opening up greater market opportunities for him. Now that he had more magic crystals, Hu Hao planned to make some purchases, but first decided to check out the activity bonuses. You survived the 7th round and received the special mission, Special Invasion. What is this mission? Hu Hao sensed that the game held many interesting surprises that would be revealed as he progressed. Special Invasion. Punishing Monk. Summons a special invader monk with an axe and hammer to attack your domain. The number of monks depends on your domain level multiplied by 100. Defeating this invader will yield great rewards. Attention! A powerful invasion can deal a devastating blow to your domain. It seems to simply summon a special enemy, defeating which yields special rewards. For a seasoned tower defense player like Hu Hao, such mechanics are nothing new. Risks and challenges, huh? Hu Hao immediately decided to check the characteristics of the axe and hammer-wielding monks. These monks were huge, bearded men with bald heads, holding large war hammers and axes, with sinister grins on their faces. They were hardly real monks. When Hu Hao looked at their stats, his breath caught in his throat. Monks with axes and hammers were a real threat. Unit Type Axe and Hammer Monk Affiliation. Unknown. Quality Excellent Health, 160 Armor. 25 Armor Type Average Movement Speed, 5 ms. Compared to other units of the same quality, such as the Black Iron Infantry with 58 health and 13 armor, Hu Hao was astonished. These axe-wielding monks could easily destroy even the strongest troops. The sheer number of these monsters was particularly surprising, as according to the formula proficiency level X100, Hu Hao should have faced as many as 100 axe and hammer-wielding monks. Hu Hao doubted whether he could handle such an onslaught, or perhaps he should wait until the Dragon City's defenses became stronger. But bonuses are usually best earned as early as possible to accumulate resources faster. He continued to ponder. Perhaps it would be better to wait a bit, see what happens in the next round, and then refine the city's defenses. Taking his time, Hu Hao decided to explore the market a bit to find suitable blueprints to strengthen the defenses. Trade at the market was booming, and Hu Hao had to carefully select suitable goods. The monks with axes and hammers wore medium armor. At first glance, this might not seem so intimidating, but in fact, it was one of the most powerful armors. Medium armor is only vulnerable to normal attacks, which deal 150% damage. Other attack types, such as magic, chaos, and hero attacks, deal 100% damage. However, medium armor protects against armor-piercing attacks, magic, and siege weapons. This has already created problems. During the all-out attack, defense against medium armor was incredibly strong. This made Hu Hao worried. If the attack was so powerful, the city's defense would have to be impeccable. Fortunately, the market was quite diverse at the time, and Hu Hao found two designs that could help. The first is a rare blueprint for a new type of defense tower, the Knight's Tower, which attacks with normal attacks. The second is an improved version of the Iron Sword Arrow Tower. This tower's arrows transform into iron swords, which deal high damage but have a slower attack speed. Both designs were quite useful and aligned with Hu Hao's strategy of strengthening his defenses. The problem was the price. The Iron Sword cost 1,500 magic crystals, while the Knight's Tower cost a whopping 15,000 crystals. But Hu Hao decided to buy the Knight's Tower. Why? Because this tower would only increase in value in the future, and now it could be purchased at a price that, while high, was still justified. The final step was purchasing the Knight's Tower, despite its high price. Hu Hao couldn't pass up the chance to get a quality product. He also acquired an iron sword and began constructing both types of towers. With his new defenses in place, Hu Hao felt he would be more prepared to face the next wave of enemies with greater composure. Hao decided there was no point in saving the remaining magic crystals, so he spent another 1,000 magic crystals on a powerful fire potion. This popular potion buffs one tower for one wave, adding fire magic damage to it. Potions boost towers with high attack speed and area of effect damage, making them very useful. In the early stages, potion and consumable prices were low due to a limited market and erratic pricing. However, as the number of players increased and their strategy for using consumables improved, the prices of potions and scrolls increased greatly. Potions had become expensive, but Hu Hao saw no point in delaying spending as his magic crystals were almost depleted. He decided not to procrastinate, but to use them to their full potential. He spent another 1,000 magic crystals, leaving his balance at 0. After this, the defense of the Dragon City was significantly strengthened. Here's what's available. 3 regular Tier 2 arrow towers, 1 regular iron sword tower, 1 regular Tier 1 cannon tower, 1 rare siege knight tower, 1 rare chaos tower, 1 rare atmospheric storm tower, Cold Tang hero with a slow and kill effect, providing a 200% bonus to attack speed. After the upgrades, Hu Hao was confident the defense would withstand the attack. Such a powerful fortification would definitely not fail, right? He thought. Having prepared himself, Hu Hao activated a special invasion with the Invite Enemies command. The monk with an axe and hammer waited. Soon after the waiting time expired, the system announced, "The 8th trial has begun." Hu Hao focused on defending against the invasion, only briefly glancing at the next attack, the Dead City of Death. "Let's deal with that for now," he decided, ignoring the next attack. The system also reported that the invasion had begun. Suddenly, a portal opened on the western side of the Dragon City, and shadows began to emerge from it. Monks with axes and hammers, each wielding enormous weapons, rushed toward the city, emitting strange cries. Hu Hao immediately stood up, preparing to meet the enemy. "Let's see how powerful these special invasions are," he exclaimed. The monks moved slowly, but their numbers were terrifying. They divided into 3 groups and, keeping their distance, began to approach the Dragon City. The first attack zone was the atmospheric storm tower. This tower, with a 100-meter radius, began dealing damage from a distance. A powerful blue beam, accompanied by musical effects, struck the monks. But Hu Hao was stunned when the Mongols began to regenerate their health. After a series of attacks, the monks revived, increasing their resilience and tempo of battle. Hu Hao began to doubt what kind of enemy could heal itself. Hu Hao thought for a moment and decided that the remaining magic crystals were no longer worth saving, so he spent 1,000 crystals on a powerful fire magic potion. This popular potion buffs one of the defensive towers for 1 round, increasing its fire damage. When used on a tower with high attack speed and multiple hits, such a potion proves extremely useful. Initially, various potions and consumables were relatively inexpensive, as the market was still in its infancy and prices were unregulated. However, as the number of players increased and they began using such items more effectively, the prices of potions and scrolls began to rise. Potions became expensive, but Hu Hao no longer wanted to save money. He spent all his crystals without a second thought. Tears streamed down his face, but he kept spending, Hu Hao said, and his magical crystal balance was reset. However, the Dragon City's defenses were significantly strengthened. He surveyed his defenses. Tier 2 common arrow towers, 1 common iron sword tower, 1 common Tier 1 cannon, 1 rare cavalry charge tower, 1 rare chaos projectile tower, 1 elite airstorm tower, and the Cold Tang hero, with a unique speed increasing bonus. Attacks! After this boost, Hu Hao was confident his city could withstand any special attack. With such powerful defenses, how could I possibly lose, he thought, preparing for battle. He activated a fire magic potion on the Chaos Projectile Tower and used the Hammer Monk Invasion special command. Let's see what happens next. A short time later, a message appeared. Trial round 8 begins. Hu Hao focused on defense, glancing briefly at the enemy forces attacking the city of eternal death. But his attention was almost immediately returned to defense. New attacking forces, in the form of hammer-wielding monks, began to emerge through the portal from the west of the city, accompanied by powerful tremors. The monks, armed with large hammers and axes, shouted unintelligible phrases, their appearance evoking a sense of menace. "Foolish followers of the god, your atrocities end here," one of them shouted, displaying his fury. The monks moved slowly, but their threat was palpable. They split into 3 groups, beginning to approach the city's towers. The first to come into their sight was the Airstorm Tower. It began firing at the enemy from a great distance. 14, 15, 12, 16 showed the damage from each attack. The tower's increased attack rate allowed it to deal around 100 damage per second, despite the enemy's thick armor. However, even the strong monks couldn't withstand this attack, and their health rapidly declined. Soon, Hu Hao noticed that the monks were beginning to recover their health, and he realized it was no coincidence. "What nonsense! They can heal each other?" he asked, surprised to see the axe-wielding monks restoring their comrades' health. The attacks continued, and just when the situation seemed almost under control, a new threat arose. Axe-wielding monks approached too close. Towers with magical attacks continued to attack them, but to their great disappointment, the regenerating opponents survived. "This doesn't look like a normal battle," Hu Hao thought as he continued to watch the events unfold. Suddenly, he noticed other defensive towers, the cavalry tower, the rifle towers, and others, entering the fray, and he felt more confident. He watched with joy as his troops, including both heroes and ordinary soldiers, mowed down their enemies. "It seems the city's defenses have held up," he said with satisfaction. Meanwhile, another battle caught his attention. There was heavy fighting in the north near the enemy city, and their troops began to break through the enemy's defensive lines. "My troops are finally breaking through," he said, watching the scene with pride. Meanwhile, Hu Hao's troops had achieved great success, even though the enemy forces were at their best. "I'm still not there, but I'm sure I'll soon receive my well-deserved reward," he thought, rejoicing at his latest success. The other Death God Guild members were watching the fighting on the northern front, and the guild members standing next to Deathfall worriedly asked, "What should we do? We can't stand it. President, what should we do?" Deathfall frowned. He only regretted not having given the northern front sufficient attention in advance. But who could have known such problems would arise with that front? He could only have given the order, "The Black Iron Infantry are too strong." Everyone takes control of their towers and focuses on destroying the fragile forces behind them. One of the Death God Guild members hesitated. "But doesn't that mean we'll let the Black Iron Marines break through to the core?" "Shut up, fool. Carry out this order immediately." The death drop exploded. "There's no time to think now. We've almost lost our position." Originally, the Black Iron Marines and other close-quarters troops were on the front lines, but now, due to the massive losses in their ranks, only a few Black Iron Marines remained alive. These infantrymen were too difficult for the defenders to destroy, and attempting to focus fire on them would have been counterproductive. However, under pressure from Deathfall, its members began manually controlling the defensive towers. The battlefield's fire was now directed at the troops behind the Black Iron Infantry. The Death God's defenses retreated to the second tier. The entire attacking army, including ordinary peasants and stealthy archers, was subjected to lightning attacks from several dozen manually controlled towers. The troops that had previously hidden behind the Black Iron Infantry were now targeted and suffered massive losses. Hu Hao watched calmly. The swift face embraces and the sturdy Black Iron Infantry, along with the agile stealth riflemen, usually held off the enemy. The troops cooperated, supporting each other and covering weak points. But in this situation, Deathfall changed tactics. He allowed the Black Iron Marines to break through, focusing his fire on the weaker troops behind them. It was like a powerful torrent that pierced the enemy's defenses. Hu Hao was quite satisfied with his strategy and said, "3 face embraces have passed. I think another 3 or 4 Black Iron Marines will get through. It's weak, but at least it's gotten through the guild's defenses. Plus, thanks to the other lords I'm attacking with, we have multiple troops. The Hu Hao Guild was one of the 10 lords that attacked the Death God's territory. Although the Black Iron Footmen were the main weapon, the other lords weren't idle either. Among them, the Skull Faces stood out, renowned for their deadly sea of skulls. This was the same Black Skull fortress that had once so impressed Hu Hao. The lord of this fortress, Lazy, was very enthusiastic. Wow, the Black Iron Footmen are truly impressive. I knew the Black Skull army would be easily defeated before, but now, thanks to this lord from Dragon City, everything has changed. We, our skeletons in their shadow, confidently advance. Lazier watched the situation unfold and realized that if his skeleton army followed the Black Iron Infantry, they would have every chance of breaking through to the Death God. However, his hopes were quickly dashed when he noticed that the Death God's defenders had begun directing their fire not at the Black Iron Infantry, but at the second-tier troops, including his own army. "Oh no, the Black Skulls are starting to lose," Lazy shouted. "What a vile tactic. Why don't you continue attacking the Black Iron Infantry?" But it was too late. The second rank had been destroyed with lightning speed, and Lazy's army had suffered enormous losses. 10 lords, including Hu Hao, began to complain about the outcome of the battle. The troops failed to breach the Death God's defenses, and many players were disappointed. Alas, we were so close to success. Now everything is ruined. What the hell? I don't even have a chance to break through, they lamented. For the Death God, this was all a blow. They were determined to win, but they suddenly found themselves in a dire situation. Wow, we barely survived that blow. But we'll get through this, cried Deathfall. Now Dragon City will have no peace. We'll destroy them. Hu Hao, of course, didn't know who he'd angered. From his perspective, he was simply going on the attack again, as always. The rewards for the 8th round were quite generous. Firstly, he received 2,000 magic crystals for surviving the 8th round, and secondly, trophies from both the attacking and defensive sides. The rewards for attacking weren't particularly great, as Hu Hao was only able to capture a limited number of troops thanks to the Death God clan's strong defense. However, the rewards for defending were simply incredible. Successful defense against special invasions offered enormous additional bonuses, and this was no exaggeration. Initially, rewards came in the form of magic crystals. The defense bonuses alone, plus the trophies dropped, exceeded 10,000. This was the first time Hu Hao had earned such a large sum in a single battle. By comparison, the Dragon Camp army earned just over 1,000 magic crystals in that round. The rewards for defending against special invasions were almost 10 times greater than the standard attack bonuses. This is a special invasion. When Hu Hao saw his magic crystals growing, his joy knew no bounds. But that wasn't all. After the battle, in addition to the magic crystals, Hu Hao also received over 1,000 units of wood and iron ore. Although wood and iron ore were common resources, such materials are always in demand. By obtaining so many, Hu Hao effectively saved a significant amount of magic crystals. Magic crystals, wood, and iron ore. All these basic resources were a boon to him, but he also received 500 units of a special material, Zemu. Zemu quality. Normal description. Lightweight and durable wood, excellent for military purposes. Hu Hao immediately understood the purpose of this material. For the construction of high-level archer barracks and various fortifications, such as upgraded towers, materials like Zemu will be absolutely essential. He doesn't use them yet, but they will definitely come in handy in the future. After such a successful round, his magic crystal balance reached 11,700, and his wood and iron ore reserves also exceeded 1,000. The entire Dragon Camp was thriving. And that's not all. What would the reward for the 8th round be? You've survived the 8th round of the game, and you've received your 8th round reward, a unique hero summon scroll. To receive a special reward, you must survive 2 more rounds. This is already the 8th round. 2 more rounds, and I'll get a special reward. I can't wait to see what's in there. A unique hero summon scroll? Hu Hao couldn't believe his eyes. Previously, he used a rare hero summon scroll to summon the high-level hero Lin Tan, who remains his primary protector with high damage and an area of effect slow. He was a very powerful creature, and now he's received a unique hero summon scroll? If even Lin Tang was so strong, what can you expect from a unique tier hero? Hero summon scroll quality. Unique description. Allows you to summon heroes. The higher the scroll's quality, the more likely you are to summon a high-tier hero. This scroll allows you to summon a unique or epic hero. A unique hero? An epic hero! When Hu Hao first summoned heroes, he hadn't yet realized the full value and power of such units. But now he knew. He'd already had luck with one, and I hope he'll keep it up. Miracle, appear! With the effects flashing on the screen, Hu Hao used the Hero Summon Scroll. With an instant change in the battlefield, a new hero appeared. A tall, sturdy man stood before Hu Hao. Hu Hao carefully examined his appearance and characteristics. Unable to contain his emotions, he exclaimed, "Wow! A miracle has truly happened. Baiji? This is God Baiji. This is the epic God Baiji." Before him stood a hero in a black scarf, with a commanding air, radiating power even without anger. His stats were as follows. Name, God Baiji type. Attack, Hero class. Top Warlord affiliation. Dragon Camp. Quality, Epic level. 1 health. 5,000 armor. 85 armor type. Hero movement speed. 9 MS skills. The Assassin skill reduces the basic damage of all defensive towers in the area by 30%. Attacked by God Baiji. The Flood skill deals devastating damage in the area attacked by the Flood, damaging defensive towers. Description. A renowned military strategist, capable of superb command during attacks. Seeing God Baiji's incredible stats, Hu Hao stood there for a long time, unable to believe it. Primary stats are simply incredibly powerful. But his abilities are even more terrifying. He has 2 abilities, both incredibly powerful. One is a passive effect that greatly reduces damage from enemy attacks. As we know, most defensive towers rely on damage, and this effect significantly weakens the enemy. This is a crucial and extremely useful debuff. His reputation as a killer is impressive, and his aura reduces enemy morale. The second skill is Active Flood, which is apparently connected to Baiji's story of flooding Yangcheng. The description suggests this skill deals devastating damage to defensive towers. But how long will this effect last? Perhaps it's not permanent. Hu Hao carefully researched the hero's information. Military strategist? That's the key word. His army commander class suggests Baiji can also command troops. He was a master of battle, commanding armies numbering tens of thousands. Now he'll be commanding several squads, and that won't be a problem anymore. Hu Hao was delighted with the acquisition of the epic hero, like a child receiving a long-awaited toy. He was already imagining the successes that awaited him in the future, and eagerly went to meet the new hero. "Hello, General Baiji. I'm glad to welcome you to my dragon camp." Hu Hao joyfully told Baiji, "You will become my most powerful hero." No, this isn't just Baiji, this is God Baiji, haha. God Baiji didn't say many words. He merely saluted Hu Hao and replied, "I will devote all my knowledge to serving you, my lord." Hu Hao asked another question. "You are a commander on the battlefield, so does that mean you have the ability to command?" God Baiji nodded affirmatively. "Commanding troops is my forte. I'm excellent at leading troops." "Excellent!" Hu Hao exclaimed joyfully. "Baiji command is certainly invincible. I've decided to entrust you with command of the attacking forces in my Dragon Citadel. Although you previously commanded the Qin forces, I'm confident you'll handle the Dragon Citadel army with flying colors. With you at my side, I won't have to worry about attacking. The task will be accomplished," replied, but suddenly stopped and said, "Excuse me, I noticed there's already a hero in the Dragon Citadel. I'm temporarily unable to serve you." Hu Hao was puzzled and realized he didn't have enough room for heroes. "There's only one hero slot in our citadel, and it's already occupied by the hero Kun Tang. Now Baiji can't be summoned. Hu Hao considered the situation. He knew he could temporarily cancel Kuntang's summoning, freeing up the spot for Baiji. But Kuntang is a mage with a slowing skill, and her role is crucial in defense. I can't neglect her power, thought Hu Hao. In his strategic plan, defense must be a priority, although the epic Baiji is certainly important too. Hu Hao decided that perhaps he should abandon the challenge of Kuntang for Baiji's sake, though it was a difficult decision. My defenses are strong. Even without Kuntang, they won't break us. But the attacks are unlimited, and I hope that with Baiji's leadership, we can achieve great victories. If all goes well, this will bring me a huge profit. Either way, I'll win. After his self-hypnosis, Hu Hao turned his attention to the global chat channel. A new wave of discussion had emerged in the channel after the 8th round had concluded. Damn it, the summer fraternity had organized 100 people against me. I defended myself with all my might, but I still lost 40. The defense is destroyed. You're to blame yourself, and now you blame others? Haha. Solo players are starting to tire. Their protected territories are too strong. I think I'll join a guild too. Shock. The Death God Guild was destroyed. What? Seriously? Didn't they say the Death God was one of the strongest? Ha ha, I said it. It's just talk. Their great ally was easily defeated. They're just losers. Who defeated them? Wolves? Pikes? Legends? I don't know. But they say a group of lone wolves destroyed them. I don't know. Is that true? Solo players without a team couldn't breach such a defense. Here they are. Video of the attack on the Death God. Go to the video channel. Watch the gods fight. The players who had been arguing immediately switched to the channel with the video. Among the many recordings, the most discussed were videos of solo players attacking the Death God Guild. The video shows 30 solo players attacking the guild's territory from 3 directions. The Death God's territory is as protected as a concrete wall. Look, there are level 2 shooting towers, wow. And then there are the level 2 cannon towers. What rare elemental towers. It's like the Maginot Line. But how did they even defeat them? The videos show how a 2-pronged attack ends instantly. What a huge advantage guild defense has. Looks like I should join a guild too, but heading north. What kind of army is this? How fast are these insects? Ultra fast. Wow, a unique troop type. Yes, but look at those black iron infantry. Their armor is incredibly strong. 58 health, 13 armor. These fighters are simply invincible. If they also have shields, they become practically invulnerable. The Dragon Citadel is simply fantastic. Other guilds can't boast such rare troops. No wonder the Death God Guild was defeated. The Dragon Citadel is simply incredible. I remember the name. Someone already mentioned the Dragon Citadel. It was a place where unique troops were used. Then I really should win. The subsequent battles were truly thrilling, especially the scenes where both sides clashed in brutal clashes, which were absolutely spectacular. A video of players from Dragon City and a group of lone wolf players capturing the Death Clan's territory quickly spread around the world. Titled Dragon City Loners. Capturing the Death Clan's territory, the video became a viral hit online. Thanks to this incident, the fame of the Dragon City was finally cemented. Now the Dragon City was famous. The Death Clan served as the backdrop for their fame. Clan, already irritated, became even more indignant, and its leader, the Lost Eternal, only made matters worse. The entire Death Clan now became the butt of jokes among the players. This enraged the Lost Eternal to the limit, but for now he was unable to take revenge on Hu Hao. He didn't even know who the Lord of Dragon City was. Hu Hao noticed how his city had become the subject of widespread admiration in the global chat, but he decided not to stand out or reveal his identity as Lord. Better to act quietly. At this moment, the white god Shen Baiqi, who was waiting at the scene, approached Hu Hao and said, "Lord, I used my hero's abilities to discover a hidden spatial crack in the vicinity of Dragon City. Should I tell you its exact location? Discovering a spatial crack? Is this a mysterious new mechanic in the game?" Hu Hao nodded, curious. It doesn't pose a threat to Dragon City, right? If it's safe, please show it to me. Shen Bai-chi wasted no time in walking outside the city, and Hu Hao followed behind. They stopped before a nondescript hill, and Shen Bai-chi drew his sword and swung it sharply through the air. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. The sword strike caused the air to warp, and the space before them tore, forming fine cracks. Finally, a brightly glowing crack formed, seemingly appearing in mid-air. Unsure of its nature, Hu Hao cautiously touched it, but only passed through it, as if through an invisible texture. Shen Bai-chi reported, "Lord, this is a spatial crack, which, in my estimation, has recently appeared. It should last for another 10 to 20 cycles." Hu Hao asked, "How did you know about its existence?" Shen Bai-chi replied respectfully, "This is a hero's characteristic. The higher the hero's quality, the better they are at detecting hidden secrets, including spatial cracks. So heroes actually have such abilities?" Hu Hao was delighted. The epic hero truly lived up to his reputation. He immediately found this crack for him. Although it wasn't yet clear what it was for, it was clearly some new game mechanic. Curious, Hu Hao quickly asked, "What's inside this crack? How can I explore it?" Shen Bai-chi explained, "Rare treasures can often be found in cracks like these. I'm willing to lead an expedition to explore it. However, I sense the danger here is rated at 2 stars. Successful expedition requires at least 100 high-class soldiers, as well as a wise distribution of forces. This rift can only be explored once, so it's best to prepare well to avoid missing the opportunity." Hu Hao understood. The spatial rift is like a dungeon that can be explored. You can send heroes and troops to conquer the dungeon and reap the rewards. But you'll need sufficiently strong fighters. Otherwise, the expedition will fail, and the opportunity will be lost. I understand. Currently, Dragon City's troops are insufficient to explore the rift. So let's wait until the forces are ready. Unable to explore the dungeon, Hu Hao decided to spend the money on other needs. Dragon City is now significantly prosperous compared to the first wave. Advances in defense and offense have been noticeable. But the more the city developed, the more improvements were needed. Many buildings and defensive towers had reached their maximum level and needed upgrading, which would require a great deal of magic crystals and materials. Also wanted to level up the city itself as quickly as possible to unlock new construction opportunities. Currently, the slots for buildings, defensive towers, and heroes are starting to fill up. Also, after witnessing the Knight's Tower's power, Hu Hao became interested in the White Silver Knight's token. Furthermore, after he chose Shen Bai-chi and temporarily delayed using Ice Leaf, the city's defenses weakened slightly. Although Dragon City's weakened defenses remained strong, the sense of security had diminished. Hu Hao wondered if perhaps he should increase the defenses a bit more. The money was there, and the needs were growing. Let's see if there's anything new on the trading exchange. Hu Hao noticed the selection of goods on the exchange had increased again. Rare tiger bandits? This camp looks pretty good. Damn, the Fire Arrow Tower blueprint costs 8,000 magic crystals. That's a rip-off. But the Triple Arrow Tower blueprint is relatively inexpensive. There are a lot of plans for stealth shooters, and there will probably soon be too many of them. Hu Hao noticed that many rare plans have appeared on the exchange. Previously, there were only a few, but now there are more of them, and the prices have dropped slightly. While it's still too early to say that rare structures will begin to be sold en masse, it appears that within a few cycles, rare buildings will become more accessible. In addition to rare blueprints, several blueprints for excellent buildings can now be found on the marketplace, something previously unavailable. More goods on the market is good. But it also reminds Hu Hao that while Dragon City looks great, he shouldn't forget that other players are getting stronger too. It seems other players are getting stronger too, Hu Hao chuckled. But it's moments like these that make the game exciting. After exploring the trading floor, Hu Hao decided to take his time spending money and carefully plan his next steps. Money is finite, so he'll have to spend it wisely. Hu Hao looked at the vast expanse of land in Dragon City and pondered for a long time. At the moment, the quality and quantity of defensive towers in Dragon City are quite good. Although we lost our slowing ability with the departure of Luntang, we still have powerful defensive towers like the Atmospheric Storm Tower, the Horseman Ambush Tower, and the Chaos Rebound Tower. With my 200% attack speed bonus on defense, I can still boast excellent results. Besides, we only have 10 slots for defensive towers, and each one is precious. I currently have 8 towers, leaving very few slots left. While I could demolish the old ones, I'd prefer to leave them intact to save resources. Hu Hao wasn't particularly eager to increase the number of defensive towers, but their quality needed to be improved. Dragon City's towers, such as the Cannon Towers, Chaos Towers, and Atmospheric Towers, had all already reached level 1 and had gained 100% experience. Theoretically, they could be upgraded. But there are some nuances here. The Atmospheric Storm Tower is a high-end tower, and upgrading it requires materials that Hu Hao doesn't currently have, nor are they available on the market. The Chaos Rebound Tower is a rare tower, and upgrading it also requires very specific materials. Tower, in turn, can be upgraded to level 2, but Hu Hao was a little hesitant. Cannon and arrow towers are basic defensive structures distinguished by their high versatility. For example, a level 1 tower can be upgraded to level 2, 3, 4 and higher, or, using blueprints and hidden materials, can be reworked into a different type of tower. In the world, Hu Hao saw someone sharing their design for an ultra-large cannon, which had been upgraded from a regular Tier 1 cannon turret. Now, Hu Hao was wondering whether he should continue upgrading this cannon turret or upgrade it to a different class. If he wants to change the tower's type, he'll need to go to the market and gather the necessary blueprints. Managing a territory is no easy task, and even Hu Hao, who's generally successful, can't afford to act hastily. After much deliberation, he decided to upgrade the cannon turret using the standard method. The reason is simple. Basic components don't necessarily mean weak. After a few levels, such turrets will become significantly stronger. In his long-term plans, basic towers like arrow and cannon towers, as well as important defensive structures like archer camps and militia camps, will also be upgraded to high levels. Having made his decision, Hu Hao unhesitatingly sent the Wu cannon to be upgraded to level 2. To upgrade the cannon tower to level 2, all he needed were magic crystals and the basic materials wood and iron ore. With plenty of loot at his disposal, he used all his resources without hesitation. After automatic upgrade, Dragon City's cannon tower became a level 2 cannon. Its characteristics were now as follows. Type cannon. Quality. Normal level 2. Attack 2235. Attack. Type city defense attack. Speed 1 time 4 seconds. Attack radius 30 meters. Description. The main heavy defensive tower, slow, but deals huge damage, especially effective in the area of mass. A comparison with the initial stats shows that the attack increase wasn't particularly significant, but for the basic defense type, it's still a pretty good result. Hu Hao was pleased with the result. Now he wanted to upgrade the Chaos Rebound or Atmospheric Storm Towers, but he was short of materials and there weren't any on the market. Nevertheless, Hu Hao decided to try asking in the world chat, hoping someone would offer him the resources he needed. To upgrade the Atmospheric Storm Tower, in addition to the usual materials, he also needed high-quality magic stones. Upgrading magic towers requires magic materials, and that's quite logical. The problem is that only common or rare magic stones are available for sale, while high-end towers require high-quality magic stones. Hu Hao suggested that such high-quality materials are too rare for the current version of the game. Players can't even find a basic magic tower, let alone high-quality stones. Deciding to give it a try, he wrote in the world chat, "Please, urgently looking for high-grade magic stone elements. Anyone who has any, please contact me. Don't hesitate. 100 stones wouldn't hurt." Back? Wow, you really collect high-quality magic stones? Have you even built a high-quality magic tower yet? I don't think that's possible. High-quality towers are rare, especially magic ones. I doubt anyone's built one yet. Well, maybe. I know one player who already has a high-quality gun turret. Yes, don't underestimate the power of strong players and hidden geniuses. Discussions have begun around the world, and some players have started private messages to Hu Hao, asking what he needs these magic stones for. But Hu Hao didn't reveal his secrets or reveal that he was the much-talked-about owner of Dragon City. He simply replied modestly, "I'm just a lucky newbie. I was lucky enough to get the blueprints after defeating an enemy." Many who read his answers immediately realized that the blueprints were likely obtained during attacks, and this is a common occurrence. Nowadays, almost all players receive some items during attacks and defenses. The number of those finding rare blueprints is growing. A chat message sent by an unknown player named Hu Xiliang quickly drowned out the endless stream of messages. After all, the gaming world is filled with plenty of experienced and well-known players, and his request to purchase magic stones generated only mild interest. Hu Hao was about to give up on his hopes of obtaining the materials when he unexpectedly received a private message. "Little Pudding, hello Hu Xiliang. I have 200 units of enhanced magic stones. Would you like to buy them? Is anyone really willing to sell magic stones?" Hu Hao immediately replied, "Hello, yes, I need it. You say you have 200 units? I'll take them all." His intentions were clear, and regarding the price, Little Pudding claimed he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about market value, suggesting Hu Hao set the price on the market, but some prices had already formed, especially for rare stones. Magic stones weren't cheap, especially upgraded magic stones. Little Pudding offered 4,000 magic crystals for 200 upgraded magic stone elements. The price for one stone was 20 magic crystals. Was that expensive? Yes, but not that much. That's because at the time, upgraded magic stones were practically untradeable, and Hu Hao thought it was a good deal. However, such stones were too rare for the current version of the game, and not everyone could use them. Hu Hao considered another resource, dark iron, which was also valuable. But unlike enhanced magic stones, dark iron remained in low demand on the market. It was the same with magic stones. Many players used common or rare stones, and only a few had access to enhanced stones like Little Pudding's. But Hu Hao couldn't help but wonder where Little Pudding got so many stones. After all, 200 units is too much for a regular drop. Before asking this question, Little Pudding himself initiated the conversation with Hu Xiliang. "I'll have another batch of upgraded magic stones next round. Do you want to buy them again?" Immediately became clear that Little Pudding had a regular source of stones, and it was a magical stone mine with refined magical stones. It was obvious to Hu Hao that Little Pudding had its own magical stone farm. Unlike his Azure City, where the only available resource was black iron, she had this luxurious mine. What luck, thought Hu Hao, realizing that her mine produced rare and valuable stones. Hu Hao, interested in a stable source of supply, immediately offered to continue the partnership. He stated that he would purchase the stones at 20 magic crystals each, as this was a reasonable market price for such stones. But Little Pudding was worried about losing profits if she gave all the stones to one buyer. So Hu Hao offered more favorable terms for both parties. "I'm willing to buy 50% of your magic stone production at a fixed price for 50 rounds. Hu Hao proposed a long-term agreement for stone supplies to keep both parties happy. Hu Hao's thoughts were clear. He was willing to invest the money in developing his high-level structures and defensive towers to quickly increase their capacity. After signing the contract, each round will automatically deduct magic crystals, and the elements of magic stones will be added to Hu Hao's personal resources. He can use these magic stones for his fortress or transfer them to other players. Knowing that a price of 20 magic crystals per stone could cause losses for budding, Hu Hao added, "Of course, to offset any future price increases, I'm willing to offer a more favorable price of 30 magic crystals per stone. How about that?" In fact, it was a bet of sorts. If demand for magic stones increased significantly in the future, their price would rise, and Hu Hao would reap a huge profit from the contract. However, if the supply of magic stones increases and the demand remains low or even decreases, Hu Hao will find himself in a situation where he pays a high price for stones that will not bring him any benefit. However, there are cases when such investments are worth making for the stable development of one's territory. Such situations are quite common. Securing a stable source of resources often requires paying a high price, which significantly reduces the risks. In the game All-Out Offense and Defense, Hu Hao had already fully grasped the importance of being a pioneer. To upgrade his high-tier buildings as quickly as possible, he was willing to spend money. Was 1/500 magic crystals worth 100 stones at 30 magic crystals each? Was that expensive? Yes, but it's justified. After a few minutes of thought, Button replied, I'm curious, because at this stage, only a few buildings use magic stones. And you, Hu Xiaoliang, not only need magic stones, but also high-quality magic stones. Do you really need my stable supply? Hu Hao realized it was time to show off his strength and sent Button information about his storm. Upon seeing it, Button couldn't help but admire it. Impressive! You're a true top player. If I had such a powerful defensive tower, I too would spare no effort in finding materials to upgrade it. I agree. Finding a stable market for my products is an excellent idea. The contract was concluded and Hu Hao purchased the contract scroll on the trading exchange. Once signed by both parties, the contract came into effect. Cooperation, hands-on, hands-on. From each round, 50% of the magic stones produced in the butting territory automatically went to Hu Hao. Payments were debited automatically, and the stones were delivered seamlessly and without the risk of fraud. This contract, costing 2,400 magic crystals, was definitely worth the money. 1,500 magic crystals for upgrading the second level of the tower. 4,000 magic crystals for purchasing high-quality magic stones. 2,400 magic crystals for a contract. And also 2,000 magic crystals for upgrading the storm is a considerable amount. But every magic crystal spent, definitely justified. At level 2, the storm has become not only a powerful, but also a reliable defensive tower. Storm Type Elemental Defense Tower. Quality High Level 2. Attack 24-26. Attack Type Magic Attack. Speed 2 hits. Sec Attack. Range 100 meters. Description. A powerful magic tower with long range and high attack speed, with a chance to summon a storm for massive destruction. Upgrading the tower to level 2 made it even more effective, especially given the increased attack speed. After all the purchases, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance dropped from 11,700 to 1,800, and he felt a shortage of funds. I wanted to check out the trading market, but I don't have enough money. I think I'll take a rest. Since logging into the game, Hu Hao hadn't been able to truly rest. Although he felt neither hunger nor fatigue in the game world, his mind was far from a perpetual motion machine. Some players couldn't handle the stress of the game's real combat scenes and lost their mental balance. Hu Hao wasn't quite as tired, but he still felt fatigued from the prolonged effort. Sleep, sleep. He set his alarm in the game and decided to get some rest. Since there were only a few hours between rounds, and half of that time had already passed, it was more like a short nap. When he woke up, he was full of energy and ready for round 9. Round 9 had begun. Hu Hao first checked out his new opponent, a player without a guild whose domain was called Moon Reflecting Castle. System had just been introduced, and there were still many players who hadn't yet joined their desired guilds. Hu Hao predicted that such loners would become increasingly rare in the future. At the same time, Moon Reflecting Castle was also under the attention of the World Domination Guild. We know for sure that this is the same castle that defeated the Death Guild last time. One of their members expressed concern. With such an attack force, our troops are unlikely to be able to break through its defense. Others suggested, perhaps we should send low-level troops to attack. Since we know they're strong on offense, why waste resources on heavy artillery? The president of World Domination considered this. Yes, the castle's attack was impressive, but what about its defense? He pondered. Leaders were instantly delighted. What an idea! Yes, we need a huge boost in popularity. One of them enthusiastically declared. As you can see, at this stage we're lagging behind the Death Guild, which already has dozens of divisions, while we only have a few. Another continued. But if we defeat Azure City, which just destroyed the Death Guild, it will prove our might to the entire world. It's a great advertising opportunity, concluded one of the leaders. After the chairman's words, Everyone began to support his decision. The chairman was right. Unanimously. That's right, we only risk losing one attack, but we'll get a chance to make a name for ourselves to the world. This Azure City? We'll tear them apart, exclaimed one of the commanders. The order was immediately given. Dispatched 100 elite soldiers, including its most powerful warriors, to attack Azure City. At the time, Hu Hao had no idea he was merely a pawn in the guild's grand plan. He wasn't worried about any possible threat, as usually no more than 30 or 50 soldiers were sent to his city. He had a powerful defense, so even against 100 warriors, he had no fear. He eagerly awaited the performance of his attacking forces on the battlefield, especially under the leadership of the legendary hero, the god of war, Shen Baiki. As soon as the Azure City forces began to move, he noticed that they included an army composed of rare heroes and elite fighters. The legendary hero Shen Baiki led the army, and Hu Hao observed the impact on the defense. Meanwhile, Azure City prepared for defense. It contained 2 arrow towers and powerful fire structures, including the rare Moonblade Tower. However, no one expected the enemy army to be so powerful. Meanwhile, on the Azure City side, there was a moment of shock. Upon seeing the legendary hero Shen Baiki, the leader of the attacking force, the ruler of Moon City, Lun Xiaoan, couldn't believe her eyes. "Is this really the same Azure City that destroyed the Death Guild?" she exclaimed in horror. "He brought the legendary hero with him. What will happen now?" But it was too late. The attack had begun. Shen Baiki wasted no time. He ordered his troops to quickly form up to overcome the first wave of defense. He used his combat skills, giving clear commands to minimize casualties and attack with maximum effectiveness. Using his tsunami ability, he destroyed almost all of the enemy's defenses in an instant. As a result, Lunar City was left defenseless. Is this really it? Azure City can't be stopped, Lun Xiaoan realized, looking at the destroyed defense towers. Hu Hao, who had been nearly stunned by Shen Baiqi's performance, finally turned his attention back to his own territory. Meanwhile, the defensive battle in Dragon City had already entered its peak phase. Guild concentrated its forces and deployed 100 fighters, including 70 rare and 30 common soldiers. The rare troops included both fast assault units and dense, durable infantry. Ranks of the rare soldiers even included 2 teams of shield-wielding infantry, representing the highest class among rare troops. With such a composition, they could easily break through conventional defensive lines, but how would Dragon City cope with that? Because Hu Hao cancelled the summoning of Long Tang's defensive hero, Dragon City lacked a hero to slow enemy attacks. At first glance, this appeared to be a defensive weakness. However, it had no significant impact. The remaining defensive towers, although lacking the slowing effects of Long Tang, dealt very high damage. Without the slowing effects, the defensive structures were still extremely dangerous. The most powerful defensive tower, Thunderstorm Tower, stood out in particular. Already at level 1, this tower was incredibly powerful, and after upgrading to level 2, its effectiveness only increased. With a wide area of effect, high attack speed, and the ability to activate the Thunderstorm ability, which deals massive magical damage, this tower was the backbone of Dragon City's defense. Guild didn't mass its forces, but divided them into 5 squads, each carefully planned to avoid massive attacks and provide support between the various branches of the military. Mages were positioned in the center, dispensing buffs to their allies. Squad wasn't a random collection of men. They were well-organized professionals. However, they were unlucky as they encountered Dragon City. From the very beginning, the World Supremacy Forces encountered intense fire from Thunderstorm Tower. As they approached the defensive lines, they came under attack not only from the Thunder Tower, but also from other powerful weapons, such as the Crossbow Tower, the Chaos Control Tower, and the newly upgraded Cannon Tower. No army could withstand such intense fire. With each new attack, the World Supremacy front line shrank, and many troops were destroyed. They thought their 100 strongest soldiers could break through the defenses of Dragon City, but before these towers, they seemed weak. "Is this Dragon City?" one of the participants said in amazement. "Impossible! I finally saw what a true immortal city is, added another. Yes, this really is the most terrifying defense we've ever seen. We thought we were prepared, but seeing it with our own eyes, we can't believe it. Okay, let's not write it down. It's all decided already. The Iron Mage didn't look at the battlefield, but addressed his allies. My elite attack failed, but I have no regrets. We've learned the extent of Dragon City's power, and this will be a boost for our brothers from the world supremacy. Compared to the guild's thoughts, Hu Hao remained calm. Although he initially scolded himself for being attacked by 100 soldiers, he quickly realized this wasn't a threat to his city. The defenses were holding up without a problem. Apparently, even without Long Tang, my defenses were still strong. Next round, I'll step up my attack. To explore a 2-star time rift, I need 100 high-level troops. I'm still a long way from that. Each camp in Dragon City contains 10 soldiers, meaning his short-term goal is to build 10 camps with high-level soldiers. Currently, his troops include Unique Facehugger Nest, High-Class Black Iron Infantry Camp, Rare Mystic Mage Camp, Common Peasant Camp. He has only 40 soldiers, of which only 20 are high-class. He is still far from 100 high-class soldiers. He knows it's a difficult goal, but in the long run, he has every chance. Dragon City is currently actively developing its strength, and all it needs to do is continue to develop to reach its goal of 100 high-class soldiers. As Hu Hao thought about this, the 9th round of the game ended. The 9th round is over, and all surviving players receive 3,000 magic crystals. After the rewards, Hu Hao discovered that his trophies, especially in defense, significantly exceeded the usual amount. Perhaps this is because Dragon City repelled an attack by 100 soldiers from the World Supremacy Guild? Hu Hao previously had only 1,800 magic crystals, but now, after accounting for rewards and bonuses, his balance is 10,200. He's once again surpassed the 10,000 mark. However, after deducting 1,500 crystals for Bu Ding's order, he was left with 8,700 magic crystals. Hu Hao decided to spend all his crystals. He was eager to improve his powers for the next stage of his research and for future attacks. Only regret was the lack of additional loot drops. If he'd been lucky, he might have gotten a blueprint for the camp, which would have been perfect. Not forgetting, Hu Hao checked the login rewards. He hoped he'd get something useful. After completing the 9th round of the game, Hu Hao received a reward for surviving. A blueprint for the Bounty Hunter Tower. A blueprint for the Bounty Hunter Tower? But I need blueprints for the barracks. Slightly disappointed, Hu Hao began to review the stats and suddenly froze. This bonus isn't very useful, but after all, it can't be that super artifacts drop every time, right? Tower type crossbow tower. Quality excellent level 1 attack. 26-36 attack. Type penetrating attack. Speed 1 time per second. Attack range 20 meters. Description: headhunters throw deadly spears, and with each strike, their throwing speed increases. As for the Bounty Hunter Tower's stats, they're actually quite impressive. Level 1 attacks deal 36 piercing damage, which is a solid value for a tower. Furthermore, it accelerates during combat, increasing its damage. However, Hu Hao isn't entirely happy with this design. Why? While 36 damage is high, its attack range is only 20 meters. Compared to a standard crossbow turret, which has 50 meters, it seems insufficient. High damage? Yes. But the attack range is too small. Yes, compared to common or rare towers, the Hunter Tower can be much stronger, but to maximize its effectiveness, it needs to be paired with towers that slow enemies. Without such a combination, Hu Hao doubts the Hunter Tower will be as effective. Decided whether to use the blueprint for himself or sell it. Putting that question aside, Hu Hao decided to explore the market. He opened the trading panel and began browsing the goods. A sawmill blueprint. Seriously, excellent quality. 4,780 magic crystals. Buy it in a heartbeat. Hu Hao couldn't believe his luck and immediately purchased the sawmill blueprint. Although there are plenty of sawmill blueprints on the market, such rare and high-quality offerings are rare. And the price was extremely favorable. Hu Hao paid only 4,180 crystals for the rare blueprint. which would normally have cost much more. After acquiring the blueprint, Hu Hao examined its stats. Sawmill blueprint. Type: resource building. Quality: excellent description. Produces a significant amount of wood per round. Requires a forest zone for construction, and the type of wood depends on the forest type. Although this building couldn't compare to his unique black iron mine, the blueprint still proved quite useful. Hu Hao was in a good mood and was almost about to install a sawmill on his property when he suddenly thought, "The forest on my property seems ordinary, doesn't it?" He checked the resource types in the Dragon City forest and confirmed that it was a regular forest producing wood. How should he evaluate this? Wood, like iron, is a basic resource that's unlikely to ever go out of use. It will always be useful. But Hu Hao thought it would be odd to build a superior sawmill on a regular forest, especially given how valuable such blueprints were at this stage. He decided it would be better to use the blueprints for rarer resources to maximize efficiency. Previously signed a contract with Little Pudding to supply magic stones, Hu Hao realized he could team up with other players to distribute resources more profitably. He wondered, why not exchange the sawmill blueprint for another rare resource? I can find a trading partner who has the wood I need. While Hu Hao was deciding who to negotiate with, he noticed someone in the chat expressing indignation. "Damn it, who stole my sawmill blueprint? I accidentally set the wrong price. Give it back to me." Hu Hao realized it wasn't him, but he decided to wait a bit and not rush the sale to avoid misunderstandings. After strolling around the market, he returned to trading and modestly wrote in the chat, "I'm looking for a partner to share the blueprint for a high-quality sawmill. Those interested, please write." This blueprint was priced at almost 20,000 magic crystals on the market, and it was in high demand. As soon as Hu Hao posted, he immediately received several offers. Bro, do you have a top-notch sawmill blueprint? Would you sell it? I'm willing to buy for 8,000 magic crystals. My forest also produces regular wood, but I'm just short. I'll give you everything as soon as I save up the money. I can offer you some rare wood. Would you like it? Hu Hao wasn't as interested in expensive rare wood as he was in something more versatile. For example, in timber suitable for arrow towers and other commonly used structures. He chose a partner known to Ro Dao, whose forest produced excellent timber known as topwood, a fairly versatile and valuable resource. Hu Hao wrote to him, "Ru Dao, as we discussed earlier, I'll give you the sawmill blueprint for free." Soon, the entire auction room for 100 people was filled, and all participants were automatically added to the temporary auction channel. In this channel, you could carefully examine the Hunter Tower's stats. There were a few minutes of prep time left before the auction began, and there was a lot of discussion in the channel. This Hunter Tower's attack power is truly high. It already has 36 attack power at level 1. That's absolutely incredible. Next, 100 attacks? Yes, the attack damage is indeed high, although the range is a bit small, but with an attack like that, why bother with anything else? That Hu Siling is a good guy. Our clan, with the last of its strength, only managed to knock out 3 rare defensive towers in all these rounds. Probably just a lucky player who accidentally dropped a blueprint and is now trading it for magic crystals. Don't be jealous. You haven't dropped a single high-quality tower yourself. Guys, we, the Death God clan, reserved this blueprint in advance. Don't interfere with us. Don't raise the price. We'll definitely win. No need to raise the stakes. Ha! You Death God, so rich? And how is it that your Death God still couldn't stand up to Dragon City? How much do you think this blueprint is worth? I don't know. I've never seen a tower like that before. I think it might cost 15,000 magic crystals. 15,000? That's so expensive? 15,000 might be the starting price. Hurry! Let the auction begin! The time to prepare for the auction was almost up, and then suddenly the situation changed. The sky immediately turned gloomy, and the crimson color in the background suddenly faded. Later, a notification appeared in the system. Chaos warning, chaos warning, chaos warning. With the arrival of chaos, a chaos trial awaits each player in the 10th round. Please select the difficulty of the trial. We remind you that the Chaos Challenge is intense, so choose your difficulty carefully. All eyes were on the system's message. Clearly, the upcoming 10th round will not be a regular game, but a terrifying Chaos Challenge. Swirled that the Chaos Trial was no joke, and the aftermath of the trial, which began in the 3rd round, had already become the stuff of legend. In the 3rd round, a whopping 100 green creatures were sent into the Chaos Trial. These hostile forces were practically impossible to defeat, given the players' defenses at the time. Only Dragon City managed to hold out, while all other areas were completely destroyed. Now, although no one knew which troops would participate in the chaos of the 10th round, everyone knew the challenges would not be easy. While previously it was only green creatures, now even they could become a devastating force for most players. Every player will be tested by chaos. For some players, especially those with weak defenses, this could have been a death sentence. When the message appeared, the game world literally exploded. Players began hastily strengthening their defensive structures, buying up blueprints for defensive towers, and even giving away barracks blueprints for defensive towers. For those who participated in the Hunter's Tower auction, this moment became critical. With the upcoming Trial of Chaos, the Hunter's Tower blueprint's value has increased significantly. While it had previously seemed like a luxury, it has now become vital. Hu Hao, upon learning of the upcoming Trial of Chaos, slightly regretted his decision. Damn it! If I'd known there would be a Chaos Trial, I wouldn't have sold that design. But now there was nothing I could do. The sale went to auction, and all I could hope for was a successful bid. The auction began with a bloody offer from the Death God. We, the Death God, will waste no time and offer 20,000 magic crystals. Anyone willing to raise the bid is welcome. We hope you, brothers, will be polite and not raise the price. We'd be pleased to see your names on our red and black lists. Strategy of doubling the bid immediately created a deterrent effect. It was clear that the normal price for such a design was already close to 20,000, and now that demand had increased, they could get even more. However, soon there were those who dared to raise the bid. Seriously? Only the Death God is rich? 21,000 magic crystals. We, the Dancing at Sunset clan, also want to participate. 22,000. Iron Magic is betting 25,000. I'm betting 26,000, don't raise the price. 28,000 magic crystals. We, the Death God, will definitely win. The price for the Hunter's Tower blueprint quickly exceeded 30,000 magic crystals. Only a few players could afford to bid that amount. For ordinary players not affiliated with large clans, it was a near impossible task. Family clans could easily raise such a sum with many members, and large clans like the Death God could use funds from multiple divisions at once. In the game, all-out attack and defense, where it's impossible to significantly influence development with real money, the principle of strength in numbers is especially evident. The guild system perfectly highlights this aspect. The price of 30,000 magic crystals Hu Hao set before the auction was entirely in line with his expectations. But as the bidding progressed, the price continued to rise among several active guilds. With each new bid, the price skyrocketed, and Hu Hao was over the moon. Ultimately, after the price reached 76,000 magic crystals, the Death Guild was unable to continue the auction. They weren't incapable of raising such a sum, but simply couldn't afford to spend more, as it significantly exceeded their initial expectations. The Death Guild was new to the server. Their resources were limited, and spending such a sum could have negatively impacted their future development. However, Hu Hao wasn't worried, as the price for the coveted Hunter's Tower design was incredibly high. 76,000 magic crystals, the first time. 76,000 magic crystals, the second time. 76,000 magic crystals, the third time. Sold for 76,000 magic crystals. System automatically ended the bidding, and the Hunter's Tower design was sold to the Poem Guild, a guild Hu Hao knew nothing about. This guild had been very reserved, but this time they demonstrated exceptional financial strength, outselling the Death Guild, which seemed to be on course for victory. It is unclear what prompted such an aggressive bid. Perhaps the Poem Guild had become unexpectedly rich, or perhaps it was a desperate move to save their position. Although Hu Hao was unaware of the origins of the Poem Guild, he was delighted that the Hunter's Tower design had sold for such a high price. The Poem Guild members showed their mettle and left silently, leaving no trace after the auction concluded. For its part, expressed its dissatisfaction in the world chat, but was powerless to change anything. Hu Hao was completely preoccupied with how to spend his newfound magic crystals. He'd long dreamed of such wealth, and now he wanted to spend it. Until now, Hu Hao had often collected several thousand or tens of thousands of magic crystals, but it had always been difficult. Now, however, with the money he'd earned from selling the Hunter's Tower plans, he was ready to make some serious purchases. Before embarking on his procurement, Hu Hao decided to strengthen his defensive capabilities, especially in light of the upcoming trials. However, other defensive tower designs on the market had poor performance and high prices. Although Hu Hao understood he needed to strengthen his defenses, he still doubted the wisdom of purchasing new circuits with such characteristics. He should take what he could, because the tests would be tough, he thought. Opening the menu, Hu Hao found a description of their upcoming tests. He scrolled through it and noticed several difficulty levels. Chaos Trial, Infant Level. We'll treat you like a baby, but be prepared for no easy victory. Troop Strength, 50 green goblins. This level was accessible to most players, even those with modest defensive capabilities. 50 goblins is a challenge for an experienced player, but not a disaster. Chaos Challenge, almost like a man. You're trying to look like a man, and we'll do everything we can to keep you from crying. Troop Strength, 100 green goblins. The challenge for strong players is to withstand an attack by 100 goblins. However, uniting players in a guild makes the task much easier. Trial of Chaos, Time to Scream. We'll give you a chance to scream in despair. Troop Strength, 100 shrieking ghosts. These creatures were new to Hu Hao. Their stats indicated they were fast and challenging to fight. When facing them, players must be prepared to use magical defenses. Trial of Chaos, Mortal Combat. You are worthy of praise, but your courage will be met with a terrible death. Troop Strength, 100 bloody bulls. This test required a truly powerful army to successfully defend, and Hu Hao understood that not everyone could win. Rather than turn down such a difficult challenge, Hu Hao decided to test his skills and was ready to take on a new challenge. I can also try to pass the trial of Mortal Combat, Hu Hao chuckled. Inspired by his decision to try Mortal Pain difficulty, Hu Hao considers the stats of the new enemy troop type, Blood Oxen. Troop type, Blood Oxen, Affiliation Chaos Quality, Excellent Health, 200. Armor 18, Armor. Type Heavy Movement, Speed 5 ms. Are these Blood Oxen strong? Absolutely. Compared to Hu Hao's best troops, the Black Iron Infantry, the Blood Oxen, with their 200 health and 18 armor, are significantly superior to the Black Iron Infantry, with their 58 health and 13 armor. But are they invincible? Of course not. During previous invasions, Hu Hao had already encountered warriors like the warrior monks, who wielded axes and hammers. Their HP was 160, 40 less than that of the Blood Bulls, and their armor was also superior. This indicates that Hu Hao is capable of defeating such enemies. Hu Hao confidently reasons that if his city, Dragon Fortress, has defeated stronger opponents, then it should be able to defeat the Bloody Bulls as well. Since the Mortal Pain difficulty promises greater rewards, Hu Hao decides it's worth the risk. He already knows that this challenge requires not only defending his territory, but also sending forces to attack for additional profit. Before beginning, he decides to strengthen his defenses. Even though his city is already sufficiently defended, he remains vigilant. Hu Hao doesn't plan to spend all his resources on improvements, but he's seriously strengthening them. First, Hu Hao is upgrading his defensive structures. He's already upgraded 2 elemental wind towers and 1 cannon, and is now focusing on upgrading the Chaos Tower. However, the materials for this upgrade were difficult to find. Hu Hao tried to find them on the market, but was unsuccessful. He also upgraded his crossbow tower to level 3. Crossbow towers are easy to use and excellent for destroying low armor enemies. So, after several upgrades, Hu Hao carefully redistributes his resources and completes his defense upgrades. With his magic crystals at 70,000, he decides it's time to consider an attack. To do so, he upgrades his army, calculates that he needs to have enough troops to effectively attack enemy positions and overcome chaotic challenges. He purchases several barracks upgrade cards, hoping to strengthen his army for the upcoming attacks. He already has elite units, including the Black Iron Infantry and the unique hero Shen Baiji, which gives him confidence. But Hu Hao knows his army's might isn't enough, and he needs to make even more improvements to pass the next tests and successfully attack. Due to limited magic crystals and slots, Hu Hao had previously been reluctant to expand his army. After all, the overall building limit is only 10, and building too many low-quality barracks would be difficult to demolish, incurring additional costs. Even in previous stages, even simple barracks weren't cheap. But now that prices for common barracks have dropped and rare barracks have become more accessible, Hu Hao was able to profit from selling the Bounty Hunter Tower, and now he has the means to massively recruit troops. Hu Hao spent 1,000 magic crystals on building a basic archer camp. Frankly, at this stage, level 1 basic archers are more suited to background work than active combat. However, as one of the two basic troop types, they can become quite powerful with future upgrades. Furthermore, such basic units are important for further development, and having archers in your arsenal is essential. Hu Hao also upgraded the militia camp to level 2. Stats of the second level policeman troop type. Policeman faction Dragonlands quality, normal level 2, health 25, armor 3. Armor type, light movement, speed 6, MS description. A basic attack unit with good mobility. Increase isn't that big of a deal, but the armor increase from 1 to 3 is a massive improvement, twice as much, and the armor type changes from none to light, which is also a major jump. Previously studied the stats of other players' level 2 militiamen, but after careful analysis, he realized it was a substantial improvement. He then decided to purchase the rare barracks, the Shepherd Cavalry Barracks, spending 4,500 magic crystals. They are light but fast riders with an unimpressive appearance, but their high movement speed can play a significant role in an attack. Characteristics of the Shepherd Cavalryman troop type. Shepherd Cavalryman faction. Dragonlands. Quality. Rare level 1. Health 26. Armor. 1 armor type. No armor movement speed. 11 ms description. Shepherds distinguished by excellent riding skills and high speed. While these riders' base stats are rather weak, their high movement speed makes them an excellent choice for fast attacks that rely less on physical strength than on the ability to quickly break through enemy defenses. Hu Hao also bought 2 more rare barracks, the Mountain Warrior Barracks and the Fisherman's Barracks. Stats troop type, Mountain, Warrior, Faction. Dragonlands, Quality, Rare level 1, Health, 32, Armor 4, Armor. Type medium movement, speed 6, MS description. Hardy warriors from the mountainous regions, masters of combat and resilient to difficulties. Fisherman stats troop type. Fisherman faction. Dragonlands. Quality rare. Level 1. Health. 30. Armor 2. Armor type. No armor movement speed. 7 MS description. Brave fisherman, ready to fight even sea storms. With 3 new rare barracks, including the Herder Cavalry, Mountain Warriors and Fisherman Hunters, the Dragonlands army doubled from 40 to 80 soldiers. Although these barracks aren't the most powerful of the rare options, Hu Hao decided to purchase them because he knew there were synergies between these troop types. When 2 or more of these troop types are present at the same time, a health bonus called Ice Nation is activated, increasing their health by 10. While this isn't a huge improvement, it still helps boost the overall troop level. Later, Hu Hao was pleasantly surprised to discover that upon building the 3rd barracks, the bonuses increased, with the health increase now being 15 units and 3 units added to armor. Now, thanks to the synergy, his troops had become much stronger, and Hu Hao continued to develop his army for the upcoming battles. Due to the shortage of magic crystals and the limited number of building slots, Hu Hao had previously been reluctant to recruit troops en masse. After all, the total number of buildings is limited to 10, and if you build a lot of cheap barracks, dismantling them later will be quite expensive. Furthermore, in the early stages, even the plans for simple barracks were quite expensive. But now that the price of common barracks plans has gradually dropped and the price of rare barracks has become more reasonable, Hu Hao was finally able to make money by selling the Hunter's Tower at auction. And now, with the money, he decided to begin recruiting troops en masse. His first move was to spend 1,000 magic crystals on building a basic barracks for archers. Frankly, level 1 archers at this stage are more of a background addition, meant to be of some help. However, as a core troop type, archers become quite powerful and reliable after upgrades. Plus, basic troops are essential to make future development easier. It's not that Dragon City needs archers, but rather that it needs archers to ensure continued development. The same applies to the peasant barracks. Hu Hao upgraded it, bringing it to level 1 with full experience. Level 2 peasants look like this troop type: Peasants Affiliation Dragon City Quality. Normal level 2, Health 25, Armor 3, Armor type. Light Armor Movement Speed 6 MS Description. Basic troop type with good mobility. Level 2 peasants are significantly stronger than level 1 peasants, with their armor upgraded from 1 to 3, giving them a distinct advantage. Upgrading their armor from none to light is a real improvement. Hu Hao carefully examined the properties of the level 2 peasants and came to the conclusion that, despite their basic nature, they actually become more powerful as they level up. Next, Hu Hao bought blueprints for rare barracks, including the barracks for horse herders. Troop type horse herders, affiliation, Dragon City. Quality rare, level 1. Health 26. Armor 1. Armor type. No armor movement speed, 11 mess description. Shepherds with excellent riding skills, possessing high movement speed. Although their stats aren't as high, they move quickly and can be effective in attacks thanks to their speed. The game mechanics are more focused on infiltrating enemy areas than close quarters combat, so the cavalry's speed gives them an advantage. Then, Hu Hao bought 2 more blueprints for the Mountain Warrior Barracks and the Fisherman Barracks. Troop type Mountain Warriors affiliation, Dragon City Quality. Rare level 1, Health 32, Armor 4, Armor type medium, Armor movement, Speed 6 MS description. Resilient mountaineers with excellent combat skills and strong. Will, troop type Fisherman. Affiliation Dragon City. Quality rare level 1. Health 30 armor. 2 armor type, no armor movement. Speed 7 MS description. Brave Fisherman, ready to fight even against the elements. After purchasing these barracks, Dragon City's army doubled, increasing from 40 to 80 units. But why did Hu Hao choose to purchase these 3 barracks in particular? He noted that when 2 types of troops from these barracks are present at the same time, the unique Cold Men bonus is activated, increasing health by 10. This makes these barracks quite powerful for a rare tier. And although the 3 barracks weren't the strongest among the rare ones, their bonuses provided a significant boost. Hu Hao is now pleased with his choice. He wondered if there might be an even stronger continuation of the bonuses, but for now, he was satisfied with the result. Also spent magic crystals on upgrading other barracks, such as the Stealth Archer barracks, to level 2. Level 2 Stealth Archers added additional stats, including improved evasion, further strengthening his army. Now, Hu Hao feels that Dragon City is ready for the next battle. But players from other worlds are less confident in their abilities, discussing their plans and the challenges of the game. I remember how last time, in the Trials of Chaos, when 100 green leather soldiers attacked, Dragon City's defenses failed. Everything depended on Ice Master Kuntang, who almost single-handedly held the line against this onslaught. This time, despite the city's defenses being significantly strengthened, Kuntang's absence still made me wary. If I decide to play the die with relief level and everything goes wrong, the consequences will be dire. I was a little worried at first, but when I saw the Chaos forces approaching the towers, I calmed down. The newly upgraded Vortex towers, with their magical attack, are starting to work. Blow after blow, the Vortex Tower knocks out its enemies with lightning speed. With each hit, the heavily armored monster is dealt a devastating blow. Even with a health pool as high as 200, the Bloodforge bulls couldn't withstand it for more than a few seconds. The slow-moving bulls didn't even have time to get close to the key defensive areas before they began to be picked off one by one. The Vortex Tower, with its magical effect called Vortex, demonstrated its power, and magical explosions scattered across the battlefield, causing enemies to fall painfully. I couldn't help but praise my defenders. Okay, it looks like the defenses are in good shape. Now, I turned my attention to our advancing forces, led by the White God, a strategic genius. His army, 80 strong, was ready for the assault, and I expected a spectacular performance. As an epic-ranked hero, the White God received the respect he deserved. His tactics were simply impeccable. The army advanced through dark fields, where giant purple Lee hen periodically appeared. Anyone caught in them vanished instantly. But despite the danger, the White God commanded with iron precision. He divided the army into groups and forced them to move cautiously, avoiding traps. The army passed through the entire zone of destructive traps, losing only 25% of its forces. For us, it was an incredible victory. Without such an experienced commander, the troops would likely have suffered far greater losses. Seeing his strategic genius bear fruit, I appreciated the importance of a leader on the battlefield even more. But an even greater threat lay ahead. When the huge, slimy mass broke through to our troops, we saw that the entire front was under threat. I was worried about my soldiers, but as soon as the White God's shell destroyed the threat, I felt completely confident. Power wasn't limited to tactics. His combat abilities were at the highest level. Using his magic, he stopped the destructive slime, and a brief moment of calm reigned on the battlefield. However, the chaos did not end. The traps were activated again, and the army was forced to act despite the enormous losses. Our soldiers, despite the damage, continued to attack. Godlike horses, controlled by shepherds, used their speed to break through, while the archers, with their agility, tried to break through the enemy line. The finishing blow came from even faster warriors, whose attacks, aimed at the most vulnerable points, allowed us to achieve significant success. With high mobility and excellent evasiveness, the infernal worms, which represented the hope of the entire village, raced forward, breaking the best records of the Dragon City. But then a huge copper bull with giant eyes stepped on the fragile surface, breaking it, and all the infernal worms fell down. The attacking forces of the Dragon City and the Trial of Chaos were ultimately destroyed. However, the system reported that Dragon City received an A grade in the Chaos Trial. Congratulations, Dragon City received an A grade for its attack in the Chaos Trial and will receive A grade attack rewards after completing the 10th round. An A grade, that's progress. It's worth remembering that in the previous Chaos Trial, Dragon City received an S for defense, but only a B for attack. Hu Hao understood that going from B to A wouldn't be easy. The attacking force led by Shen Baiki truly performed admirably. Forces were still just beginning to develop. At the next Chaos Trial, the city's forces would be much stronger, and who knows, perhaps they could even achieve an S rank. The future promises to be bright. Hu Hao was full of optimism. The 10th round of battles soon concluded. City received an A for attack in the Chaos Trial and an S for defense, meaning Hu Hao could expect significant rewards. Meanwhile, other players' battles around the world were also drawing to a close. It's over. We're still alive. For now. I got an A-grade defense reward. Awesome. 100 little green creatures are no problem. Send them to hell. What an adrenaline rush. This Chaos Trial is brutal. My guild of 30 and I fought 3,000 little green creatures. I even shuddered at the sea of green troops. Fighting 3,000 soldiers is truly spectacular. That's real war. Exactly. That battle was spectacular, and the special effects were simply amazing. This game is incredible. Hey, you all cleared the defense, and I, after choosing a solo challenge on the hard level, died from 7 attacks. That's a complete failure. Damn, I got attacked by 22 green ones. It's just a nightmare. Any more? I'd rather join a guild to stick with them. Haha, I also chose a solo challenge and chose the beginner level. It's safer. The beginner level is safe, of course, but the rewards are terrible. It's just like in normal rounds. If you want something worthwhile, you need to choose a difficult difficulty. Did anyone actually choose the start screaming difficulty? It's crazy. Look at the stats of these troops. Who would do that? Haha, I picked the start screaming difficulty, held off most of the attacks with fire towers, and only got attacked 5 times, so I hope the rewards make up for it. Wow, that's awesome. Anyone else picked the die without pain difficulty? That'd be true. The Ghost Bull's stats are so insane that even I, an experienced warrior, wouldn't dare attack them. Truly, these bulls are true monsters. You could say they're the kings of this world. It's a shame no true heroes dared challenge these bloody bulls. I'd love to see the rewards for the die without pain level. I wonder if die without pain gets an A or even an S, how awesome the rewards will be. As you can see, despite the Chaos Trial's power, the ability to choose a difficulty level allowed players to ease the tension a bit. In fact, there weren't many deaths in this round. Since most players successfully completed the Chaos Trial, the overall mood in the world was quite light. Hu Hao, for his part, was happily awaiting the end of the 10th round. The 10th round is over, and all surviving players will receive a reward of 3,500 magic crystals. In round 11, additional rewards will be awarded for successfully conquering protected territories if they survive multiple rounds. Details will be available before the game begins. A new element will be introduced in round 11. This means that if the enemy defends for several rounds in a row and the player manages to capture them, they will receive additional rewards. This clearly incentivizes offensive actions. For the Dragon City, which has already defended for 10 rounds, this isn't good news. Other players may launch wild attacks to earn massive additional rewards. But Hu Hao isn't afraid. The more aggressive the attacks, the more generous the rewards. After earning 3,500 magic crystals for surviving, the main part of the loot reward calculation began. The forces of the City of Dragons traditionally received large rewards for their outstanding performance in defense and attack. Now, thanks to the bonuses for the Chaos Trial, the rewards became even more impressive. The total exceeded 80,000. S for defense, A for attack, and bonuses for the die without pain difficulty level resulted in Hu Hao receiving a reward of over 80,000. After deducting the amount earmarked for contracts with Buddy and Luo Dao, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance instantly jumped from 49,000 DOS to 136,500. Balance exceeded 100,000 for the first time. Hu Hao couldn't help but be amazed at how daunting the rewards from the Chaos Trials were, especially when he saw that most players' rewards ranged from 2 to several thousand, and only a few managed to collect more than 10,000. Looking at his balance, which was in the tens of thousands, he finally realized that his choice of the maximum Chaos Trial difficulty had been the right one. Chaos Trials. It was something unimaginable. Trials? It was like money coming straight into your hands. In addition to the massive rewards of magic crystals, Hu Hao also received additional resources such as minerals, wood, stone, black metal, and much more. And rare materials. As expected, the higher the difficulty, the greater the chance of rare drops. First of all, Hu Hao received the highly valuable Chaos Runes. These runes are necessary for upgrading Chaos structures, and they were previously scarce on the market. Now, Hu Hao received 5 of them at once. The previously unupgraded Chaos Tower can now be upgraded. But that's not all. From the Chaos Trial, Hu Hao received a crucial item he'd long been hoping for. A Territory Upgrade Certificate. Territory Upgrade Certificate. Unique quality. Description. Necessary to upgrade a territory's level. The higher the level, the more certificates are required. This item has no other purpose, but is used exclusively to improve the territory. It's an absolutely iconic item. Currently, the development of the Dragon City has reached a bottleneck. The number of available building slots has been exhausted. Let's look at the current characteristics of the city territory. Dragon City number is 16888, level 1. Building slots, 10 to a 10. Defense slots, 8 to a 10. Hero slots, 1 core quantity, 100 resources, 136,500 magic crystals, 2,400 units of iron ore, 2,500 units of wood, 450 units of expanded wood, 220 oak, 80 silver ore, 2,700 black iron ore. Resources, especially magic crystals, are abundant, and shortages of other resource types are easily compensated for by purchasing magic crystals. The main problem holding back the city's development is that the number of slots for a Tier 1 territory is extremely limited. Because of this, Hu Hao couldn't even use the Ice Tang hero, as his slot was occupied. But now, with the precious territory upgrade certificate, the opportunity to level up has finally arrived. Upgrading a territory requires, in addition to the certificate, 10,000 magic crystals, 2,000 wood, and 2,000 iron ore. These resources were readily available, and the sum wasn't that large, so Hu Hao used the certificate to upgrade without hesitation. Within minutes, the automatic upgrade of the Dragon City's territory brought about dramatic changes. The walls surrounding the area were completely renovated, becoming taller and more elegant. Instead of the stern, formal fortress walls, they became much more romantic, like something out of a fantasy novel. Infrastructure also became more refined, expensive, and beautiful. Although the roads weren't widened, they became more elegant. The grass in front of the central tower was widened by several meters, and ornamental plants appeared around it, replacing the bare stone slabs. City had transformed from ordinary equipment into something completely new. Hu Hao was very pleased with the result. Now the city's characteristics have changed. Territory Dragon City, number 16888, level 2. Belongs to Hu Xiulin. Building slots, 1020. Defense slots, 820. Hero slots, 1 more 2 core quantity, 100, 200 resources, 96,500 magic crystals, 400 units of iron ore, 500 units of wood, 450 units. Enhanced wood, 220 oak, 80 silver ore, 2,700 black iron ore, 200 high-quality magic stones. Great. Finally, more slots. All slots for buildings, defenses, and heroes have been doubled. The number of possible cores has been increased to 200, although it's still unclear how the actual number can be increased. But that's no longer important. Now that the slots have been increased and resources are abundant, the city is ready for significant growth. However, Hu Hao wondered if territory enhancement certificates had become too common after the test. He decided to test this by asking in the global chat, "Hello newbie, can you tell me where I can find a territory enhancement certificate? Have almost all the slots filled, but the upgrade requires this certificate." He was worried that after 10 rounds, all players might receive a certificate and his joy wouldn't be so great. Are you looking for one too? Well, that's what I want to know too. I took the military stream, gained 10 barracks, but the slots are full and I still can't recruit troops. Wow, you filled the slots so quickly? I only have 4 barracks and 6 defensive towers. I also need a certificate for improvement. I don't have many barracks, but I want to expand the internal buildings for development. Rumor has it that one of the Death Guild commanders has a certificate fragment. Perhaps you need to collect several fragments to get the full certificate. We buy certificate fragments for 10,000 magic crystals each. Clearly, territory improvement certificates are truly rare and valuable, almost impossible to find on the market. This only played into Hu Hao's hands, as he now outpaced other players in development. After rising to level 2, the Dragon City gained even more room for improvement, particularly in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as the development of its internal economy. Hu Hao now planned to strengthen his offensive forces. He was confident that with such powerful defenses, his city would be immune to conventional attacks. Therefore, he needed to increase his army to reap greater rewards in future battles. First, Hu Hao decided to inspect the market. After the 10th round of trials, players became significantly richer and the market's goods became more diverse. The number of rare blueprints increased significantly, and even high-quality blueprints appeared. The market was no longer as poor as before, and prices also increased. Hu Hao began considering purchasing blueprints to upgrade his barracks, increasing the power of his army. However, since he had so much money, he decided not to limit himself to rare ones, but to go straight for something more exclusive. he spotted two high-quality blueprints, the ancient Chinese barracks and the Spartan barracks, costing 35,000 and 50,000 magic crystals respectively. The price of the two barracks blueprints surprised most players. Typically, ordinary players can't afford such a purchase. Only guilds can afford to participate in the bidding. So, which should you choose? The Great Qin Barracks blueprint or the Spartan Heavy Warrior Barracks blueprint? Rationally, considering overall strength, the Spartan Heavy Barracks, which is 15,000 magic crystals cheaper, is the better choice. But Hu Hao is more drawn to the Great Qin Barracks blueprint. He wants to try something new. Since he has the historical Qin general Shen Baiki, why not build a Qin set to see if there are any additional effects? Like in FIFA, for example. Build a Qin set. Even without the additional bonus from the Qin set, playing with the Qin general and their military units is always exciting and satisfying. The cost of these blueprints, 35,000 and 50,000 magic crystals, is high, but you can't put off purchasing them. Many guilds are also actively buying these plans, so they might sell out quickly. Hu Hao didn't hesitate. The Great Qin Barracks plan. Bought. The Spartan Heavy Warrior Barracks plan. Also bought. Magic crystals won't produce offspring, and if you have money, you need to spend it. Hu Hao realized that after the Chaos trial, supply and demand on the market were balanced. Likely, many players will significantly increase their strength in the future, and if he doesn't actively develop his territory, he could very well be overtaken. Therefore, now, while he has enough magic crystals, he needs to actively spend resources on improvements. Having set up two elite barracks, Hu Hao examined their stats with satisfaction. He first checked the Spartan Heavy Warriors. The appearance of these warriors is simply stunning. Have huge muscles, just like in the movies, holding a spear in one hand and a round shield with the Spartan inverted V-shape logo in the other. Their muscular build and bright red cloak give these warriors even more power, creating an impression not just of strength, but of genuine danger. The main thing that caught Hu Hao's attention was their characteristics. Although their armor appears rather modest, their exposed muscles give them incredible resilience. Type Spartan Heavy Warriors faction. Dragon City quality. Elite level 1. Health 62. Armor 5. Armor, type heavy movement, speed 5 ms. Description. Warriors whose hearts are filled only with battle fury and the honor of battle. Skills. Never retreat until the last man. In normal combat, they fight to the last man. Spartans' armor isn't so great, but their health is significantly higher than that of regular black infantry. And that's a unique quality. But what impressed Hu Hao even more was their special skill. Don't retreat until the very end? How does that work? Do non-test battles even exist in this game? Isn't this a defensive tower? After a few minutes of thought, Hu Hao continued checking the stats of another Great Qin squad. These warriors, clad in black leather armor and wielding long spears, aren't as conspicuous as the Spartans, but their restraint and seriousness are impressive. These warriors are merciless killers. Type Great Qin faction. Dragon City quality elite level 1. Health 48. Armor 7 armor. Type medium movement speed 7 ms. Description. A powerful army that instills fear in enemies and destroys them in the most brutal battles. Skills. Qin endurance. With each new stage of battle, all warrior stats increase. At first glance, Great Qin aren't as strong as Spartans. They have less health, less armor, and aren't as fast. However, what makes them special is their unique ability to endure battles. The longer the battle, the stronger they become. Hu Hao realized that it was important for these warriors to prolong the battle to maximize their potential. Whereas for a faster attack, the Spartans, with their excellent armor and high health, would be preferable. While Hu Hao was pondering this, he suddenly noticed a new skill among the Great Qins. Skills of the army led by the epic hero Shen Baiki will have their attack speed and damage further increased. Wow! Now, Hu Hao was confident in his decision. Having skills that increase damage and speed gives him much more attacking options. He spent 85,000 magic crystals, which wouldn't have been pleasant. But looking at the strengthened troops, he realized the expense was definitely worth it. Hu Hao originally had 120,6,500 magic crystals, but after spending 85,000, he only had 41,500 left. He decided to temporarily stop spending because he wanted to make sure he always had some crystals on hand in case something worthwhile appeared on the market so he could quickly buy it. He was about to exit the trading platform when suddenly a truly unexpectedly good item appeared on the market. And the price was quite low. The Silver Knight's Order badge. The item Hu Hao had long dreamed of appeared on the platform. After the 6th round of battles, he received the precious Silver Knight's Order badge through the login system. Although Hu Hao didn't quite understand what this order was, he saw the item description that collecting 10 badges would allow him to summon the legendary Silver Knight's Order to aid him in battle. The use of the phrase legendary indicates the high level of this item. Hu Hao, filled with curiosity, had been keeping an eye on it for a long time on the trading platform. The item hadn't appeared before, and Hu Hao was beginning to lose hope. But then he saw the icon again. Apparently, some player had unlocked it after the Chaos Trial. 3 badges, and for only 1,000 magic crystals. 3,000 crystals. Hu Hao bought them without a second thought. He admitted that maybe this badge was completely useless. After all, no one guaranteed that the items from the login system were always good. But Hu Hao decided to give it a try. If the Order can summon high-class horsemen, that would be amazing. Horsemen. Swift horsemen are excellent weapons, both for attacks and for future clashes in the open. After purchasing 3 badges for 3,000 magic crystals, Hu Hao only had 38,500 crystals left. "Not so much. We need to save," said Hu Hao. It might sound boastful, but he himself was surprised by how much he'd spent. He'd spent the money wisely, but he was still a little nervous. However, Hu Hao's nervousness was only a few seconds, because there was something much more significant ahead. He opened the 10th entry round. The 10th round was special. Hu Hao had been waiting for this for a long time. You survived the 10th round of the game and received prizes. This round is special. You can choose 3 prizes from a list. "Wow!" Hu Hao exclaimed when he realized what it meant. His expectations were met. He could choose 3 prizes at once. With his experience, Hu Hao knew the entry system was full of good items, and 3 at once would significantly boost his strength. Should he choose blue pills or something else? Hu Hao happily opened the prize selection interface. Wow! Interface looked cool, just like in mobile games. 10 cards were in front of him, all with big question marks. Hu Hao, accustomed to mobile games with card mechanics, swiped his hand across the screen and the cards flipped over. Let's see what we got. A regular barracks? Although I've never seen elven infantry, the common ones are still a bit weak. A rare mine blueprint? Average. Good enough for casual players. A good youthful ogre warrior? Wow, that ogre has a huge health pool. He's quite strong, worth keeping in mind. A common arrow tower blueprint. Tower's attack isn't particularly powerful, but wait, it can detect invisibility, so there are invisible units. When Hu Hao first saw the Tower of the Damned, he thought its attack power was weak, especially compared to the more powerful Storm Tower. But then he realized that the ability to detect invisibility couldn't be random. There must be invisible units, hence the need for such a tower. This tower deserves closer study, Hu Hao thought. He continued to examine the list of items. Wow, unique. Blade of Shadow Breath. If you consider the special entry as a 10-time event, then obtaining the shadow-breathing blade can truly be considered a stroke of luck. Heroes have 6 equipment slots. Previously equipped a speed-boosting ring on a hero named Long Tang, but later removed it because the ring didn't provide any additional stats and could only be used on buildings. This unique sword, which increases attack speed, would be useful for the hero. Blade of Shadow Breath Weapon. Type quality, unique effect. Increases attack by 60 skills. Shadow Burst creates a shadow clone of the hero, which inherits 10% attack, 100% health, and all attacks. Description: a work of an unknown master. They say this blade contains the soul of a fallen being. Hu Hao was shocked. It was too powerful. A few items had appeared on the trading platform over the past 2 rounds, but they were mostly ordinary items that gave a few attack points or a slight speed boost. They weren't worth spending money on. But the Blade of Shadow Breath was a truly powerful item. First of all, increasing attack by 60 is incredible. This attack bonus alone surpasses the attack power of any defensive tower in Dragon City. If Hu Hao had equipped Long Tang with this blade, his attack would have doubled. It was a truly terrifying enhancement. And that's not all. The Shadow Burst skill allowed him to create a clone that possessed the same effects as the original, including weakening his attacks. It was truly powerful. After Hu Hao installed the Wu Shadow on Kun Tang, his attack power increased significantly. The weapon's expected power is so high that it doesn't even require additional slowing effects to deliver devastating blows. However, aside from equipping it on Kun Tan, Wu's Shadow would also be a great fit for Shen Baiki. With 5,000 health and 85 armor, he's a true tank, extremely difficult to destroy. What if we spawned another shadow with the same health? This will transform them into 2 mobile fortresses. For regular players, such power seems practically impossible. Wu's Shadow is a weapon worthy of attention. Unique bonuses from the special set, such as the ability to summon a shadow, make it truly powerful. Hu Hao refrained from making an immediate choice and continued to browse the remaining 3 bonuses. The 8th bonus was a rare defensive item, but Hu Hao wasn't interested. The 9th, however, caught his eye. The Magic Producer. This unique structure can produce magic crystals, essentially acting as a resource printing press. In a game where magic is equivalent to money, such a structure would be crucial. In the future, with more cycles, the income will only increase. Producing 2,000 magic crystals in a single cycle is a significant contribution to the economy, especially under normal conditions. The 10th item was an object called the City Construction Decree. Hu Hao knew that such an item was essential in most online games, but in the context of this game, its significance wasn't entirely clear. He decided to save it for later, as it could be key to establishing new territories to strengthen his influence. After much deliberation, Hu Hao chose the Magic Producer and the City Construction Decree, leaving the Destroying Tower behind. He had no doubt about the value of the Magic Producer, as it was essential for his further development. The decision to leave the decree on the construction of the city was not so obvious, but his experience suggested that this decision could have much more serious significance in the future. Once all the bonuses had been selected, Hu Hao decided to explore the area a bit, but found no suitable location for a new city. Perhaps he needed to find land outside of Dragon City to build it. For now, he kept the decree to himself, then decided to take a look at the current state of the city. Territory: Dragon City number 16888 Level 2. Owners Hu Shieling Buildings 1320. Defense 820 Heroes 2-2 Resources 38,500 Magic Crystals, 400 Iron Ore, 500 Wood, and so on. Hu Hao also prepared his resources and began building, upgrading, and purchasing everything necessary for further development. First and foremost, he decided to upgrade the Tower of Chaos. This tower lacked the symbols of chaos, which he now possessed. With 3,000 magic crystals, 300 wood, 400 iron ore, and 1 symbol of chaos, he upgraded the tower to level 2. Tower has become significantly stronger with new upgrades, increasing its attack stats and also gaining the ability to reflect 3 magic projectiles, significantly increasing its effectiveness in defending against large armies. Also upgraded 2 Tier 2 arrow towers, which were also ready for further upgrades, adding additional resources to their power. The Chaos Trials feature a multitude of monsters, and you also earn a lot of experience. After the experience round, the amount of experience has increased, and the Iron Sword Tower can now be upgraded. Original characteristics of the Iron Sword Tower were as follows. Iron Sword Tower type: shooting quality, normal level, 1 attack, 10, 16 attack. Type: normal attack. Speed: 1 times sec attack. Range: 30 meters. Description: a tower that turns arrows into iron swords, making it more powerful and deadly. Initially, the Iron Sword Tower was rather modest in stats, with increased attack power but reduced range. However, its versatility as a tower with a standard attack allowed it to find a place in the defense system of Dragon City. Now, after a level 2 upgrade, its attack power has increased to 1319, significantly increasing its stats. While it's still not a powerful defensive tower like a standard rifle tower, it remains an important element of defense. As for the barracks, Dragon City also offers opportunities for improvement. For the city's renowned adult mollusks, who contributed to the defense, the experience pool had long since been filled. However, since upgrading these creatures was expensive and didn't yield significant gains, Hu Hao was in no rush. After the 10th round and the build-up of resources, adult mollusks finally got the opportunity to improve. Troop-type adult mollusk. Quality unique, level 2. Health 5. Armor 0. Armor type, no armor. Movement speed, 10 ms. Description: a fast and agile creature from another planet. For 10,000 magic crystals, Hu Hao upgraded the adult clams to level 2. This investment, despite its high cost, increased their movement speed by 2 meters. The results on the battlefield will be visible in the next round. Furthermore, Hu Hao was interested in how the adult mollusks would perform in real combat conditions, as with such characteristics, they were unlikely to be capable of hand-to-hand combat. Another important upgraded unit was the basic police barracks. After the barracks reached maximum experience, Hu Hao decided to upgrade them to level 3. Policeman level 2. Health 25. Armor 3 speed 6 ms. Policeman level 3. Health 28. Armor 5, speed 7 ms. Policemen will continue to increase their value with each upgrade, making them more suitable for city defense tasks. The archer unit has also been improved. After Hu Hao established an archer camp, they effectively performed support tasks and gained experience. By upgrading them to level 2, Hu Hao increased their stats. Archer level 2, health 17, armor 1, speed 8 ms. Not the most powerful, but with upgrades they become useful units. However, the most important improvement was to the Black Iron Warriors Heavy Infantry. These soldiers, the backbone of the defense, received a promotion. Black Iron Warriors Level 2. Health 65. Armor 18. Speed 5 ms. With increased health and armor, these warriors continue to be a reliable core of the army. After the upgrades, Hu Hao handed over the only powerful weapon, the Shadow Sword, to Frost Master Ling Tang. This was a deliberate decision, as Shen Baiqi's hero didn't require any attack boost. Ling Tang, a Frost Master, gratefully accepted the weapon. The sword was black, with a stream of dark energy radiating from its blade. It was important to use a weapon that suited her playstyle. Lin Tan received an attack boost, making her a formidable presence on the battlefield. With this weapon, she could not only enhance her attacks, but also create ice replicas. Watching her development, Hu Hao thought about the future. If only I could wear a sword like that too. Having carefully completed the upgrades, Hu Hao and the Dragon Fortress were now in the following situation. List of defensive towers. Atmospheric Storm Tower, Tier 2. Rare 1 PC. Chaotic Shard Tower Level 2. Rare X1. Raider Horseman. Tower Level 1. Rare X1. Crossbow Tower Level 3. Common X3. Iron Sword. Tower Level 2. Common X1. Cannon Tower Level 2. Common X1 List of Barracks. Nest of Merciless Beetles. Level 2. Unique X1. Xenos Army Tier 1. Excellent X1. Spartan Barracks. Tier 1. Excellent X1. Black Iron Warriors. Tier 2. Excellent X1. Pathfinder Workshop. Tier 2. Rare X1. Sheep Herders. Tier 1 Rare X1. Mountain Warriors. Tier 1 Rare X1. Fishermen. Tier 1 Rare X1. Infantry Nest Level 3. Normal 1 PC. Archer Barracks Level 2. Normal 1 PC. List of Heroes. Defender. Ice Tang Level 1 Superior. Attacker. Shen Baiqi Level 1. Epic List of Administrative Buildings. Black Iron Mine Unique. Magic Crystal Fabricator. Superior. Sawmill Rare Slot Status. Heroes 2-2. Defense 8 to 20. Buildings 13 to 20. Magic crystal balance 16,000. After a powerful chaotic training, the Dragon Fortress's combat capability has increased significantly. This has increased Hu Hao's confidence in the upcoming battle. With such equipment, we will fight with all our might. It would be great to meet someone serious to test our might, thought Hu Hao, eagerly awaiting the 11th round. However, just as Hu Hao was relaxing and waiting for the next round to begin, the game system suddenly issued an alert. Attention! Attention! The Chaos Lord is about to invade. Lord, King of Broken Limbs, Han Yati, is about to invade. Hu Hao, who was resting, was shaken by the frequent alarming messages. Chaos Lord? Hasn't the 10th round already ended? Why is there another Chaos invasion? Will the 11th round begin sooner? Looking at the chat, Hu Hao noticed that the world was calm and no one else had reported an invasion. Was the Dragon Fortress the only one under attack? Subsequent events confirmed his suspicion. A huge portal with a rough, artistic style appeared on the outer edge of the Dragon Fortress. Through it, a man in luxurious armor appeared in the bright space, looking quite impressive. However, severed human limbs protruded from his armor, and his helmet was a recycled human head that screamed in horror. Hu Hao realized that the head on the helmet probably belonged to that same man, only older. King of Broken Limbs, Han Yati Projection. Type Chaos, Lord Rank, Level 10. Attributes, Unknown Skills, Unknown Description. When the call of chaos overcame the human will, Prince Han Yati decided to use his father's death as a farewell to the human race, and armor made from human bodies helped him kill more easily. His own subjects. A Lord of Chaos? This guy is clearly no ordinary man. Considering the strength of the Chaos forces, he must be incredibly powerful, and since he can't appear in person, he must have sent only a projection. Most likely, Han Yati possesses incredible power. After his projection had fully formed, a loud voice rang out. Dragon Fortress, an interesting city, you've caught my attention. There are things in your city that interest me greatly. Now I've come. Projection began to move, and the game system triggered another alarm. The Chaos Lord's projection is extremely powerful. Even without its full body, it remains a dangerous opponent. If the Chaos Lord enters the main portal, the consequences will be catastrophic. Do your best to stop Lord Chaos from entering the main portal. Good luck. Hu Hao was worried. Was this not a game anymore, but some kind of serious apocalypse, he thought, preparing for battle. As Han Yati advanced toward the fortress, the ground beneath his feet began to crack and vanish, and the dark sky above the fortress turned black with dark energy. At that moment, the longest-ranged towers, such as the atmospheric storm tower, began their attack. Magic beams fired at incredible speed, dealing massive damage to Han Yati's projection, forcing it to abruptly move forward despite the blows. A brutal battle lay ahead, but Hu Hao was determined to defend his fortress. After completing the difficult and intense improvement work, the situation in the Legend of Dragon City was as follows. Defense Tower List. 1 Atmospheric Storm Tower Level 2. Extra Grade, 1 Chaotic Missile Shooting. Tower Level 2 Rare, 1 Raid Riders. Tower Level 1 Rare, 3. Arrow Towers, Normal. 1 Level 2 Iron Sword Tower, Normal. 1 Level 2 Cannon, Normal. List of Barracks. 1 Face Beetle Hive. Level 2, Unique. 1 Ancient China Sharp Soldier Barracks. Level 1, Extra Class. 1 Heavy Spartan Barracks. Level 1, Extra Class. 1 Black Soldier Barracks. Level 2, Extra Class. 1 Stealthy Archer Barracks. Level 2, Rare. 1 Nomadic Horseman Barracks. Level 1, Rare. 1 Tier 1 Mountain Warrior Barracks. Rare. 1 Tier 1 Fisherman Barracks. Rare. 1 Tier 3 Militia Barracks. Common. 1 Tier 2 Archer Barracks. Common. Hero List. 1 Heroic Defender Lun Tan. LVL 1 Extra Grade. 1 Heroic Attacker Shen Bai Chi. LVL 1 Epic. List of Administrative Buildings. Black Iron Mine, Unique. Magic Crystal Fabricator. Extra Class. Rare Sawmill. Slot Status. Hero Slots 2-2. Defense Slots 820. Building slots 1320. Magic crystal balance 16,000. After the challenging chaotic assessment, Dragon City's combat capability had increased significantly, suddenly instilling confidence and anticipation in Hu Hao as the next battle approached. With this mood, we're in for a truly intense battle. I want to test my strength, he thought enthusiastically. However, he didn't expect his hopes to be fulfilled so quickly, and he would soon face the most powerful enemy he had ever seen. As Hu Hao rested quietly, awaiting the next round, the game system suddenly issued a warning. Warning, 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 advancing. The chaotic lord, king of broken limbs, Hun Yati, is advancing. Hu Hao jumped up in terror. But hadn't the 10th round just ended? Why the chaotic lord again? He quickly checked the global chat room and, to his surprise, the rest of the world was quiet. It turned out that only Dragon City was under attack. A little later, a gigantic gate, intricately decorated with time and space flows, appeared before the city, from which emerged a man in magnificent armor, looking extremely impressive. However, the armor was adorned with human limbs, and a mutilated human skull was attached to his helmet. This horrific sight was shocking, especially when Hu Hao noticed that the skull resembled Hun Yati's face. System immediately brought out the characteristics of the new enemy, the King of Broken Limbs, Hun Yati projection, type Chaotic Lord affiliation. Chaos level 10, attributes unknown. Abilities, unknown description. After the call of chaos defeated the human will, Prince Hun Yati uses the death of his father to bid farewell to the human world, adorning his armor with body parts of his subjects. This was no ordinary enemy, but a powerful chaotic lord who, despite the projection, remained incredibly powerful. After the projection appeared, a loud voice came from the sky, warning Dragon City, an interesting city. You have attracted my attention, and I came here to find out what in this city can be useful for the chaotic lords. The projection moved swiftly, heading for the city's main defensive lines with lightning speed. But despite all the attacks, the enemy did not fall. Furthermore, this Chaos Lord's invasion was completely unconstitutional. He didn't even bother following the game's rules, but simply destroyed the space and charged into battle. Recalling the terrifying might of the Chaos troops, Hu Hao couldn't help but feel that Chaos truly had no rules. This was utterly absurd. An all-out assault was also a game. But Chaos is a real bug in the system. The strength of his troops is beyond the pale. Fortunately, the castles within Dragon City withstood this onslaught. Otherwise, it would have been a complete defeat. After the Chaos Lord's surprise invasion ended, Hu Hao was not left without loot. Where his projected body had vanished, a pile of empty, ashen remains remained. Hu Hao examined it carefully and found the dropped card. Seeing this unexpected find, his face broke into a smile. Wow, attacking so something drops? That's right. There's loot, so it wasn't all in vain. After carefully studying the map, Hu Hao saw the following characteristics of the Chaos Warfare Laboratory. Type: Military Science Building. Quality: Unique. Description: Allows research into chaos warfare technologies. There can only be one such building in a region. After Hu Hao read the description, he froze. Military technology. Chaos warfare technology. Could I really use their technology too? He'd seen firsthand how powerful the chaos forces were. If this laboratory can truly be used to study unique chaos warfare technologies, imagine if his troops can harness chaos abilities. Then they'll become truly powerful. Hu Hao hurried to set up the map in Dragon City, and soon a cylindrical black object appeared. The Chaos War Laboratory resembled a giant black tube covered in magical runes, each one mysterious. After examining the lab, Hu Hao noticed that there were several blocked research branches within the lab that he couldn't access. Currently, the following technologies were active: Chaos Weapons, Chaos Armor, Chaos Auras, and Chaos Magic. However, how exactly these technologies affected troops was unknown. Hu Hao really wanted to know what kind of enhancements these chaos technologies could provide. But the problem was, he had no money. When Hu Hao saw the requirements for unlocking chaos technologies, he almost fainted. Unlocking a single technology required 1,000 magic crystals and 100 chaos runes. He didn't have those things. Hu Hao also noticed that the lab had 4 different research paths, each requiring a separate unlock. To open all 4 paths, a minimum of 4,000 magic crystals and 400 chaos runes were needed. Who would pay such sums? Unless they formed a massive alliance and collected money from everyone. How expensive? The power of chaos is simply unreal, and the technology even more bizarre. Even think the price of chaos technologies could be higher than the sheer power of these troops. Is all-out assault really a game for donors, especially one that requires huge investments? Hu Hao began to ponder how wealthy players would buy up chaos technologies and troops to quickly become powerful and destroy everyone. But now that chaos technologies are within his reach, Hu Hao intends to start accumulating funds. He definitely wanted to see how powerful his troops could become with these technologies. One thing was for sure, chaos technologies were worth obtaining. While he was pondering this, the 11th wave of trials began. The 11th trial had begun. He also tested the additional bonuses for winning. Winning 5 matches in a row will grant a 50% attack bonus. So, if he would normally receive 1,000 magic crystals for a win, then after winning 5 matches in a row, he'll receive 1,500 crystals. Each additional victory increases the bonus by 10%. Defeating a player who has defended 10 matches in a row will earn you a Super Divine Sight. Defending Super Divine Sights will also benefit from increased item drop rates. For example, if Dragon City currently has this bonus, then after a victory in such a location, one can expect increased drops. Overall, the bonuses are quite substantial. This should encourage attacks and prevent players from simply giving up when faced with powerful enemies. After reviewing the bonuses for his winning streak, Hu Hao waited calmly. Now that he had the Great White G at his disposal, he no longer wasted time preparing his troops, but simply watched with a relaxed expression. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the Life and Death Guild was actively discussing the upcoming attack. Yes, that's right. Dragon City has already won 10 times in a row. This is a super divine place. The guild leader, licking his lips, clearly understood that this was a tempting offer. As a major guild, Life and Death had long been monitoring Dragon City and knew it was a powerful location. According to the original plan, if they encountered an enemy like Dragon City, they would redistribute their forces elsewhere rather than attack it. After all, attacking Dragon City was too difficult, and sending 10 peasants to defend it would have been easier. The Alliance's strength must be used wisely. However, after the update to the consecutive victory bonus system, the plan changed. Life and Death was a powerful guild, and now they were ready to assemble a squad of elite fighters for the assault. If they could break through the gates of Dragon City, they would not only receive victory bonuses, but also super bonuses for achieving a super divine rank. For this guild, the reward was enormous. Ancient tablets displaying additional bonuses and a superior army all promise significant benefits. Now, serious forces are at stake. There's a huge difference between the various blueprints. In some cases, creating an effective attacking army requires a blueprint that is key to building an entire system. Such blueprints, which serve as the foundation for forming a structure, cost exorbitant amounts of money. Even for a powerful guild like the Life and Death Alliance, which can allocate tens of thousands of magic crystals, blueprints like the one for the elite barracks remain extremely valuable. For the Life and Death Alliance, it was a great achievement to gather the 30 best players from the entire guild, and even they could only obtain 4 elite barracks. For them, the elite barracks blueprint, as a reward for defeating an extremely powerful opponent, became a real temptation. Preparations for the attack were swift, leaving no time for reflection. Not only the guild leader, but also other influential members of the leadership exchanged glances, and the fire of passion was visible in their eyes. We must act decisively. This is a new version, new mechanics. Such an opportunity doesn't come around often, so let's act. When a powerful reward appears, there are always brave souls, and, impressed by the high stakes, The commander of the Union of Life and Death Guild organized an elite squad of 100 of the best fighters. This was still due to the guild being at level 1, and if it were at level 2, it could have sent 200 fighters to fight Dragon City. When Hu Hao saw 100 elite fighters from the Life and Death Alliance, he was a little surprised. These people are very serious. It's clear they've assembled a squad of the best fighters. A union of life and death, huh? 40 elite and 60 rare soldiers. They really aren't stingy. Well, if Dragon City survived 10 rounds of defense, it must be truly strong. It's worth it. Hu Hao paused for a moment, but soon smiled. Okay, I admit, the reward for super strong defense is truly tempting. Dragon City is truly attractive. Life and Death Alliance, huh? Well then, let's go. A massive force of 100 Life and Death Alliance fighters approached Dragon City. To be honest, this was the first time Hu Hao had seen such a powerful army from players. Normally, if regular players saw 40 elites and 60 rare fighters, they would probably have given up. However, after experiencing the chaos, Hu Hao remained calm. If Dragon City could withstand even 100 super-enhanced Chaos elites, then surely the Life and Death Alliance's elite fighters aren't just as good. Moreover, the more enemies attacking, the greater the reward for defending. As for defense, this situation isn't even part of Hu Hao's plan. Impossible! Dragon City is invincible! Hu Hao was confident that Dragon City's defenses were too strong to be breached. Well, the Life and Death Alliance also had confidence in their army. Leader, Tian Nan, looked at the powerful squad that had been assembled and said proudly, "Even though it's only 100 people, we're already achieving solid results. Imagine having thousands upon thousands of fighters battling across dozens and hundreds of territories. It would be quite a spectacle. Dragon City, you're strong, but you can't underestimate the power of the Life and Death Alliance." The Life and Death Alliance players were also filled with confidence. 40 elites and 60 rares. Who wouldn't be impressed by such an army? What territory could resist such a force? Boss, I didn't expect the Life and Death Alliance to field such a powerful force. This is just the beginning. After the Chaos Ordeal, we have money. Don't worry, we'll have even stronger fighters in the coming battles. In the future, we'll only be able to send elite fighters. Look, our army is already near Dragon City. What's going on? Why are they attacking us from so far away? The players and the guildmaster, Tianan, were horrified when they saw their army confronted by powerful magical attacks, relentless fire from the atmospheric storm tower. The guild's vanguard had been selected from the strongest shield bearers with high defenses, but it was no use. The exit from the atmospheric storm tower was terrifying. With the increased attack power, the rate of fire increased to a critical level. The elite Life and Death Alliance squad was practically annihilated in an instant. This is impossible. How can this fire be? It's simply insane. Most powerful shield couldn't withstand a single second. The atmospheric storm tower, it's terrifying. After a series of attacks from the atmospheric storm tower, the elite squad was almost completely rendered incapable of combat. The elite squad of the Life and Death Alliance, despite facing a terrible attack, nevertheless attempted to break through the defenses of the Dragon City. Between most of the defensive towers, whose range is 20-30 meters, and the main forces of the Dragon City, accelerated by scrolls, there is a small window of just 5 seconds to approach the main defense zones and then leave them. 5 seconds. But these are 5 seconds filled with storm and lightning. The defenses of the Dragon City were tested in battles with Lord Hunyati, and their power far exceeds that encountered by the players of the Death Alliance. In fact, the defensive might of the Dragon City exceeded all expectations. Arrows whistled, forming a luxurious rain, woven with enormous iron swords that destroyed everything in their path. The towers launched their projectiles with deafening speed, creating zones of destruction in the path of the advancing forces of death. The high-speed cavalry towers regularly activated their cavalry charge skill, smashing through the Death Horde. After the upgrade, the Chaos Tower's destructive power reached its maximum, dealing damage at an unimaginable rate. All of this was accompanied by a slow from cold tang, increasing the duration by 30%. And of course, We can't forget that Cold Tang, in addition to the slow, was also a deadly DPS hero with his unique weapon, Shadow, which dealt 70-80 damage in a single hit. Attack was crushed the moment Cold Tang activated his Cold Field ability. Their forces were annihilated in seconds, a complete disaster. Silence, a long silence. The Death Alliance players were stunned. They knew the Dragon City was strong, and even the Alliance's leader, Tianan, was willing to accept the impossibility of victory. But they couldn't believe their troops had been so easily destroyed. The 100 selected top players were completely routed by the Dragon City's defense, which proved far more powerful than they had imagined. After a long silence due to the battle being recorded on video, the Union supply official hesitantly asked Tianan, "General, should I send this video?" Tianan was confused. Send it? No, don't! How could he send such a recording? He wanted to delete the video, but realized its importance and stopped himself. Wait, I'll think about it. His plan had been to publicize the Death Alliance's victory against the Dragon City, then use the video to advertise their strength. However, he now realized that victory had been a complete failure. Unable to destroy the recording, he decided to study it carefully to learn from it. Other Death Alliance players tried to support him. No problem. There are millions of players in the game, and there are always those who are stronger. Yes, even the Alliance of the Dead was routed in that battle. We still showed we can fight. That storm from the tower was terrifying. I don't think most players would even be able to approach such fortifications. Tianan sighed heavily and thought that this had been a difficult battle for Death, but that they could certainly learn some useful lessons in the future. Meanwhile, Hu Hao, the commander of Dragon City, was also reveling in his victories. After another battle concluded, he happily checked his rewards, receiving 4,000 magic crystals for surviving, as well as additional bonuses for a successful defense. The reward for the defense was particularly generous, as they successfully repelled the Death Alliance's attack, earning him around 7,000 magic crystals. Additionally, the Dragon City's production capacity increased his income by 2,200 magic crystals. Ultimately, Hu Hao completed the 11th round with a total of 14,249 magic crystals, bringing him significantly closer to his goal of 1,000 magic crystals for the discovery of chaos technology. He was already looking forward to new victories that would bring even more crystals and the growing power of the Dragon City. Besides the regular rewards, it's worth paying close attention to the login rewards. Hu Hao has activated the daily reward system. I hope I'll get a powerful barracks object, and if not, at least some item that can be exchanged for magic crystals. You survived the 11th round of the game and received the Iron Sword login reward. You need to survive another 9 rounds to earn special rewards. Iron Sword, what a boring name. Hu Hao checked the reward and sighed sadly. Ah, yes, as expected. A boring name means the item isn't worth anything special. If only we could get some cool sword, like something called End of the Battle of Good and Evil Pi 1000, or Royal Sword 2022 Special Edition, then perhaps the stats would be interesting. After all, cool weapon names usually come with cool stats. The Iron Sword is a weapon that can be equipped on heroes, increasing attack power. Iron Sword type, weapon quality, normal effect, increases attack power by 15. Description: the work of the best blacksmith in the village, crude in craftsmanship, but concealed within it is a deadly force. Quality is standard, with only 15 attack and no additional effects. Compared to the Sword Shadow type, weapon quality, single effect, increases attack power by 60. Skills: during battle, the Sword Shadow creates a shadow of the hero, which inherits 10% of attack power, 100% of health, and all combat effects. Description: the work of an unknown blacksmith said to contain the soul of a fallen one. Clearly, the Iron Sword is no match for the Shadow Sword. This 11th round, with such rewards, simply has no shame. Hu Hao peeked into the trading post and saw that ordinary hero weapons were worth nothing. Items with good stats can sell for several hundred magic crystals, while those with poor stats won't even sell for 100 crystals. Weapons are significantly cheaper than blueprints, which is unsurprising. After all, heroes are few and far between at the moment, and the demand for low-quality items far exceeds supply. Hu Hao didn't bother and immediately equipped Ling Tan with the Iron Sword. Ling Tang, formerly a master of the aerial style, looked beautiful with the Shadow Sword, but with this crude iron sword, she looked much less elegant. Fortunately, items can be concealed, and Hu Hao did so by concealing the iron sword. This gave the appearance a more harmonious appearance. If not for concealment, Ling Tang, elegant and refined, with crude hammers and axes at her waist, would hardly have maintained her image. Now with two weapons, including the unique Shadow Sword and the ordinary Iron Sword, Ling Tang's attack power has increased to attack 22-28, plus 75. Theoretically, her attack power has already exceeded 100. An attack of 100 is devastating for most troops, not to mention Ling Tan's incredibly fast attacks and slows enemies. With Ling Tan's buff like this, Ice City's defense will be stable and secure. Until the previous chaos returns with the trials of chaos, the city's defenses must be reliably protected. Ling Tang's presence on the defense is crucial for the further development of Ice City. Hu Hao is currently focused on strengthening Ice City's army and focusing resources on its expansion. Attack is powerful, but it's still not strong enough. Hu Hao still remembers the spatial crack on the outskirts of the city. Previously, there wasn't enough power to explore the dungeons. Now that Ice City has reached level 2, its strength has increased significantly, and there are more magic crystals. This gives Hu Hao plenty of ideas for exploring the crack. First, he needs to strengthen the army. The first to be upgraded will be the Black Iron Marines, the core strength of Ice City. As high-class fighters, Black Iron Marines develop slowly, as they always do the dirtiest work. But in the previous battle, Ice City gained a lot of experience, and the infantrymen leveled up enough for an upgrade. The upgrade is very expensive. Going from level 2 to 3 requires 3,000 magic crystals, 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, and 1,000 dark iron. This is significantly more expensive than the initial cost. Hu Hao, despite having the resources, still feels it's expensive. Upgrading Black Iron Marines is especially expensive for other regular barracks. However, he understands that the cost of upgrades increases as the game progresses. All games increase the cost of upgrades as you level up. Black Iron Marines are a high-quality, stealthy force in an army, and their cost is well justified. The most expensive resource is Black Iron. Initially, when Hu Hao first obtained Black Iron, it was relatively cheap. However, the demand for its materials has now increased significantly. Black iron, as a material for higher-end construction, has become dramatically more expensive. There's practically no black iron left in the trading post for less than 50 magic crystals per unit. It's a shame I spent all my magic crystals on upgrading my army. If I'd stocked up on dark iron before it went up in price, I would have saved a ton of magic crystals now. It looks like I won't be a successful merchant. Prices have indeed gone up, but Hu Hao himself produces dark iron. The only mine in Ice City produces 500 units of dark iron per round, which fully satisfies his needs and allows him to sell it if necessary. However, Hu Hao is still short on wood and iron ore, so he headed to the trading post to buy what he needed. These basic materials are easy to find, so there's no need to hoard them. They can be purchased as needed. Once all the materials were collected, he began upgrading. After a quick auto build, the Black Iron Infantry Barracks upgraded to level 3. The barracks has become significantly more durable and impressive, transforming from a temporary structure into a true military installation. In addition to the usual rewards, much attention is also being paid to login bonuses. Hu Hao has activated the login bonus system. I hope a powerful military camp drops, and if not, at least some items that can be exchanged for magic crystals. After the 11th round of the game, you survived and received the 11th login bonus, the Iron Sword. To receive the special bonus, you need to survive another 9 rounds. Iron Sword? What a simple name. Hu Hao glanced at the bonus and sighed dejectedly. Ah, of course, a simple name is a simple item. If it were possible, I'd rather choose some fantasy sword with a name like End of the Battle Between Good and Evil, plus 1000 to power, 100x multiplier, and then there are a whole 1000 stats. Still, as a rule, weapons with a cool name also have cool stats. The Iron Sword is a weapon that can be given to a hero. Its effect is to increase offensive ability. Iron Sword type, weapon quality, normal effect. Increases offensive ability by 15. Description: crafted by the village's finest blacksmith, its crude form conceals deadly power. The quality is average, increasing attack by only 15 without any special additional effects. Compare this to the previous weapon, the Shadow Sword. Shadow Sword type, weapon quality. Single effect, increases attack power by 60. Skills: Shadow Escape. A shadow appears in battle, inheriting 10% of the hero's attack, 100% of their health, and all offensive effects. Description: a creation of a nameless blacksmith, rumoured to contain the soul of a fallen creature. Clearly, the Iron Sword is no match for the Shadow Sword. A very unfortunate bonus on the 11th round. Hu Hao looked into the trading post but saw that ordinary quality weapons weren't worth much. Even good weapons barely sold for hundreds of magic crystals, and those with poor stats weren't even worth buying. Weapons are cheaper than blueprints, which is only natural. Most heroes are weak at the moment, and the cheap goods market is oversupplied. Without bothering to sell, Hu Hao immediately equipped the Iron Sword on Lun Tang. Lun Tang was a master of light, airy weapons, and with the Shadow Sword, she looked simply magnificent. However, as soon as she picked up the crude Iron Sword, everything changed. Fortunately, the weapon could be concealed, and thus she regained her elegance. Otherwise, Lun Tang, with weapons like a hammer and axe, combined with rough leather attire, would have definitely violated all decorum. Armed with the Shadow Sword as a unique weapon and the Iron Sword as a standard weapon, Lun Tang's offensive abilities have increased to attack 22, 28 plus 75. Her attack power now exceeds 100. An attack power exceeding 100 is certainly devastating for most armies, and Lun Tang's attack speed is incredibly high. Plus, it has a slowing effect. With such armament, Lun Tang will provide protection for the defense of Dragon City. Once such senseless trials in the chaos are over, the city's defense will definitely be under control. Going forward, the city's defense will be crucial for the next stage of its development. Hu Hao plans to concentrate his resources on expanding his army for attacks on Dragon Mountain. Army is indeed strong, but its might is still insufficient. He also remembers the spatial rift outside the city last time their army wasn't prepared to explore the dungeon. But now, the city had grown stronger. Its level had increased, and its reserves of magic crystals had also increased significantly. So Hu Hao began thinking about the spatial rift again. First, he needed to strengthen his attack force. The first thing to improve was the city's core force, the Black Steel Foot Soldiers. Unexpectedly for everyone, after improvements and experience, upgrading the camp became possible. Upgrading Black Steel Infantry is expensive. To upgrade from level 2 to 3, you need to spend a huge amount of magic crystals, wood, iron, and black jelly. Since this army type is elite, the upgrade price is quite justified. But Hu Hao has enough resources to upgrade it. However, all these upgrades are very expensive, which is also unsurprising given that games often have this tendency. The price of black iron has risen significantly, as it is actively used to build many powerful armies and defensive structures. The market is currently in high demand for black iron, and Hu Hao simply can't keep up with the rising cost. When Hu Hao noticed the price of black iron rising, he decided to sell some of his stock. He quickly sold 500 units of black iron and made a tidy profit. Demand for black iron is currently significantly high, and sales are booming. Hu Hao, after some thought, decided to sell some more to obtain enough magic crystals for the city's needs. Hu Hao wasn't particularly good at social interactions. Even after joining the game, he remained a loner, so he hadn't yet mastered the friend system. It turns out you can set a no-attack mode between friends. That's why Hu Hao was previously surprised that you could only select 10 friends, saying that was extremely small for an online game and completely illogical. Indeed, if you can avoid attacking your friends, they become quite powerful allies, and of course, you can't add them without restrictions. After Hu Hao sold 200 units of black iron to Little Bedine, he continued selling other batches of the material. Although he initially planned to sell only 500 units, the process dragged on, so he continued selling. Since he also needed magic crystals, he ended up selling 1,000 units of black iron. The sale took just under an hour. The final proceeds were 51,500 magic crystals. Adding the remainder of the previous sale of 13,000 crystals, his balance increased to 64,500 magic crystals, enough to start making large purchases. While selling dark iron, Hu Hao also researched the current prices of barracks plans and met players who were selling barracks plans in exchange for crystals. This gave him a clearer understanding of the barracks plan market, not just interested in the prices. Hu Hao began to think that purchasing barracks plans could add new combat capabilities. He soon wrote to the trade channel again. "I sold all my black iron ore. Now I'm looking for high-quality barracks plans. If anyone's selling, please let me know." It didn't take long for the answers to come. High-quality barracks for tens of thousands of magic crystals. Ah, Hu Hao, you're not a newbie anymore. Hu Hao, you're really growing, selling both barracks and black iron. So many crystals, and you haven't gotten bored once. What newbies? What's wrong, Hu Hao? Show off your success. Soon, a friend of Luo Dao's appeared and started writing, "Wow, Hu Hao, weren't you the one who was just selling black iron? And now you're buying barracks? What a story." Hu Hao laughed and replied, "Well guys, it's not that simple. I had to sell my hardware to earn money for these barracks." Luo Dao, seeing that Hu Hao was truly serious, offered to buy the barracks plans for him for 60,000 magic crystals, at a discount. Hu Hao happily agreed, realizing that even if the price wasn't the best, the proposed civilian horseman's barracks plan could still be useful. When Hu Hao looked at the plan's specifications, his smile vanished. "Seriously? This is a barracks? These are just some poorly made civilian riders." Hu Hao realized the price didn't quite match the quality. The civilian rider's barracks had weak stats: 40 health, 3 armor, and a mere 10 meters per second movement speed. What the hell is that? They're even worse than the herdsman riders. With such characteristics, they could hardly be called first-class barracks. Thus, Hu Hao couldn't understand why Luo Dao had lowered the price so drastically. However, it was understandable due to the weak characteristics of the civilian horsemen, which made it impossible to build serious strategies around them. However, Luo Dao managed to sell the scheme, receiving the money, and continued to develop his kingdom. Hu Hao realized that everyone has their own path to development, and next time he would be more careful in his purchases. The prototype of these citizen cavalrymen was supposed to represent a high-quality unit, but instead, as part of an elite force, they were defeated by shepherds. What is the specialty of citizen cavalrymen? They are able to boost the morale of both themselves and their allies. However, the description states that they can only boost the morale of nearby allies, and what nearest means is unclear. So, what's the point of boosting morale? If this is an open battle, boosting soldiers' morale really does matter. But in the current game mode, where attacks are automatic, morale has no effect. Of course, Hu Hao knew there were game modes unrelated to challenges that could feature open field encounters. But no one knew when exactly that would happen, or whether morale would be truly necessary in such battles. Overall, the civilian cavalry's stats leave much to be desired, and their abilities are currently useless. While these troops are better than the rare ones, they're still quite weak, and their speed still matters. But to get these useless civilian riders, you have to pay 60,000 magic crystals? Hu Hao was outraged. He didn't see the point in these characteristics. Civilian riders are useful, but not entirely. He expressed his dissatisfaction with Ro Lao. It was a revelation. It turns out there are such useless elite troops. Other elite troops are a little stronger, but at least their skills are useful. And these civilian horsemen are useless. Ro Lao, Are you trying to sell me defective goods? Ro Lao knew his wares weren't exactly top-notch, but he continued to praise them, ignoring the truth. Hu Liang, I admit this unit's stats aren't perfect, but you know how powerful cavalry is with melee weapons. Elite cavalry are a little more expensive than infantry. That's normal. And right now, everyone's talking about the possibility of a new mode being added in the future, where attacking troops won't just take hits. If the game introduces an open battle mode, do you realize how powerful the cavalry will be? Investing in cavalry now is investing in the future. With your authority, you wouldn't be ashamed to command an army of 100,000 Iron Horsemen. Remember how in my favorite fantasy book, the main character keeps repeating, "With 300,000 horsemen, I am invincible." You, Hu Liang, are worthy of commanding several cavalry armies. I'm only forced to sell these cards because I'm short of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold them. Clearly, Ro Lao was trying to sell the goods, and it certainly wasn't a clever sale. However, his words did give Hu Hao pause. Indeed, more and more hints and direct indications in the game indicate that attacking troops will be more important than just challenges. Open battles will almost certainly be introduced. Although Ro Lao wasn't quite as skillful in his marketing, he was right about one thing. Horsemen truly are the kings of ground combat. If open field battles are to emerge in the future, building a cavalry force will be crucial. And if the civilian cavalry's morale boost actually works in such battles, their skills could prove quite useful. Hu Hao decides he wants these cavalry. Despite their weaknesses, they are still elite troops, and they can destroy most rare troops. A map for the civilian riders' camp can be purchased, but it requires a bit of haggling. Hu Hao knew he wasn't the most experienced trader, so he immediately told Ro Lao, "You see the characteristics of these civilian riders. They're truly a bit disappointing. I'm an honest man, I'll tell you straight. I'm interested in these horsemen, but the price needs to be lowered." Ro Lao, Of course. I sold them to others for 60,000 magic crystals, but to you, Hu Liang, as a good friend, I'll give a huge discount. We're straightforward people after all, Hu Hao asked with interest. Oh, Ro Lao, is that straightforward? How much is the discount? Ro Lao, let's not lower the price too easily. Let's say if you spend 10,000 magic crystals, I'll give you a 50% discount. Hu Hao, the discount is good, but I need a little more. How about 100 for 50? After some negotiation, Hu Hao purchased a map of the civilian riders' camp for 38,188 magic crystals. This market price would only be suitable for purchasing less than optimistic elite camps. Of course, civilian cavalry aren't the best elite troops, but they're still cavalry, and cavalry is more expensive than infantry, so Hu Hao still considered the purchase justified. After purchasing the map, Hu Hao immediately used it on his territory. Shen Baiki, who was nearby, noticed that Hu Hao had built a new cavalry camp and happily said, "The new cavalry camp, powerful civilian cavalry, has now raised Dragon City's military strength to a new level. We now have 2 cavalry units, which will make us much more flexible in battle." Hu Hao was surprised that Shen Baiki had even mentioned the army's composition and asked, "These are the new civilian cavalry, though their stats aren't impressive. Why do you rate them so highly, Shen Baiki?" Shen Baiki replied, "The civilian cavalry? They're good, especially for rounding out the army." In the next battle, Hu Hao considered this. He thought civilian cavalrymen weren't the best choice among elite troops, but for Shen Baiki, they were an important part of the 2nd Cavalry Unit. As highly mobile troops, they weren't so bad. Hu Hao said, "Excellent. I have complete confidence in your leadership, Shen Baiki. I look forward to seeing them in action." At the time of purchase, Hu Hao had 25,612 magic crystals remaining, enough to purchase several powerful rare camps, but he still wanted to upgrade his elite troops. He wondered if he should continue buying camps. After adding civilian riders to Dragon City, it now has 11 camps: Unique Tier 1, Elite Tier 4, Rare Tier 4, Normal Tier 1. Shen Baiki previously said that for a complex time rift that requires 100 elite troops, a reliable army should be prepared. To explore the space-time rift, 100 elite soldiers are needed. Currently, the army in Dragon City already meets the minimum requirements. In addition, the city has a unique military camp and several rare camps, especially the Three Nations camp with the Cold Lands boost, significantly increase the overall strength of the army. In addition, Hu Hao possesses the legendary Lightning Shadow weapon, and if he passes it on to Sheng Beiti and equips him with the necessary equipment, it will enhance their combat capabilities. After assessing his army, Hu Hao decides it's time to prepare for departure. He asks Sheng Beiki, "You said you needed 100 elite troops to be on the safe side. If I hand over the Lightning Shadow to you and equip you with everything I have, will you be able to handle it?" Sheng Beiki thinks for a few seconds and replies, "Armies are unstable. I can't guarantee victory, but with improved weapons and my combat skills, we can match 100 elite soldiers." Convinced of Sheng Beiki's confidence, Hu Hao immediately begins preparations. To strengthen his powers, he decides not to skimp and spends 7,600 magic crystals on 4 rare items, creating a nearly complete set of armor. Heavy Iron Armor O increases defense by 12 points. Heavy Iron Helmet O increases defense by 9 units. Heavy Iron Braces O increases defense by 6 units. Heavy Iron Gloves O increases defense by 6 units. While this armor isn't the most powerful, it's inexpensive. And when combined with the Lightning Shadow and the Glowing Ring of Speed, Sheng Beiki receives a complete set with maximum upgrades. Sheng Beiki is now a true defender with improved armor, 5,000 health, and durability capable of withstanding significant damage. After completing the preparations, Hu Hao gives the order, and the army marches out of the city, preparing for battle. He has 110 soldiers with him, and Sheng Beiki explains how the rift mechanic works. Like dungeons, a rift has a limit on the number of participants. Level 1 city can only send 10 troops and 1 hero. Dragon City, a level 2 city, can send 20 troops and 2 heroes. However, the gap has a limited duration, lasting only 2 hours. If the task is not completed within this time, all troops will be withdrawn. There is also a risk of losing soldiers. If the entire squad is destroyed, the camp will be destroyed and will no longer be usable. Losses aren't encouraging either, as if they die, you'll have to re-summon them for money, and Hu Hao doesn't have any hero loot yet. Therefore, you could lose both soldiers and resources if you're not properly prepared. But the gains from successfully completing a gap mission can be quite significant. Having concluded their discussions, Hu Hao and Sheng Beiti approach the gap. Hu Hao, realizing that they haven't yet reached the level that would allow them to dispatch 100 elite soldiers, makes one final conclusion. Listening to Sheng Beiki's confident words, Hu Hao nodded in agreement. "Yes," he replied, deciding to trust the judge. History taught that Beiki does not rush into battle without confidence. Hu Hao, though incompetent in military matters, understood that he had to trust the judgment of this experienced commander. Under his leadership, 110 warriors from Dragon City entered the spatial rift. Hu Hao could have led the troops personally, but since his status as an invincible lord did not guarantee maintaining his advantage in this unusual place, he chose to remain on the sidelines, taking no risks. Turning his gaze to his warriors, Hu Hao saw them begin to emerge from the crack. The place they had entered wasn't nearly as terrifying as he'd expected. On the contrary, the world beyond the crack was quiet, beautiful, filled with green expanses and picturesque landscapes. At first, Hu Hao thought his troops might be out of place here, facing no threat. However, Sheng Beiki was far more wary. Holding his weapon, he carefully scanned the horizon, shouting the command, "Be careful! I see danger! Everyone, into the forest, take cover!" All the troops quickly followed his orders. Even strange monsters like the facehugger lay in ambush. This moment revealed the army's remarkable discipline. By waiting in secret, Hu Hao was able to better assess the strengths of his warriors in the field. He began to analyze their combat abilities. Sheng Beiki, Type Attack Type Hero, Class Battlefield Commander, Region Dragon Cities, Quality Epic, Level 1, Health 5,000, Armor 85, plus 33, Attack Power 210, plus 60. Movement speed. 9 Mes Baiki was essentially a hero whose combat characteristics were improved through his artifacts. His fighting prowess was truly impressive. Hu Hao then turned his attention to analyzing the other troops. He saw that most of their soldiers possessed abilities appropriate to their roles. However, it was Facehugger who struck him with his unique strength. Facehugger, type legendary creature, level 2, attack 1, armor 0, health 5, skill parasite. The Facehugger wraps itself around the target's neck, paralyzing them, and then exits through the chest, dealing a fatal blow. Hu Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak species could actually possess such a powerful and terrifying skill. This truly was their secret trump card. At that moment, from behind the hill, an enemy force appeared. A squad in red armor with a large leader holding a flaming sword. Blood was imprinted on his mask. Hu Hao quickly assessed the threat. Chaos heavy armor. Type elite soldiers. Quality rare. Level 3. Attack. 50. Armor 36. Health 170. Speed 6 ms. These fighters were true tanks with high health and defense, making them difficult to penetrate. Hu Hao sensed that his own troops, even the best of them, like the Black Iron Infantry, would be no match for these forces. However, even more terrible news lay ahead. Behind the heavy soldiers, a massive ogre advanced, wielding a gigantic club, surrounded by chains and severed body parts. Behind him walked dozens of exhausted peasants, carrying heavy loads, weakened by exhaustion and fear. Hu Hao couldn't contain his anger at the sight of these poor people being subjected to such cruel torture. "These creatures of chaos!" he exclaimed, realizing that a tough fight lay ahead. Before his eyes, and the question of whether this was reality or just a game became increasingly unclear. If this was just a virtual world in a game, then what if this was the real world? "This game is truly perverted," Hu Hao protested out loud. Why not make it a little less bloody? But deep down, he knew the world of the game. All offense and defense he'd entered didn't have to be virtual. Was this world truly terrifying? Or was it actually real? Hu Hao finally understood the purpose of the portals to the world of time and space he would encounter in this dungeon. If he was a righteous player, then saving those poor people who had been used as slaves was clearly the purpose of this quest. Hu Hao almost wanted to give the order to attack right then and there, but he knew that God White Chi was currently lying in ambush, and he shouldn't interfere with the command process. Chaos Lord, Broken Bone King. Shun Yati's guard squad was approaching the ambush site set up by God White Chi. The squad moved along the road, unaware that a squad from Dragon City was hidden nearby, behind the bushes. A battle in this void of time and space was about to begin. The enemy squad was approaching, but the commander, White Key, was hesitant to act. In fact, given their offensive and defensive strength, the Chaos soldiers are superior to the Dragon City squad, and the enemy also has the numerical advantage. Even if White Key, an epic-level hero, were to command with complete caution, he would still need to be extremely careful. If they had won, the losses would have been too great, and that would have been an additional burden for city leader Hu Hao. He doesn't want to lose any fighters, and he doesn't want to suffer too many losses. White Chi patiently waited for the majority of the troops to pass by before attacking them from the rear, eliminating small groups and freeing the slaves, thus creating chaos. The more chaos, the better for an experienced strategist like White Chi. But then, an unexpected third force appeared. From beyond the horizon, ahead of the attacking forces, another army of several hundred soldiers was rapidly approaching. The guards halted while the cannibals held the slaves in a heap, and the Chaos soldiers began to gather for battle. A change had occurred. White Chi, who had already been preparing to attack, cancelled his actions and remained in wait. As several hundred soldiers rapidly approached, Hu Hao finally noticed what kind of army this was, and it didn't look very impressive. Despite the differences in the camps, the Chaos soldiers were truly impressive. With massive armor and military might, they looked like magnificent fighters that could be called elite. But the hundreds of soldiers who appeared on the horizon were dressed in shabby clothes and carried weapons of every description, from long swords to agricultural tools such as pitchforks and spears. Only a small portion of this force was armed with more or less standard swords and shields, resembling even a little bit of regular troops. At first glance, this army of several hundred men didn't look like good fighters. 500 common soldiers against 100 Chaos heavy infantry? Hu Hao doubted these peasants could win. When Hu Hao opened the properties panel to check these forces, he was surprised to find no data on those approaching. He could check the properties of his troops, other players, the Chaos troops, and even partially the identity of their leader, the King of Broken Bones, Shun Yati. But these simple soldiers, alas, had no information. This gave Hu Hao pause. Was led by a small black-faced warrior clad in metal armor that looked quite high quality, but his short stature didn't inspire much respect. His army was vastly superior in numbers, and they quickly surrounded the Chaos soldiers. Their movements were swift and organized. Moreover, despite their appearance, simple peasants apparently, their actions were coordinated, and there was no fear in their eyes. There was fear, of course, but there was no cowardly trembling. These soldiers, it seemed, were more than just a hastily assembled group. These were seasoned fighters with real combat experience. Hu Hao had thought this crowd of civilians wouldn't pose a serious threat to the Chaos heavy fighters, but now he was beginning to doubt it. These people were prepared. The Chaos soldier chief noticed he was surrounded, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed mockingly. "The land of the Black Masters is a place for you insects. So let me purge this land of you." The battle began. Hundreds of peasants began to attack a squad of 100 heavily armored Chaos soldiers, one after another. One of the peasants, armed with a simple spear, ran up to the enemy and struck him in the stomach. But the spear didn't penetrate the armor. Instead, it broke on the heavy armor. This peasant, despite his weapon being broken, reacted quickly and attempted to breach the armor, leaving a bloody stain on his opponent's body. But it was all over for him quickly. In response, the Chaos warrior swung his sword and sent the peasant to the ground with one blow, his blood spraying the air. The Chaos soldier, elated at his victory, struck again, knocking down another peasant who had attempted to approach from behind. Hu Hao witnessed a real combat scene for the first time in the game, all-out attack and defense. This wasn't a simple skirmish, but a truly brutal and bloody battle. He wondered about his troops from Dragon City. How would they fare in a real fight? After the first blow, everything became clear. If Hu Hao had previously thought the peasants would be weak opponents after their encounter with Chaos, he realized he was wrong. The Chaos soldiers were significantly superior to these peasants in physical attributes and combat skills, and after the first round of combat, Chaos had a clear advantage. Less than a minute, dozens of peasants lay bleeding. But the black-faced commander and his squad entered the fray just in time. Hu Hao noted that their commander was agile and decisive, his actions swift and precise as he charged into the enemy's flank, easily striking the Chaos soldier in the shoulder. A small figure, but his actions on the battlefield certainly deserved respect. A second later, the enemy soldier's head was blown off. A Chaos heavy soldier fell in 2 blows. The young commander with the black face, leading a group of elite warriors, demonstrated excellent combat skills. His unit formed a combat circle, firmly holding off the enemy. The agile commander took advantage of the distraction his men provided and swiftly eliminated 3 of the enemy. With his actions boosting morale, the remaining militiamen felt a surge of confidence and, using their numerical advantage, began to gain the upper hand. However, their advantage lasted no more than a minute. Commander loudly called forth the giant trolls, who, shaking the earth with their powerful attack, smashed the defenders' positions. The slave-owning laborers didn't dare move, watching as the monsters broke their ranks. Just in time, the god of war, Shen Baiki, gave the order. "Right now, rip them apart." He dispatched his cavalry and infantry to close the circle around the enemy and prevent them from retreating. The coordinated work of his troops brought success. The Spartans, laying down their lives on the front lines, created ideal conditions for the shock troops. The black infantry, passing through their ranks soon organized a breakthrough that divided the enemy army. His morale was waning, but then the giant trolls, advancing with incredible force, brought destruction once again. Meanwhile, the crossbowmen and archers, working in concert, began firing arrows, holding the monsters at bay. The trolls were unable to pass because of the nets the local hunters had placed around them, reducing their ability to attack quickly. Meanwhile, the battle was taking a turn for the worse for the enemy commander. He raised his weapon, preparing for battle, but a black blade appeared before him. Shen Baiki was ready for a duel. The enemy commander, despite his might and skill, understood that a duel with this hero would bring him no victory. Despite this, his troops began to fight with desperate force. Actions were impressive. His army, with excellent coordination, routed the enemy despite being outnumbered. His strategic genius and command skills gave his army a significant advantage, and they were now able to deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly, the slain enemy commander emitted a glowing orb that declared, "The death order has been carried out." Suddenly, the few remaining enemies began to darken, becoming twice as large, and their strength increased. This left no chance for further fighting, and morale among the Allied ranks was undermined. The troops who had experienced this change found themselves in a state of shock, their fighting spirit fading. Under intense pressure, a wave of negative emotions swept over everyone. Even the dark-faced junior commander, who had previously shown such vigor, now looked bewildered. The soldiers of Dragon City were also overcome with despondency. The rank-and-file soldiers stood still in battle, their faces lifeless, consumed by anxiety. Even the more experienced fighters continued to fight, but fear was clearly visible on their faces. "What kind of skill is this?" Hu Hao asked in shock, watching his troops lose heart. "We were almost victorious, and now they're playing such dirty tricks?" Hu Hao realized that chaos really wasn't that simple. Fighting the forces of chaos isn't just a battle. It's a battle with forces from another dimension. And this was just a small unit under the command of King Hong Yati. If they encounter his main forces, or even the Lord of Chaos himself, how would Dragon City respond? In the atmosphere of hopelessness, only the heroes and face pets, untouched by Chaos's influence, remained. After calmly surveying the battlefield, Shen Baiki issued the order, "Face pets." Simultaneously, he activated his other skill, Flood, out of nowhere, forming a water column that shot up into the sky, carrying with it destructive force. Thunder. The water had no edge, but its colossal energy halted the Black Chaos Assassins' progress, slowing them down, their movements restricted, making them perfect targets for the face pets. "Now look, insects," Shen Baiki said coldly. "I'm curious to see their strength." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Face's pets, who had previously merely watched the battle, were now completely excited. They were unaffected by the negative effects of chaos. Instead, they emitted strange cries full of enthusiasm. Pets maneuvered swiftly, heading toward the immobilized Black Chaos Assassins. 1, 2. Each face pet leaped furiously at the Chaos Assassins' faces. The helmets covering their faces had long since melted under the blackening, leaving their open mouths prime targets for attack. Shh! Pets mercilessly wrapped themselves around the necks of their opponents and, using their sharp trunks, penetrated their mouths. Poison. A powerful paralytic element had entered the bodies of the Chaos Assassins. Even with their inhuman strength, they were unable to resist the control imposed on these unique creatures. A powerful control ability. 10 Chaos Assassins were rendered semi-conscious in the blink of an eye. The battle was over. Despite all their strength, the Chaos Assassins were unable to fight while completely controlled. They were simply destroyed by the remaining soldiers. The brutal, battlefield-encompassing pressure vanished as quickly as the morning mist. Face's pets, who had planned to continue their parasitism, were forcibly torn from their victims. They spread their mouths, several tentacles trembling nervously, looking rather comical, albeit angry, obviously annoyed, as they hadn't been able to complete the parasitization process. In fact, Hu Hao was also curious about what would come of it. However, he understood that the knife was best used for its intended purpose, And since the battle was already over, there was no need to continue the process. The battle was over. The dead soldiers of Dragon City vanished, their bodies vanishing automatically. The remaining bodies, including those carrying goods, needed to be distributed. Hu Hao looked at the battlefield, noticing with horror the bodies of unfortunate slaves and slain peasants. He didn't know what to do next. Should he take his things and leave? He wondered. Shen Baiki, however, didn't hesitate and immediately approached the black-faced junior commander, declaring, "The battle is over. You are not enemies of Dragon City. But Dragon City has priority in distributing the spoils, and all goods you carry belong to us." Shen Baiki firmly declared his claim to the spoils. The black-faced junior commander was clearly displeased, but after surveying the mighty troops of Dragon City, he was forced to agree. He nodded with dissatisfaction. We're not bandits. We came to save people. Thank you for helping us save ours. More than half of these people are from our hometown. We're taking them with us." He pointed to the group of people who had already uncuffed the slaves. "Dad, you survived. Uncle, where's my older brother? He's back. All is well. Our city still stands, and it's safe. Many have died, but we need to survive. Let's go take your brother's body from the body of the one who was eaten," they said, hugging each other, tears in their eyes. And so, seeing all this, Hu Hao understood why these poorly armed and inadequately trained peasants had decided to challenge the army commanded by Lord Chaos. It was their family and friends they were trying to save. Hu Hao couldn't determine for sure whether this was a game scenario or a tragic real-life event. If it wasn't virtual reality, then those poor people who were eaten by the ogres were doomed to a terrible fate. After some thought, Shen Baiki and his soldiers began collecting the spoils. Unfortunately, the loot was scant. Many of the Chaos assassins, including the commander, were severely rotted, and their trophies had also been destroyed. They then checked the cargo wagons. They mostly contained fresh meat and fruit. Hu Hao couldn't help but smile. He'd thought these Chaos forces must be something extraordinary, but it turns out they needed to eat too. Besides meat and fruit, there were 2 carts filled with weapons. There was also a cart filled with various items made from bones and ivory. Hu Hao admitted that the items were beautiful, but the source material was too bleak. However, he wasn't particularly interested. After everything was inspected, Shen Baiki reported to Hu Hao. "Sir, I want to report the loot." "Okay, go ahead," Hu Hao replied, only then realizing they could communicate in real time. "Can I speak to you directly?" Shen Baiki replied, "Yes. When the Dragon City hero withdraws his troops from the plain, the Lord can communicate with the hero in real time." Hu Hao was overjoyed. Good, good, good. If you could communicate with your generals in real time, wouldn't it be possible to micromanage? Hu Hao suddenly recalled his previous dominant scenes in various RTS games. This is what they call conversation and laughter, while the boats and oars turned to ashes. Hu Hao couldn't wait to immediately dismiss Shen Baiki's team on the spot and simply let Shen Baiki serve as his envoy. But Hu Hao suddenly remembered those predecessors in history who had micromanaged. In particular, the towering figure of the Gaoliang River automobile god repeatedly appeared in Hu Hao's mind. No, I have to resist my urge to micromanage. I hope I won't be angry with myself for not being able to control my hands. Shen Baiqi, unaware that Hu Hao had almost fired him from his position, reported the harvest to Hu Hao. 400 units of meat, 100 units of fruit, 100 units of ordinary quality weapons, 40 works of art in the Chaos style. And this damn mask. Shen Baiki focused on the crimson mask, which was exactly the same as the one he had previously worn on the face of the Chaos Carnage Captain. Bloody mask type. Armor quality, unique effect, increases attack speed by 25% and grants 25% blood-sucking ability. Skills, Blood Frenzy. Increases attack speed by 250% for a short period and grants 250% blood-sucking ability. Introduction. A mysterious mask forged in the void of chaos. Just one glance will make you bathe in blood. Hu Hao had looked at this many times, but didn't think there was anything evil about it. But the Bloody Mask's properties are really good. Increase attack speed and gain a blood-sucking function. These two improvements to performance and battery life are very significant. In many games, a unit with high attack speed and the ability to suck blood is a veritable perpetual motion machine. Moreover, after activating the Blood Frenzy skill, it becomes terrifying. 250% attack speed plus 250% blood suck. It's simply IMBA. For example, if Shen Bai Qi is equipped with the Blood Mask, then after the previous battle, Shen Bai Qi will still have full health. And if he encounters a powerful enemy and Shen Bai Qi is crippled, he can fully utilize the Blood Frenzy skill to unleash a super explosion that crushes the enemy while simultaneously restoring his own health. What's an artifact? It's called an artifact. In wild battles, the Bloody Mask is a magical skill combined with the ability to run on battery power. And even in regular territorial offensive and defensive battles, the Bloody Mask still finds its use. For example, equipping Leng Tang with a Bloody Mask and activating the skill when a defensive battle reaches a critical moment can greatly improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time. It could be said that the Bloody Mask, with its simple and crude attributes, is undoubtedly the most practical artifact. After checking the Bloody Mask's properties, Hu Hao said with satisfaction, "The income from this replica of the time and space rift is truly good. Other food, crafts, and the like may not matter to me. This Bloody Mask alone is worth the price of admission. Moreover, although these two weapons are of average quality, they wouldn't be difficult to sell on the market for tens of thousands of magic crystals. The benefits of the space-time rift are still great." Incidentally, Hu Hao glanced again at the beautiful fresh meat and suddenly felt greedy. Hu Hao hadn't eaten anything since entering the National Attack and Defense game world. Even though you won't be hungry, you'll still have some cravings. In just a few seconds, Hu Hao conjured up countless food scenes in his mind. It would be great if there was another chef hero. While Hu Hao was pretending to eat a whole roast lamb, Shen Baiqi interrupted Hu Hao and said, "Lord, the original purpose of the space-time rift has been achieved. Should we continue exploring it now? The general also knows nothing about subsequent exploration. Given the strength of the Dragon City army, it was entirely possible that the entire army would be destroyed." Hu Hao thought for a moment. Clearly, another world existed within the rift in time and space, and it was a world full of crises. But Dragon City's previous results had exceeded his expectations, proving that the might of Dragon City's army could fight across the rift of time and space. The Bloody Mask that dropped at the same time, along with a large quantity of weapons worth tens of thousands, also spurred Hu Hao's desire. A copy of Time and Space Crack is definitely a huge treasure trove with endless potential and benefits. It's so popular, it would be a shame to leave after half an hour. Therefore, Hu Hao replied to Bai Qi, of course, we must continue our exploration. It's been less than half an hour since we entered the dungeon. General Bai Qi, please continue exploring the cracks in time and space. As a precaution, I don't need you to fight aggressively in the next exploration. Intelligence gathering is the first task. I'm very curious about the world in time and space. Go and talk to the people there and get new information from me. Shen Baiqi. No. While Hu Hao and Shen Baiqi were chatting, a dark-faced young man brought in several people. He glanced at the food in the car, his eyes filled with melancholy. After a moment's hesitation, the dark-faced young general asked, "God Baiqi." "Hello, General. I am Shi Yu, captain of the Qingshui City Militia. Again for your assistance. As you can see, we've rescued a large number of refugees, but our city of Qingshui is currently in dire straits and urgently needs food supplies. If possible, could you sell us some food? We'll pay for the magic crystal." Shen Baiqi said, "I am Bai Qi, a general under the Lord of Dragon City. I personally cannot accept your offer, as these are spoils belonging to the Lord. But I can petition the Lord on your behalf." Having said this, Shen Baiqi asked Hu Hao, "Lord, one of the troops in the cracks in time and space wants to buy our trophies and food. Do you agree? Food can truly satisfy one's hunger, and Hu Hao was eager to stock up on food for his dragon city. But in reality, Hu Hao doesn't need food. Neither Hu Hao himself nor the Dragon City army needed food to replenish their reserves. Hu Hao's previous desire for food was nothing more than greed. Eating is permitted, but not required. Although these refugees may be mere statistics, Hu Hao still feels that these ragged refugees from Qingshui City are probably the ones who need food more than he does. Hu Hao was alone anyway, so he couldn't eat all the food in the cart, some of the food for himself, and could sell the rest. Hu Hao even thought about many classic game settings. Perhaps these products could also be the key to his further development. So Hu Hao gave Shen Baiki these instructions. Dragon City doesn't need food. You sell them food. I don't expect to sell it for a high price. You can help transport it there first and see what conditions are like at their headquarters. If it's quite rich, sell it for more. If it's very difficult, then... I once played a game called Cavalry and Slashing. It had an industry-specific mission. After saving the villagers from rebel bandits, the villagers gave me dinars, food, and local delicacies as a thank you. I can accept the gift. You can also take half of the gift. Alternatively, keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do. And the end result is that you can reap more benefits if you choose not to take the money. Shenbai nodded. I understand. Having received the order, the god Baiki approached the black-faced young general and said, I have already spoken with the master and he has kindly agreed that we will sell you food. The good sir even said that if it was for the sake of hardship, as for ordinary people, it would be no big deal even if he took nothing. Shu Yu was obviously a little surprised. At first, he thought the Dragon City troops were just another group of mercenaries ambushed because they were monitoring the goods escorted by the Chaos Slayer. The result was unexpected. Food is a vital resource for Qingshui City, which is in crisis. Thank you, warriors of Dragon City. Shi Yu approached the spot where Shen Baiqi and Hu Hao had been conversing and shouted into the air, Thank you also, lords of Dragon City. Are you also from other worlds? Shen Bai nodded. Well, our Dragon City doesn't belong to this world. We are troops who have passed through the time and space rift. We are still unfamiliar with this world and are in the initial stages of exploration. Our master, Commander Hu, is a noble and kind master, possessing a sense of justice and a very brave master. I think you can see this from our attack on the forces of chaos and the food distribution right now. The mighty Dragon City is very interested in defeating the chaotic forces in this world. The Dragon City also has some problems with Hunyadi, the limb-breaking king. General, could you act as the local representative and brief us on the current situation? Hu Hao had previously told Shen Baiqi that the next task would primarily be intelligence gathering. Shen Baiqi was very forthright and immediately asked Shi Yu. Shi Yu sighed softly and said, Of course, Dragon City is also from another world. If someone had said in the past that they were from another world, we wouldn't have believed it. But now, after the Chaos Lord's invasion, we understand. The thing is, there are many people from other worlds who come and go as they please. Shi Yu was clearly complaining, and Shen Baiqi waited patiently for him to finish. Then said, We fought side by side, and I will explain the current situation to you. Shen Baiqi led a team from Dragon City and, along with the militia from Qingshui City, set out with refugees and supplies. Along the way, Master Yu also calmly informed Shen Baiqi and Hu Hao of the current situation. Qingshui City was originally an ordinary city. Of course, their world itself possessed supernatural powers. Until the forces of chaos invaded, the original order had been completely destroyed. One knows how many countries and cities were destroyed in the madness of the chaos invasion. Not only the killings caused by the forces of chaos itself, but also the chaos unleashed by the New World Order, which was completely destroyed by the chaos invasion. The city of Qingshui also suffered from the war and was forced to move collectively to the mountains. With the help of ancient fortresses, it was able to firmly establish itself after renovations. Qingshui now resembles Qingshan City. After the massive invasion, 3 powerful Chaos Lords ruled the world. This is Hunyadi, the king of broken limbs, Black Master Zhuge Yu, and Callan, leader of the Sharp-Tooth. These three powerful Chaos Lords belong to different races and hail from different worlds, but all of them joined the forces of Chaos and became Chaos Lords. And he single-handedly led an invasion of the world where Qingshui City is located. It is reported that the territory where Qingshui City is currently located is divided into the territory of Black Master Zhuge Yi. Fortunately, despite all of them being Chaos Lords, Hunyadi the King of Broken Limbs, Zhuge Yi the Black Master, and Karan the Sharp-Tooth Chieftain are actually in a state of hostility towards each other, and these three giant Chaos Lords are fighting against each other. Furthermore, the various local forces that had been crushed and dispersed also had their own plans and occasionally resisted. The current chaos resulted from hand-to-hand combat between several forces. Although Qingshui City has temporarily survived, its future is very bleak. Not to mention the lack of food and clothing, the key issue is the lack of hope. The entire country has been shattered. It is said that not only the country where Qingshui City is located, but also other countries around the world have been destroyed by chaos. The end of the world has arrived. The entire world is ruled by three Lords of Chaos, and the rest can only survive in the cracks. Regardless of which Lord of Chaos it is, they will eventually gain control of the world. In other words, the forces of the three Lords of Chaos continue to clash endlessly in this world. For the city of Qingshui and countless other refugees, this is by no means good news. Despair. Despair is sweeping the world. Speaking of this, Shi Yu said with a wry smile, "The entire world is hopeless, so when we heard that your Dragon City is a power from other worlds, we were very happy. After all, it's better to have new outsiders than to continue dying like this." Not far from here is the fortress of Qingshui City, reached by climbing a small rocky mountain behind a hidden forest. Hu Hao surveyed the area and discovered that Qingshui City's location is not only modest, but also very easy to defend and difficult to attack, and has several independent water sources. From the perspective of the separatist village, the location chosen by Qingshui City is indeed very good. Furthermore, behind this inconspicuous stone mountain are several seemingly ancient yet still sturdy arrow towers. The combination of these configurations could be the basis for Qingshui City's survival in difficult times. The Dragon City Army protected the Qingshui City militia and the rescued refugees, completing its phased mission. Surprisingly, Hu Hao received a hint. His reputation in Qingshui City was improved to friendly. So, is there a reputation system? In the online games Hu Hao had played before, reputation settings were common. By completing quests for NPCs in a specific camp, you'll accumulate reputation and improve your favor. At later stages, you'll be able to take on special missions and earn high-level rewards. I'm just not sure how reputation is calculated in National Attack and Defense. At the same time, Hu Hao was also a little perplexed. His soldiers had just fought a bloody battle with the Chaos Slayer, but his reputation hadn't improved. How could I smoothly complete a small escort mission and increase my reputation? Or is the increase in reputation actually the result of the previous battle and the current escort? This game, especially the mysterious time and space rift replica, still has many mechanisms that you need to slowly uncover. The team approached the path beyond the gates of Qingshui City. Shi Yu asked the team to stop and said to Shen Baiki, "I'm very sorry. I can't let you in anymore. Let's complete the deal here." During the war, it was normal to keep outsiders out of the city, and Shen Baiki understood that too. Several people left Qingshui City. They brought a box of magic crystals and placed them on the ground. Shi Yu pointed to the box and said, "Qingshui City has been severely damaged, and we don't have many magic crystals left. There are 5,000 magic crystals here, which is almost twice the price of this batch of food before the war. If you can, please pass the food to us." Shen Baiki said that this matter still needs to be reported to the master. 5,000 magic crystals. That's not a particularly small number, but not particularly large either. Hu Hao had already decided not to accept gifts from the villagers, as he had done when he played Mountain and Blade. Moreover, now that he discovered he could still earn reputation, Hu Hao wanted to do something to improve his reputation in Qingshui City. Of course, if a gift is particularly valuable, it can only be accepted with tears. Now, Hu Hao is short of those 5,000 magic crystals, so Hu Hao asked Shen Baiki to rephrase his words. Dragon City has plenty of food, and he doesn't need this food. Save it. You, the people of Qingshui City, need this more than I do. These words are Hu Hao's true words. Hu Hao is very hungry, but Hu Hao only needs to eat alone. Just ask the soldiers to bring a piece of spare ribs and a basket of fruit to satisfy their cravings. Qingshui City and the refugees really need food. Shi Yu seemed overjoyed to receive Hu Hao's generous gift. He shouted toward Hu Hao, "Thank you, Lord of Dragon City." Even with Shi Yu at the helm, hundreds of militiamen and refugees around them shouted in unison, "Thank you, Commander Hu. Thank you, Dragon City. Thank you, Commander Hu." Hu Hao, watching this, couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, I'm so embarrassed." Hu Hao felt like he'd only made a small contribution, and a dozen carts of food weren't all that valuable. As a result, these products, which were completely useless to Dragon City, caused nearly 1,000 people at the scene to chant their names in unison. Needless to say, such a scene was truly very comforting and made Hu Hao feel immensely proud. Cool. The space-time rift was coming to an end, and Shen Baiki was also preparing to return to Dragon City with himself and the loot. But at that moment, Hu Hao saw through the camera some arguing taking place at the scene. It turned out it was Qingshui City, and they were only willing to accept refugees who were originally from Qingshui City. Of the hundreds of refugees rescued, almost half were not from Qingshui City. Qingshui City, it seems, is unwilling to accept them. Those refugees who didn't want to be accepted begged Qingshui City to take them in. Shi Yu also looked very embarrassed. He said to the abandoned refugees, "I also hope everyone can stay, but I can't decide this alone. But at least if we really can't get everyone to stay, I'll ask the city to prepare some dry food. That's all I can do." It turns out that's true. Almost half the people were abandoned, which is truly cruel. But Hu Hao understood Qingshui City's choice very well. Because the world in Qingshui City is so brutal, resources for survival are also extremely scarce. Population is a resource, but it's also a burden. Although Qingshui City struggled to survive during these turbulent times, they won 1/3 of an acre of land that belonged to them. But Qingshui City eventually moved deep into the mountains, and the mountain resources are scarce. It's estimated that it will be very difficult to feed your family using only the resources available. Are you planning to raise hundreds of foreign refugees? Sending other unrelated refugees out of the country as gifts and even giving them food rations is already considered the most benevolent act. Perhaps they knew the current situation in Qingshui City was truly dire. Or perhaps they had previously seen Dragon City's troops act more forcefully. In short, these abandoned refugees didn't persist, but many defected to the Dragon City forces. Crack! A middle-aged man in his 50s led the way, and everyone else knelt down. They shouted, "Please show mercy to the Lord of Dragon City and take us away. Please, Lord Commander Hu." In today's chaotic world, asking us to come out is tantamount to asking us to die. That's right. Please ask Dragon City to accept us. Great Lord, kind and generous Lord, your previous request to send food to Qingshui City reflects your kindness. Please, save us. My children are still waiting for food. Please, save my children. Everyone said something to each other and burst into tears. All these people lost their homes in the troubled times and became lifeless, becoming coolies for the forces of chaos. Their numbers also grew from thousands at the beginning to hundreds now. Helpless, ordinary people in a chaotic world certainly couldn't survive without shelter. The abandoned refugees couldn't see Hu Hao, but they had also seen Shen Baiki's report before. They knew there was a bigwig, not here, remotely controlling the Dragon City army. The mysterious Lord of Dragon City, the one who truly can decide one's life or death. Seeing the pitiful appearance of these refugees begging for alms, although Hu Hao couldn't yet confirm whether they were real people or just figures, he still felt a little unbearable. If they were in Dragon City, Hu Hao wouldn't mind accepting refugees to fill his territory. It's a shame Dragon City only came here as a participant in the dungeon, and now it's time for the dungeon. Due to the inability to transport refugees through the city, Dragon City ultimately failed to return the refugees back to Dragon City. The copying time expired, and the Dragon City army returned to the space-time rift where they began. The copy ended. The rift in time and space ended. The world of Qingshui City and the refugees also vanished. Vanished? Or simply temporarily absent? Hu Hao sensed that the matter was not yet over, and the battle with Hunyadi would still occur. First, Hunyadi's projection is invaded, and then the world occupied by Hunyadi. This is definitely not a mere coincidence. There must be some connection between the world in which the City of Dragons is located and the world occupied by Hunyadi. We must encounter this again in the future. Hu Hao now understands the power of chaos better. To prepare for the next battle, Dragon City still has much to prepare. Dragon City must not only organize a strong offensive force, but also ensure it can turn the tide the next time it enters the rift of time and space. At the same time, it is also necessary to focus on strengthening the defense forces to prevent the peace of Dragon City from becoming a target for chaos. Hunyadi, the King of Broken Limbs, Zhuge Yi, the Black Master, Callan, the Sharp-Toothed Chieftain. These powerful lords of chaos pose a threat to Dragon City. This game, this world, seems more complex than I imagined. Hu Hao considered. Returning to Dragon City, Shen Baiki handed over the spoils to Hu Hao. The key trophy, naturally, is the Bloody Mask. Such unique armor is a useful enhancement to the strength of the entire Dragon City. Hu Hao said to Baiqi, "Put on this Bloody Mask. First, return the Black Shadow Blade to Leng Tang and let her continue to use it for defense. As for the captured Chaos weapon, first, I'll see if there's anything usable. As a defensive hero, Leng Tang only needs to combine his attack and attack speed." Hu Hao glanced at the weapon and discovered that it was indeed a normal quality weapon with relatively average stats. If equipped by Leng Tang, he'll also inform you that the hero can only carry 2 weapons. He can only wield 2-handed weapons, not 3, 4, 5, or 6 knives. The maximum number of weapons that can be equipped is 2, which is perfectly reasonable. 100 ordinary quality weapons cost an average of several hundred magic crystals on the exchange, and Hu Hao was too lazy to keep them for himself. I plan to sell them all cheaply and slowly. Even if a handful sells for just 500, 800 magic crystals, if all 100 are sold, it will still be worth tens of thousands of magic crystals. That's also a good profit. With only a Bloody Mask and tens of thousands of magic crystals, this dungeon operation is destined to be profitable. As for losses, during the operation to conquer the Space-Time Rift dungeon, Dragon City lost only over 20 soldiers. Hu Hao immediately spent thousands of magic crystals to reinforce his team. Compared to the income, the cost of a collection of thousands of magic crystals is practically negligible. Clearly, the replica space-time rift is a good place, and Hu Hao still wants to go there. Hu Hao asked the god Baiqi and said, "I'm very interested in the city of Qingshui, a place divided and occupied by the forces of chaos. This dungeon adventure lasted only 2 hours. Clearly, the exploration wasn't complete. Much more interesting awaits us in that world. I still want to go there. But now that the space-time rift has been closed, can I go there?" Shen Baiki shook his head. "I can only sense the existence of space-time rifts near Dragon City, but I can't comprehend its laws. The general can only say with certainty that more than one space-time rift will appear near Dragon City. New time and space rifts will certainly appear, but will the emerging time and space rifts be connected to the previous world? It's difficult to determine." Hu Hao nodded. "Well, I understand. You go and organize military affairs." After he stood up and went downstairs, Hu Hao thought for a moment. First of all, Hu Hao was very pleased when he received Shen Baiqi's positive response, which stated that the cracks in time and space would definitely be renewed. This was because Hu Hao also saw the benefits of the time and space rift. If such a fragrant copy cannot be continued, it will be a huge loss. Regarding what Shen Baiqi said about failing to identify the new space-time rift, will it continue to connect with the previous world of Qingshui City? Hu Hao was optimistic about this. Previously, it was believed that Dragon City was connected to the world Hunyadi had invaded, but now Hu Hao was more resolute. In total, Dragon City had already fought 2 rounds with Chaos Lord Hunya. City and Hunyadi's sphere of influence, which must also include the world of Clearwater, must have some special communication mechanism. Perhaps one day the Dragon City will be able to suffer further defeat on a grand scale? Teach that arrogant, limb-breaking king a lesson. After some reflection, a new round began, the 12th round of the game. The 12th round of trials begins. Hu Hao first checked the next house he attacked and discovered it was a territory called Qingqing Lagoon. Qingqing Prairie had not joined the guild. Players who can continue playing solo after the Trial of Chaos definitely have a certain level of power. And after a wave of success in the Trial of Chaos, with the magic crystals rewarded for the challenge and the potentially explosive drop rate, many players now have the means to increase their power. Even though the Dragon City troops are currently performing well, Hu Hao feels he still can't afford to be careless. The same applies to defense. Forces are truly powerful, but after all, there are 100 million players in this game, and 100,000 in my region alone. Are there any hidden bosses among them? The battle begins. Hu Hao was devastated to discover that the troops attacking his Dragon City were actually only 10. Yes, only 10. The 10 soldiers who attacked him had a guild name called Psalm, but they only sent 10 small zombies. What kind of hands do small zombies have? The lowest type of soldier, the same level as the militia that comes with him at the beginning. At this stage, it's just a food delivery service. A key small unit of zombies can bring in even less loot than regular militia. Damn poor. Damn, I'm really impressed with this dog guild. This is the guild that previously auctioned off my Bounty Hunter Tower project. Isn't this guild quite wealthy? They must be quite powerful, right? What the dog said was a low-level horse sent to my Dragon City, right? Hu Hao felt like he was being targeted. If the guess was correct, that stupid poetry guild must have seen that this was the Dragon City and felt that even a large-scale attack would mean sacrificing meat. So they simply sent a minimal number of troops for the sake of formality. Don't give your money and experience to your Dragon City. I must say, this step is very harmful. I'm not afraid you'll come, but I'm afraid you won't. But I must admit, the Psalm Guild is truly very calm. You should know that Dragon City has the status of a super god. Attacking Dragon City while in super god mode can yield the best bonus rewards. The Psalm Guild can withstand enormous temptations, so they're brutal. There are only 10 zombies, and defense in round 12 is nonsensical. Regarding the insult, the next home of Laga Qingqing, attacked by Dragon City, had several highlights in its defense. A rare tier hero sits on a green meadow. But perhaps rare tier heroes create the illusion of invincibility in players, leading them to be too careless in their defense. In the entire Qingqing meadow, there are only 2 tier 2 arrow towers, 1 tier 2 turret, and a rare plague tower. Aside from heroes, the overall defensive capabilities are weak. With such a small defensive force, not to mention the Tiger and Wolf divisions of Dragon City, even if you encounter ordinary elite players, you probably won't be able to survive. If I'm guessing correctly, Qingqing Meadow's defensive power must have just been selected on the junior difficulty level of the Chaos Trial. Before the Chaos Trial, a single hero with 4 towers could have held it off. After the Chaos Trial, the intensity of combat throughout the game is off the charts. Squads are truly powerful, but rare tier heroes with multiple CBA defensive tower teammates, after experiencing Chaos Frenzy, Kerry stopped dead in his tracks. When Hu Hao saw his army in Dragon City, he charged straight into it, as if entering uninhabited territory. Hey, after 10 rounds, I have to defend as hard as I can. I'm greedy. I used to have a hero leading the team. and I had no defensive pressure, so I put all my magic crystals into attacking. Alas, if I'd used the money in the last round to buy a fire elemental tower, why would that be? No, I need to publish the video before it cools down so other players can learn from it. Army, led by Shen Baiqi, entered 88 of them on a wave of bloodshed. Since the initial battles on the Qingqing Prairie had suffered losses, after 88 people entered this round, the cores were directly cleared. Game over. In pain and frustration, the Qingqing Prairie territory collapsed and turned to ashes. Commander He also uploaded the footage to the video channel during the final countdown for everyone to see. Flood wave, territory destroyed, what a damn lesson! Video quickly spread, and everyone wanted to know how the territory was transferred like a wave. Then they saw the mighty and majestic army of Dragon City. Leading the way, the epic hero God Baiqi, both beefy and commanding. Black Iron Infantry, Great Qin warriors, Spartan Greek infantry, and other complex heavy infantry. Highlanders, shepherds, and fishermen with excellent qualities. And also the facehugger, the only superclass soldier who can move flexibly across the battlefield as if entering a desert land. Shocking performance completely shook the world. Dragon City had a certain reputation before, but most players had only heard of Dragon City and knew that Dragon City was very strong. But it wasn't until this video spread that all the players saw just how powerful Dragon City really is. Too fast. Dragon City is growing way too fast. The epic heroes are outrageous. Wait, did I see 110 soldiers? Dragon City is already at level 2? Here, I'm jealous. More than 80 people entered in one wave. Dragon City is simply inhumane. Luckily, it didn't hit me in the head. Otherwise, I would have died. After watching this video, I understand why death was captured by Dragon City earlier. It seems it's not that death is too useless, but that Dragon City is too twisted. I thought my elite level hero was pretty powerful, but now I realize he's just a stinking little brother compared to Kamibai. Dusk, what's so great about Dragon City? My territory is also at level 2, and if we develop it further, it will be no worse than Dragon City. Oh right. Are all the bosses really this strong now? No, it makes me shudder. I better prioritize my defense first, otherwise I'll quit after facing a wave of boss-level characters. Now the game really begins, huh? 7 or 80 people in a wave, it's so bloody. I saw in the video that the Dragon City bosses' Highlander, Shepherd, and Fisherman costumes are quite good. When you combine the rare barracks communication attributes, they almost match the superior barracks. That's very good. I'm also planning to get a bonus set for people who suffer from extreme cold. God, the price has already gone up. Thanks to this video, Dragon City rose to fame and became one of the most powerful territories in Legend. Hu Hao was speechless about it. I'm clearly a newbie, why should I praise myself so much? Don't praise yourself to death, people can swim. Unwilling to participate in the global discussion of Dragon City, Hu Hao focused on further development and construction of the territory. After the 12th round of battle, the rewards in Dragon City are quite good. First, there's the survival reward of 4,500 magic crystals. Second, there's the loot. Although the defensive loot obtained by Dragon City in the 12th round was very low, the blood wave that penetrated over 80 cores in the Qingqing grasslands still yielded significant benefits. Counting survival rewards and battle trophies, a total of over 16,000 magic crystals were obtained. Also 2,400 magic crystals from the magic crystal generator. After deducting the 2,500 magic crystals in elemental magic stones, the magic crystal balance in Dragon City will be 3,512. But since Hu Hao obtained the spoils from the cracks in time and space that he had previously listed on the exchange, he sold them one by one. So Hu Hao's current balance of magic crystals is actually 40,140. This is a good number. On the contrary, Hu Hao wasn't satisfied with the rewards for entering the 12th round. Survived the 12th round of the game, and received the 12th round entry reward, the Acceleration Gloves. There are still 8 rounds left until the special entry. Following the Iron Sword from the previous round, this round features a standard acceleration gauntlet, whose effect can only increase the user's attack speed by 15% to a very limited extent. The properties are average and don't have a high market value. Essentially, it was simply throwing away goods for exchange. Hu Hao directly supplied Lang Tang with these torn gloves. Because they were too ugly, he even asked Lang Tang to hide the gloves. Thus, Lang Tang's attack speed becomes attack speed 3 times per second, 200% from aura, plus 15% from equipment. Attribute on the panel is still set to 3 attacks per second, but the 15% attack speed increase can still be reflected in actual combat, it's just not written on the panel. Let's say it's better than nothing. 2 consecutive rounds of checks turned out to be garbage, making it difficult for Hu Hao to contain himself. Fortunately, previous logins had generally been quite popular and provided Hu Hao with many valuable resources early on. Now that Dragon City has taken off, everything is running smoothly, so even if you don't get good login rewards for a while, it won't affect Dragon City's development too much. If Dragon City is in a situation where you are completely broke and your life is hanging by a thread while waiting for the login reward to save your life, then you will be very hard-pressed not to break a sweat if you win the African Chieftain reward in 2 consecutive rounds. Okay, give me a non-chief reward, okay? I, Commander Hu, will prove today that I'm not one to rely on login rewards. Without great login rewards, you'll have to fend for yourself. Spend money to buy one. In the Dragon City video that just shocked the world, many players said this version is becoming increasingly bloody, and it's better to strengthen your defenses first to avoid being overwhelmed by a wave of foolish bastards like Dragon City. Hu Hao disagrees with the idea that Dragon City is a hatchling, but Hu Hao agreed with the general policy of strengthening defenses. Regarding the defense of Dragon City, Hu Hao was very pleased, but also very worried. Above all, Hu Hao was very confident in his defensive strength. Needless to say, there's no need to say more about individual players playing alone. They essentially have nothing to gain when facing the Dragon City. Hu Hao wasn't afraid even of those large guilds who had massed heavy troops to attack Dragon City for the reward of the Dragon City super god. In terms of defensive capabilities, Dragon City was impregnable. Its frontal defense was a fortress-level strength that would never fall. But what if the enemy doesn't come to the front? What worries Hu Hao is that, like other tower defense games, this one features stealth and flying units, especially since stealth units are practically a reality. Among the previous bonus rewards for the 10th round of special entries, the Lawbreaker Tower had an anti-stealth feature. If there are anti-stealth towers, then there must be invisible soldiers. It is currently unknown if and when invisible soldiers will appear. But we must be careful of this. Thinking about this, Hu Hao, who was feeling very unsafe, quickly opened the exchange to see if there were any stealth defense towers to choose from. As it turned out, there were indeed. Moreover, Hu Hao also discovered that there is more than one type of tower with an anti-stealth function. Instead of the option from the list I previously subscribed to, this is the Tower of Lawbreaking. The more anti-stealth towers there are, the more it confirms Hu Hao's hunch. There must be stealth troops, but we don't know when they'll appear. Hu Hao looked around and wasn't very pleased with several anti-stealth towers. Generally speaking, they have low stats and high prices, which are often attributed to high salaries and low abilities. A more important issue is occupying a valuable slot. Dragon City is now a Tier 2 territory, but there are still several empty spots for defensive towers. But even if it's not necessary, Hu Hao still wants to save some space. So can he play an anti-stealth role and save slots at the same time? Indeed, yes, because defensive towers also have equipment slots. However, the defense tower equipment grid can't act as equipment like the 6 hero equipment grids. For example, if you equip the Black Shadow Blade to the defense tower equipment grid, it won't significantly increase attack power as if it were equipped to a hero. But regular equipment won't do. Props and runes can be effective. Hu Hao has already equipped an attack speed halo on the atmospheric storm tower, because the epic attack speed aura itself doesn't improve attack or other stats. Thus, equipping any defensive tower with the attack speed aura prop can fully exert its effect without losing attributes. Likewise, The True Vision Crystal, which is currently sold on the exchange as a prop with an anti-stealth function, is also very suitable for installation in defense towers. Hu Hao prepared for a rainy day and purchased True Vision crystals to protect himself from potential invisible troops. The True Vision crystal support also satisfies Hu Hao's desire for invisibility without taking up space in the defense tower. But there's a drawback. It's too expensive. Since the True Vision crystal is an equipment item that theoretically can't directly enhance combat effectiveness, its price has been effectively increased to 7,500 magic crystals. How would you rate this price? If stealth units really do appear in the future, then anti-invisibility items like True Sight crystals are a must. No matter how expensive they are, they will still need to be purchased. But at least at this stage, anti-invisibility tools aren't strictly necessary. Hu Hao originally thought that anti-stealth items like the True Vision crystal wouldn't be worth selling because they were useless. Now it seems others aren't fools either. Many forward-thinking players already know the potential importance of stealth protection. You're not the only one planning ahead and preparing for a rainy day. The Crystal of True Sight isn't cheap, but it still costs 7,500 magic crystals to purchase. Hu Hai installed a True Vision crystal for his Dragon City. Unlike the attack speed halo, which covers the entire area without any blind spots, the True Vision crystal's detection range is limited. If the position area expands to infinity in a later period, you may need to purchase a few more anti-hidden crystals to achieve full coverage. But at present, when there are only a dozen defense towers in total, one True Vision crystal is enough to meet the needs of combating stealth. Of course, the attack speed halo of an epic artifact can't compare to the True Vision crystal, which exchanges thousands of magic crystals. After completing the anti-invisibility, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance was only 32640. After browsing the exchange, I felt like there weren't any particularly economical or accessible items for consumption, so I simply hoarded them for now. Soon, the 13th round of the game arrived again. The 13th round of tests begins. Hu Hao has checked his next target. Look, Hu Hao is happy. We meet in the mountains and rivers, brother. This time, the next target of Dragon City's attack is Iron Tower City, the brother they attacked in the 4th round of trials. Back then, in the 4th round, Iron Tower City furiously created a level 2 rifle tower and a turret configuration. This was also Hu Hao's first time seeing a second-tier arrow tower. Therefore, Iron Tower City left a deep impression on Hu Hao at that time, and the actual combat situation also proved Iron Tower City's strength. When Dragon City had facehuggers, Iron Tower City relied on manual control of the defense tower with one hand, and in the end, Hu Hao only allowed 11 units to be used. Although he couldn't fully resist the Dragon City army, compared to other territories attacked by Dragon City, Iron Tower City's defenses were very strong. 9 rounds have passed, and the tower is still standing. Furthermore, Iron Tower City is still a single-player city. He didn't join a guild, but continued to earn high profits from solo play. Hu Hao calculated that the subsequent development of this tower city should also be very good. I don't know what results my Dragon City will be able to achieve this round when it attacks Iron Tower City. Hu Hao is looking forward to a great game, especially considering that Iron Tower City has defended for 8 consecutive rounds, which means if Dragon City attacks, he'll receive an additional 80% reward. For Hu Hao, who urgently needs magical crystal rewards, this is even more tempting. Tower City at this moment. And Wei, the Lost Lord, drunkenly admires his territory. 4 level 3 arrow towers, 2 level 3 turrets, and a dirty warlock hero equipped with weapons and gloves. My defense is practically invincible. I've defended Iron Tower City for 8 rounds straight. In 2 more rounds, I'll become a super god. The bonus after becoming a super god is pretty good, but it's also become a popular item in the eyes of others. It's a shame I was stolen by Dragon City in the 4th round, which doesn't talk about martial arts. Otherwise, I would have already become a super god. Who will deliver me this round? May I be healthy? And Wei, lost, froze in place. Really, sir? It's Dragon City again. The Dragon City army appeared on the outskirts of Iron Tower City, reorganizing its ranks as it advanced. Seeing Shen Baiki's tall and powerful figure, Awei felt like he'd just eaten shit. "You're so fucked that bastard from Dragon City is still here." Looking at the scroll in his hand, Awei lamented, "This beast scroll can increase attack power by 100%. Originally planned to leave it in the Chaos Trial, but now it seems I can only use it." Knowing that the Dragon City army would be difficult to deal with, the bewildered Awei took his family's money and prepared for a desperate battle. Shen Baiki took the initiative to enter the defensive zone. With a whistling volley, 4 third-tier arrow towers confidently and powerfully struck the armor of the lead Shen Baiki. If this had been a normal squad, the volley from 4 third-tier arrow towers would have been immediately blocked. But the mighty Shen Baiki, with his super large blood volume and high armor, isn't afraid of this round of arrow tower volleys at all. His 85-point armor already reduces most of the damage. Combined with the arrow tower's piercing attack, the hero's armor also reduces damage by an additional 50%. Guasha. Arrow tower fires in seconds, just scratching the surface. The lost Awei saw 4 towers with level 3 arrows, the ones he was most proud of. The volley's effect was alarming, and Bai Qi, walking ahead, lost all traces of blood. My heart suddenly turned cold. It's over. I definitely can't hold on any longer. Let me go, and the aura of the god of murder will reduce my attack by 30%. Fuck you. You heard that, Dragon City. I'm sorry. Awei, having broken his defense, thought his 8-game winning streak was about to end, and he felt depressed and cursed. But after breaking through the defense, Awei didn't simply throw down the keyboard to smash it. He used his good skills and work ethic to switch to manual control. Seeing the soldiers of the Dragon City team, Awei said furiously, "If I can't defeat Bai Qi, I can't defeat you? Sign Spartan. So meaty. Forget it. If I don't fight these Spartan Greek heavy infantry who trade meat, I won't fight the sharp soldiers of Great Qin, and I still won't fight the Black Iron infantry." Playing his rare hero, Sludge Warlock, Awei focused on attacking long-range and rare-quality troops in Dragon City. I must say, there are 2 more reasons why Tower City can win 8 games in a row. While Sludge Warlock's explosion slowdown isn't as obvious as Leng Tang's, it does appear to increase the damage taken by a killed target, making it easier for other defensive towers to focus their fire. High-tier defensive towers in Iron Tower City have very powerful output stats. Epic supermodel heroes like Bai Qi may not be particularly powerful in combat, but they can quickly destroy monsters against regular minions. The overall quality of Dragon City's offensive troops is outstanding. But with the exception of pure meat units like the Black Iron Infantry and Spartan Greek Heavy Infantry, other units will die very quickly if targeted by the high-level turrets and arrow towers in Iron Tower City. The facehugger doesn't matter to them. As a single unit, their strength remains remarkable. Thanks to their high speed and superior evasiveness, they have already broken away from the larger army and are almost through the main portal. And Wei, who had lost his way, had already known how powerful the facehugger was, so he paid no attention to him. His gaze was focused on the cavalry troops behind the main force of Dragon City. The 2 cavalry units of the Dragon City, the Shepherd Cavalry and the Citizen Cavalry, are not heavy cavalry with heavy armor, nor are they beefy. However, they are very fast, posing a significant threat to the main portal. Awei, who had lost his bearings, defended himself against the 2 cavalrymen for a long time, using the Mud Warlock's final move without actually using it. At this moment, Shen Baiki gave an order, and the 2 cavalry units suddenly accelerated. The distance between the 2 cavalry teams was as wide as possible, suddenly putting Awei in trouble. But Awei had no choice but to make a decision at lightning speed. Both wings fly together, right? Fire! The Mud Warlock used his final move. As a hero, even a rare hero is very strong. The Mud Warlock's ultimate skill was activated, and the path forward suddenly turned into a large puddle of mud, making the entire path in Dragon City difficult to advance. With the exception of Facehugger, who ran out first, and Shen Baiki, the Spartan Greek infantry, and the Black Iron infantry, who marched in the front ranks. From the second rank onward, almost all the troops became bogged down in the mud, and their marching speed dropped to 0. However, since Shen Baiki had previously opened the maximum distance between the two cavalrymen, not only on the left and right, but also in front and behind, the civilian cavalry was at the limit of its skill range. More than half of the civilian cavalry successfully escaped the skill's range and rushed at high speed toward the central portal of Iron Tower City. Wei, who had become lost, paid no attention to the fleeing citizens and concentrated on the main battlefield. Final move is taking effect. His final move, a super wide slow. While the Slime Warlock's skills don't have the highly effective magical kill potential of Leng Tang's Ice Domain, they are comparable in terms of slow effects. And since the Mud skill doesn't affect line of sight, it's easier for the defender to control it manually. It's now! Tatar is opening! And Wei, who had been suppressed since the beginning of the war and shackled for so long, roared. Apparently, he didn't need to shout at all, but now he simply wanted to vent his feelings. Looking at the Tiger and Wolf division of Dragon City stuck in the mud and unable to move, Wei manually controlled the turret to bomb, simultaneously expressing his anger. Tata, open up. Keep touching the turret to open it. Kill all the bad guys in Dragon City. Stay and drive them all out. When Shen Baiki saw this scene, he was in no hurry. In fact, when he saw the hero Silt Warlock sitting in Iron Tower City, he had already thought through a multitude of countermeasures. Around Bai Qi, and magnificent lighting effects were accompanied by immense magical energy. Skill, flood activated. As Bai Qi aimed his sword, blue rapids gushed from the lower ends of two towers, shooting arrows in the direction Bai Qi's weapon pointed. The stream of blue water instantly expanded, forming a water dragon about 5 meters in diameter, flying straight into the sky. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and a huge column of water struck the wall of the gun tower, a stream of blue light erupting, enveloping the entire gun tower. A torrent of water struck the arrow tower with force, causing the upper portion of the arrow tower to continue shaking. The wall quickly deformed under the force of the water waves, and the lower portion instantly collapsed. The skill flow worked, destroying 2 level 3 arrow towers in one fell swoop. Iron Tower City's entire defense system has suffered a serious blow. Wei, we can't return. He slows down, but there's no escape. Wei, who had originally expected swift and widespread destruction after activating the Silt Sorcerer skill, sat helplessly on the ground. While other defensive towers are still doing their best, without 2 key Tier 3 turrets, the total number of targets that can be destroyed during the slowdown will be significantly reduced. After the Mud skill ended, the entire road ahead would be clear. The 2 Bai Qis led the remaining troops and headed straight for the central portal of Iron Tower City. Seeing this scene, Hu Hao, who had been watching the battle, also applauded. A wonderful, truly wonderful battle. Although most of the troops in Dragon City were lost in this wave, and only 40 soldiers entered the main portal, I must admit that this attack and defensive battle in Iron Tower City was very exciting. Compared to this, the few soldiers who attacked our Dragon City this round were mere formalities, completely unimpressive. This Lord of Iron Tower City is quite powerful. Hu Hao applauded the Lord of Iron Tower City. At this moment, Wei, the Lord of Iron Tower City, was at a loss. He looked up at the sky and cried out tearlessly, "Dragon City, I am your ancestor." He was scolded again. Fortunately, Hu Hao didn't hear the sentence. Compared to the exciting high-level offensive battles, the defensive battles taking place in Dragon City this round are rather lackluster. This round, Dragon City was attacked by a small guild. They didn't lose, but they likely didn't concentrate their forces to attempt an assault on Dragon City. 60 ordinary and rare soldiers couldn't hold out for a single round against Dragon City's defenses. It was precisely because the comparison was so vast that Hu Hao applauded the battle that took place in Tower City. Hu Hao also knows how to appreciate things. The 13th round of trials has concluded. All surviving players will receive 5,000 magic crystals as a reward. The 14th round of trials begins in 6 hours. Overall, Hu Hao is pleased with the profits. The first is the regular production of 5,000 magic crystals for survival and the magic crystal generator, which produces 2,600 magic crystals. As the number of trial rounds increases, the daily allowance alone increases after each game round, reaching 7,600 magic crystals. Furthermore, the loot drops are also quite good. With the help of a super defensive state and 40 offensive blood points, the loot reward for this round reached 11,700 magic crystals. Of course, the contract completion fee of 1,500 magic crystals will also be deducted. Balance now stands at 50,440 magic crystals. The balance has once again exceeded 50,000. Looking at his bank card balance, Hu Hao smiled with satisfaction. We already have 50,000 wen, but is 100,000 wen still a long way off? Let's take a look at the login rewards for this round. You survive the 13th round of the game and receive a login reward for the 13th round, a quality improvement certificate. There are still 7 rounds left until the special login. In the previous 11th and 12th rounds of the game, Hu Hao had already earned quite impressive rewards in 2 consecutive rounds. But after the 13th round and the login rewards, things finally started to improve again. Quality improvement certificate, excellent. Hu Hao can't use this item yet, but he will soon. Because there are already people around the world spending tens of thousands of dollars on various quality improvement certificates. The purpose of a quality improvement certificate is also very simple: to improve the quality of buildings, defensive towers, etc., that are already at a sufficient level and to allow for their continued modernization. A tower with standard quality arrows will not always be a tower with standard quality arrows. Towers can be upgraded to rare quality with a rare quality upgrade voucher. A quality upgrade certificate, excellent, obtained by Hu Hao after logging in, can upgrade a rare quality arrow tower to superior quality. Until the modernization of turrets ceases, standard quality will eventually overtake high quality. If you want to upgrade to a higher quality, you need a quality improvement certificate. Because the price of a high-quality promotional voucher is widely used for upgrades, it has risen to over 30,000 wen. But the main thing is that it's still out of stock. The market value alone, over 30,000 magic crystals, determines the magnificence of the round 13 login rewards. Wouldn't it be nice to cash in 30,000 magic crystals? Of course, Hu Hao has no intention of selling the quality enhancement certificate to cash it in. Dragon City has already built numerous defense towers, and it's almost time to use the certificates to enhance their quality. It's a good thing, but you need to keep it for yourself first. Besides the good news about login rewards, Dragon City has also improved the combat power of heroes. Shen Baiki and Len Tang have enough experience to upgrade. If you're a heroic unit, what you need to improve is quite simple. Proof of a hero. To upgrade your hero, you only need a hero certificate. Hu Hao doesn't have one. However, Hu Hao can activate his banknote ability. As long as he has the money, your hero won't be stumped. Upgrading Shenbai to level 2 requires 10 hero certificates. To upgrade Leng Tang to level 2, you'll need 2 hero certificates. Perhaps because only a few players currently own heroes, the price of 1 hero certificate isn't too high, and it can be purchased for just over 2,000 on average. But a dozen or so will still cost over 20,000. Hu Hao, who had finally accumulated over 50,000 magic crystals, was very annoyed to spend over 20,000 in one go. But the money for leveling up heroes is urgently needed, and sooner or later, it will be spent. Better to bloom late than early. It's wise to boost combat effectiveness early to maintain first mover advantage. After some hesitation, Hu Hao, tears in his eyes, finally used the magic crystal. He spent over 20,000 magic crystals and obtained 12 hero certificates from the exchange. High-quality Tier 1 hero Leng Tang upgraded. After upgrading, Leng Tang's attributes: name, Leng Tang type, Guardian Hero. Occupation, Ice Mage. Affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, excellent level, level 2. Attack, 35-42, plus 75 attack. Speed, 3 times per second, plus 200% from aura, plus 15% from equipment. Attack range, 25 meters attack. Type, hero skill, ice attack. Each normal attack will have a moderate slowing effect. Skill. Ice field. Forms an ice storm obstacle zone on the ground and lasts for 30 seconds. Any enemy entering this area will continuously take damage and be slowed. Talent. Magic. Critical strike. 5% equipment. 3 to 6. Ink Shadow Blade. Unique. Iron Greatsword. Common. Acceleration Gloves. Common. Introduction. A female mage skilled in ice magic. Seeing Leng Tang's improved stats, Hu Hao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It was worth the money. The hero's base attack alone increased from 22-28 to 35-42. Combined with the hero's high-quality attack types, Leng Tang's output was raised to a higher level. Importantly, the newly added talent column. A 5% magic critical strike chance isn't particularly high, but it's a new addition after the update. This made Hu Hao wonder about the future. Perhaps, as updates progress, you'll be able to unlock more talents? How strong should a fully fledged high-level hero be? Inspired, Hu Hao directly upgraded Shen Baiki. Shen Baiki's upgrade cost is 5 times higher than Leng Tang's. Hopefully, the increased stats after his upgrade will justify the price. Attributes. Name, God, Baiki. Type, Offensive Hero. Occupation, Field Commander. Affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, Epic Level, Tier 2. HP, 6200 Armor, 94 plus. 33 Armor. Type, Hero Movement, Speed, 9 meters per second. Skill, God-Slaying Aura. In the area attacked by Shen Baiki, the base attack power of all defensive towers will be reduced by 30%. Skill, Flood. Use Flood to attack the designated defender area, dealing a devastating blow to the defensive tower. Talent, Evasion 5%. Equipment, 5 to 6. Bloody Mask Unique, Heavy Iron Chest Piece Rare, Heavy Iron Helmet Rare, Heavy Iron Shoulders Rare, Heavy Iron Shoulders Rare. Similarly, after the update, in addition to the usual increase in blood volume and armor, the upgraded Shenbai Qi also received an important talent skill. Dodge may not be such a flashy attribute, but it's definitely a very practical basic passive attribute. Hu Hao was quite pleased with the profit he'd made from spending his magic crystals to purchase a large number of hero certificates. The only thing that bothered Hu Hao was that his magic crystal balance was only 25,660. Finally, having saved over 50,000 magic crystals, they fell again. This made Hu Hao sigh. Accumulating magic crystals is really not easy. Since he had plenty of time to rest, Hu Hao asked Shen Bai to take a walk outside the city to search for new temporal and spatial rifts. Hu Hao himself decided to take a nap to recharge his batteries. Hu Hao, awakening on time, eagerly embarked on a new round of trials. Begins! Hu Hao checked his opponent for the next round, then smiled faintly. Isn't this an old acquaintance? Dragon City's opponent this round is none other than the others. These are the 3 groups of the Death Guild and, regardless of what the Death Guild represents, it is undoubtedly the most advanced guild in the area. After reorganization, they still have over a dozen subgroups. The most elite members of the Death Guild are, naturally, their subgroups. City had encountered a group of Death Gods before, and after a tough battle at the time, they managed to recruit more than a dozen troops. But Dragon City also rallied others to join the Death Gods wave, which in turn shattered the myth of the Death Gods Guild's invincibility, making Dragon City famous throughout the world. This also makes Dragon City undoubtedly the #1 target on the Death Gods blacklist. Now Dragon City is once again in line, even though it's the Death Gods' 3 groups. In other words, the 3rd group is already among the top 90 elite members of the entire Death Guild, out of hundreds of members. Even with the highly independent nature of national attack and defense, the Death Guild's branches are no less elite than a single group. Hu Hao knew full well that the next Dragon City team to attack this time would definitely be a powerful opponent. But so what? City fights only with the elite. Now that Dragon City has powerful troops and horses, Hu Hao truly hopes to face stronger opponents and increase his profits each round. At that moment, the 3rd Death Regiment Guild was discussing the new round of opponents. I hope we'll get good opponents this time. The last round was too boring and overwhelming, and it wasn't interesting at all. The troops attacking us are too weak, and the rewards aren't very good. Let's pick some interesting opponents and send some money. Hey, hey, hey. 3 groups of death gods have been defending their territory for 7 rounds straight, and they're not far from the super gods' territory. I hope the enemy that attacks us isn't too strong. So don't make any mistakes now. What are you afraid of? Our 3rd Regiment recently acquired a batch of American equipment, and its combat effectiveness is quite strong. I feel like our regiment's defense might not be as strong as ours. It's true, haha. Chatting and laughing, the troops attacking the 3rd Death Regiment appeared one after another outside the guild's territory. 60 militiamen, haha, stinking fish. Only these rare soldiers, rotten shrimp. Let me take a look at this place. Haha, I gave you money. This one, I'll go. Dragon City. Initially, as they had been defending for many rounds in a row, the overall atmosphere for the 3rd Death Regiment was very relaxed, happy, and full of confidence. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Dragon City's reputation was already high. Not to mention, Dragon City's fame is precisely the result of stepping on the god of death. As for the 3 Death Regiments, it's said their strength is no less than that of the Reaper Regiment. But deep down, they also knew perfectly well that the overall strength of the 3rd group was still slightly inferior. Even the Death Group had entered Dragon City, so did these 3 groups still have any good fruit to eat? The people in the 3rd group panicked a little, but they also encouraged themselves. What are you afraid of? This was all before Round N. The guild system had only just been established back then. Now that our guild has developed to such a degree, we still fear him as a mere man. And now we have heroes at our head. If heroes lead the battle, why do we fear Dragon City? Yes, come on brothers, hold on. Let this foolish Dragon City understand what a truly invincible line of defense is. The 3 Death Regiments, having defended for N rounds in a row, are a little afraid of Dragon City, but very confident in their own strength. Amidst the conflict and confusion, the Axis attack officially began. Direction indicated by Dragon City is on the eastern front of the 2nd Death Regiment. This is where the people emerged from the portal, and those who attacked Dragon City together were naturally separate players. As for those responsible for the offensive on the western and northern fronts, other guilds were responsible for the main thrust. Hu Hao looked at the other players attacking with Dragon City and found the overall difference quite obvious. But the overall level remained quite high. Yes, the overall level is quite high, but the overall gap is very obvious. First of all, at this stage, players who still have the strength to continue playing solo basically have 2 tools. So there's no such thing as a pure salty fish and a weak chicken. But beyond Dragon City, there are some strong players who own more than 2 fancy barracks. But there are also players who only own 3 rare barracks. Not to mention the existence of an outer level like Dragon City. The total number of troops is approaching 3,000. Frankly, the number of nearly 3,000 soldiers on the battlefield was quite shocking. On such a shockingly large battlefield, the most beautiful younglings were naturally the troops of Dragon City. Everyone was stunned. The players assigned to Dragon City for the joint attack saw the configuration of Dragon City's troops. Seeing such a powerful army right next to you, everyone was shocked. Kindergarten bully. Oh my god, I actually matched Dragon City. So cool. Maybe now I have a chance to screw that damn Death Guild? United people. A strong man beside me. Piglet. Shen Baiki's attributes are shocking. Shen Baiki is still level 2. He's so handsome. He's like level 6, deeply concealing his merits and glory. When the Dragon City comes, there will be an attack. When the Dragon City comes, there is hope for bloodshed. Little Fang. Wow, look at Shen Baiki's passive skill. That aura, reducing attack by 30%, is so abnormal. Yang Zun Xiaoyang. He's so handsome. I'm jealous. Compared to this, my rare hero is just a stinking little brother. New Licking Dog. That's good. You also have a rare hero, unlike me, who doesn't even have one. Amidst applause and high morale, the Dragon City Army, led by Shen Baiqi, became a well-deserved main force. Although Shen Baiqi cannot command the troops of other lords, in Shen Baiqi's command plan, it is also an important strategic plan to use the troops of other lords as cover to allow more Dragon City troops to pass through the enemy's defense zone. Roughly speaking, the troops at the scene, numbering less than 3,000, were completely under Shen Baiqi's control. The protagonist, Shen Baiqi, set out first, blocking the front line of all attacking forces. This is Shen Baiqi, using his own body and the explosive qualities of epic heroes to create an exit environment for the attacking army. Of course, even if the upgraded Shen Baiqi had 6 through 200 health, it would be impossible for the entire Death Regiment to counter the entire defensive position of the Eastern Front. Shen Baiqi is, in fact, playing a leading role. After all the other troops had been deployed, Shen Baiqi deliberately slowed his pace and became an inconspicuous part of the front line. Shen Baiqi also glanced at the elite hero defender of the 3rd Death Regiment, Barbarian Solo. Be able to break through the 3rd Regiment of Reapers' eastern defense line, and how far will he break through? This largely depends on how he can contain the defending barbarians. A powerful attacking army soon advanced to the front line. When this type of arrow tower activates, its power is truly shocking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rows of arrows flew like rain, instantly covering a 10-meter radius. The density was so dense that the attacking troops couldn't avoid it. Dense arrows traced white trajectories through the air, tearing dozens of soldiers to pieces. Barbarian Solo also unfurled his bow and nocked an arrow, using his excessively heavy bow to fire arrows comparable to those from a crossbow. The arrow shot dealt a full 75 damage to Shen Baiqi. Able to withstand Shen Bai's ultra-high defense and produce such high performance, one can only say that Solo the Barbarian is worthy of being considered a sophisticated hero. Performance is truly high. Heavy arrows are deadly, and the arrow turrets are positioned in dense positions. This configuration already represents a very powerful firepower configuration. However, due to the damage distribution, only 2 Spartan Greek heavyweights and a mountain warrior were killed in the first round of shooting at Dragon City. Shen Baiqi saw that the core of the defense on the Eastern Front was this circle of arrow towers. As long as these arrow towers were captured, the other scattered towers would not be enough. Seeing the key moment, Shen Baiqi stopped hiding it. Skill. Flood activates. Graceful swing of his sword, Shen Baiqi summoned a torrent of water to attack the enemy's arrow tower's defensive position. Bang! Boom! Boom! The torrent rushed down, instantly causing massive damage. In effect, all the arrow towers within range were obliterated. It's safe to say that after the flood skill took effect, nearly 30% of the Death Regiment's positions on the Eastern Front were destroyed. This will deal a crushing blow to the defenses of the entire 3rd Death Regiment. Murder! Shen Bai let out an angry roar, and the soldiers, including Dragon City, raised their weapons and rushed forward, swinging them wildly. And Shen Baiqi took the initiative, withstanding Solo's barbarian arrows. Without any other supporting arrow towers, Solo's power alone wasn't enough to kill Shen Baiqi. His powerful execution of the flood skill shocked all players. Amazing. Is this the skill of an epic hero? Have a hero too, but my hero's skills are limited to just 1 tower. This is simply unsightly. Ha ha ha! How nice to be under the boss's leadership. Come on, brothers. Let me bleed you to death for those who pretend to be criminals. The remaining attacking players applauded loudly, continuing their roaring attacks. As for the 3 groups of death gods, they all looked like they'd been eating shit together. It's over. I can't stop this anymore. Quickly, let our heroes use their skills. Don't fight the god in vain. Don't fight the Dragon City soldiers. Focus your firepower on those stinking fish and rotten shrimp. Oh yeah. Full defense is no longer possible. All manual control points are being used to destroy those miscellaneous fish. Hurry. Yes, miscellaneous fish. Kill them all for me. Under the manual control of each individual, it could still be seen as a powerful collective control of defensive firepower. From arrows to cannonballs, from fireballs to razors. Various defensive towers aimed at the attacking crowd. Barbarian Zoro also refused to continue damaging the god Bai Chi, instead stomping his feet and roaring with immense force. I saw hundreds of arrows appear out of thin air on the bowstring in his hand. The dense array of arrows almost covered his entire body. Line of sight is completely blocked, but as long as your firepower is intense enough, you don't even need to aim. After a loud roar, hundreds of arrows flew out simultaneously. The small soldier, with his barbarian might, couldn't stop the arrows at all, and a furious rain of arrows erupted in a massive wave. This final move alone nearly killed nearly 100 attacking soldiers. The defensive capabilities of elite heroes are so powerful. In national attack and defense, you can see how difficult it is to successfully capture a well-defended territory. Fortunately, most hero skills can only be used once. Otherwise, Barbarian Solo's endless ultimate, Rain of Arrows, would allow him to fight alone. The players who followed Dragon City to the scene also knew very well. If the flood had not destroyed 30% of the defense, I'm afraid only 30 or 50 people would have been able to successfully enter the portal. Thanks to Shenbaiki's proactive efforts, over 400 people successfully passed through the protective zone during the next process. Although the overall pass rate is less than 20%, this is still a significant achievement. These individual players never imagined they'd actually have the opportunity to break into the core of the powerful 3 Reaper regiments. The 3 Death Gods are the most powerful group in the entire region. As for the 3 Death Regiments, they've been dealt a heavy blow. In the entire territory, but over 400 cores were removed at once. For guilds, especially large military elite guilds, such a catastrophic defeat is unacceptable. The 3 Death God factions hated Dragon City in their hearts. If it weren't for Dragon City and Shenbaiki's attack-reducing and flood-damaging skills, how could they have suffered over 400 bloodsheds? Lord of Dragon City, whoever you are. Not to mention scandals and liberalism. Hu Hao, the overlord of Dragon City, cursed with madness, didn't think much of it. After so many rounds of games, the next family in Dragon City would no longer be 1 family or 2 families to curse. If the curse is beneficial, you should concentrate the curse's power and curse yourself to another world. According to Hu Hao, the 14th round of trials was simply another round of attack and defense. If there was anything unusual, it was that the rewards in this round were quite generous. First of all, the defensive rewards of Dragon City this round are very good. A tough-minded elite individual player, he was carried away by the rewards of the Dragon City's super gods and brazenly dispatched 90 high-quality offensive troops to deal a serious blow to Dragon City. Of course, even if there is nothing you can do if you want to get around. Combined with the bonus from the super god's territory, the magic crystal drops are quite good. Regarding offense, the rewards received by Dragon City were even more astonishing. Dragon City, as an independent player, attacked a guild's territory which had successfully defended for 7 rounds in a row. You get a very high reward for attacking, but you can also get a 70% bonus for conquering territories on a winning streak. Based on this, after Shenbai made his final move, 3 groups of Reapers collectively controlled the defensive tower and destroyed the other weak player units behind it. As a result, the main forces of Dragon City completely passed through the defensive zone without suffering any losses. Total, over 400 units were recruited into the 3rd Death Regiment, over 90 of whom were soldiers from the Dragon City. This wave of settlement rewards is truly terrifying. The 14th round of trials has concluded. All surviving players will receive a reward of 5,500 magic crystals. The 15th round of tests begins in 6 hours. The version will be updated later, so stay tuned. Is there a version update? But one thing is for sure, this national attack and defense is being updated very diligently. It would be great if the updated versions of the online games Hu Hao played on Earth were as active as national attack and defense. Regardless of the version update, Hu Hao continued to count his rewards. The rewards for both attack and defense this round after the bonus reached 9,700 magic crystals. Compared to the magic crystals received in the previous round, this is a direct increase. It would be comfortable if I could get that many rewards every round. Generator provides 2,800 magic crystals. Hu Hao also received another rare mine design. This design was useless to the current Dragon City, which exchanged hands and directly exchanged it for thousands of magic crystals. After one round, Hu Hao's magic crystal reward instantly increased from over $20,000 to $49,500, once again approaching the 50,000 mark. One could only say that the money was quickly spent and quickly accumulated. Hu Hao then checked the login rewards. You survive the 14th round of the game and receive a reward for entering the 14th round. Farm plans. You still need to survive 6 more rounds before the special entrance. Properties of this farm blueprint. Farm type. Resource building. Quality, unique introduction. A unique tier farm that can produce 500 units of food each round. Looking at the drawings of the only farm of this tier in his hands, Hu Hao was dubious, without saying that a unique blueprint is a highly valuable entry reward. But it's useless. Why does Dragon City need a farm? Why does Dragon City need food? Hu Hao was confused. But then Hu Hao suddenly remembered something. He remembered the founding decree of his city. Hu Hao felt like he'd figured something out. Maybe this farm drawing was dedicated to the game's future development. Opening the exchange, Hu Hao searched for plans for grain production buildings. Then, to his surprise, he discovered that there wasn't a single copy of the entire exchange. On the entire exchange. Is this such a rarity? Carefully put away the farm drawings. Such rare drawings cannot be used casually. During his visit to the exchange, Hu Haoshun glanced at traditional offensive and defensive architectural drawings. This really made Hu Hao see the drawing at a very reasonable price. Death Catapult Workshop drawings. A high-quality barracks drawing costs only 20,000 magic crystals. It's like giving it away for free. 20,000 magic crystals is obviously the minimum price for complex barracks designs. Hu Hao could probably guess why the price of a high-quality barracks Death Catapult had dropped to around 20,000. While the Death Catapult is an excellent barracks, it's truly useless. Must be some useless weapon. Why not catapults? Because the Death Catapult is very beefy, but its speed is truly impressive. Its too slow speed makes it difficult for the Death Catapult to quickly penetrate the main portal during an attack. If it were earlier, Hu Hao would have looked at the catapult that was too slow. But after experiencing an adventure through time and space and gaining a deeper understanding of the entire game world, Hu Hao began to consider the complex three-dimensionality of the military system, instead of blindly chasing speed and flesh as before. As a siege unit, the Death Catapult can become a vital element of a fully fledged military system. Purchase the designs and use them. A workshop appeared, constantly emitting black smoke and sparks. Check the attributes. Weapon type, Death Catapult. Affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, excellent level, level 1. HP, 100. Armor, 25. Armor. Type, city wall movement. Speed, 2 meters per second. Introduction, a heavy catapult that brings death. The attack has an additional destructive effect. The Death Catapult panel is truly durable. 100 health, 25 armor, key, city wall armor. In addition to deterring siege attacks, city wall armor has advantages over all other normal attacks, especially piercing or magical attacks, which are common defensive attacks and can only deal 35% damage. It's fair to say that the Death Catapult's flesh is quite impressive, befitting its superior quality. Of course, its extremely slow speed makes it difficult to use in actual offensive or defensive combat. But Hu Hao himself didn't expect how sharp the catapult would be in attack. He bought the catapult solely to complete the system and deal with potential wild encounters. I simply liked the attributes of the Death Catapult, and the announcement of the worldwide game system came out. Unsurprisingly, it was the announcement of an updated version in game. National Attack and Defense is about to launch an inter-regional battle event. For details, please see the announcement. Have a great time. An inter-regional battle? It's quite exciting. Hu Hao quickly checked the detailed announcement and understood the rules of the event. First of all, the area where Hu Hao is currently located is Zone 036. The system will automatically select the 1,000 most powerful lords in the region as contenders to represent the region in the war. Then, 1,000 representatives from that region will be matched against 1,000 representatives from another region and enter the interregional battlefield. Players participating in the cross-region battleground will receive a buy for this round of offensive and defensive challenges and will neither send troops nor lose health when attacked. Cross-region players who joined a guild will also temporarily separate from the guild. The remaining players who weren't selected will play the game as usual, and the game system will make dynamic adjustments. There will be no guild collapse due to the participation of core players. However, this doesn't mean that interregional battles won't have any impact on players who don't participate. Because in addition to participation rewards, other players in the winning region can also receive generous regional rewards. Despite the fierce battles within the region, on the battlefield between regions, the battling players represent the glory and interests of the entire region. The system shows that Hu Hao's opponent in District 036 is District 229, and the participants will be teleported in an hour. The entire global chat channel is abuzz with new, large-scale events. Wow, an interregional battlefield. This event is so exciting. We have another great show. What's the combat capability of our District 036? We won't be crushed and killed instantly when we go out, right? At least there are big guys like Dragon City, so we can still fight. Hey, little brother, I don't have the opportunity to participate. Come on, big guys. We must win. I'm counting on you to secure the funds to upgrade the Arrow Tower. Don't worry, my Elven Systems barracks are already formed. Later, I'll take to the battlefield between regions. I want the people of Region 229 to know what cruelty really is. Brothers, on this interregional battlefield, our Death Guild, as the absolute main force, will definitely fulfill its mission. Was Dragon City invited? Of course. Hu Hao didn't dare boast 100% that he was the #1 fighting force in the region, but at the very least, Dragon City's combat capabilities were certainly among the best in the region. Hu Hao himself placed great importance on this interregional war. In Hu Hao's opinion, it was inevitable to play against players from other districts. When internal friction within each district is almost complete, then there will certainly be frequent or even normalized battles with other districts. After all, in the introduction to the game at the beginning, it was also said that in the national attack and defense. Of course, other top-rated players will also receive generous rewards. But the top prize goes to only one person. Since there's only one grand prize, it's bound to be a battle with the strongest players from other regions. Compete against specialists from other districts? Come sooner or later. Moreover, since this is a large-scale event, largely driven by the system, even if the rewards for participating in cross-region competitions aren't yet clear, you can be sure they'll be just as generous. Even if it's just a reward, this event is worth taking seriously. After the announcement of participation in the interregional battle, almost all participants, including Hu Hao, wanted to continue improving their combat power before the event began. Speculators and scalpers also discovered this business opportunity. Almost immediately after the announcement, the price of barracks, defensive tower plans, and the like rose by 30% across the entire exchange. Seeing this scene, Hu Hao could only be glad he'd purchased the catapult plan in advance. Otherwise, he would have wasted thousands, if not tens of thousands, of magic crystals in vain. Because the price increase was too abhorrent, Hu Hao abandoned his plan to buy new barracks and new defensive towers. If you don't buy this, I won't buy this. Tomorrow, the price will be reduced by 200 pieces. Hu Hao hopes other buyers will also be able to maintain their net profit. Hao didn't have many magic crystals on hand, and his balance was only 29,088. I couldn't buy anything good with this magic crystal, so I simply didn't buy it. The remaining magic crystals should be used to upgrade existing buildings, or better yet, tap into their inherent potential. After the 14th round of battle in Dragon City, there were already several buildings that could be upgraded, and now it was even more important to complete the upgrades. First of all, there are no barracks to upgrade, and all of them are lacking experience and materials to varying degrees. However, the defensive towers can be upgraded again. The only level 1 defensive tower in Dragon City, the Assault Cavalry Tower, can finally be upgraded. This defensive tower does not require any special materials to upgrade. The base upgrade costs 500 magic crystals, plus 200 iron ore, plus 300 wood. Attributes: Assault Cavalry Tower. Type: Night Tower. Quality: Rare level, Level 2. Attack: 1830 attack. Type: Normal attack. Speed: 1 time 2 seconds. Range: 20 meters. Introduction: a stable and reliable defensive tower that has a chance to launch a cavalry charge, dealing damage to enemies in a straight line. The further away the enemy, the greater the impact damage they will sustain. The effect of the Assault Cavalry Tower's upgrade can only be described as very interesting. Compared to its initial attack of 18 to 20, its lower attack cap hasn't been improved at all, but its corresponding upper attack cap has been insanely increased to a whopping 30 points. The huge gap between the upper and lower limits makes combat more interesting. Perhaps the upper limit of the attack wave can be used, and combined with the cavalry charge's characteristics, it can instantly destroy a line. Or perhaps, while the attack limit was at its lowest, the skill was distorted and turned into a joke. But in any case, just increasing the attack limit from 20 to 30 points already greatly satisfied Hu Hao. After all, it's essentially worthless. Used the remaining magic crystals to replenish some materials and consumables. Although the prices of these materials, consumables and the like have also increased, the prices themselves are not too high, and the price increase is still acceptable. After one consumption, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance was exactly 19,888, which was quite favorable. It was also a good sign that Hu Hao was hoping to reach the next battlefield. In the end, the forces that Dragon City participated in the inter-regional battle were as follows. In the offensive, 1 Facehugger Hive Tier 2 Soul, 1 Chingrue Great Soldier Battalion Tier 1 Excellent, and a Spartan Greek Heavy Infantry Battalion Tier 1. On Excellent, Tier 1-3, Black Iron Infantry Camp. Excellent, Tier 1-1, Civilian Cavalry Camp. Excellent, Tier 1-1, Death Catapult Workshop. Excellent, 1 Lost Archer Camp. Tier 2 Rare, 1 Shepherd Cavalry Camp. Tier 1 Rare, 1 Mountain Warrior Camp. Tier 1 Rare, 1 Rare Tier, 1 Fisherman Camp. 3 Common Tier, 1 Militia Camps, 1 Common Tier 2 Archer Camp. The total number of troops has reached 120, including 1 Unique Tier, 5 Excellent Tier, 4 Rare Tier, and 2 Common Tier. The defensive strength is 1 Bryce Atmospheric Storm Tower Tier 2. Excellent, 1 Reich's Chaos. Burst Tower Tier 2 Rare, 1 Reich's Assault Cavalry Tower Tier 2 Rare, 3 Reich's Arrow Towers Tier 3 Common, 2 Reich's Iron Sword Towers, Tier 1 Common, and 1 Reich's Turret Tier 2 Common. A total of 8 defensive towers, including 1 Hard Tier, 2 Rare Tiers, and 5 Common Tiers. Of course, we shouldn't forget the 2 heroes, Leng Tang and Shen Baiki, as well as the epic attack speed halo, the unique equipment, the Ink Shadow Blade, the Bloody Mask, and so on. Overall, Hu Hao was very pleased with the configuration of this inter-regional battlefield. Although it's impossible to say outright, the power of Dragon City is #1 in the world. But looking at some people in the world demonstrating their configurations and comparing them, Hu Hao felt that Dragon City's strength was still slightly better than Yi's. After almost preparing, the system also announced that the cross-server battlefield was about to begin. After an indescribable light effect eclipsed everything, Hu Hao opened his eyes and discovered he had arrived in a strange new world. It was vast and spectacular. This was Hu Hao's first impression of the world. The backdrop seemed to be in the universe. Hu Hao himself was floating on an island. Looking up, down, left, and right, you can see floating islands of varying sizes. However, these floating islands are covered in fog. From the outside, the floating islands are invisible. The countless floating islands of varying sizes are as dense as asteroid belts. Looking at the outlines through the fog, you can probably see that each floating island has its own unique landforms, hills, ravines, bizarre forests, etc. Hu Hao looked around and felt that the island he was on was more like a hill floating in space. In the center of the island is an altar, above which flies the flag of Dragon City. Several teleportation gates surround the island. Hu Hao flew up and touched a teleportation gate, causing him to teleport to other nearby floating islands. At this moment, the system announcement sounded again. "Welcome to the battlefield, almighty lords. This is a site of fierce battles, made up of countless floating islands. Lords, please guard your base fortress island and send troops to explore the other islands. Countless treasures await you as you explore, and of course, you'll encounter various enemies along the way. Use your powerful troops to conquer the island. Go and defeat the enemy. Go and destroy the opposing region's base island. Earn points and win." The battle lasts 3 days, but time on the battlefield is not synchronized with the outside world. After 3 days, the victory zone and personal rewards will be calculated based on points. A brutal inter-regional battle begins. After hearing the game's announcement, Hu Hao likely understood the rules. The battlefield consists of countless small islands shrouded in fog. Each player has their own island fortress. They must strive to defend their fortress while simultaneously exploring more islands. To kill wild monsters on an island, it's best to kill several other island fortresses in opposite regions. Finally, the winner and winning region are determined based on the points earned during the performance. Opening the cross-server battle interface, Hu Hao saw that Dragon City's offensive and defensive forces were ready for deployment. He also reminded that defensive forces were only allowed to defend the island and were not allowed to enter or explore it. Offensive troops can not only help defend the island, but also explore and fight. Participating players are in an invincible, floating ghost state, like an invincible witness and commander on the battlefield. For example, Hu Hao is now the free-floating Lord of Dragon City. That's interesting. It's an offensive and defensive mode, except the territory has become an island, and attacking troops have a higher degree of freedom. The more islands you explore, the more points you get. I need to hurry. Hu Hao was eager to lead his troops and set out immediately. But before we set out, we must first build up the island's defenses. Otherwise, if a cat or dog appears, they'll directly destroy our hometown, and that would be a big joke. Hu Hao first continued observing the landscape of the Dragon City's island fortress. It must be said, it deserves to be called an island fortress. The overall layout is truly very favorable for defense. The most important main altar is located on the top of a hill, surrounded by long narrow roads and various high points. All portals for foreign invaders are located at the edge of the island. By placing defensive towers around the top of the island's center, you can take advantage of the terrain. Any enemy that climbs the mountain must advance and will be exposed to the defensive tower's firepower for a long time. Island Fortress is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Other players' island fortresses have similar terrain. Then Hu Hao dared to decide that the defender should have an advantage on the battlefield between regions. If you want to conquer a player's island fortress, you either need to have a clearly strong force or you need to directly form a group to fight against a large number of players. A situation where it is easy to defend and difficult to attack is also normal, because it is impossible to accidentally allow the people's hometown to be taken away in one wave. But does this mean that the ease of defense and difficulty of attack also mean that once the island fortress is captured, very attractive point rewards await? Having hastily organized a defensive position, Hu Hao decided to leave the aura of attack speed at home, just in case. Bai Qi, the god who led the expedition, was equipped with 2 divine attires, the Black Shadow Blade and the Bloody Mask. Combined with 4 pieces of rare armor, this equipment was fully loaded, and his combat prowess was certainly impressive. After the preparations were complete, Hu Hao gave the order. "Let's go!" Shen Baiki and the other summoned soldiers let out battle cries of high morale. The facehugger troops were especially excited. Although they were mere dumb bugs, they were jumping up and down madly, writhing their bodies. At first glance, they look very happy and sweet, as if they've returned to their hometown. I don't know what these bugs are so happy about. Hu Hao was the first to enter the teleportation gate. Upon entering the teleportation space, he found himself confronted by a map resembling a star chart, marking his current location and the surrounding explorable islands. There are 7 floating islands bordering the main island of Dragon City. External clue. So Hu Hao randomly chose a neighboring island. After exiting the portal, the Dragon City troops and Hu Hao arrived at an area marked Floating Island, number 02887. At the same time, the system prompts Hu Hao. Dragon City is the first force to explore Floating Island number 02887 and received 10 points. Again, at the UI panel, you'll see that Dragon City has earned 10 cross-server points and is currently among the 2,000 participants on both sides. It seems points are quite easy to obtain. Hu Hao smiled and said, "Points come from research. Should I split my forces to capture points on a larger scale? But it seems like ordinary soldiers need someone to lead them. At best, Shen Baiki and I will lead our own teams and be paid separately." After thinking about this, Hu Hao decided against dividing his forces. It wasn't yet time. Focus on observing Floating Island, number 02887. The island's exterior is shrouded in dark fog, but once inside, the view becomes very clear. Thanks to my fellow Tauran Berserkers for the 5,000 points of support. Thank you so much for your support and encouragement. Hu Hao saw a vast purple-red forest, and a bright light glowed in the center. It was clear that their destination was in the middle of the forest. The magnificent purple-red forest isn't a huge one, but it can be seen as far as the eye can see. Otherwise, there's nothing special. No mountain heights, no waterfalls, no cliffs. Seems less dangerous and much easier to fight than the main island fortress of Dragon City. Thanks to his battles with the army, Hu Hao can directly command the troops on the ground. However, Hu Hao himself didn't micromanage first, but ordered Shen Baiki to organize the march and deploy reconnaissance troops. Professionals do professional things. In terms of his ability to grasp the details of the battlefield, Shen Baiqi is definitely more skilled than Hu Hao. Under Shen Baiqi's orders, 2 cavalry groups explored and advanced to the left and right ends, respectively. Meanwhile, a team of 3 mountain climbers entered the purple forest first. As for the other troops, they're still standing by. Shen Baiki didn't look worried at all. He's in no hurry, but Hu Hao is a little worried. Apparently, the total number of floating islands is limited. If you spend too much time on one island, you might fall behind. Shen Baiki, perhaps you still don't know that participating in an interregional battle requires a race against time. Therefore, Hu Hao said to God Baiqi, "General Baiqi, our goal is not only to conquer this island, but also to conquer more floating islands as quickly as possible. My command demands of you is to reach a reasonable compromise. Although there are fewer casualties, the speed must be higher." Shenbai nodded and explained to Hu Hao, "Lord, this is still the initial stage of the interregional battle. Since soldiers killed on the interregional battlefield cannot continue competing, I think we should conserve as many forces as possible in the early stages to avoid mass attrition in the early stages. Reconnaissance first, then the offensive." Hu Hao nodded. "Okay, that's also a reasonable strategy. I'm just reminding you of the rules." Hu Hao actually didn't want to interfere anymore, but Shen Baiki still took the initiative and explained his operation to Hu Hao. This vast forest is very quiet. There are no signs of animals. About the safety inside. The 2 cavalry teams split up and completed the search of the entire forest perimeter as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the mountain warriors, skilled in fighting in the mountains and forests, formed an advance party to investigate the security situation in the immediate area ahead. Hu Hao said with satisfaction, "Very well. General Baiqi's arrangement is very stable and in line with my wishes." Soon, several bird calls echoed from the forest. Although the calls were very realistic, Shen Baiki still recognized that they were being made by his own people. "It's safe ahead. Move forward." On Shen Baiki's command, the group moved into the forest. At least with the signal from the climbing team, the forest was safe to enter. In fact, Hu Hao also wanted to use his invincible swimming ability to head into the forest and scout out the large army. But it seems that due to system limitations, Hu Hao cannot stray too far from his troops. With his limited range, Hu Hao has limited effectiveness, even if he intends to act as a scout. After the large army entered the forest, everything was still very quiet. The climbing team also continued their exploration. Hu Hao looked in the direction of the portal light and felt that the distance was very close. If not for the many large trees in the forest blocking the way, it would only be possible to reach it with a single charge. At this time, the two cavalry teams dispatched earlier also approached from behind and reported to Hu Hao and Bai Qing. The surrounding forests are very safe and no suspicious signs have been detected. Shen Baiqi also glanced forward. If there are enemies in the forest, they can only be closer to the center. The team continued forward, and a team of Highlanders returned and reported, "In the center of the forest ahead is an altar, and above the altar is a portal. The surrounding area is guarded by dozens of trembling undead with daggers in hand." Hu Hao felt very good upon hearing this. It seems that as long as the surrounding guards are destroyed, the portal can be successfully occupied and points can be earned on the battlefield. What about the combat capability of the surrounding undead guards? Are they holding a short sword and trembling? What kind of combat power could they possibly have? They're just a regular little zombie with a weapon. Troops don't have to worry about zombie infestations, so what do they have to worry about? Hu Hao, eager to score points, saw so many elite soldiers he could command and couldn't help but micromanage. "Go ahead, attack the portal." Upon receiving the order, 120 Dragon City soldiers, led by Shen Baiqi, quickly rushed to the altar in the middle of the forest. The undead guarding the altar moved very slowly, their gaze trembling like the worst zombie in a movie. Hu Hao took another look at the attributes and found that they were indeed lackluster. These offensive and defensive stats were roughly equal when fighting militias. When facing elite troops like the Black Iron Infantry, they were a godsend. But Shen Baiqi wasn't complacent. He continued to give orders to adjust the formation and soon formed a defensive square. Shoot! A squad of archers, lost archers, and regular archers, protected by close combat human shields like the Black Iron Infantry, fired at the living dead. Each shot could cause several undead to fall, and Shen Baiqi also rushed to the front, standing in front of all the soldiers and engaging in close combat with the undead. Then a scene unfolded that shocked Hu Hao. The swaying and trembling undead were as incomparable as Zhao Yun in close combat. Hu Hao witnessed with his own eyes how a slowly moving undead suddenly drew its sword and delivered a swift cross slash, then a backhanded slash, and struck again at the speed of light. Deftly dodging the arrow, he turned his head and struck downward. In less than 2 seconds, he'd completed 1 dodge and 3 weapon attacks. That damn little trash zombie. It's Ip Man. Luckily, Shen Baiqi was at the forefront. He was thick-skinned and had high defense. Even if he were hit twice, he'd be fine. If he were an ordinary militiaman, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand being cut by 3 undead swords. That's all, Hu Hao realized. This is a battlefield that crosses the region. Even if it looks like the fastest of the undead, it still possesses a certain amount of combat capability. This world is not to be underestimated. There were only a few dozen undead. Although Shen Baiqi attracted their hatred, they also quickly fell under a hail of arrows. Initially thought the floating island's defensive force was the undead, who seemed slow, but in fact, in close combat, they were as fast as Ip Man. Suddenly, the tree behind him suddenly spoke. The grass can talk, and that's scary. And the forest can talk, and that's scary too. Hu Hao was astonished and quickly flew up to check the situation. The forest? Are they talking? Hu Hao looked around with the eyes of everyone looking for trouble and saw that the trees were indeed shaking. Shen Baiqi also reacted immediately. He ordered, "The archer squads have separated from the team and continued to clear out the undead around me. The great Qin warriors behind the palace are opening a battle line to defend our position." The troops, having received the order, quickly mobilized, and Hu Hao's attention was drawn to the great Qin Ruishi. In previous battles, the Great Qin ruins had often been deployed in the second line, serving as attacking and killing units. If we were to evaluate this, Dakin Ruishi actually plays a second-line role in the Dragon City military system. However, in this battle, Dakin Ruishi, who was in charge of the rear command, was replaced by the frontline command. What does this mean? Facing unknown dangers, the warriors of Great Qin suddenly found themselves on the front lines of a battle against unknown dangers. This wasn't their usual routine. But Hu Hao didn't question why Shen Baiki allowed Daqin Rushi to do his dirty work. Because the current Great Qin warriors are in a dangerously explosive state. Even with the naked eye, the bodies of the Great Qin warriors are tinged with a thin layer of luster. Judging from their actual attributes, Hu Hao saw that the Great Qin warriors had fully activated their passive skills. Qin Nai was fighting tenaciously. The Great Qin Ruishi has two skills. Skill: Qin resistant to heavy combat. As the battle progresses, various attributes will improve across all aspects. Skill: God slaying. The Qin army, led by the epic historical hero Shen Baiqi, will receive additional bonuses to charge speed and damage. Charge is a capital designed to transform Great Qin's elite into a major powerhouse. Another skill, Qin Nai's Fierce Combat, is a long-range combat skill. In the previous battle, due to time constraints, Qin Nai's Fierce Combat skills couldn't be fully utilized. On the interregional battlefield, this is equivalent to a very long period of continuous combat, so the Qin Nai warriors of Great Qin have accumulated full points of hard work. In fact, the attributes of Great Qin warriors in their normal state are very average among elite barracks. Now, Great Qin warriors in their full form possess supermodel-level attributes, comparable to chaos. Great Qin warriors' attributes are now based on their original ones. Their health has been increased from 48 to over 70, and their armor has more than doubled from 7. Their speed also increased by 2 meters. An exaggerated enhancement of various characteristics, Dakin technology, Dakin Star Destroyer technology. Not to mention that Great Qin Ruishi also possesses the God-slaying skill. Coupled with his super powerful attributes, he would lose in a real fight. It's no wonder that with such super powerful attributes, Shen Baiki dared to place the Great Qin ruins on the front lines. They have this capital. It seems that the Great Qin warriors may not be outstanding in ordinary offensive and defensive battles, but in specific long-term battles, they are the supermen of Great Qin. Proper use of weaponry, taking into account the actual situation, is also a necessary quality of an excellent commander. While he was thinking, dozens of crazed undead rushed out from behind the swaying trees behind him. The eyes of these living dead glowed a maddening red, their mouths filled with rattles, and their flesh and blood fell to pieces. They were truly terrifying. The living dead galloped swiftly and pounced on the Great Qin warriors at the front. Not to mention the way the red 3-speed undead charge while waving their weapons is truly terrifying. If this were an ordinary undertrained squad, they would probably be scared to death to see these terrifying monsters attacking wildly. Of course, the elite units of Dragon City don't fall into this category. Having finished the frontal battle, Shen Baiki returned to his main position. With a stern look in his eyes, he gave the order. Kill! While the general was shouting, the Great Qin warriors moved forward in unison, effectively killing with simple movements, directly destroying the entire first batch of attacking undead. The remaining undead continued to attack, but Great Qin Ruishi summoned fishermen, who began to pelt the undead with fishing nets. After the fishermen stopped them, all living and undead alike were paralyzed. Capture. Undead. Intimidating various soldiers is fine, but confronting the regular troops of the City of Dragons is futile. All you need to do now is easily slaughter this group of fanatical undead to complete the combat objective. The overall battle situation had been determined, and Hu Hao estimated that Shen Baiki would allow the men to rise and hack the undead to death. Shen Baiki raised his hand, signaling the soldiers to halt. Inter-regional combat requires greater combat power, Shen Baiki said. Facehuggers, it's your turn. Is Facehugger ready to feed? Does this mean we'll allow facehuggers to parasitize both living and dead people? But the living dead are already half dead. What will be the effect of parasitizing them? Hu Hao was a little curious, but he was worried that these fanatical undead wouldn't make good hosts. The facehuggers didn't like the undead at all. Upon receiving the order, they leaped back 8 feet one after another, opening their sexy mouths and sucking at lightning speed. Seeing this scene, Hu Hao also admired the facehuggers' lack of pickiness. Ordinary people who dare kiss and squeak with the living dead? After the facehuggers opened their mouths and came into close contact with the undead, a large, swollen ball soon appeared inside the undead's victim. Taking advantage of this hatching period, Hu Hao also ordered soldiers to occupy key points throughout the island, including the all-important central altar. At the same time, Hu Hao also received a hint. Dragon City had conquered floating island number 02887 and earned 200 points. Yes, I occupied the island without any bloodshed and got 200 points in one fell swoop. Hu Hao checked the scoreboard. Dragon City, with 210 points, suddenly broke into the top 30 in this region. Meanwhile, the parasitic hatching of the facehuggers was also finishing. The facehuggers withered and died one after another. But from the bodies of the fanatical undead, evolved creatures emerged. Coincidentally, the already broken bodies of the undead also provided a convenient means for unknown creatures to escape from their coffers. This creature is only the size of a puppy, looks like a small alien, and is completely black. The only difference is that on the surface of its body are 2 stiff, fleshy tentacles. These fleshy tentacles extend above its head and move in circles, which is quite cute. The little alien, though small, is very active. As soon as they hatched, their red eyes stared terrifyingly at the living dead mother who had incubated them. Generally speaking, after the facehugger bursts from its chest, the host dies on the spot. But the undead are essentially half-dead creatures. Even with their chests ripped out, they are still very strong and strive to rise with all their might. Seeing their master still alive, the little aliens rejoiced. They turned around and, with their tentacles, tore the undead creature's forehead open and began to eat. The ultra-realistic national attack and defense makes the scene super bloody. Even Hu Hao, who thought the little aliens were cute, couldn't help but complain, "Okay, now you're not cute." And now, the little alien has become the last temporary unit of Dragon City. His attributes are, thanks to Bullhead Berserker for another tip. Thanks so much for the support. Army, the living dead alien fanatic is growing affiliation. Dragon City quality, unique attack. Normal, 76. Armor, no armor, 42. HP, 240. Movement speed, 14 meters per second. Skill, living dead gene. Even if you get killed, you can still continue to fight until you will be completely destroyed. Introduction. The perfect killing machine with extremely high speed and super high combat intelligence. Also below is a reminder that the above panel data should be available for a fully grown fanatical undead alien. Combat effectiveness was about to be compromised. Upon seeing the living dead alien attribute panel, Hu Hao could only scream angrily, "Oh!" Super high 76 attack, exaggerated 42 armor, and an even more incredible 14-meter movement speed. This panel attribute alone far exceeds that of any other soldier in Dragon City. Furthermore, his skills are incredibly IMBA, and he can continue fighting even if he's killed. Isn't that the equivalent of 2 lives? Living, dead genes? So, if in the future it parasitizes other hosts and acquires different genes, will it have different abilities? What made Hu Hao even more inventive was the appearance of alien military units. The perfect killing machine? Super high combat IQ? Why don't you describe it so well? Hu Hao was so wet looking at this. A unit that can be assessed by the system this way is truly too powerful. Only now did Hu Hao truly understand. What a weapon level! A single weapon level is definitely not just stronger, but a billion points stronger. As the only soldier type, Facehugger definitely relies on more than just agility to avoid fire and attack enemies. Why is Facehugger a god? Offensive and defensive battles are resilient. Consistent and strong control, plus instant kills in battles. It can also evolve into alien creatures with the host's genes. It's no wonder Hu Hao had the vague impression that many people in the movie Alien, including the aliens, worshipped the facehuggers and the aliens. Hu Hao was so powerful that he was convinced. It's no wonder the game has been going on for 15 rounds and Hu Hao hasn't seen a second unique unit yet. Hu Hao walked over and admired the beautiful alien from a close distance, then said to Shen Baiki, "Since there is such a small alien participating in the battle, I feel that our other troops should only be responsible for calling 66 as the atmosphere team." Shen Baiki reported to Hu Hao Hui. "Report to my lord. Indeed, the most powerful fighting force in our army currently is the undead aliens. But given the length of this battle, there is a high probability that it will last a long time. Even early, powerful units can slowly dwindle in numbers as the battle continues. The final general sent facehuggers specifically to possess the living and the dead. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the living dead could still fight while dead to improve the continuous fighting ability of our army. Now it seems the undead aliens have fulfilled their mission very well, and their characteristics are perfectly suited for this inter-regional war." Hu Hao nodded. "Very well. Our Dragon City army has now become even more powerful." The battle was completely over, and Hu Hao was ready to lead his team to another floating island. But at that moment, a glowing virtual box appeared out of thin air near the altar. There was still a reward for looting. Convenient. Hu Hao opened the box with satisfaction. Over 2,000 magic crystals? Not bad. I just said there were no points or even eggs for conquering the floating island. Now it seems there's at least some loot. Leave the central altar and enter the portal. Hu Hao can return to the main island or continue exploring the surrounding islands. Then, of course, continue exploring. Hu Hao planned to explore as far as possible first, so he chose a floating island with a short vertical distance. Dragon City was the first force to explore floating island number 393 and earned 10 points. Here, Hu Hao saw a huge statue of a warrior wielding a sword, and the portal to the floating island was at the foot of the warrior statue. The 10-meter-tall warrior statue had already become very dilapidated. Large chunks of the mottled stone had slipped from its enormous body, and the entire sword was broken. The enormous head was encrusted with 3 gemstone slots, but only the middle slot still held gemstones. The other 2 slots were empty, and the stones contained only cracks. But despite its deterioration, the warrior statue's original glory can still be seen in the sophistication and design of every detail. How majestic it must have been back then. Even now, Hu Hao sensed a powerful murderous intent in the warrior statue's eyes. It truly is a work of art. Regardless of whose work this statue is, its artistic style is truly excellent and worthy of appreciation. Hu Hao looked at the statue with an understanding of art, but Hu Hao knew very well. The enormous warrior statue must be hiding a crisis. As expected, the statue moved. Shen Baiki was unequivocal and immediately began directing the battle. Disperse the lines and attack together. The 10-meter-tall warrior statue is extremely powerful and capable of killing with a single blow, so it's necessary to minimize the number of attacks on it. Each precise attack will inflict 1 attrition. The tolerance for error is very low. I wonder if a detailed battle under Shen Baiki's command can guarantee a certain number of casualties. The answer is yes. In Hu Hao's line of sight, Hu Hao saw the warrior statue's furious attack. I also saw how the Dragon City troops under Shen Baiki's command moved flexibly across the battlefield, forcing the relatively slow warrior statues to constantly adjust their attacks, thereby losing much of their productivity. From an outsider's perspective, it was certainly a wonderful battle between lions and elephants. It's just a shame that the living dead aliens weren't involved in this battle, but watched anxiously from the sidelines. The aliens were impatient, but they held their ground and... not yet, because the living dead aliens weren't fully grown yet. Hu Hao could see with the naked eye that these little aliens were still growing and growing. Aliens take time to grow, but aliens grow very quickly. The snarling, murderous undead alien had now dwindled from the size of a puppy to that of a calf. Hu Hao calculated that after a while, the undead aliens would almost stop growing. The battle with the warrior statue actually didn't last long. Individual and combined attacks by the main forces of the Dragon City consistently yielded tons of production. Ultimately, the Dragon City achieved an epic victory. For the mere cost of killing an ordinary militiaman, a colossal warrior statue capable of killing with a single blow was obtained. At the same time, Hu Hao also received a hint. Dragon City had conquered floating island Darazoro 393 and received 200 points. Win 2 floating islands in a row, and you'd get a total of 440 points. The losses were practically insignificant. Hu Hao was very pleased with this. A shame that no additional loot will drop after capturing this floating island. It seems the loot dropped in the war zone battle is the same as the loot dropped in offensive and defensive challenges. Judging by the outward appearance, it's completely unstable. Hu Hao continued exploring the next floating island, but upon setting foot on it, he sensed something strange. No clues. Hu Hao didn't receive the 10 points he earned for being the first to explore the island. This could only mean one thing. There were other forces that had landed on the island before Hu Hao. He looked at the large rock blocking his view, then looked at the back of the rock, where the portal's signature light emanated. Hu Hao seemed to have realized something. Turning to look at Shen Baishi apparently realized the enemy was probably nearby, right behind the cliff, for the first time. All the Dragon City troops, with their titles and horses cloaked in hooves, quietly moved toward the back of the cliff, led by Hu Hao, probably someone on the other side of the cliff. Not necessarily an enemy, but perhaps someone from this region. Hu Hao, hovering in the air, was the first to silently pass over him. Although Hu Hao couldn't stray too far from the main force, he still had the advantage of a better view since he was hovering in mid-air. Hu Hao saw a battle raging on the back of the cliff. The troops belonging to Dream Chaser City in Region 229 were surrounded on the cliff. At the edge of the cliff, 2 forces belonging to District 036 of this region, the Lunar Army and Black Thunder City, begin a siege. The 2 forces, the Lunar Army and Black Thunder City, clearly have the numerical advantage. However, the dangerous terrain of the cliff prevented the troops from deploying, so they could only attack individually with a few troops. Thanks to long-range suppressive fire, however, the battle seemed to proceed smoothly. If all goes well, after paying a significant price in sacrifices, the Spear Army and Black Thunder City will be able to conquer the cliff and destroy the Dream Hunter City forces. 2 friendly squads defeat an enemy squad. This is definitely a good opportunity to join in the fun. But I prefer to say no. Hu Hao had no intention of participating in this battle because, firstly, the Dream Chaser City troops had already occupied advantageous ground. If you want to attack Dream Chaser City on the cliff, you can only attack it head-on, and you'll pay a significant price in casualties. Now the game has just begun, and Hu Hao doesn't need to waste any soldiers' lives. On the other hand, Hu Hao also felt that with 2 troops already besieging Dream City, if he followed them as the third team, the rewards and points he could obtain would be very limited. Instead of just following others and dealing the final blows, it is better to take advantage of the fact that the inter-regional war has just begun, and there are still many unexplored floating islands, and take your time to capture them. Floating Island Jungle. Therefore, Hu Hao decisively ordered the troops to return from the portal they had entered and choose another floating island. Army remained quiet throughout the entire process, coming and going silently. So much so that they fought fiercely with the 3 forces on the front lines, and they didn't even notice the arrival of the Dragon City. The newly chosen floating island was indeed still unexplored. Hu Hao not only earned 10 discovery points, but also 200 occupation points after successfully eliminating the Guardian Bear tribe on the floating island. If you check the scoreboard at this time, you'll see that Dragon City has reached the top 5. This clever and elegant decision made Hu Hao feel complacent. What is strategic genius? Having traversed the jungle at the speed of light, the Dragon City army passed through the portal. But when choosing the next floating island, Hu Hao decided not to continue exploring the unknown island. Instead, he led the team back to the rocky island where the 3 families had previously clashed fiercely. Hu Hao planned to observe the progress of the battle. He also needed to pay attention to the military situation around him. Anyway, just take a look. It'll only take a few minutes. As a result, when Hu Hao led the Dragon City troops back to the floating island in the cliff, he couldn't help but be stunned. The Dream Chaser City troops, who had just been under siege, were now pursuing the Lance Army and Black Thunder City troops, slashing through the streets. And another Shahualu army appeared on the battlefield. It was the sudden attack of the troops who killed Hualu that changed the situation on the battlefield. Hu Hao saw that the battlefield was littered with corpses. Previously, the Lance Army and Black Thunder City had approximately 160 or 170 troops. Currently, the two armies only have over 50 members. You know, it's impossible to resurrect someone who died on an interregional battlefield. In other words, Lance Army and Black Thunder City are two of the top 1,000 elite players in Region 036. On the first day of entering the cross-server battlefield, more than half of the troops were lost. This continued, a completely useless rhythm. Even the only 50 or so people were hunted down and eliminated in a matter of minutes. Seeing this scene, Hu Hao felt he couldn't stand by and watch any longer. You should know that the interregional battleground isn't just about individual competition. The victory or defeat of the entire camp is also crucial. If Region 036 is too badly damaged early on, the entire region will struggle to score points. Hu Hao immediately ordered, "It's time to support our friendly forces. General Baiqi." Shen Baiqi stepped forward. "The end is here. Attack! Attack Dream Hunter City. Attack Shahua Tower. Rescue the friendly forces." "Promise!" Receiving the order, Shen Baiqi led his army into the attack. "Alien, charge into battle." The undead aliens, still in their growth stage, had fully grown. The body of an adult undead alien appears more slender, and its entire surface is covered with a durable biological shell. Just two fleshy tentacles, inherited from the undead, hang outward, serving as additional attack weapons for the aliens. Having observed the opposing side in advance, I knew that the cities of Zhumeng and Shahualu combined contained only two excellent military camps. Therefore, Hu Hao is very confident of the success of the raid on Dragon City. Dragon City's troops are numerous, high quality, and have obvious advantages. Then, when the real battle began, Hu Hao was completely stunned. A perfect battle scene in Dragon City. Shen Baiqi mobilizes his troops, and the Black Iron Infantry and Spartan Greek Heavy Infantry form an impenetrable front line. Archers emerged from a safe position. The fully reinforced Dakian warriors attacked and released tons of production. Soldiers of the three nations assisted in special operations, and cavalry troops outflanked and swept away the remaining enemies. The real battle scene in Dragon City. Only the Yai. The living dead aliens let out strange, joyful cries and leaped high onto the battlefield. The pursuing troops from Dream Chaser City and Shahualu immediately turned around. "You continue your pursuit." Lord Shahualu smiled coldly. "Let me come and see this Dragon City? Just send these few troops? Huh? A living dead alien? The only one?" Lord Shahualu couldn't believe his eyes and quickly used the game's user interface to check again. Confirmed, the only level. Oops! Something's wrong with this situation. Quick, come here. Fight together. Lord Shahualu, who had been relatively calm at first, saw that the 10 soldiers who had attacked him were the only super soldiers. I nearly fell to the ground in fear. This is the first time I've seen such an advanced unit. Is this an interregional battle in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Lord Shahualu had little time to breathe, as the undead aliens who had entered the battlefield had already begun killing like mad. The first group of victims were the Black Iron Infantrymen standing behind Shahualu's troops. Relatively bulky Black Iron Infantry played no role in pursuit, so they were deployed to the rear of the squad. As a result, we encountered the first wave of undead aliens. After dealing heavy damage, he used a meat tentacle to grab the Black Iron Infantry's weapon arm. Then, a powerful mouthpart erupted from its mouth like a projectile. Mouth to mouth. Headshot. Kill. The powerful Black Iron Infantry is simply helpless against the 76 attacks and stunning combat skills of the living dead alien. Like an adult hitting a child, it can easily kill them instantly. At the same time that the first Black Iron infantryman fell, another rare-tier infantryman died even more pitifully next to him. He didn't even last a single round, and was pinched by 2 tentacles of a living dead alien. With one light, carefree movement, this rare Shahualu soldier collapsed to the ground. No one remained. A group of archers quickly reacted and unleashed a wave of arrows at the alien. But only 2 arrows hit the tentacles, dealing over 10 points of damage. The agile alien either dodged most of the other arrows or hit the alien's hard exoskeleton. The sharp arrows were blocked by the alien's body surface, and the total damage did not exceed 5 points. Gua Sha in Gua Sha. At this point, Shen Baiki also entered the scene. He didn't immediately attack directly, but led 2 teams of archers from Dragon City to fire from the outside. Shen Baiki himself was responsible for reducing the attack power of the Godslayer's aura. After Shen Baiki entered the game, the damage from Shahualu's arrow rain in the second round was significantly reduced by 30%. Almost ignored. Master Shahualu was nearly paralyzed. He saw several of his best Black Iron infantrymen killed as soon as the battle began. The subsequent weekend of rain arrows also yielded no results. Lord Shahualu despaired, especially after seeing the appearance of the only super squad paired with the epic hero Shen Baiki. This was incredibly powerful. Lord Shahualu was filled with despair. At this moment, he also saw Hu Hao watching the battle from afar. He couldn't help but shout at Hu Hao. "You people in Area 36 are so vile. You really attacked by surprise. You attacked from both sides. You have no military ethics. You're vile. If you have any ability, come forward and fight me." Hu Hao was confused when he heard shouts from the other side. What's going on? Are they trying to troll you in a war game? Is there something wrong with this guy? Hu Hao smiled, ignored his interlocutor, and even shouted at the aliens, "Go on! Super double productivity!" The bloodthirsty aliens didn't need Hu Hao to convince them at all. When these creatures from the universe arrived on the cross-server battlefield, they were as happy as if they were returning home, and they were all ready to kill and vent their anger. After the aliens completed their growth and entered the battlefield with full attributes, they went crazy. Quickly destroyed the vanguard of Black Iron infantry, the undead aliens accurately identified another team of elite troops that posed the greatest threat. This was a team of elite swordsmen who had given up their shields in exchange for increased performance. Troops targeted by the aliens possess significant production capabilities and are also quite flexible. The aliens stepped on the horned helmet of a regular soldier and flew straight toward the swordsman army. The elite swordsmen reacted quickly and immediately formed a defensive formation, directing all their might toward the alien attack. Their sharp weapons formed an impenetrable barrier. Alien, make sure it never returns. The undead aliens attacked from the front. Seeing that the enemy has formed a defensive formation, you may suffer losses if you attack from the front. It turned out to be a sharp turn and a mid-air stop, where he used incredible athletic ability to stop himself, avoiding a collision with the enemy's steel line of defense. On the way down, he even beat a dog to death. Courageous and resourceful, not just a bloodthirsty beast. This alien is the power of a single super unit. The alien, who was running faster than everyone else, has temporarily stopped killing. But the alien is by no means a lone wolf, but a true hunter who knows how to work in a team. Almost immediately, several other undead aliens rushed toward them. Even though they were surrounded by large enemy forces, the aliens were extremely fast, agile, and had extremely high defense. This existence is completely uncontainable. Ride quickly and take control of the battlefield. Black Lightning quickly gathered with unprecedented, overwhelming force, and then the swarm rushed forward. Excellent swordsmen are also very good troops and even have the opportunity to play as a starting lineup in Dragon City. The gap between the difficult level and the unique level isn't just a formation issue. While they can cooperate to fight against 1 or 2 aliens under siege from an entire alien team, the swordsman's army is completely unstoppable. The remaining soldiers were unable to intervene in the battle between the gods and could only watch helplessly as their leading brother was beaten and killed by the aliens. The swordsman was seized by 2 alien tentacles and torn to pieces alive. Another swordsman, working with a common soldier, tried to attack the alien from the flank, but the alien deftly dodged and then turned around. A shattered chest. The common soldiers died instantly. Although the elite swordsman struck the alien, he only dealt 20 damage and was instantly killed by 2 successive claws from the alien. One by one, the elite swordsman fell at the speed of light. Using a lightning-fast stance, he quickly destroyed 2 of the most powerful elite units. The entire Shahwalu, including those from the city of dream hunters who had come to support them, had lost their ability to pose a threat to the undead aliens. Paralyzed. Their fighting ability was completely paralyzed. As for the aliens, who are so eager to kill, nothing can stop them. Carnage, carnage, endless carnage. The endlessly killing aliens repeatedly tore off their arms, which eventually led to a drop in morale. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Why did this team run away? Don't run! Don't even run! Hold on. We can't disrupt the front lines. Hey, there's nothing we can do. Let's run and keep up the fire. The aliens only killed over 50 soldiers, but the morale of all the remaining soldiers from Dream Hunter City and Shahwa Tower has collapsed. Hu Hao, observing the battle from afar, saw that the enemy's morale had dropped to below 30 or 50. So what's the importance of morale? Troops with strong morale can fight even if they suffer more than half their losses, and they can even fight to the last man without retreating. But troops with average morale can begin to lose morale and even collapse after suffering losses of more than 10%. Hu Hao, seeing the enemy soldiers running around, couldn't help but wonder, if in the future Dragon City encountered a super powerful enemy and engaged in a tough battle with heavy losses, would its fighting spirit be sufficient? The battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Shen Baiki ordered the other troops in Dragon City, especially the swift cavalry, to hunt down the fleeing enemies. The 2 cavalrymen of Dragon City, whether they were herdsman cavalry or civilian cavalry, were not the kind of heavy cavalry that excels in frontal attacks. If they had to charge the enemy line head-on, they might not have been able to do it. But pursuit and escape? Hey! Pursuit and escape are their specialty. Of course, the army spear and the Lord of Black Thunder City, who had been pursued and killed earlier, had also recovered. Good. Friendly forces are here. Dragon City, you are my father. Quickly, grab the heads, grab the glasses. In fact, the troops of the Spear Army and Black Thunder City were already crippled, and their soldiers' morale had completely collapsed. They simply embraced each other and fled. Now, with the changing situation on the battlefield, the morale of some soldiers under the command of these 2 lords has been restored. However, half the soldiers are temporarily no longer able to fight. Thus, the forces of these 2 lords are quite limited. They want to follow the Dragon City army to seize their heads, but the actual effect is very poor. The main force pursuing the remaining enemies remains the Dragon City troops. Composition is perfect for tracking, especially the alien troops, who, like dogs, chase monsters like madmen, giving no one a chance. Total annihilation. Leave no one behind. Hu Hao, who witnessed the heroic performance of the Dragon City troops, couldn't help but shout with excitement, "Beautiful! Dragon City warriors! Drive all enemies from the battlefield, leaving no one behind. Get 10 points, get 5 points, get 15 points." While Dragon City quickly eliminated all opponents and forcibly transported the Lords of Dream Hunter City and Shahwa Tower back to their home island, Hu Hao also received the information about the points that filled the screen. The points earned in battle will be automatically calculated based on the enemy's qualities, rating, etc. There is no doubt that the Dragon City, which destroyed all the field troops of the 2 lords in one fell swoop, instantly gained a large number of points. If you check the scoreboard now, you'll see that Dragon City has accumulated a total of 775 points, instantly taking first place in the region. Dragon City has become the #1 player among the current 2,000 players on the interregional battlefield, and it's first among the top 2,000 players in both regions. At the end of the Battle of the Spear, the army and lords of Black Thunder City, saved by Hu Hao, defected to Hu Hao's side. Fierce! Dragon City is so powerful. This is the first time our Spear army has encountered Dragon City, and it truly is as powerful as legend says. I, Black Thunder City, met Dragon City a long time ago. At that time, I felt that Dragon City was extremely perverted. I didn't expect that Dragon City is now even more ungrateful. Brother from Dragon City, please take me with you. The other troops in Dragon City are still beyond comprehension. I was dumbfounded by this epic god Bai Chi and these inhuman aliens. Is Dragon City really that cruel? Aren't we guaranteed victory in this inter-regional battle? That's all. Brother Carrie from Dragon City will take us flying. Hu Hao wasn't one to be flattered, but after such flattery, Hu Hao had to admit he felt quite happy. Smiling, No, I'm just a newbie. Please guide me, please guide me. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of battle suddenly came from behind. It turned out that 2 Lordo squads had burst into Region 229 from another portal. Perhaps they had just arrived and weren't too familiar with the battle situation. And because the Dragon City troops were pursuing them far away, the 229 district lords who entered through the portal weren't able to see the main Dragon City forces for the first time. They saw Hu Hao. But the lords couldn't attack each other directly, they simply looked at each other. Ha! People from the 36th district. The Hu Xiao brothers are entering, huh? Or Dragon City? Dragon City, which just took first place at this time. Haha, I caught a big fish. As Hu Hao spoke, he saw another squad emerge from the portal. 3 squads in total. These 3 troops belonged to Tianxia Tiger Roar City, Longyin Tiger Roar City, and Crazy Tiger Roar City, respectively. Clearly, these 3 brothers are working together and are developing very well. Hu Hao wasn't yet satisfied. When he saw more troops approaching, he immediately ordered, "General Shen Baiki, kill them!" Receiving the order, Shen Baiki led his troops to quickly assemble and charge forward. Only then did the people of Huxiao see the Tiger and Wolf Division in Dragon City. This? What is this? Shit. An epic hero. Epic. Am I blind? I'm afraid of a hammer. We also have 2 elite heroes. Come on. Numerically, the Dragon City troops were at a disadvantage, and the 3 Huxiao families spread out to half surround the Dragon City troops. But Hu Hao wasn't worried, and calmly said, "General Shen Baiki, attack! I'm in a hurry." Shen Baiki gave the order and ordered the main infantry to form a square and advance forward to meet the frontal assault. Then, the black shadow blade swung forward. Kill them instantly with a single sword. After the enemy soldier was instantly killed, Shen Baiki's ghost also appeared on the battlefield. Even if it was just an ink shadow summoned by a weapon, Shen Baiki's ink shadow still possessed considerable combat power. At the same time, the aliens and cavalry hidden by Shen Baishi appeared on both sides of the battlefield. 3 forces surrounded Dragon City. A small number of soldiers from Dragon City surrounded the 3 families. Seeing this scene, Hu Hao nodded with satisfaction. He said to the Copa army and the Lord of Black Thunder City beside him, "Appear weak to the enemy and use highly mobile troops to quickly outflank both sides. 3 people on Hu, on Xiao's side. No one even noticed. These people are so useless. They don't know how to lead troops in war." The Spear army and the Lord of Black Thunder City had lost more than half their forces, but they were still regaining their morale. They knew their remaining troops would have a hard time turning the tide in the next interregional battle, and even playing in the jungle would have its challenges. The 2 lords were determined to embrace Hu Hao on their knees. Seeing Hu Hao's complacency, they naturally flattered him madly. 1 family surrounds 3 families. It's like a pot of uncooked rice. "But my brother, you used soldiers to attack at high speeds, like gods, and directly applied the ideas of modern warfare to reduce size and strike. Manstein is your student, right? Amazing, so great. Brother, if you had been born during the war, You would have been a perfect fit for Napoleon. Han Bai has transformed. What national attack on Hannibal? Without your command, I won't watch the battles of World War II. Hu Hao waved his hand. Brothers, stop for a minute. No, let's talk about a good death, right? Army is so numerous that it's difficult to fight. The 3 squads on Hu Xiao's side totaled around 300 men. It was only after they approached the main force of Dragon City that they realized they had a major problem. So how many experienced soldiers were there? Why did our troops' attacks cause so many casualties? Skill. It's the enemy hero's skill. Geneva. Extra long range to reduce attack power. Don't panic. Let your hero's battle cry boost your attack power. My troops are guarding the cavalry on both sides. How could such a small number of cavalry want to surround me? I also have 3 cavalry teams. The 3 lords on Hu Xiao's side are quite strong. They initially underestimated the enemy and were surrounded by their aggressive advance. However, thanks to the strength of their 2 heroic squads and dozens of elite soldiers, they remain extremely confident in their combat abilities. Until Black Lightning appears on the scene, 10 undead aliens launched an unjustified attack. Turn your head. Stop. Tear off your legs. Brutal and bloody combat techniques, massive output in 1 or 2 hits on average, such flexible speed that it's difficult to counter, and an ultra-high IQ that allows for instant combat analysis. The perfect killing machine works perfectly. Oops, an alien! It's an alien! He's so cruel! He's the only super-level soldier. He's so cruel! Stick together! Stick together! Everybody stick together! Seeing the aliens enter and randomly slaughter them, the 3 Tiger Roar lords, who had been arrogant just a moment before, also panicked. But in the face of absolute forceful suppression, they are powerless. Lords had no choice but to order all their soldiers to defend as a group, led by 2 heroes. It must be said that the morale of troops led by heroes is higher. Even when they fall into chaos, the soldiers still have a backbone and know how to follow the heroes. The undead aliens possess superhuman strength, especially agility. The aliens are truly invincible in highly mobile combat. But if the undead allow the aliens to attack a phalanx prepared for defense, they'll lose a lot of blood even if they attack. The interregional battle is just beginning, so you can't afford to lose too many health points. But what Shen Baiki is waiting for is happening now. Skill can deal devastating blows to defensive towers in normal offensive and defensive battles. And in clash mode, when the flood skill is used on enemy soldiers, hey! Hu Hao saw water flowing from the tip of Shen Baiki's weapon and knew a good show was about to begin. Hu Hao looked excited, and the second-grade voiceover cast a spell. Sea currents gather here. Auntie will buckle you up. Boom! A loud bang rang out. A column of water rose into the sky. Wherever the column of water passed, the roaring tiger soldiers, formed into a battle group, instantly disintegrated into pieces. Seeing Shen Baiki's skills, he completely destroyed Hu Xiao's formation. The main forces of the aliens and Dragon City were slaughtered by the incapacitated Tiger Roar troops. The 2 brothers from the Lance Army and Black Thunder City standing beside them were even more stunned than they were initially. This is cruel. This is too cruel. Is this the strength of a hero? Who can give me an epic hero? I'll kneel down and call him Daddy. Ha 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 ha. This is so great, so joyful. Kill them. Glory belongs to Area 36. Hu Hao was also pleased with the perfect synchronization between his spells and Shen Baiqi's flood skills. Basically, everything is ready. Hu Hao suppressed a smile and said calmly, "The next step is to clear the battlefield." After this wave, the troops of the 3 Huxiao lords, with the exception of 1 hero and 2 cavalry teams, fled back to the portal and escaped. All other troops have been destroyed. It's safe to say that with 2 excellent heroes and several teams of excellent soldiers, the 3 brothers from District 229 Tiger's Roar have lost their ability to fight in the field. Dragon City's points have surpassed 1,000. And the current standings continue to hold first place in both regions. Hu Hao was very pleased with Dragon City's ranking. But looking at the other rankings on the board, Hu Hao couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Are they all from District 229, from 2nd to 9th? In District 036, where Dragon City is located, besides the one Dragon City ranked first, there's only one brother ranked 10th. Isn't that right? Is the difficulty level really that high, like in Zone 036, where Dragon City is located, where newbies peck at each other? My own Dragon City, just a local hooligan in the suburbs? This can't go on. You should know that if you want to earn high rewards in inter-regional battles, in addition to personal points, there are also requirements for winning the entire region. If Dragon City takes first place, but Region 036 loses overall, this is a best-case scenario where the loser takes the MVP. The rewards you can earn in Dragon City will definitely be significantly reduced. Hu Hao sensed something was wrong and had to redouble his efforts. Without further hesitation, Hu Hao rushed to the portal, capturing the island he was currently on. Fortunately, after conquering the floating island, Hu Hao also obtained a drawing of the Mountain Warriors' camp. Although this is only a rare blueprint, the Mountaineer, Fisherman, and Shepherd series blueprints, which can be glued together repeatedly, have become very popular lately. If Hu Hao remembers correctly, the price of a Mountain Warrior camp blueprint should be over 10,000. I found blueprints worth 1,010, which is good. But Hu Hao was also a little worried. It was only the first day of cross-server exchange. Even though everyone in Dragon City was being killed, there was still some blood loss. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was still there. When his teammates are unreliable, Dragon City must effectively score points throughout the game to avoid becoming the losing team's MVP and the one who will feel proud of himself despite the loss. In less than half a day, he's already lost several percent of his blood. These 3 days of cross-server battles, especially the hardest ones, are over. If the Dragon City army is eaten alive, it will be a disaster. Seeing Hu Hao leading his army toward the portal, 2 spear squads and the Lord of Black Thunder City, who wanted to hug Hu Hao on his lap, chased after him. The unclaimed floating islands still have a lot of points to gain, so sticking together at this stage is actually detrimental to the entire region. Although the Spear Army and Black Thunder City have suffered significant losses in combat power, they still possess some fighting strength together. At least there's no pressure to play in the jungle. Hu Hao believes the 2 brothers will be able to make a greater contribution to the region's development if they go to the jungle together as a team. Just as he was about to tell them, a nearby portal suddenly flared with light, and 2 more soldiers emerged. Hu Hao glanced up and saw the tigers roar again. This was only the beginning, and I immediately encountered the territory that began with the roar of the 5 tigers. It was obvious that Hu Xiao and his group were making progress in District 229, and their numbers were likely far greater than originally expected. Hu Xiao Ye Yuan, who had left first, hurriedly ran out of the portal opening. He looked around anxiously. Was what they had just reported here? Where is my brother Hu Xiao? Where are the Hu Xiao brothers who were there just now? Then Hu Xiao Yuang and another Lord Hu Xiao saw Dragon City. I saw the epic hero God Bai Chi. I saw a living, dead alien who seemed to be grinning. I also saw the Lord Da of Dragon City. I saw that my own troops, compared to the Tiger and Wolf divisions of Dragon City, were simply beaten younger brothers. What the hell? What kind of anomaly is this in Dragon City's combat power? Hu Hao was actually cursing under his breath. He'd just finished the fight, and now he's coming again, 1 by 1, 2 by 2. This is the rhythm of a wheel-on-wheel battle that will devour Dragon City to the death. What about my teammates? What about my teammates? Teammates, help me! Both sides complained, but their actions were completely different. The 2 roaring lords realized something was wrong and immediately decided to flee. Although Hu Hao secretly scolded the other side for their vile wheeled battle, in reality, Hu Hao didn't give the other side a chance to escape. Intercept them and kill them. As soon as Hu Hao gave the order, an undead alien leaped out like a mad dog. The killing spree continues. The quality of these 2 newly arrived Lord Tiger Raw troops was inferior to the previous 3. Faced with the brutal alien-led bombardment of Dragon City, they offered no resistance. They didn't even have time to form a defensive formation, so they were slaughtered indiscriminately. It's just that their location is so close to the portal. So less than half of the soldiers who managed to escape by force and avoid being killed by the wave of soldiers remain. Dragon City, 5 tiger generals are fighting in a row. Kill 5 tigers in a row. A single dragon captured 5 tigers, and the troops in Dragon City seemed to go crazy. The scoreboard showed Dragon City's advantage even more clearly. First place in both regions was unquestionable. But Hu Hao also noticed that his troops had lost almost 10% of their health overall. He'd only defeated 5 factions and had already lost almost 10% of his health. Then hundreds of factions would await him, fighting to the death. Wasn't that a good idea? After reviewing the battle situation, Hu Hao was generally satisfied, but also dissatisfied with some details. Mainly because Hu Hao discovered that if the Dragon City army could be fully prepared, organize its formations and arrays in advance, and cooperate with Shen Baiqi's flooding skills, then the combat expenditure could be reduced to a minimum. But if the Dragon City's powerful troops and horses are used for frontal attacks and indiscriminate killing, it will lead to a certain level of consumption. Yes, the Dragon City is very strong enough to kill indiscriminately. However, given that the battle will continue for a long time, Dragon City still needs to organize its troops as much as possible to limit losses. A close encounter like the one that just followed with Tiger Roar's troops was somewhat wasteful. After the battle, Hu Hao told the Spear Army and the Lords of Black Thunder City, "There are still many unclaimed islands. We must quickly disperse and seize territory to win these free points. When the abandoned island is almost completely occupied, then we'll have to fight head-on. Get up!" Under Hu Hao's leadership, the Dragon City army efficiently searched for its next target. Take advantage of the terrain and kill the cannibalistic Forest King. On a floating island, a bat nest was set ablaze one dark night. Break through the fortress occupied by green-skinned bandits. The City of Dragons occupied 3 floating islands in one go, destroyed the wild ghosts on the islands, and also extracted more or less tens of thousands of magical crystals. He also ambushed a unit from District 229 behind a huge rock, racking up hundreds more points. After another day of fighting, Dragon City's score had skyrocketed by over 2,000. Crucially, the score for Region 036 as a whole was over 3,000 points behind the enemy. The teammates are truly CBA. Seeing the obvious gap in strength across the entire region, Hu Hao realized Dragon City had to go crazy and achieve results throughout the entire process. Otherwise, the game could end prematurely. The team grew tired of the constant rotation, causing Hu Hao to miss a priest army scroll he'd seen during an earlier exchange. Hu Hao was visiting the exchange at the time and happened to spot a rare priest unit that was worth a lot of money. At the time, Hu Hao wanted to buy it, but the price was simply outrageous. Hu Hao didn't want to pay the high price, so he took no action. This was primarily because the battle of that time didn't particularly require more bloodshed in Dragon City. But now it seems that in the cross-region battle mode, it's still necessary to equip at least troops that increase health. Shen Baiqi is equipped with the Bloody Mask, which can restore blood during attacks. However, other minions have no health replenishment mechanism. Ensuing battle must be fought with caution. After the Dragon City continuously captured the abandoned floating island and defeated several players in Area 229, the Dragon City became a formidable creature in the minds of Region 229 players. But after fighting non-stop for days and nights, Hu Hao discovered a problem. Several of the lords of District 229 had fled upon seeing Dragon City. If I couldn't defeat Dragon City, could I still not escape? Clearly, it was Hu Hao and Dragon City that were at issue. After all, Dragon City currently ranks first among 2,000 players in 2 regions and has earned a certain reputation. For some hostile players with relatively average combat strength, it's actually reasonable to flee upon seeing Dragon City. Of course, the Dragon City troops are quite mobile. Some forces fled immediately, but others didn't have time to retreat and were quickly attacked by cavalry. The aliens followed them and suffered heavy losses. After Hu Hao discovered this problem, he felt he needed to change his playstyle. Currently, it seems the overall strength of Warzone 036, where we are, isn't as good as the enemies. Region 036 was lagging behind in points, including during the battle itself, something Hu Hao noticed. Meanwhile, during the battle that day, Hu Hao also encountered several players from that region. While talking with them, Hu Hao also sensed that the overall situation was lost. If you continue fighting like this, you will lose. If Hu Hao wants to lead this region to victory, he will have to make a big move. Hu Hao currently has two ideas. One is to assault the player's base island in the enemy zone. Another idea is to look for floating islands with powerful defenses against wild monsters. Both of these ideas are worth a lot of points, but both have one serious problem. They'll definitely cost you a lot of life points. Many soldiers could die in battle, or at least pay a heavy price in bloodshed. At first, Hu Hao wanted to finish all the tedious work of attacking player territories and searching for powerful wild monsters. But by the end of the first day of the interregional battle, Hu Hao already saw the general decline of his region. Major action was needed early. My computer is broken. I'm rushing to work. It's crashing. Hu Hao first withdrew his troops and arrived at a floating island in the world-destroying Demon Realm. The world-destroying Demon Realm is the territory that Dragon City attacked long ago. In the interregional battle, the Destruction Demon Realm's field forces were annihilated on the very first day, leaving its lord, Archer, to wait on his island. Earlier, Hu Hao had passed by a floating island belonging to the world-destroying Demon Realm and spoken with its lord, Archer. After talking for a while, Hu Hao learned that the reason why the world-destroying Demon Realm's field army was completely annihilated was because they recklessly attacked a floating island with powerful wild monsters. The troops in the world-destroying Demon Realm were seriously wounded after being killed by wild monsters. They had planned to find a soft persimmon that would grow steadily, but were killed by others like the soft persimmon. Floating island guarded by powerful wild monsters lies near Achaben Island. Hu Hao returned to the Destruction Demon Realm and saw Acha napping. The situation in the 36th district is critical, but Acha prefers to sleep. Lord of the world-destroying Demon Realm, with your strength and your level, how can you sleep? Acha woke up and saw that it was Dragon City, which he had passed earlier. He lazily said, "Brother from Dragon City, I don't want to lie down, but what can I do? The army has been completely annihilated. I just need to protect my hometown and get imprisoned." It's true, Archie's field army was completely annihilated. As a lord, he can only be imprisoned on his own base island. If no one comes to attack him, all he'll have left is his allowance as a reward. If someone does come to attack him, the Demon Realm's main island, having lost its mobile field forces, might not be able to defeat him. If you can't get out, no one will come, and the battlefield between regions can't end early. Archer is in prison now, so it was understandable that he'd be sleepy. You mentioned earlier that the world-destroying Demon Realm army had headed to the island with a super monster guard. What was the island's number, and how did they get there? Our district is currently lagging behind in points, and I'm planning to make 2 big waves. Hearing Hu Hao say he was going to deal with the island inhabited by powerful wild monsters, Archer clearly became intrigued. My troops won't be able to defeat him, but your Dragon City is so strong that defeating it is indeed possible. We are all brothers in the 36th district. I also want this district to win, so I'm willing to tell you, but you must remember the good things about my demon-destroying world territory. My territory is the Destroying Demon World Territory, and my game name is Archer. Okay, Hu Hao smiled and said, I am Dragon City, an unknown newcomer. If I successfully obtain the large monster island later, I will send you some information after completing the region traversal. Usher? Dragon City? A little newbie? Ha ha ha. Seeing Hu Hao's wisdom, Archer stopped hiding him. He explained the route to Hu Hao in detail. Exit through the southwest teleportation gate, choose floating island number 1221. The monsters on this floating island then continue teleporting to island MASH 4444 to the southwest. Island No 444 is also safe. From the island to the south, we can reach floating island No 85. The remnants of Achi's previous army were destroyed on Floating Island Force 85. From Floating Island Force 85, which isn't necessarily safe, go through the portal to the west and select Floating Island Blythe 2013. This is an island with powerful monsters. In the middle of this island is a dark church. I don't know what's inside, but I must warn you, I have 10 excellent and 60 rare soldiers from the demon realm of destruction, as well as a rare hero. They're surrounded. Those tomb corpses and other mobs have been destroyed. The boss guarding the church door took no action at all. Say no one can guarantee what will happen in the church. You are now the main force in the 36th district. If you engage in battle, we will definitely lose this inter-district war. Hu Hao nodded. Don't worry, I never enter into battle unprepared. Given the power of the Dragon City, this dark church is truly worth a visit. Starting from Achi's fortress, the floating island, and following the route he gave us, we found ourselves just a half-hour drive from the dark church. But there are many options along the way. Unless you plan your route ahead and explore randomly, finding him will be difficult. When he emerged from the portal, he was greeted by a strong black wind. Although no actual murders occurred, it set the dark tone for the entire operation. A gust of wind belongs to Da. A majestic dark church stands atop a mountain, clearly visible against the cosmic starry sky. The foot of Dark Church Hill is surrounded by a withered forest with a rotting bluestone road. Hu Hao ordered, "Proceed slowly and be careful." According to Achi, he didn't even destroy the crowd near the church. Although the forest seemed peaceful at the time, Hu Hao wasn't naive enough to think it was safe. Allowing the troops to advance only slightly, Hu Hao took advantage of his buoyant and invincible status to take the initiative, advancing forward and standing guard. The mighty Dragon City troops were quickly engulfed by the forest. After an initial lull, strange creatures appeared on both sides of the forest path. Several tomb ghouls, slow as zombies, slowly approached the Dragon City team. At first there were a few, then dozens. The grave ghouls walked heavily, emitting muttering sounds from their mouths, and their slow speed didn't seem threatening. Fire and arrow. Fire and arrow. 2 archers fired volleys, and the grave ghouls were smashed in vain without any reaction. But as they got closer, their initially slow speed suddenly became as fast as a dog's. Strike hard, then stand up and strike again, while simultaneously changing their attack mode and striking horizontally again. A set of 3 combos at close range looks stylish and not so much. Let's take a look at the attributes of these tombs. Army. Tombs, affiliation. Unknown. Quality, rare. Attack. Normal, 34 armor. Unarmored, 6 HP. 75 movement speed, 3 meters per second. Introduction. Pure walking zombies. They can only become active when killed. Not to mention, these grave ghouls' stats are actually pretty good. Although the speed is a bit slow, the short burst of close-range attacks is quite brutal, and the attack is particularly effective. If this had been an ordinary soldier with poor skills, he would probably have been killed immediately. Fortunately, the Dragon City troops always maintained a high level of combat readiness. Even when confronted by the slowly creeping corpses from the tombs, he was far from careless. Most of the grave ghouls' attacks failed, and the few that did were also effectively repelled. Cleaning up the undead is stress-free. Having quickly defeated dozens of ghouls, Dragon City continued forward and emerged into a small courtyard. In the courtyard, Hu Hao saw a huge banyan tree. A banyan tree, but Hu Hao's head went numb when he saw it. Thanks to the Dragon Soul and Phoenix Blood, for the 10,000-point reward, I'll add another chapter. So much for your support. Countless banyan tree branches covered the small courtyard. Numerous graveyard corpses lay fused with the branches. Under the enormous banyan tree, at least hundreds of zombie graveyard ghouls floated in a tight group, emitting terrifying screams. Hundreds of zombie ghouls aren't scary, but hundreds of zombie ghouls floating in the trees are truly scary. The intense screams numbed people's scalps, and they were afraid to walk freely through the courtyard filled with banyan trees. But as a plant, the corpse banyan also has a fatal weakness. It can't move. You, zombie banyan, look terrifying and difficult to handle, so why don't I just walk around you? Having circled the edge, the troops approached the iron gates in the courtyard. At the small iron gate, Hu Hao saw a bonfire glowing palely. A mummy sat next to it, a sad expression on its face. But as the Dragon City troops approached, the mournful mummy began to move, and it could be seen chanting, "Nourishment has arrived. Nourishment has arrived." Spoke, he swung his enormous scissors and flew before the Dragon City troops like sharp arrows. Shen Baiki stood in the front row. He saw that the sad mummy was no ordinary person, so he drew his sword and rushed forward to try to intercept him. Dwang! The bosses clashed, and the minions were wounded. The Spartan's weapon behind him was cut off by the scissors in the sad mummy's hand. It turned out that this guy knew Shen Baiki was difficult to deal with, so he turned around ahead of time to flank Shen Baiki in front of him and knocked off half the soldier's health with his knife. Hu Hao was shocked. What a fast speed! Let's take a look at the attributes of this sad-faced mummy. Army. Corpse carrier affiliation, unknown quality. Excellent attack. Normal, 47 armor. Light armor, 18 HP. 145, movement speed, 9 meters per second. This attribute is already very good. The key point is that in actual combat, he seems stronger than his attribute panel. By simply beating Shen Baiqi ahead of time and nearly killing the Spartan Greek with a surprise attack, he proved that this guy's strength is definitely more than just a difficult unit. At the very least, he's a mini-boss. Carrier continued its furious charge forward, cutting and wounding several Dragon City soldiers. But that was it. Clink, clang, 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 clang. After the sound of continuous metal clashing, Shen Baiki had already triggered the corpse carrier's weapon. Other Dragon City soldiers also surrounded it and quickly destroyed it. But after a brief battle, Hu Hao had already seen the corpse engine's combat potential. If there weren't epic heroes like Shen Baiki in Dragon City, or super units like facehuggers and aliens to dominate the battle, the corpse carrier leads a group of grave corpses that are truly difficult to deal with. Obviously, the corpse carrier is the boss. But luckily, after killing the corpse carrier, Hu Hao finally got some extra drops. A drawing of the Wanderer's Tavern. Introduction. A tavern that can summon 10 wandering players. Seeing the introduction to this drawing, Hu Hao couldn't help but be stunned. This, a wandering player? Does wandering players mean that in National Attack and Defense there are not lords, but rather players like in an MMORPG? Or are wandering players actually defeated lords? Hu Hao felt he'd received something extraordinary. What an unexpected surprise. After clearing away the paintings of the Wanderer Inn, Hu Hao, his spirit rising, commanded, "Forward." The Dragon City army also circled around the hideous banyan tree corpse and approached the door of the Dark Church. At the door, neatly clad in a full suit of plate armor, he was currently looking out over the troops of the Dragon City. Judging by the appearance of his equipment alone, he looked quite nice, and there was nothing wrong with him, except perhaps the armor was a bit dated. But his posture was very strange. He was obviously a well-dressed boss guarding the church, yet he was lying on the ground in a hunched position. Every now and then, they would make animalistic noises. Utterly depraved. Hu Haofei flew over and said, "Seeing how uncomfortable you are, let my army help you free yourself." After that, Hu Hao gave the order for his troops to attack. Shen Baiki, who has the ability to restore the Bloody Mask, still enters the battle first, and the rest of the troops will advance sequentially. Judging by the attributes Hu Hao had checked earlier, although the Reanimation Guardian Mentor's overall stats are very good, he's clearly not on the same level as Shen Baiki. With the strength of the Dragon City army, there's no need to defeat such a small boss A. You just need to be a little careful during the battle to avoid getting hit by the boss's skills. Defeat the boss without stress. As a result, the situation worsened dramatically with the start of the war. I saw the Reanimator Mentor dragging his mangled body and starting to circle the area outside the church. At the same time, the unpleasant sound of a curse echoed through the air. Peace after a long slumber, the blossoming of death. Peace, decay, the flow of life. I greet you. I embrace you. Fade away, you. At this time, all the troops of Dragon City were on the outskirts of the church on the mountaintop. And just as the boss battle began, a poisonous mist with a purple glow appeared around the entire dark church. The poisonous mist almost instantly covered the entire mountaintop, trapping all the troops in Dragon City. Even more disgusting is the poisonous fog's effect. It practically causes constant blood loss. The Dragon City troops are losing blood every second. Hu Hao clearly saw that every single one of the Dragon City troops was spontaneously losing blood. The rate isn't particularly fast, only 1% per second. And this is blood loss in all areas and in all directions. Such powerful skills. Originally, Hu Hao planned to use Shen Baiki as a human shield, and with the help of a few soldiers, he could kill the boss of the Rebirth Guardian Mentor without a single blow. As a result, I didn't expect this boss, whose attributes seemed rather weak, to actually possess a full range of non-stop blood loss skills. You don't even need to constantly cast spells. Just cast the spell. It's absolutely disgusting. With constant fighting on the battlefields of various regions, what the Dragon City lacks most is the ability to recover. Now that the resurrected Guardian Mentor, the scoundrel, is bleeding out across the entire training ground, who can resist him? Seeing this scene, Hu Hao knew he had to fight quickly. Attack the entire army. The Shepherd Cavalry and the Civilian Cavalry surrounded the left and right sides, preventing the boss from escaping. All the aliens had scaled the church wall and were squeezing the heights. The rest of you, quickly close in and deal damage. Hu Hao already has some experience in strategy games, and combined with his years of experience in the gaming world, he actually has some experience commanding battles. After all, National Attack and Defense is also a game. Since this is a game, there's no reason to say Hu Hao can't command it. After receiving Hu Hao's orders, Shen Baiqi continued to use his superior speed and combat skills to engage in hand-to-hand combat. While acting on the exit, he also compressed the resurrected Guardian Master's exit space. On flat ground, escape was difficult. The most convenient way to hold out was to climb the church's outer wall. But Hu Hao had positioned all his Issa troops, the undead aliens, on the church walls. The aliens who could climb, along with two fleshy, scaly fingers, formed Skynet. Anyone want to stand on the wall? Don't even think about it. After the breakthrough, the only people on either side who could actually be instantly killed by the Master Guardian of Rebirth at full speed were the soldiers on both sides. A powerful blow. Resuscitation instructor strains his arms and unleashes 1,000 feline powers. The fisherman and catcher, casting a fishing net, are struck by the enormous force and thrown against the church wall. The church's sharp, jutting corners nearly impale him. Luckily, the undead alien entrenched there flexibly extended its tentacles to catch the fisherman and trapper, placing them firmly on top of the church. Alien, you're so gentle. Unfortunately, the level 3 militiaman standing next to the fisherman and trapper wasn't so lucky. Although he's already a relatively high-level level 3 soldier, he's still just a regular soldier with limited health and limited ability to withstand attacks. He lost most of his health after being hit by the boss. This policeman wasn't quite healthy, so he was killed on the spot. This policeman's death was the result of cumulative quantitative changes. If he had always been in perfect health, it's assumed the blow just struck wouldn't have killed him instantly. But at this point, Hu Hao wasn't concerned with the death of a single soldier, because Hu Hao saw that, by his own standards, the Mentor Guardian Resuscitator, who had been pursued and blocked, was already showing signs of decline. There wasn't much blood left. Seeing him about to die, Hu Hao gave the order. Kill. The pronunciation of the word kill at the end was deliberately prolonged so that the boss would fall to the ground just as Hu Hao's name was called. Under the all-out attack of Dragon City's main forces, this fully armored boss, the Guardian Mentor of Rebirth, quickly crawled to the ground, ending his sinful life with a howl. At the same time, the continuous blood loss magic that had been engulfing the entire field also immediately vanished. He won, but he won miserably. The battle lasted about 40 seconds, meaning that all the troops, with the exception of Shenbaiki, who had blood-sucking equipment, had lost almost half their blood. The massive loss of blood caused Hu Hao to curse. It was so awkward to fight this battle. No wonder so few people fight against a floating island inhabited by special wild monsters. It's truly difficult to defeat. This is also very disgusting. If it weren't for the Wanderer's Tavern blueprint he just dropped, Hu Hao probably would have cursed him. The Resurrection Guardian Mentor is just a boss gatekeeper. If killed, he only drops a rare weapon, the Resurrection Scepter, which is useless to Hu Hao. What exactly was the boss guarding behind the gatekeeper? It was the key to the floating island of 2013. Now the critical moment had arrived. When the church door slowly slid open, what exactly awaited me inside? Judging by the paintings outside the church, the overall style of this floating island is dark, decrepit, and full of death. There's probably some kind of vampire here, right? Hey, it would be great if Dragon City had a few bright mages. They could add some blood and keep the undead at bay. They'll be absolutely sharp. The door swung open, and Hu Hao rushed in curiously. The master was invincible anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. The scene inside stunned Hu Hao. In contrast to the dark Gothic-style church on the outside, the interior tone of the entire church is dominated by a wholly pure white color. The gentle candlelight danced on the pure white walls, and combined with the relaxing incense within, it only took a few seconds for Hu Hao to escape the bloody battle. Walking across the thick carpet, the clean and tidy chairs on either side showed no signs of wear. In the deepest part of the church, surrounded by candlelight, stood a coffin. Walking past the coffin and confirming that the entire church was truly completely safe, Hu Hao stared intently at the pure white coffin. It seemed this coffin was the end of this church. In fact, Hu Hao wasn't particularly eager to open the coffin because the atmosphere inside the church made him feel very comfortable, peaceful, and at peace. If someone was sleeping in the coffin, wouldn't it be shameful to disturb them? But when people are in the arena, they can't help themselves. Now that I've become a player, tomb raiding and other things have become commonplace. During the years that Hu Hao was the Dragonborn, he dug countless pits and robbed countless tombs. Carefully opening the coffin, you are greeted by a pure white light, somewhat blinding. Troops were enveloped in light, and this light continued to spread outward, engulfing almost the entire floating island. The entire floating island, except for the area where the portal had appeared in the distant area, was bathed in light. The withered forests outside the church are coming to life at a rate visible to the naked eye. And those zombies too gradually vanished in the warm light. More importantly, the blood has returned. The Dragon City troops are rapidly regenerating their health at a rate of almost 1% per second. Army, previously half healthy, returned to full health in a matter of minutes. After the light stabilized, Hu Hao saw a stack of certificates in the coffin. Yes, a whole stack of quality improvement certificates. After counting, there were only 12. Include 6 rare certificates, 5 excellent certificates, and 1 quality upgrade certificate. Unique. This is a good thing. At this point, there aren't really many players who can use quality upgrade certificates. After all, most players, including Hu Hao, have defensive towers and barracks that haven't yet reached a standard that can be upgraded. However, there are also a small number of players who specialize in focusing on experience, reducing quantity, and increasing quality, and they have already used quality improvement certificates. A quality improvement certificate is a product recognized by the market. The approximate market value of the 12 vouchers Hu Hao received is astounding. In front of me are 12 quality enhancement certificates, 6 of which are rare and 5 of which are superior, with a combined market value of over 200,000 magic crystals. Not to mention, there's a priceless treasure, the quality improvement certificate, the only one. Just how powerful are these unique military units? You can see it in the facehugger. has a unique level up certificate, which is almost equivalent to owning a unique level barracks or defense tower. Cool. It's so nice to have a lot of profit. The battlefield between regions is truly challenging, especially when attacking a floating island occupied by special wild monsters. It's very easy to capsize, which raises people's blood pressure. But now, it seems like the income is truly enormous. I detonated the Wanderer's blueprint, detonated 12 promotion certificates, and fully restored the team's blood. With the exception of a few casualties in battle, the day before yesterday, all of Dragon City's troops were fully restored. Besides the loot itself, capturing a floating island inhabited by special monsters also earned Dragon City a whopping 1,000 interregional battle points. This special large islands points are equivalent to 5 regular floating islands. At the same time, the news that Dragon City had captured a special floating island on behalf of Region 036 was also announced on the Interregional War Bulletin Board. This time, it didn't bring much fame to Dragon City. After all, Dragon City, which had a far-reaching position in single-city battles, was already very well known. The 2,000 players participating in the interregional battle will be able to see Dragon City if the scoreboard is opened. Hu Hao also discovered that Floating Island 2013, where he was, had been declared a system-wide threat. This made Hu Hao frown. After this announcement, everyone knows I'm on Island 2013. What if everyone comes here? But then I thought about it. It would be nice if several enemy lords led their armies to distribute points. Just in case, Hu Hao searched the church inside and out, including the previous forest, to keep an eye out for additional loot. No new loot was found, but new players were waiting. Everyone knows that Floating Island was captured by Dragon City in 2013. The hostile District 229 knows this, and the players of District 036, to which Hu Hao naturally belongs, also know. First, there was a lord, and then, one after another, 7 or 8 lords came. After a day of fighting, many of these players who live in the same area as Hu Hao had suffered heavy losses and were collectively exhausted. They brought a team here only to see what the legendary floating island worth 1,000 points looked like and to gain some information. After receiving the results, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that this floating island had a blood recovery function. News of Island 2013's massive blood recovery function quickly spread throughout Region 036. Players from all over Zone 036 rushed to get there in different directions. 2 hours later, the number of players who had arrived at Floating Island 2013 exceeded 100. They arrived with their troops, replenished their health, and then went off to fight. The total number of players exceeded 100, and the number of troops who had arrived exceeded 10,000. During this period, several other players from Region 229 came to the nearby area to observe. However, they would be killed as soon as they emerged. Those who ran fast were fine, but those who ran slowly would be eliminated on the spot. The players of District 36, who had been defeated since the war began, became more assertive in District 2013. Hu Hao, who conquered Floating Island 2013 and gave players across the region a chance to replenish their blood, also became the big brother of many players who came to replenish their blood. Convenient. So convenient. It just had a bloody battle with extreme command and control. Although only 2 soldiers had died, some still had traces of blood on them. I was worried I wouldn't be able to fight in the subsequent battles. As a result, this wave directly restored blood. City is truly my idol. I've regained my health. I heard people say the large floating islands are very difficult to defeat. My friend organized 3 lords and over 200 men to fight, but they couldn't defeat them. City practically conquered this island single-handedly. Truly brutal. It's good to be embraced by the big boss. Our brothers in District 36 were beaten to the point of doubting their lives, but now I feel there's still hope for a comeback and victory. Dragon City boss, can you join our guild? Brothers, come on. Tell the people to come and spill blood. There are 2 days left until the interregional battle. Everyone has recovered. The counterattack begins now. Players who might have previously been disgraced can now, on the one hand, see a point gap that was closed solely by the Dragon City. On the other hand, it also restored the health of their troops. The improvement in overall morale is clearly visible. This is the leading role Dragon City plays as the leading brother. Hu Hao didn't stay here long. After searching the forest and finding nothing new, Hu Hao led the Dragon City army to leave. And before Hu Hao led the team to leave, he received a system message. The reminder states, "The magical power on the floating island in 2013 is about to run out, meaning the map-wide blood restoration effect will also expire in 1 hour. A source of life, but not permanent." This is a shame, because many players previously planned to use buff to replenish health to fight hard battles everywhere, and then come back to restore health. Now it was hinted that the magical effect of blood regeneration was about to wear off, so the previously discussed strategy of endless, brutal battles and unlimited blood regeneration would no longer work. Hu Hao also felt a little sorry about this. If the blood regeneration continues and the Dragon City army wages heavy battles and then returns to restore blood, the rhythm will be comfortable. When the Dragon City is full, exit through the portal. Several younger brothers wanted to follow Hu Hao and hug him by the hip, but Hu Hao refused. Earning money as a group isn't as fast as distributing it. Currently, the points in Region 036 are still lagging behind. Players from all walks of life must continue to work hard and spread their development throughout the jungle to make up for lost time. The Dragon City has passed, and most players who have regained their health have also led their teams one after another. Shortly after the departure of Dragon City, a dozen players from Region 229 gathered on a mountainous island near Floating Island 2013. A ruthless player character in Area 229 told his friends, "The news is confirmed. Dragon City is gone, and there aren't many people left guarding the island." "Really? This is great. 2 of my brothers have already been defeated by Dragon City. He's a real tough guy. Our chance has come. District 36 is full of stinking fish and rotten shrimp. Without Dragon City, everything is said and done. Let's get ready for action." Well, although our guild has always won battles before, our troops' health is currently seriously depleted. Victory on the 2013 island is crucial for restoring health. Yes, action. A major battle is about to break out, involving thousands of people on both sides. The goal of players in Zone 229 is to conquer the Blood Replenishment Island. What's a bit confusing is that players in Zone 229 are unaware that the blood replenishing effect that occurred on the floating island in 2013 has almost worn off. It would be embarrassing if they paid a high price only to find out the health boosting effect had worn off. Hu Hao, who had led his army to continue the adventure, didn't know what would happen after he left. Hu Hao was now planning a tough battle. Huge successes after capturing the floating island in 2013 gave him a clear direction for the battle. Capture a large island with powerful monsters. Not to mention the loot earned in battles, the cross-regional battle points up to 1,000 points are already quite rewarding. It's a shame such a large island can only be found, not searched for. Hu Hao probably has no information about the new special large island yet. Another option is what Hu Hao was considering earlier: storming the player's island fortress. Hu Hao had considered storming the fortress island before, but since it was still the first day of the game, Hu Hao was worried that too many losses on the first day would affect subsequent efforts, so he did not dare to storm the island. But now, all Dragon City troops are fully healed after their health regeneration. Plus, the game is already on its second day, so it's time to get a little more intense. Large islands inhabited by special monsters are hard to find on the interregional battlefields. But want to find the player's island fortress? That would be too easy. Hu Hao plans to storm the island fortress and quickly and decisively capture it. In fact, Hu Hao has already captured the target. It was a relatively remote island, surrounded mostly by normal and wild monster islands. If Dragon City attacks this island, it will be virtually impossible for other reinforcements to arrive immediately. The fortress island Hu Hao is targeting is island number 7524. Its owner also named the floating island Walk in the Clouds after his territory. Has a sweet name, but that doesn't mean Cloud Walking Island is easy to play. The island fortress itself has a simple terrain, but it does have a large moat protecting the central altar. Any army attempting to attack the altar will be forced to wade through the water. Swimming with a weapon in a river tens of meters long during this period is tantamount to being a living target. It's impossible. The game's design is so easy to defend but difficult to attack that even the tyrannical army of Dragon City can't change this rule. They can only rely on strong brute force to counter the defenders' firepower. Cloud City's relatively simple defenses already make it a relatively weak island fortress which Hu Hao faces. Better to sail armed than to walk along a narrow road on a hillside. The Dragon City army, invading Cloud Walking Island, spread out in a very wide formation. Just waiting for Hu Hao's order, they were ready to swim across several weapon points simultaneously and destroy the enemy positions on the other side of the river. The defensive position has 4 level 3 rifle towers, 2 level 2 turrets, and a flying knife tower. The quantity of the 7 towers is mediocre, but the quality is still relatively high. If this were a normal offensive and defensive battle, then if the Dragon City troops attacked, they would suffer moderate losses and could easily bleed the enemy dry. But in cross-region battle mode, in addition to aiming for position, you also need to take down those defensive towers before you can safely take down the altar. The level 1 arrow tower is the most basic defensive tower, with its health and defense also matching the standard 1000 health and 10 defense. The level 3 arrow tower on Cloudwalk Island has 3000 health plus 30 defense against the city wall. Durability should be even better. The defensive tower is truly very strong. However, while the defensive tower itself is very weak, in a real battle, if superior forces attack at close range, the tower can be destroyed very quickly. After all, the number of defensive towers is measured by one number in the hundreds, and the losses during the siege and tower demolition must have been considerable. Unless you have specialized siege equipment, the most important unit in a siege cannot be other heroes or units. Instead, it was the death catapult, once so popular. In previous field battles, where people or monsters were being slain, catapults would scream 666 hurrahs from behind, and sometimes a few projectiles would land harmlessly. Catapult moves very slowly, and its attack speed is also very slow. Although powerful, it's easily avoided if used alone against dispersed troops. Therefore, in the current field situation, the 100 Regiment's catapult ultimates are practically useless. But things are different when attacking a city. Most other players' island fortresses are built on difficult, mountainous terrain. Because their defenses are covered by mountains and scattered at high altitudes, catapults are difficult to use. But Cloud Walking Island's defensive zone is located on a small hill opposite the moat, completely within catapult range. Hu Hao chose this island for his attack, and it was truly the perfect choice. As the Dragon City army began to cross the river, 10 death catapults also arrived and began hurling huge stones at the arrow towers, turrets, and other structures on the opposite side. The speed isn't fast, the accuracy isn't great, but the power is impressive. The key strikes far away. Seeing the death catapults killing one after another and destroying the opposing line of defense one after another, Hu Hao laughed happily. Ha ha ha! This is great! The happy Hu Hao also developed a passion for artillery and personally operated the bombing catapult. Look at my magic cannon. Crooked. Your mother-in-law crooked again? It's too late. I can't believe I can't hit that French cannon. The Lord, who was originally fighting outside, also immediately returned. He received news that his territory was under attack, and when he saw Dragon City attacking him, his heart suddenly turned cold. After all, Dragon City is number 1. Who knows the players participating in the inter-regional battle? I gritted my teeth and returned, but found that Dragon City was using my defense tower for free and suddenly felt even more despair. If he hadn't had the catapult, he might still have hoped to use the Dragon City army to attack as it crossed the river, while his main field forces were also halfway across. But now there's no chance. Shake up the people. The Lord walking in the clouds decided to shake up the people, taking advantage of the fact that his defensive tower was still stalling for time to shake up the people. But how could Hu Hao not know about shaking up the people? After concentrating his fire and destroying the tower, Hu Hao saw the Lord leading his army with a howl and retreat. Time is running out. Attack quickly! Hu Hao gave the order. The entire army attacks. The main army of Dragon City, long prepared by the river, dispersed and began the attack under the leadership of Shen Baiki. And without a defensive position under the personal command of the Lord, the effectiveness of the kill doesn't seem so sufficient. In the end, Hu Hao successfully crossed the river with a wave, destroyed all the defensive towers, and breached the altar. With that breath, Hu Hao gained another 1,000 points. As for the price, failed to advance, my dear Kai. I feel so uneasy. Attack the island fortress and get 1,000 points. The price was only the death of 4 soldiers and the loss of some health. Capture the island fortress with only a few casualties. The losses were much higher than when fighting regular wild monsters, but considering it was already the second day of the game, these losses were still acceptable. Taking a small floating island with regular wild monsters costs only 200 points, and completely destroying a regular Lord's field troops costs only 400-600 points. And if you win an island fortress, you'll get 1,000 points. In terms of scoring efficiency, this is definitely very effective. Of course, it's also important to choose an island fortress with terrain that's not too steep and suitable for attack. If you're too stubborn and forcefully attack these iron-walled island fortresses, inflicting heavy losses on troops and incapacitating all army members, the gains outweigh the losses. The soldiers are very fast. I think Master Yao's men will be arriving any minute. Let's retreat. Find the next target. Hu Hao was becoming increasingly comfortable directing the troops. May still not be as skilled as Shen Baiqi in terms of large-scale mobilization and high-frequency micromanagement. But now, directing over 100 people in Dragon City to collective action was no problem. The next day, Dragon City implemented its mobile warfare doctrine and routed several field forces. On the other hand, they were also searching for suitable island fortresses for a powerful attack. Conquer 5 cities in a row in one day. Dragon City will shock China. Under the leadership of Dragon City and Island 2013, the forces of many lords were fully restored. Especially after Hu Hao's departure, players in Zone 036 relied on the terrain of Floating Island 2013 to wage a beautiful defensive battle. With the support of many parties, the point gap between the two regions was reduced to 1,000 points. This gap essentially represented a battle. But by the third day of play, there were virtually no uncaptured wild monster islands left. Meanwhile, players on both sides began spontaneously joining forces. Is brewing. The Tiger Raw Guild, which accounts for a third of the region's high-end combat power, has already assembled in Area 229. Huxiao's superior, Huxiao Fate, told those around him, "The game is almost over, but our brother's fighting ability remains intact. Taking advantage of this last moment, I intend to launch a major wave, a major battle, to completely determine the victory of our district. In the single district competition, Dragon City will definitely win. Our District 229 must win the overall inter-district war. Charge!" Not only the people from Huxiao were present, but also other guilds and individual players. They all excitedly shouted that a passionate super battle awaited them at the end of the game. The key point is that they also know that at this stage, they can't match the Dragon City alone. On the contrary, if you advance in a group, you can enjoy maximum protection. In any case, there are practically no wild monster islands to explore right now, so joining a group won't affect your points. It's for the points and for the fun. Go hard. A large force with Hu Xiao at its core was gathering, and soon over 100 lords had joined the battle. If it weren't for the fact that many players would prefer to play their own games or form separate battle groups, even if over 300 players gathered, there would be no pressure. Of course, after more than 2 days of fighting, the troops of these lords were rapidly depleted. There are more than 100 lords here. If they had all been in their previous state, they would easily have constituted a large army of tens of thousands of men. But at this time, only more than 3,000 remained. Huxiao Fate counted the troop strength and said, "I've calculated that our team has over 1,200 elite soldiers, over 2,500 rare soldiers, and over 100 ordinary soldiers. That's over 3,800 people. Brothers, to ensure victory, we must deal with the most clumsy person on the other side. City, huh? Haha. I, Tiger Raw Faith, want Dragon City to understand what it means to be a truly strong person. So huge. Hu Xiao leads an army to war. A single player with dozens or hundreds of people can't be considered spectacular. But at first glance, the presence of over 3,000 elite warriors here is certainly impressive. Adhering to the belief in the importance of military might and speed, Hu Xiao led over 3,000 men to the main island of Dragon City and immediately launched an on-site attack. The road is narrow, and a long dragon is racing up the mountain. I looked at the Dragon City landscape. 2 roads lead up the mountain, which is the equivalent of us flying together on 2 wings. Although the Dragon City towers are high quality, their numbers are limited, and they cannot cover us. Capture Dragon City and level District 36. Attack! Don't be afraid of defeat. Dragon City is the #1 player, and the extra points you get for winning Dragon City are simply amazing. The mighty troops formed 2 long dragons, intending to take advantage of the limited number of defensive towers in Dragon City to crush Dragon City to death with their numbers. They also observed the defensive towers of Dragon City and found that, with the exception of one excellent hero, Leng Tang, who was worthy of praise, the rest were average. Tower appears impressive, but ultimately it's just a complex defensive tower. The players present were among the top 1,000 elite players in the region, and complex defensive towers were nothing unusual for them. The attack began, and Hu Xiao was confident he could crush Dragon City with his human naval tactics. As a result, the moment of battle was far beyond Hu Xiao's imagination. Because of the attack speed. Thanks to the attack speed halo, Dragon City's power is too strong. Dictates that an experienced infantryman can withstand firepower for 1 second. As a result, given the attack speed of all Dragon City members, any invading forces that enter the attack zone will not survive for a second. Atmospheric Storm Tower, a high power kill at extreme range. Any troops on Hu Xiao's side will essentially die if targeted. The troops that weren't killed by the atmospheric storm tower entered the firing range of other towers after entering the slow mountain road, becoming living targets. Damn it. This chaos ejection tower, this attack speed is unbelievable. This mountain road ejection, the kill efficiency is way too high. The assault cavalry tower is also terrifying. Attack after attack. Her skills are working like crazy. Why is this hero's attack so strong? Look at this hero's attributes and the shape of the weapon in her hand. Is she wearing a divine outfit? Absolutely not. This is a fight. If ordinary turrets and guns were to blow up my soldiers, they'd die in seconds. Why is Dragon City's attack speed so fast? Have you switched gears? Brother Zhixin, that's not what you said when you called for brothers. This Dragon City's defense is simply unbeatable. Yes, if it's level ground, we can still fight. This Dragon City is protected on a mountain. The position is too good, and our catapults are impossible to use. How can we fight like this? The interregional war has been going on for several days now, and so far, only a few island fortresses have been captured. There's a reason. Our army is defeated. Our army is defeated. As casualties mounted, the number of defeated advisors among the thousands of troops in District 229, which had initially enjoyed high morale, also increased. Even within the Tiger Raw Guild, some people realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat. Brother Zhixin, let's retreat. This won't be over for at least half a day. We sent all our troops here, and they were routed. It's hard to get rid of a tiger. Tiger Raw. Faith now knows what it's like to get into trouble while riding a tiger. Originally assembled a mighty team of several thousand men and was very confident of conquering the island fortress of Dragon City. But I never expected Dragon City's defense to be so strong. This attack speed is completely incomprehensible. And Leng Tang's results are simply laughable. During the assault on the Dragon City fortress was simply staggering. If all these thousands of people are our own troops, then we can still insist on gritting our teeth and continuing to fight. Even if a squad of soldiers can only advance 1 meter, such a massive force can still be assembled. But the key is that the troops commanded by Huxiao Faith are made up of representatives from all nations. It seemed like there were over 3,000 of them, but he only had a few dozen of his own soldiers. The rest of the troops were either brothers from the Tiger Roar Guild or others who had followed him and intervened. The battle with the wind went well. But now, with such heavy losses, not to mention the other people, even Huxiao Faith himself can't stand it. How about retreat? Huxiao Faith hesitantly asked the man next to him. Retreat, retreat. We can't fight. If we retreat now, we'll waste 100 soldiers. We don't have that many points. You'll die faster if you don't retreat. We can't retreat. We must defeat Dragon City. Otherwise it will be difficult and we'll be overthrown. Faith wavered, and the small number of other lords who had been hanging out with him began to spontaneously retreat to conserve their strength. At that moment, Hu Hao returned. The main force of Dragon City had returned. Initially, Hu Hao led the main forces of Dragon City, attempting to lay siege to the island fortress. Besides the Dragon City army, there were 7 or 8 other players on this island fortress. After Hu Hao received the reminder that the island was under attack, he immediately said to the people around him, "Damn it, my Dragon City is destroyed. I'm surrounded by the main forces of Tiger Roar from the opposite side. Take the initiative and return to the platform." The few players who followed Dragon City and attacked the island fortress all shouted, "Dragon City defeated? You have the highest scores, let's go! We'll be back with you to help." Spear even shouted loudly, addressing several other surrounding lords. "Dragon City is under attack. Come to our aid, brothers, and act with one voice. Defend first place." Most of the 7 or 8 players present responded immediately. There was only one lord from the Blood Demon City of the Death God. Not only did he not go to support Hu Hao, but he even mocked him there. "Dragon City? I wish he were dead. Help? Help me with a hammer." However, Hu Hao himself didn't ask anyone for help. In fact, Hu Hao had already taken the team away at the first opportunity, and the other players couldn't keep up with Hu Hao's speed. After passing through several portals, Hu Hao returned to the main island of Dragon City. Huxiao Faith knew that the troops from Dragon City had returned, and they had indeed planned ahead. Hu Xiao had stationed his troops near several portals on the outskirts of Dragon City. But in reality, this was foolish behavior. The moment the Dragon City army appeared, dozens of soldiers standing near the portal were killed almost instantly. "Forward! Dragon City! Forward!" Hu Hao ordered Ruoding. "Shen Baiki, lead the main force to blow up their units. Stab them hard and let them know what this is called. A single wave of torrent." The steel-like undead alien roared excitedly upon hearing Hu Hao's words and flew like an arrow. Facing ordinary troops, undead aliens are unmatched. And Shenbaiti commanded the regular troops and began advancing at high speed toward the location with the largest number of men. A powerful charge isn't the most economical way to play, but it's definitely the most effective. The scattered troops of District 229 are powerless to stop the advance of Dragon City. Hu Hao personally ordered the Death Catapult to attack crowded areas with stones. Catapults are useless against small groups of enemies, but in this situation, with thousands of people huddled together, the catapult is a magical weapon. Boom, boom, boom. A single shot could kill at least one person outright, and at most, the entire burst. The sound of mangled flesh and blood was heard, dealing a fatal blow to the morale of the other soldiers around him. Morale of the troops storming the Dragon City fell sharply due to the ineffective attack. Now, having been savagely defeated by the main forces of Dragon City, coupled with the effect of the Death Catapult on reducing morale, many lower-level soldiers were directly affected by morale decline, lost command, and began to flee. In a chaotic army, low morale is contagious. Soon, almost all of the more than 3,000 people in the Tiger Roar organization have lost control. Only a small number of troops still control a few heroes. However, the threat these few troops could pose to Dragon City was quite limited. Hu Hao had seen the battle situation and knew the overall situation was resolved. Good, I'm having a great time this time. 100 beats 3,000 and kills instantly in one wave. Comfortable. Although there are still over 2,000 people at the position, they're all just chickens and dogs. Hu Hao, proud of the Dragon City Army's performance, opened the champagne beforehand. I don't believe you'll be able to return. Clear the battlefield. Capture the points. Capture the points? Haha, obey. At some point, several player lords from the same area appeared nearby. Some of these player lords had come here just now to support Hu Hao, while others had come specifically because they had heard there was a war going on here in Dragon City. In short, about a dozen lords rushed to Dragon City one after another. Several players from Region 229 also came to watch, but they all slipped away after seeing the battle situation. Those who came to fight alongside Hu Hao mostly came to embrace him. The City of Dragons can win without them. But in the City of Dragons, troops are limited. Faced with a defeated army across mountains and plains, many enemies will inevitably flee. Soldiers provided by friendly forces effectively sealed off several areas and helped destroy a large number of defeated troops. An army of over 3,000 finally left the island fortress of Dragon City alive. It is estimated that fewer than 200 will survive. After this battle, District 3036, which had been at a disadvantage in points since the start of the competition, also completed a powerful counterattack. Dragon City's points reached 9,238, almost doubling the lead and taking first place in the interregional competition. It also led the entire region in points. He is undoubtedly the biggest contributor. The system has announced the winner of the interregional battle and the rewards for the interregional battle. Announcement for all. Congratulations to the players of Region 036 on winning the interregional battle. All players in Region 036 will receive 3,000 magic crystals. Announcement for all participants. All Region 036 participants will receive a reward of 30,000 magic crystals. The announcement regarding personal score ranking rewards for individual players has also been immediately updated. The City of Dragons took first place in the interregional battle and received a box containing the first place interregional fortress reward. After the awards were announced, the participants were teleported back to their home territories. Participants who received the corresponding rewards, as well as non-participants who received a reward of 3,000 magic crystals without doing anything, were also very happy. Ha ha ha. How convenient. Even though I didn't participate in the interregional battle, I drew blood in the 15th round, and now I've received 3,000 magic crystals for free. That's amazing. Didn't you read the previous announcement? The loser only gets 1,000 magic crystals. The people in District 229 are just trash. I'd say they don't even deserve 1,000 magic crystals. It should be winner take all. Give us all 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 top bosses. What rewards do you have? What? 30,000 magic crystals. Ha ha, that's right, that's 30,000 magic crystals. I finally got something after a bloody battle. The base reward of 30,000 magic crystals is really impressive. Wow, I'm so impressed. The base reward alone, 30,000 magic crystals? I'm so disappointed. What is this? Are said to drop tens of thousands of magic crystals alone. Not to mention, if they're lucky enough to find good blueprints or props, they'll be gone in a heartbeat. In addition to the basic rewards, there are also rewards for ranking in personal points. My personal rewards are average, probably because I'm at the very bottom of the points rankings, so I only got one rare blueprint, which is pretty insignificant. I opened my personal points box and found a complex hero outfit. The key is that I don't have a hero. Ha 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 ha. This is so cool. I issued a hero summon order. I opened this thing. I can't figure it out. Hey, I opened something useless too. Is there any boss in the front row? What were you filming? My friend is a top 20 player. He said he'd discovered a bunch of territory renewal certificate fragments representing at least hundreds of thousands of magic crystals. I don't know what Big Brother's reward will be in Dragon City. Yes, he's first in points, and he's already leading by a wide margin. The reward must be huge. Isn't this the only level? This isn't the only level, is it? Hu Hao didn't rush to check his ranking rewards immediately. Instead, He first surveyed his brother's harvests around the world and familiarized himself with the market situation, and then Hu Hao calmly prepared to unpack it. The Interregional Fortress's first place award box let me see what Kang Kang is capable of. The moment he opened the weapon, Hu Hao was blinded. Epic! Hu Hao's heartbeat suddenly quickened. No way. Will there be another epic level? But then Hu Hao clearly saw what he had obtained. In my excitement, I became confused. What was this thing? Brave heart quality. Epic introduction. Allows the user to change jobs and gain a special combat profession. Brave. Brave has all-round and super growth. Hu Hao didn't realize this at first, but Hu Hao soon realized it. This gives me the opportunity to participate in the war. Currently, Hu Hao and all other players are only functional lords. They cannot directly participate in battle, but they do not seem to be killed. The core of the national offensive and defense are the barracks and defensive towers, and the Lord himself is the instrument responsible for constructing the offensive and defensive system. And if I guessed correctly, I used the heart of the brave to change jobs and become brave. Maybe he can join the fight too. Join the fight. This is a huge temptation for Hu Hao. Of course, Hu Hao wasn't exactly a talented fighter at first. Among the hundreds of millions of players in the world, there are probably only a few truly talented fighters. But after this period of familiarization, I became accustomed to each round of bloody trials. I witnessed a desperate battle in the rift of time and space and participated in an interregional battle where thousands of people fought. Hu Hao had long since become accustomed to killing and bloodshed. The sight of the soldiers, the heroes' virtuoso maneuvers, and their bravery in bloody battles also aroused Hu Hao's intense envy. His blood gradually boiled. Hu Hao may not yet be a passionate warrior, but sometimes Hu Hao truly wants to fight. At least he has powerful combat power, allowing him to roam the battlefield. You don't have to fight, but you can fight very well. It seems that in the current world of national offense and defense, combat effectiveness isn't the combat effectiveness of mortal bodies. If Hu Hao truly becomes a brave man, a courageous person with high combat effectiveness, the new experience he could bring, the strength comparable to Superman, fascinates Hu Hao. Hu Hao was eager to use his courageous heart to change his profession and become a brave man. From this moment begins a magnificent journey full of daring adventures. But before the actual change of job, there's a mandatory requirement: ensuring safety. Yes, Hu Hao wants to make an impression, but Hu Hao didn't want to die. Waves are human nature. Stability is a requirement of the game. If switching jobs to a combat-oriented profession would directly endanger his life, Hu Hao would prefer not to change. Hu Hao tried using the heart of courage and, as expected, received increasingly detailed hints. First of all, any player can switch to a combat profession. Common combat professions include warriors, mages, and the like. Hu Hao's brave heart can allow him to switch professions and become especially brave. Furthermore, combat professions cannot be used on the proving grounds. If Hu Hao changes his profession, he will only be able to use it in places such as space-time rifts and interregional battlefields. If you die while practicing a combat profession, you'll be punished by demotion. And to be resurrected, you'll also need to spend the appropriate magic crystals at the altar. What if there's no altar? Then there's no way to resurrect. Combat profession is forever equivalent to death, and in the future, you will only be able to be a regular Lord player. Hu Hao has cancelled the use of the brave heart. Without the altar, it might not be time to truly change careers. In the face of a real career change, Hu Hao still needs to reconsider. But even if he didn't use it right away, Hu Hao knew the value of the brave heart. It's an epic prop that can satisfy your fighting spirit and grant you superhuman abilities. This was also a turning point, allowing for better integration into the national attack and defense system. Putting his brave heart aside for a moment, Hu Hao saw that there were still people in the world curiously asking what props the Dragon Clan city's #1 lord had received in the interregional battle. City! It must have exploded again, and it looks like a quiet money-making operation. Hu Hao could only smile and say nothing. The heart of a brave man? Probably useless. Perhaps it's worth it. Hu Hao temporarily focused on clearing his inventory. Before participating in the interregional war, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance was 19,188. During the battle, Hu Hao obtained over 70,000 magic crystals by taking risks, killing monsters, and fighting each other. The loot figure of over 70,000 Wen is greatly exaggerated. Other average players have only a few thousand to 10,000, 20,000 Wen, and the top bosses only have 20,000, 30,000 Wen. Only a Dragon City Lord, far ahead in points and having fought numerous hard-fought battles in a row, can accumulate more than 70,000 trophies. I also received part of the Mountain Warrior Camp blueprint, the price of which has recently increased. It was instantly sold on the exchange for 10,000 magic crystals. Other various drops can also be sold for thousands. Thanks to this income alone, Hu Hao's magical crystal balance instantly exceeded 100,000. The long-lost 100,000 magic crystals. Hu Hao carefully sniffed the magic crystals lying on the table in front of him. These were some of the few physical magic crystals in Dragon City. Although Hu Hao appears obsessed with money, he's actually quite prudent. If Hu Hao truly wanted to accumulate magic crystals, the quality upgrade certificates obtained in this interregional battle would definitely be a hot commodity. Already have buildings or defensive towers that have reached the current quality level cap. If you want to continue upgrading, you'll need a quality improvement certificate. However, Hu Hao isn't planning on selling. Certificate is a key element in increasing combat effectiveness. Hu Hao won't sell it unless he's truly too poor to take the blame. Besides the usual trophies, Hu Hao is most interested in the Wanderer Tavern painting. A drawing of the Wanderer's Tavern. Introduction. An altar that can summon 10 wandering players. Hu Hao was actually very vague about the Wanderer's Tavern before. While we know it's a very interesting new gadget, we know very little about its potential uses. But now, everything was different. Having grasped the context of the martial profession transition, Hu Hao also had a certain understanding and suspicion regarding the tavern where the wanderers gathered. If his guess was correct, the summoned wanderer would resemble a lord transitioning to a martial profession. Players will be directly involved in the battle. Will those players who lost their territories and were eliminated become combat professionals with the career name Wanderers? Given the player's reputation as the fourth elemental disaster, allowing them to deal with invaders like Chaos is a recipe for disaster. The stage has been set for players, a big one. Players summoned by them can definitely make a difference. Judging by Hu Hao's many years of gaming experience, perhaps the wanderers he summons will also be the key to conquering future territories. And Hu Hao wants to try it too. Can players recruited from the Wanderer Tavern only fight outside the proving grounds? If it's really possible to recruit wandering players for trial battles, it could have a profound impact on the entire combat system of Dragon City. I'm really looking forward to it. That's why Hu Hao used the Wanderer's Tavern blueprint. As a result, the speed of light failed, because it's completely pointless. The system tells Hu Hao that the Wanderer's Tavern cannot be built on the proving ground. Those excluded from the proving ground cannot return to the proving ground. This rule seems too complex to be broken. Hu Hao finally understands. It's obvious whether you're talking about switching to a combat-focused profession or hire wandering players for the job. Everyone has special additional battlegrounds. A testing ground is a testing ground. Don't come here except for testing. Seeing that a new round of battle was about to begin, Hu Hao, who had a massive 100,000 magic crystals, naturally planned to spend them wisely. However, Hu Hao's main goal was to save 1 million to activate the Chaos technology in the Chaos Laboratory. But before accumulating 1 million magic crystals, it's crucial to spend them wisely to boost your combat power. So, let's blow up 001,000 soldiers first, just for fun. In fact, Hu Hao himself isn't particularly interested in increasing the number of barracks, because even though Dragon City has been upgraded to Tier 2, a Tier 2 territory only has 20 building slots. The number of military camps in Dragon City has reached 12. Also, internal affairs buildings. The Dark Iron Mine is the only one. The magic crystal generator is exquisite. The sawmill is rare, and the Chaos War Laboratory is the only one. These buildings take up 16 slots. Hu Hao is also always ready to equip a hero's altar in case the hero dies in battle and cannot be resurrected. This includes Hu Hao himself, who will also need to use the altar if he changes his profession to a combat-oriented one in the future. So, even though the Dragon City is a rare Tier 2 territory, it has twice as many slots as regular players. But in reality, the slots are very difficult to use. This also led to Hu Hao's lack of enthusiasm for the idea of increasing his military might. But the barracks Hu Hao wants to buy now are those for health-improving professions. In previous regular offensive and defensive battles, the Dragon City naturally had no need for the help of the bloody barracks. But now, Hu Hao understands the importance of health-boosting professions. If Dragon City had had a team of priests in the previous interregional battle to compensate for its lack of autonomy, Dragon City would have achieved a decisive victory. It's not too late to rectify the situation. Hu Hao has opened an exchange to search for units with healing abilities. Some of them actually exist. There aren't many soldiers who can increase health, but they exist. This vampire and that ghoul, their healing can only be done by yourself. Does that count? Pastor? Everything's fine. Druids are also pretty good. Does the Taoist with the Venerable add blood? Playing the legend, huh? Hu Hao searched around and discovered that the prices of blood-increasing units usually rise after interregional wars. Perhaps this is due to the large number of magic crystals being released at once, causing inflation. This may also be due to the fact that more and more people are realizing that national offensive and defense is not just an offensive and defensive test, so the price of units with added blood has increased. After some deliberation, Hu Hao decided to spend a significant amount of money on a complex drawing. However, after comparison, it was enough to look at the panel's hemostatic properties and attributes. A few high-quality drawings were only slightly better than those of rare barracks. In terms of cost-effectiveness, rare barracks are definitely better. But when it comes to gaming, you can't always go for cost-effectiveness, and the configuration shouldn't be too bad. After all, the certificates needed to upgrade the territory are very valuable. The exchange doesn't include even a few pieces of the territory upgrade certificate. Even Hu Hao can't guarantee that Dragon City will be upgraded to Tier 3 by chance. If you can't continue upgrading your territory, you'll still have to use the grid sparingly. In mind, Hu Hao spent a whopping 82,888 magic crystals to purchase a high-quality design for a health-boosting device. Drawings of the ancient Xuanhu Taoist Temple. Buy it, enjoy it. A Taoist temple of a simple yet stylish appearance has appeared in Dragon City. Consider this objectively. As a dedicated hemostatic unit, aside from excellent movement speed, Xuanhu Laodao offers nothing exceptional and is completely lacking in muscle. In an offensive battle, a unit that is elite but only possesses the strength of a rare unit is doomed to be unpopular. While the blood increase effect is quite good, you need to be within range to increase the blood increase. In offensive and defensive battles, everyone rushes forward at high speed, and naturally there's no time to wait for your blood to slowly build up. Therefore, many people, including Hu Hao, had never considered purchasing such hemostatic agents before. Add blood? Apparently, blood is still thick. Beware of heights. Running faster is more practical. Only when the game continues to develop and become more complete will everyone consider purchasing blood-increasing units at a high price. After the destruction of the ancient Xuanhu Taoist Temple, Hu Hao refined Dragon City's offensive system. But Hu Hao also knew that while the Xuanhu Taoists' blood-raising skills required careful cultivation, they required great control during actual use. When to add blood? Who adds blood? These are scenarios that require flexibility. But with a hero like Shen Baiki, who can command hundreds of thousands of soldiers, commanding a group of Xuanhu veterans is more than just a joke. Is about to begin, and the entire world channel is getting ready. Ha ha ha. I'm at least twice as strong now as I was 2 rounds ago. Our 358th Regiment recently entered a new batch of American military camps. I want you to know that this new round is called cruelty. I feel comfortable. I insisted on not joining a guild and playing solo. Now it's finally fully formed. Take off. I blew up a super powerful elite squad in an inter-regional battle. I hope I'll be able to meet all the bosses in the next round to try this out. Although I didn't make it into the top 1000 for the inter-regional competition, I still won a lot in round 15. Don't intimidate young people into being poor. Yes, don't drive young people into poverty. You've already entered my Dragon City. Don't leave next time. It's clear the entire world is filled with a sense of confidence and anticipation of war. The reason is also very simple. Because there are a lot of benefits in inter-regional battles. Not just magic crystals, but also items obtained in inter-regional battles, props from ranked treasure chests, etc. The overall strength of the entire Region 036 has been significantly improved. More and more players have completed their own systems, and naturally, their confidence is growing. The 16th round of testing begins. When Hu Hao saw his next player, he discovered that they were also independent players. Not be many Sanrin who can stop me. I wonder how strong this guy is. In any case, I'm looking forward to a good, intense battle and some good loot. Hu Hao locked the next door and prepared to demonstrate his talents. But at the same time, Dragon City was also targeted. Dragon City? We really did match Dragon City. The Summit Guild president, Summit Vulcan, was momentarily stunned when he saw his match, but then burst into laughter. Haha, not bad. This round of the game will be very exciting. Peak Vulcan has made his move and is ready to deal heavy damage to Dragon City in the 16th round of combat. Dominance in inter-regional battles. Boss, you've also seen that Dragon City's defense is also very strong. Vulcan Peak remained motionless and calmly said, "What are the risks of attacking Dragon City? There are risks indeed, but the enormous benefits are definitely worth the risk. City is now undoubtedly the strongest and most famous territory, and if our top guild wants to secure its status as the #1 guild in the region, it needs to step on the Dragon City and step on the Death Guild to rise to the top. Conquer the Dragon City, territory, and earn additional rewards. Get first blood from Dragon City and step on the Death God defeated by Dragon City to reach the top of the server's top guild. The costs are so low and the benefits so great, how could you let me miss this opportunity?" Vulcan's peak eloquence is quite good, and he can impress other managers with just a few words. And if we attack Dragon City with all our strength, we won't have to worry about offending Dragon City, a strong opponent. If I had Dragon City's strength, I'd want every round to be a high-intensity battle. Everyone nodded, and the top of the volcano also looked at. Heroic Squad is nearby. Moreover, this is also the debut of our incomparable general. Although he's only an elite hero, he specializes in combat, after all. He's no match for Bai Chi, the god of Dragon City, in terms of command power. But with a large axe, he might be able to cut Bai Chi down. Yes, General Pan said he's long wanted to kill Bai Bai with a knife. Boss, we support you. Let our top guild slaughter Dragon City in anger. Quickly completed their preparations, the Peak Guild dispatched its final hero, an unrivaled elite-level general. Unrivaled General Pan Feng led a full force of 100 elite soldiers to attack Dragon City. Hu Hao, sitting in Dragon City, saw an army attacking him, led by a particularly tall and portly general wearing a gleaming horn helmet and wielding a massive axe weighing 180 kilograms. Even though Hu Hao was well informed, he couldn't help but gulp in a chill. This was so cruel. A peerless general, General Pan, is truly a celestial being. Even as an opponent, Hu Hao couldn't help but praise Pan Feng's skill. The key is that General Pan doesn't fight alone. The elite hero leads a team and cooperates with 100 elite soldiers. This offensive lineup is undoubtedly the strongest force of players ever to attack Dragon City. Even without considering the supermodels of the Chaos troops themselves, one could even say that the quality of the troops sent by the Peak Guild exceeded that of the Trial of Chaos. After all, the original Chaos Trial consisted of no more than 100 high-quality units. This wave of attacks from the Peak Guild also brought the hero 100 elite soldiers. The Peak Guild. I've seen people in that guild, and they're truly very generous. It seems the intensity of offense and defense in this game has increased to a higher level after the inter-regional war. Just right, I like a little violence. Hu Hao saw that his opponent was strong, but that also meant more success on defense. Soon, the elite troops of the Peak Guild arrived, and Hu Hao also checked the attributes of his troops, especially the leading General Pan Feng. Name, Pan Feng type, offensive hero. Job, pioneer officer. Quality, excellent level, level 1. HP, 2800. Armor, 62. Armor. Type, hero movement, speed, 7 meters per second. Skills, unrivaled, greatly increases attack speed, forward movement speed, and comprehensive reaction stats. Skills. Mountain opening. Use a giant axe to slash, dealing massive damage to the target. Introduction. A peerless general is a first-class warrior. After witnessing General Pan's qualities, Hu Hao couldn't help but feel terrible. As an elite-level hero, his blood volume exceeds half that of the epic-level hero Shen Baiki, and his armor reaches 62 points. Although his skin is rough and his flesh is thick, his keystroke speed is also quite fast. The two skills Wushuang and Keishan are also very durable combat skills. I must say, Admiral Wushuang is truly ruthless. After Wushuang's words of dissent and discovery, he became even more powerful. But Pan Feng's command and combat skills seemed mediocre. Hu Hao noticed that Pan Feng simply asked the soldiers to split into several columns and follow him, and then took the lead. He didn't display exceptional command skills. Of course, with only 100 soldiers, a little more forceful command would have been acceptable. The menacing Pan Feng rushed toward him, and Dragon City's atmospheric storm tower fired a burst of fire first. The atmospheric storm tower's own attack power isn't very high. Over 20 magical attacks hit Pan Feng, and after damage reduction, each hit only dealt over 10 damage. But the attack speed is too high. Gua Sha? It's really a Gua Sha healing spell, but if you do it several times per second, the cumulative effect will be very high. Regular shots from the atmospheric storm tower can effectively kill Pan Feng. It's not blood loss, but the amount of blood is clearly decreasing. This is a top guild. Although Dragon City is only a common and uncommon target among the 30 Peak Guild targets this round. But almost everyone on Pinnacle's side focused their attention on the battlefield to attack Dragon City. With the exception of 2 or 3 people in charge of defense who were still paying attention to the defensive line because they had too much responsibility, everyone else gathered together to watch the attack on Dragon City. It's so nice. Give me blood so I can enter Dragon City. Good, Pan Feng has endured it. The blood loss isn't too fast, so there's still a chance. Quickly begin mastering the Wushuang skills. Hey, get up, Wushuang, hurry up, hurry up! As long as Pan Feng gets closer and then uses the mountain opening skill to knock down the defensive tower on the opposite side, there might be a chance to enter Blood Dragon City. General Pan, hold on, attack the duck. If Pan Feng were to duel the atmospheric storm tower, he could probably defeat it by about a minute. But beyond its A-tier status, the atmospheric storm tower also possesses some pretty powerful passive skills. The atmospheric storm intensified, and magnificent magical effects engulfed the advancing battlefield. Magical energy erupted from the top of the atmospheric storm tower, accompanied by the whistling wind, rushing relentlessly toward the battlefield where Pan Feng was located. A powerful wind. Groups of squall winds formed swirls of energy beams in the air, completely obscuring the front of the Peak Guild's troops. For a warrior like Pan Feng, who excels in solo combat, the atmospheric storm skill is irrelevant. It can only inflict relatively weak damage and slow them down. But AoE skills aren't meant to fight bosses, they're meant to damage large troops. Seeing the vanguard being washed away by the storm, someone from the Peak Guild cursed, "That's it! This atmospheric storm tower is super crazy, and its attack speed is as fast as a dog's." The key is that she can also activate skills. I know this skill, Atmospheric Storm. I watched a video about Dragon City before and realized that the Atmospheric Storm Tower skill deals a lot of damage. Vulcan Peak, this time as president and commander, remained calm. He said with a worried smile, "It's okay, I can handle it. This kind of area of effect magic is only effective against small soldiers. All the ones we sent are excellent, very reliable." Indeed, if you look closely, you'll see that while peak troops within the atmospheric storm's range tend to lose blood all over the screen, the amount of blood loss is generally acceptable. It was painful, but not as painful as the first tests, where an atmospheric storm hit him and killed him in over half a second. This is the best demonstration of the overall intensity of the offensive and defensive tests, which improves significantly after a few rounds. One tower can take care of most of the battle early on. Atmospheric Storm Tower. Right now, the situation is overwhelming. Of course, the overall power of Atmospheric Storm Tower is still very explosive. Simply led by a hero and has a top-notch roster of carefully selected and excellent troops. If it's the usual intensity of attack and defense, Atmospheric Storm Tower will still be your boss. The Atmospheric Storm Tower couldn't wipe out half the army on its own. Hu Hao, witnessing this scene, didn't sense any crisis. When Dragon City had previously faced the trial of chaos, a similar situation had arisen where the Atmospheric Storm Tower couldn't sustain itself. According to Hu Hao, the Atmospheric Storm Tower shouldn't have been demolished at all. If one tower took out the entire place, wouldn't it be awkward for the other towers? The Atmospheric Storm Tower is positioned as an ultra-long queue, plus it provides area-based health regeneration. While the Atmospheric Storm skill itself doesn't necessarily result in death due to its damage, it can reduce the enemy's overall health within a limited and wide range. For Dragon City, it's all over once the Atmospheric Storm Tower completes its blood restoration task. A more powerful attack is yet to come. The army of the top guild invading Dragon City has successfully approached the main battle zone against the Atmospheric Storm Tower. 3 third-tier arrow towers have also begun focusing their fire to disable Pan Feng. Looking at just 3 arrow towers, this configuration isn't actually very powerful. But as we all know, all of Dragon City's defensive towers have insane attack speed, and many players have complained that they feel like they're turning on a gear. Given the attack speed of each arrow tower, even against Pan Feng with his extremely high armor, it can still deal 30 to 50 damage per second. The peerless General Pan Feng, thanks to his unparalleled skills, moves incredibly quickly, and his attacks are terrifying. But this is the end. 3 arrow towers, comparable in power to the Atmospheric Storm Tower. Just shooting from a distance would cause around 200 wounds per second. His unrivaled general, Pan Feng, has over 2,000 health. Will he be able to withstand such power? I can't stand it. No, he has no abilities? He couldn't withstand the explosive attack. He wanted to move quickly, but he was targeted by Leng Tan's strike. Although Leng Tan is also an elite-level hero, there is a huge difference between elite-level and elite-level heroes. Leng Tan is a RMB player with luxurious gear and a 200% attack speed bonus. How does he counter normal heroes? His level has been increased to level 2, and Leng Tan, equipped with the Black Shadow Blade, has over 100 attack speed, and his attack speed is very high. Trajectory continues to hit Pan Feng at incredibly high speed. Speed! Mo Shadow Blade's skill effect, Mo Shadow Escape, took effect immediately. Another Dark Shadow mirror image was created next to Leng Tang. Double flat A. Double passive reduction. Thanks to dual slowing engines and ultra-high damage per second, the unrivaled General Pan Feng is about to die. But before he died, Pan Feng still managed to throw out one more skill. Mountaineering. This is my final killing move. Die. The giant axe quickly expanded, accompanied by a majestic sound and shocking visual effects, and the super battle axe was seen striking the Dragon City's Atmospheric Storm Tower. Afraid of a 40-meter axe? Axe struck the Atmospheric Storm Tower's head and face, creating a gigantic 10-meter-long crack. The entire tower was completely destroyed. In terms of the visual effects of destruction alone, Pan Wushuang's mountain creation was even more meticulous than Baiqi's flood. Of course, Shen Baiqi's flood skill deals damage across an entire area, and its actual combat effect is far stronger than Kaishan's single-target skill. And why didn't Pan Feng kill Leng Tang, the strongest defensive man in Dragon City? This is natural because Pan Feng knows his own strength. The limit of his skills is to destroy a defensive tower that couldn't defeat Leng Tang in seconds. As for the Peak Guild, they all fell silent when they saw Pan Feng being killed at the speed of light. But after seeing Pan Feng fall and use his skills to destroy the strongest defensive tower in Dragon City, everyone cheered. General Pan is mighty. The peerless General Pan Feng is mighty. Pan Feng Zi Wushuang. Excellent seconds. This atmospheric storm tower is the cheapest. She attacks at extremely long range and has a super fast attack speed. She can also activate area of effect abilities. Luckily, such passive abilities usually have built-in CDs. Otherwise, this tower would be invincible. Now that we've defeated the atmospheric storm tower, let's see how Dragon City can best it. General Pan has fallen, but the remaining brothers can continue the attack. The main forces of the Peak Guild, their morale still high, continued to bravely charge forward even as Pan Feng fell. Attack boldly, but don't think I'm some bitch hiding behind an atmospheric storm tower. Leng Tang issued a stern warning, because Leng Tang too had begun an ice storm. With his high attack speed, Leng Tang activated his ice domain skill. Along with the howling cold wind, magical elements of ice and snow began to sweep across the battlefield. Each attacking soldier began to move slowly. The ice magic continued to spread and cover them, and each soldier frozen by the ice began to go numb. Charge? You can only slow down by facing the ice. While the speed slows, damage within the ice field also begins to fill the screen. Every time a jump deals dozens of damage, it explodes across the entire screen. But Hu Hao has also seen damage in excess of triple digits. Magic critical hit. When there are enough enemies, the 5% magic critical hit rating Leng Tang just received can also be fully utilized. If the previous atmospheric storm tower skills were just preliminary blood restoration skills, now Leng Tang's ice realm can deal as much damage as a great sword can cut through blood. More importantly, the primary effect of the ice field is slowing. A powerful slowdown at range creates an invincible environment for other defensive towers throughout Dragon City. The turret demonstrates its might. Artillery shells explode on the cold, windy battlefield, instantly killing numerous soldiers. Flames rise. However, the cold wind didn't disappear. Instead, it blew stronger and stronger. Gusts of wind blew the snowflakes, and magical energy continued to emanate. In a state of constant slowdown, the defensive firepower of Dragon City, represented by its turrets, raged past Leng Tang. The soldiers of the Peak Guild fell to pieces. Although the ice field skill had a limited duration, it lasted a maximum of 30 seconds. But it was clear that the best soldiers would no longer be able to persist until the skill wore off. A perfect instant kill show with a slowdown and range. Seeing the explosion after the slowdown, Hu Hao couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Good enough. It must be admitted that this round of Peak Guilds, one might say, has ill intentions. Under Pan Feng's leadership, Peak launched a fierce offensive and destroyed Dragon City's main defensive tower, the atmospheric storm tower. Fortunately, the destroyed tower will be repaired after the battle is over. Otherwise, I would truly be crying. Peak's strength is truly impressive. I hope everyone who attacks Dragon City can be as powerful. As opponents, the Pinnacle Guild played brilliantly this round and earned Hu Hao's respect. And Hu Hao remains satisfied with Dragon City's overall defensive strength. The cross-region tournament has ended, and the overall situation has changed radically. It seems that even after participating in cross-region battles at large-scale events, the overall strength of all players has increased significantly. The defensive strength of Dragon City is still sufficient to ensure its own safety. Even the select troops of the powerful Peak Guild couldn't cover half the distance. Dragon City is still far from truly defending itself. Among those who were also quite satisfied were even those from the Peak Guild. After the entire army was destroyed, many of them achieved fame despite their defeat. That's not bad. The combat effectiveness of Dragon City is on par with Beast's. If we can withstand the power of the atmospheric storm tower, we'll already be very successful. What a shame! It's a shame General Pan couldn't hold out after all. If we equip General Pan with a set of equipment above the difficult level, we'll actually have a chance to surpass him. Used to think that concentrating a large army to attack Dragon City was a waste of time. But now it seems Dragon City isn't invincible. I hope we can face Dragon City next time. Then our troops will improve again, and we shall win the first blood of Dragon City. The President is mighty, the peak of greatness. The high-level test of offensive and defensive capabilities has been completed, and both the offensive and defensive sides were very satisfied. Regular rewards received by the Dragon City include a 6,500 survival reward, as well as magic crystal generators, super god territory bonuses, etc. The total amount has exceeded 28,000. This is due not only to the improved overall rewards for attack and defense challenges, but also to the very high quality of attacks and defenses this round. The stronger the opponent, the greater the overall rewards in Dragon City will be. Hao's X-Magic Crystal balance now stands at 52,230. While it's not a huge sum of money, it can at least guarantee basic upgrades and other daily expenses. Otherwise, Hu Hao will truly be so poor that he'll end up selling his iron. What makes Hu Hao even happier is the outcome of this test of offense and defense. Most drops consist of common materials, a few advanced materials, and some less valuable designs. This round, he finally counterattacked in terms of character and dropped the Silver Knight's badge in attack. And after defending the High Guild's army, 2 more fell. Or rather, don't drop it, 3 will fall. Perhaps it's due to the good fortune brought by the Super God territory buff, right? In short, the number of Silver Knight badges that Hu Hao had been eagerly awaiting increased from 4 to 7 after this battle, and was not far from the target of 10. Rewards for this round are also very practical. If you survive the 16th round of the game, you'll receive the 16th round login reward, Chaos Runes. You still need to survive 4 rounds before that to receive a special login. Previously, after Hu Hao upgraded the Chaos Ejection Tower, he still had 4 Chaos Runes on hand. Later, Hu Hao also turned to the market to see if he could save a few Chaos Runes for himself. But with one exception, someone else broke a rune before I could buy it. Hu Hao visited the exchange and never saw any more Chaos Runes. The shortage of Chaos materials is no exaggeration. Fortunately, aside from the Chaos Ejection Tower, there are currently no other buildings in Dragon City that require Chaos Runes to upgrade. Therefore, the lack of Chaos materials hasn't affected the development of Dragon City. As a result, I received 6 runes in just 16 rounds of entry. Originally planned to reserve runes exclusively for the Chaos Ejection Tower. But after opening the regular Archer Camp interface in the barracks list, Hu Hao was stunned. Initially wanted to know the cost of upgrading to a level 3 archer because his level 2 archer camp was full of experience. But when I opened the user interface, I saw with my own eyes that a new route had slowly appeared next to the icon for the regular archer route upgrade. Hu Hao is no stranger to situations where hidden routes arise. The core strength of Dragon City has long been the Black Iron Infantry. At this time, after gathering enough Black Iron ore, a hidden upgrade route emerged. The Black Iron Infantry Camp. Perhaps due to his exceptional nature, even if Hu Hao had more Black Iron ore, he wouldn't have been able to summon the hidden line of Black Iron barracks. Could this be true? Are new hidden routes appearing? Hu Hao quickly checked the information about the new hidden archer camp. Then Hu Hao couldn't help but inhale the cold air. I'm about to laugh. Even though it was so trivial, Hu Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the Chaos Barracks." Yes, after Hu Hao collected 10 Chaos Runes, a new upgrade route with full experience points appears in the Level 2 Archer Camp. This is the Chaos Series Barracks, Chaos Madness Archery Camp. Type, Barracks. Quality, excellent. Introduction, infuse high-quality bows and arrows with the power of chaos. Its powerful force can even influence the archer and drive them to madness. Requirements, 100% Archer Camp Level 1, 1000 Magic Crystals, 500 Tumu, 10 Chaos Runes. There's also a line of small words at the back explaining, A sort of hidden barracks, only one can be built per territory. Hu Hao knew this. After all, previously only one Black Iron infantry camp could be built, and it would never be activated again. After carefully reviewing the user interface, Hu Hao confirmed his thoughts. Of course, the Chaos and Mad Archers camp is a special military camp that can only appear after collecting materials. A special barracks for the Chaos route. Such a rarity. Hidden upgrade path for the Black Iron infantry, once the main force of the Dragon City, is no longer a secret, and the Black Iron infantry has gradually fallen out of favor. But the forces of Chaos are different. As for the Chaos barracks, not only had Hu Hao never seen them, no one in the world had even discussed them. The vast majority of players had never even seen Chaos runes or Chaos blueprints, let alone been allowed to build Chaos barracks. Looking at the normal archer camp, the materials needed to upgrade the Chaos troops are magic crystals, of course. Tumu is also a normal advanced material, and the main material is naturally Chaos runes. Judging by the shortage of Chaos runes, Hu Hao calculated that there shouldn't be many people in the entire region or server capable of constructing a Chaos barracks. Unable to wait, Hu Hao almost pressed the confirm button. But Hu Hao abruptly stopped the machine, because Hu Hao couldn't bear it. To upgrade the Chaos and Madness Archer Camp, all you need is a level 1 Archer Camp with 100 EXP, and this Archer Camp in Dragon City is 100% level 2. It's not that he doesn't want to part with this experience. The main reason is that Hu Hao also wants to reserve a very ordinary and standard archery camp for Dragon City. Hu Hao has almost figured this out, although there are many unusual options along the way. But the Militia Base Camp, Archer Camp, Arrow Tower, Turret, and so on are certainly the most reliable and worthy of improvement. Hu Hao also wants to continue upgrading the Archer Camp to a higher quality and level. There's no solution. Hu Hao can set up a new Archer Camp and then drag and drop an EXP scroll from the exchange to directly upgrade the 4 core buildings: Militia Camp, Archer Camp, Arrow Tower, and Turret, from 0 EXP to full EXP. Of course, the Krypton Gold Consumption Scroll can only be upgraded to level 1 once you have full experience. The subsequent levels still need to be completed slowly and honestly. It can be said that experience scrolls exist specifically to upgrade basic buildings to other types of buildings by changing routes. Otherwise, spending tens of thousands of magic crystals to buy scrolls to turn them into full-fledged experience only for the most ordinary level 1 Arrow Tower, level 1 Militia Camp, etc., the price-performance ratio will be too low. For Hu Hao, low production costs aren't a problem. While it's unprofitable, spending around 10,000 on an experience roll to quickly improve his strength is perfectly acceptable. The key issue remains the slots. There aren't that many slots in Dragon City. Hu Hao doesn't want to use only 3 slots. But the grid won't produce anything, even if saved. The reason we intentionally save grids is to handle situations where additional slots are suddenly needed. After some hard choices, Hu Hao finally built a new Archer Camp, with tears in his eyes. As a result, the number of construction slots in Dragon City increased to 18. First, the previous level 2 Archer Camp was upgraded to level 3. Hu Hao, without even glancing at the attributes, quickly spent the money and took an experience scroll from the exchange. Earn money quickly and upgrade the new Archer Camp to full experience. Then choose the upgrade. Reveal yourself. Archer of Chaos Madness. The ordinary, even crude Archer Camp quickly underwent a stunning transformation, becoming full of thrills and murderous intent. The camp was quickly modernized, and the original standard troop style was replaced by a chaotic style. After the update is complete, you will also be able to preview the troop types. The first preview of Chaos Frenzy Shooter's appearance. I saw that the new soldiers were covered in armor, with huge fangs protruding from their shoulders. Blood-red flames streamed from their eyes, similar to the lighting effects on their weapons. Very cool. And with RGB special effects, combat effectiveness increased by 200%. They say appearance is directly proportional to strength, and the beauty of the Chaos Barracks also follows this law. The attributes of a chaotic and frenzied marksman did not disappoint Hu Hao. Hand, Chaos Madness. Archer Allegiance. Chaos Quality. Excellent HP, 120. Armor, 22 armor. Type, light movement speed, 8 meters per second. Skills, Fury. Draw your bow faster, shoot further, run faster, and fight to the end. Introduction. An archer who brings chaotic pain to people. Few can survive the random arrows of a mad archer. Although Hu Hao had seen much, upon seeing the powerful attributes of Chaos and the Mad Archer, Hu Hao couldn't help but be stunned. Is this Chaos? A supermodel. The attributes of the Chaos troops are truly supermodel-like. By comparison, the main force of the Dragon City is the Black Iron Infantry. Attributes of a Tier 3 Black Iron Infantry. HP, 69, Armor, 24 armor. Type, Heavy Movement. Speed, 6 meters. The second one's armor is only 2 points different, but movement speed is 2 meters faster and health is almost doubled. What's a Big Daddy? The Chaos troops actually have Big Daddy level attributes. Excuse me, how do I get to the Chaos admissions office? Thanks to their super high stats, Chaos and the Raging Archer can become equals in Dragon City in regular offensive and defensive battles. With highly mobile archers and more health than melee infantry, how can other weapons survive? What's even more frightening is that the Chaos Frenzy Shooter is a long-range device, meaning its main stage may still be in non-test mode. Imagine it as a Chaos and Madness shooter exploring rifts in space and time, participating in interzonal battles, etc. Hu Hao seemed to notice random assassinations happening. The attributes of Chaos and the Mad Archer also reminded Hu Hao once again that the power of Chaos Lords like Hunyadi, the King of Broken Limbs, should be taken absolutely seriously. There's no doubt that Dragon City's strength has increased significantly since the Chaos forces were reinforced. But Hu Hao has no intention of slowing down. First, he's strengthening his defenses. Previously, the Peak Guild organized an elite force and launched a fierce attack on Dragon City under the leadership of the unprecedented General Pan Feng. Although progress still hasn't exceeded 50%, the Peak Guild's progress is quite noticeable compared to other troops that previously attacked Dragon City. This also served as a wake-up call for Hu Hao. Everyone is getting stronger, and everyone is getting stronger by a wide margin. This round's peak hasn't broken through the 50% mark. But next round? Not necessarily. It's crucial to plan ahead and improve your defensive strength. Currently, the only defensive towers that can be upgraded in Dragon City are basic arrow towers. City now has 3 level 3 arrow towers, each of which has reached full experience. Hu Hao is ready to upgrade them all to level 4 at once. But upgrading a level 3 arrow tower to a level 4 arrow tower isn't just a simple upgrade. It's a quantum leap. Tier 4. Arrow tower will no longer be of common quality, but will instead be of rare quality. Materials to be upgraded. Level 3 arrow tower, 100% EXP, plus $3,000. Magic crystals, plus 300, rubbing wood, or equivalent wood. 100 black iron ore, plus 1 rare quality upgrade certificate. From a level 3 arrow tower to a level 4 arrow tower, its quality has improved dramatically. The required materials have also improved dramatically. 3,000 magic crystals isn't that small, and you'll also need 300 rubbing wood and 100 dark iron ore. It's easy to say that the City of Dragons produces it itself. It's completely self-sufficient and can even export it. But Takuma really isn't enough. Although the supply agreement had been signed with Director Luo earlier, the production value of Director Luo's family was clearly insufficient to meet Hu Hao's needs. I went to the exchange to look at tuoma and other timber of the same grade and discovered that prices had indeed gone up slightly. But overall, everything was fine, unlike black iron ore, which had skyrocketed several times over. The most important material is obviously the quality upgrade certificate. Hu Hao previously accumulated 6 rare cards, 6 excellent cards, and 1 unique quality upgrade certificate through logging in, especially rewards from cross-region battles. Leaving aside the single priceless treasure certificate, the remaining 6 rare certificates are worth several thousand magic crystals on average, and the market price of the excellent certificates exceeds 30,000. If he hadn't accumulated them earlier, Hu Hao, who currently only had over 30,000 magic crystals left in his balance, really wouldn't have been able to afford it. After heading to the exchange to transfer 1,000 units of Tumu, Hu Hao looked at his remaining magic crystals, which were less than 12,000, and sighed. Why does it seem like I'm earning more and more, while my expenses are getting higher and higher? I'm so poor. Hu Hao cries about poverty, but he must consume when he needs it. Upgrade all 3 arrow towers to level 3. Each arrow tower requires 3,000 magic crystals, plus 300 rubbed wood, plus 100 black iron, plus 1 rare with an upgrade certificate. Total price actually exceeds 20,000 magic crystals. Regular rare blueprints, unless they have very good stats, can't sell for more than 10,000 magic crystals. But there's nothing you can do about it. Ultimately, upgrading the boom turret is truly a necessity. Especially considering the limited number of slots, upgrading the boom turret is a necessary investment in the long term. Fortunately, the upgraded tower with rare arrows is level 4, rather than just buying a level 1 blueprint. This means the attributes are also quite good, which is a relief to Hu Hao, whose magic crystal balance has dropped to 2780. Rare Tier 4 Arrow Tower is called the Rapid Fire Arrow Tower. As its name suggests, the Rapid Fire Arrow Tower's attack speed is significantly improved compared to the regular Arrow Tower. Its specific properties are Rapid Shooting Tower Type, Shooting Tower Quality, Rare Level, Level 4 Attack, 2632 Attack. Type, Pierce Attack. Speed, 2 times per second. Attack range, 50 meters. Introduction, a powerful rapid-fire shooting tower that can quickly deal large damage and copes well with unarmored and lightly armored units. After witnessing the power of the rare tier Arrow Tower, the rapid-fire Arrow Tower, Hu Hao could only say it was all worth it. Compared to the previous regular level 3 Arrow Tower, the rapid-fire Arrow Tower's lower attack limit is higher than the upper limit of a level 3 tower. The key point is that the attack speed is doubled. This almost means the Tier 4 rapid-fire turret's power is more than double what it was before. With such a massive improvement, materials like wood, black iron, and previously spent promotion certificates feel like gold. Tower could obviously improve Dragon City's defenses. What's terrifying is that Hu Hao upgraded 3 of them at once. 3 Tier 4 rapid-fire arrow towers, combined with the attack speed halo, make the overall defense of Dragon City definitely much stronger than before. What makes Hu Hao feel even more comfortable is that the wave of strong reinforcements hasn't taken up any additional nerves. What Hu Hao wants now is to increase Dragon City's combat power while minimizing its use of networks. There's more to upgrade than just the 3 arrow towers. I'm hoping the next round will be something interesting, with more money for both attack and defense. The break is over soon. The 17th round of challenges begins. Hu Hao was looking forward to an epic battle in the 17th round of trials, but the result left him somewhat disappointed. On the offensive side, Dragon City attacked a small guild with mediocre strength whose primary goal was relaxation. Individual troops represented by Dragon City easily routed nearly 1,000 guild troops. But with so many of the enemy's troops bleeding, Dragon City was unable to stand out from the crowd. In the case of weak foil, the settlement reward received by Dragon City can be considered acceptable, but not particularly large. As for the defensive rewards in this round, not to mention that, the one who attacked Dragon City was a small, random guild. When the guild president saw that it was Dragon City, he immediately said, "Dragon City led our district to victory over the enemy in the inter-district war, which gave us brothers' victory. Nothing. Sir, we cannot repay kindness with hostility." So this small guild simply destroyed her and sent only 30 common soldiers. This made Hu Hao cry. Now, Hu Hao isn't afraid of the arrival of strong men, but he's afraid of brothers who behave badly. If he's in poor condition, it will seriously limit the development of Dragon City. Due to the desperate need for magic crystals, Hu Hao even missed his older brother, Chaos. If Chaos had come and sent money and food to every wave, Dragon City would have long ago taken off. After the battle round, along with the 7,000 survival reward and so on, a total of over 17,000 magic crystals were earned. This is due to the fact that Dragon City is the territory of a super god and has additional bonuses. Otherwise, the income would be even more meager. This round of income barely allowed Hu Hao's magic crystal balance to exceed 20,000. It exceeded 20,000, but it was still seriously insufficient. Hu Hao focused his attention on logging in. According to the law of conservation of character, Hu Hao hoped that the login reward would be more impressive this time. As a result, Hu Hao's login reward was as follows. You survive the 17th round of the game and receive the login reward for the 17th round, a drawing of the Orc Archer Tower. You still have 3 rounds to survive before the special entrance. Hey, defensive towers that take up a building slot are rare. Cash them in. Hu Hao glanced at the Orc Arrow Tower's blueprints and discovered that, as a rare arrow tower, its attack power was quite high, but its attack speed was average, and its appearance was slightly different. Regardless, it could still sell for several thousand magic crystals. While it's not much, it's better than nothing. For Hu Hao, who desperately needs magic crystals, it's quite nice to be able to exchange drawings worth several thousand for a few magic crystals. Having cashed in the drawings and brought the balance of the magic crystal to 27,150, the tired Hu Hao took a short rest. And soon, the 18th round of trials began again. The 18th round of trials begins. Hu Hao saw that his subordinate was another of Sanrin's brothers, and his territory was called the Electronics Factory. He wondered if this brother from Sanrin's Electronics Factory could still withstand the brutal onslaught of Dragon City. After the Dragon City troops had just entered the battlefield, Hu Hao saw the defense configuration of the next Electronics Factory. The wise lord can already make a judgment. The result is clearly negative. It is inevitable that the Electronics Factory will be captured by Dragon City. What interests Hu Hao even more is the troops attacking Dragon City. What a coincidence, it's a top guild again. Even a group from a top guild. In the previous 16th round of trials, the Peak Guild, led by its heroic and peerless General Pan Feng, launched a powerful and threatening offensive. Although the attack had not actually broken through 50% of Dragon City's defensive positions, compared to other attackers before, the Peak Guild's performance was already very good. The performance in round 16 gave the Peak Guild significant confidence that they could continue to attack Dragon City after its strengthening and even win first blood in Dragon City. From rounds 16 to 18, the Peak Guild made good progress during these 2 rounds. Importantly, the Peak Guild group spent a significant amount of money during this period to upgrade to a second-tier guild. In other words, they can now dispatch 200 soldiers to attack Dragon City. A configuration of 2 heroes and 200 elite soldiers is a rarity in the entire region. After the update, power will be significantly increased, especially after reaching level 2, allowing a single player to contribute 200 soldiers. May both the top and bottom members of the Peak Guild be full of confidence in the new round. They also let out excited sounds when they were compared to Dragon City again. Hey, Takeoff! Again, matching Dragon City. We really are enemies on a narrow road. I didn't expect to have to fight Dragon City again so soon. This time, I can definitely kill this guy. No big deal. We only missed the Dragon City portal by a small margin in round 16. The Peak Guild is now much stronger than before, and the number of troops invested has doubled. Dragon City? This time, we'll tell Dragon City what cruelty is up there. President Vulcan Peak also said with great ambition, yes, before we attacked Dragon City, we were mainly trying to attack it, but we've more or less figured out Dragon City's family background. Now equipped Pan Feng with a suite of sophisticated equipment, a rare hero to assist him, and a select 200 offensive troops. This configuration can only be called invincible. This time, we'll personally conquer Dragon City from the summit. By stepping on the first-place corpse of the interregional battle, Pinnacle will officially surpass the Death God and become the largest guild in this region. Well, the pre-war preparations are complete. Get the videotape ready. Attack! The top guild, with high morale, has dispatched a full 200 soldiers. And then there's the elite hero Pan Feng, supported by another rare hero who adds significant defensive power to the team. Hu Hao was shocked when he first saw such an unprecedentedly powerful configuration. Why is this peak guild missing 2 rounds? Their combat strength has doubled. This was the first time Pinnacle had deployed such a powerful force. Looking at the mighty and majestic army, a feeling of pride spontaneously arose at both the summit and the base of the peak, while Vulcan Peak also felt the pleasure of awakening to the power of peace. With such a powerful master, even Dragon City would be shaken. Watch me perform another double spin. In the previous battle, Peak Vulcan also used an acceleration scroll. But because he truly knew the reason why there was little hope, he used it very sparingly. But now, overcome with excitement, Vulcan couldn't resist shouting loudly and using the scroll in a grand operation. He would use his passionate cries to collaborate with the best troops and enter Dragon City with bloodshed. The man at the forefront, naturally, was Pioneer Officer Pan Feng. But unlike last time, Pan Feng is equipped with quite good gear this round. With the blessing of his gear, Pan Feng becomes even more beautiful. At the same time, Pan Feng still has a ton of boosts hanging around his body. That's because the electronics factory has all 58 cores. Take out the electronics factory in one wave. He even dropped 20 cores. This is the first time Hu Hao has dropped precious cores in battle. While a core can't directly increase combat effectiveness, it's equivalent to a health boost. City currently has 120 cores, and the number of drops will continue to increase in the future. If the core count were increased to the full 200, which would significantly improve fault tolerance, it would be very comfortable. In addition to high-quality drops on the offensive side, the defensive side has sustained the largest wave of attacks Dragon City has ever seen, which naturally brings with it plenty of benefits. To summarize, the first is the basic reward for survival. The 18th round of trials ends, all surviving players will receive 7,500 magic crystals as a reward, and the 19th round of trials begins in 6 hours. At the beginning of the game, the reward for survival is very low. But now, after the version change and the accumulation of rounds, the rewards for surviving each round have actually become quite large. In addition to the survival reward, there is another fixed income, which is the output of the magic crystal generator. The output of each round 200. Now it can produce 3,600 magic crystals on a fixed basis. This made Hu Hao feel truly profitable. Although the magic crystal generator may seem complicated, its actual value is almost the same as a unique level military camp. These 2 fixed incomes, plus various magic crystals dropped with loot, as well as rewards for attacking and defending, etc., add up to 30,000 magic crystals. After normal attacking and defending, the magic crystal total exceeds 30,000. That's another new level. This also increased the balance of magic crystals in Dragon City to 58,688. These numbers are very auspicious and considered a good omen. Furthermore, there are 20 more core benefits. The value of territory cores is often impossible to measure with simple magic crystals. What is the core value? Probably useless. Maybe it's worth it. Now check the general stats of Dragon City. Territory, Dragon City, Jaco 16888 level, level 2. Affiliation, Commander Hugh build, slot 18 to 20. Defense, slot 8 to 20. Hero slot, 2 core. Count, 120, 200. It's great to see the increase in core count. At the same time, it's clear that Dragon City's defensive strength still has plenty of room for improvement. I used, which is still early. Simply because Dragon City has always been a defensive supermodel, Hu Hao has focused more on building an offensive system. Looking at the slots in my Dragon City, I feel like my attack is strong, but my defense is weak. It's not that I don't want to improve our defenses, but mainly because I'm really short on money. Then Hu Hao checked the login system rewards. Haha, the login reward is finally amazing. Although I'm not one to rely on authorization, Survive the 18th round of the game and receive a round 18 login reward, a special invasion order. You still need to survive 2 rounds before the special invasion order. Hu Hao is no stranger to this login reward. In the previous round, 7, Hu Hao received this login reward. As an entry reward, The Special Invasion Order itself cannot directly increase combat power. However, the hidden rewards behind the Special Invasion Order have extremely high potential. If the quality of the Special Invasion Order is high enough, and the invading monsters are fat enough, it's possible to reap a huge profit. Hu Hao, who is currently so poor he wants to cry, should realize the profits from a Special Invasion Order. The special qualities of the Special Invasion Order received during this login round are as follows. Special Invasion Order, Evil Sword Monk. Summon a Special Invader, Evil Sword Monk, to attack your own territory. The number corresponds to the territory level 100. Defeat the enemy. A Special Invader will bring huge profits. Warning: a powerful Special Invasion can deal a devastating blow to the user's territory. If you carefully read the additional instructions, you'll also be told that the Special Invasion level also increases dynamically with the territory's level. In other words, if a Special Invasion Order is used now, its power should be stronger than the Evil Swordsman monks previously. Hu Hao wanted to complain. You just want to be a monk. Why do you want to build an evil sword? Of course, the key to the problem is the power of the Evil Swordsman monk. As for the Special Invasion Force, Hu Hao has a good idea. The ferocious Special Invasion troops are quite ferocious. During the previous Special Invasion of the Axe and Hammer Monks, these powerful Axe and Hammer Monks left a deep impression on Hu Hao. The Special Invasion monster's combat power is no less than that of the Chaos Invasion. The monster is also a powerful supermodel, and defeating it can yield enormous profits. This can even be understood as follows. The Special Invasion is initially a separately created Chaos Invasion. At that time, Hu Hao used a Special Invasion Order to gain a first mover advantage and obtain a large amount of additional rewards as early as possible, and he defended it perfectly. So, should you use it immediately? First of all, it's obvious that Hu Hao really needs to use a Special Invasion Order. Poverty. So poor. Hu Hao can get tens of thousands of magic crystals each round, but he needs to spend tens of thousands of magic crystals each round. The more he spent, the more Hu Hao felt the need to spend money in Dragon City. Dragon City urgently needed a wave of rewards, be they magic crystals, blueprints, or materials that could be converted into cash. In short, Dragon City needed currency. As luck would have it, that's all the Special Invasion Order could bring Hu Hao. Not to mention, Hu Hao also wants to launch Chaos technology, which requires 1 million magic crystals for research. With the Special Invasion Order, the matter was clear. But it shouldn't be used by reckless people. When Dragon City first issued the Special Invasion Order, the Dragon City Defense Forces were quite dominant at the time. But now, it's almost the 19th round. Although Dragon City still easily defended the massive attack launched by the Peak Guild, Hu Hao was forced to acknowledge one fact. Dragon City's defensive strength, which had truly been neglected in the final rounds. Current defense of Dragon City is fundamentally no different from its defense 10 rounds ago. 10 rounds ago, the atmospheric storm tower was at point C. After 10 rounds, the atmospheric storm tower is still at level C. It's much stronger, but it's not a different level. Just like the land in the three bodies, where technology is locked away, it seems to be X times stronger. But in reality, it's still in this dimension. If this is a normal battle, then the defenses of the Dragon City are quite sufficient. But what if this is a special invasion? Maybe, perhaps it's not enough. Hu Hao wanted to use the special invasion to gain numerous additional benefits and strengthen Dragon City's defenses. But if you want to be able to reliably resist special invasions, you must first strengthen your defenses. Strengthened. Regardless of Hu Hao's decision, he must first use his limited resources to strengthen his defenses and prepare for a special invasion. Although Hu Hao doesn't have many magic crystals on hand right now, he can still use them after careful calculation. Let's first look at the current total number of defense towers. 1 Atmospheric Storm Tower Tier 2. Excellent, 1 Chaos Burst Tower Tier 2. Rare, 1 Assault Cavalry. Tower Tier 2 Rare, 3 Rapid Fire. Arrow Towers Rare, Iron Sword Tower Tier 2. Common, 1 Turret Tier 2. The Atmospheric Storm Tower has always been the main defensive tower in Dragon City. It has an extremely long range, super fast attack speed, and almost guaranteed area of effect damage. However, during the fight against peak guilds, the atmospheric storm tower also revealed its weakness in low attack power, and it was not as effective as expected against powerful single units. The complex atmospheric storm tower will continue to be the main defensive tower in Dragon City. But it must also be acknowledged that the atmospheric storm tower is no longer strong enough to stand alone. The Chaos Discharge Tower, the Assault Cavalry Tower, and the turret, all three of these towers are long-range defensive towers, and their quality is not particularly high. The Chaos Discharge Tower is fine. Thanks to the high performance of Chaos and the complete suppression of Chaos attacks, performance is high and stable. It remains a front-line defensive tower. However, the Assault Cavalry Tower and turret are truly not as strong at this stage. Tower and the Rapid Arrow Tower are standard defensive towers. Their stats are only good, sufficient to handle the current stage. Looking at the defensive tower's paper stats, Dragon City isn't particularly strong. Of course, there's also Leng Tang, who's equipped with top-notch equipment in Dragon City, and a simple, crude, and incredibly powerful attack speed aura. The existence of these two heavyweights makes Dragon City's actual defensive strength completely superior to this version. After reviewing the situation, it's clear that Dragon City's defense tower needs to be expanded and upgraded. Hu Hao first proposed the idea. The current capacity of Dragon City's defense tower is still strong. But there's a bigger problem. A powerful tower can control the entire field with one player, while a weak tower can only play support. When magic crystals are scarce, buying a C tower is basically impossible. Only a few support towers can be purchased. Several functional defensive towers came to Hu Hao's attention. The blueprint for the Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower became the first blueprint Hu Hao planned to acquire. Barbarian Tower with Heavy Axes. Quality, excellent type. Barbarian Tower level, level 1. Attack, 2642. Attack. Type, normal attack. Speed, 1 time 3 seconds attack. Range, 25 meters. Skills, Wild Strike, a powerful strike that stuns the enemy. Introduction. A statue of a barbarian hero, brimming with power. The giant axe in its hand doesn't strike very quickly, but once it does, it can often completely devastate an opponent's mind. Being a complex defensive tower, the Barbarian Tower's attack speed with heavy axes is very slow. Although the attack speed is very high, considering the slow attack speed, the actual performance is far inferior to that of arrow towers of the same tier. Another fatal weakness can be seen in the detailed information. The trajectory of the heavy axe's flight is very slow. Too slow, making it easy to miss. The target could be killed by shells from other towers, while the projectile was halfway through the sky. And slightly more agile opponents can dodge the heavy axe by moving. It's precisely because of its slow attack speed and turtle-like trajectory that the Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower, an elite defensive tower, is unpopular among players. This gives the Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower a very powerful advantage. It's cheap. The price of 30,000 magic crystals is considered very cheap among complex defensive towers. Upon discovering the Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower, Hu Hao thought it was a high-quality, low-cost tower, perfectly suited for use in Dragon City. Hu Hao is very optimistic about the Barbarian's skills in the Heavy Axe Tower. Savage Blow is a powerful blow that stuns the enemy. This means the Barbarian's Heavy Axe Tower is not just an exit tower, but also a powerful control tower. Compared to Leng Tang's slow, directly knocking down an opponent, is clearly a more powerful control. While dizziness in the game doesn't mean you'll lose consciousness immediately, it's a debuff that can only last for a few seconds. But suddenly stopping for 2 seconds in the middle of a fierce battle? That makes a huge difference. The Barbarian's Heavy Axe Tower's performance isn't very good. There's no shortage of production in Dragon City. Will the Barbarian's Heavy Axe Tower be able to hit? If you're dealing with a boss rushing ahead, combined with Leng Tang's slow, your hit rate will be significantly improved. Doesn't the Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower always trigger a stun effect? Leng Tang's ice field isn't at 100% yet. With a 200% attack speed aura, Are you still worried it won't work? Besides, the Heavy Axe Tower's attack type is a noble normal attack, which is another bonus point. It must be said that the strong are always strong. Excellent performance, slow, attack speed, etc. Dragon cities give Hu Hao many additional options when choosing defensive towers. The Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower, considered by others to be impractical, can play a very useful role in Dragon City. Is the importance of system. Just as in the world of sports there are system players, in the world of defensive towers there are system defensive towers. 30,000 magic crystals. The Barbarian Heavy Axe Tower has been conquered. Magic crystals left, so Hu Hao's only option is to buy a rare defense tower. But perhaps that's because it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After examining the rare tier defensive towers, I feel that most of them are truly too thin to be worth looking at. There are a few rare towers with good stats, but their prices are ridiculous. After some digging, Hu Hao decided not to buy it for now. It would be best to use the few remaining magic crystals for upgrades first. Once the internal unlocking and upgrading is complete, it's not too late to see if the remaining ones can be used to purchase 2 towers. Currently, the 2 most impressive towers in Dragon City are the Tier 2 Iron Sword Tower and the Tier 2 Turret. Their ratings are low and their quality is average. Experience for these 2 locations is already full, and the materials needed for upgrading are relatively simple. To upgrade the Iron Sword Tower to level 3, you'll need a total of 2,000 magic crystals plus 150 wood, + 150 iron ore. To upgrade a level 2 turret to level 3, you'll need 3,500 magic crystals, 200 wood, massed 300 iron ore. These materials are the most common, and Dragon City also has a certain supply. There's nothing directly related to upgrading. Attributes of the upgraded Iron Sword Tower. Tier 3, Iron Sword Tower type, Arrow Tower. Quality, normal level. Tier 3, Attack, 1822. Attack, type, normal attack. Speed, 1 time per second. Range, 30 meters. Introduction. The Arrow Tower transforms into an iron sword, more powerful and deadly. Compared to the previous 1319, the lower attack limit of the level 3 Iron Sword Tower has been significantly improved, providing smoother and more stable results. The improvement isn't incredible, but it's still quite powerful. Hu Hao also noticed that the level 3 Iron Sword Tower had accumulated half its experience after being upgraded, and it's not far from the level 4 Iron Sword Tower. Hu Hao is also eagerly awaiting the Iron Sword Tower's upgrade from level 4 to rare quality, so it can have a more powerful attribute. Compared to the cheap basic Arrow Tower, the turret, which is also a basic unit but costs several times more, is clearly more powerful. Especially high-tier turrets, thanks to their attack speed halo, can produce tons of output by bombing units with residual health in the slow zone. Hu Hao looked at the upgraded level 3 turret. Its robust outer shell, dark muzzle, and thick caliber made it dare to confront any sniper. Thanks to Tauren Berserker and the It's So Hard to Name It company for the award support, thank you. Tier 3 Turret Attributes. Turret Type, Turret Quality, Normal Level. Tier 3. Attack, 2440. Attack. Type, Siege Attack. Speed, 1 time 4 seconds attack. Range, 30 meters. As a normal tier defense tower, the stats of the Tier 3 turret are already quite strong. With a panel attribute of up to 40, it's almost as powerful as a complex defense tower. You should know that the Tier 1 Heavy Axe Barbarian Tower that Hu Hao just bought has an attack speed of only 42. While the lower attack limit isn't high, the attack speed is also very slow. But if a regular tower can possess this attribute, what kind of bicycle does one need? The excellent performance of the Iron Sword Tower and turret also made Hu Hao eagerly anticipate their further growth. It seems the game National Attack and Defense can't rely solely on quality. As long as his level is high, regular equipment can also have a spring. After purchasing a new tower and upgrading 2 old towers, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance was only slightly over 20,000. Without saving this small amount of money, Hu Hao tearfully purchased a highly sought-after halo, Rare Corrosion Aura. Corrosion Aura, rare, reduces the armor of all enemy units within a 25-meter radius by 5. Like halos were initially very rare, but as the number of game rounds increased, a wide variety of halos appeared on the market. Most of the stats are relatively poor, a range of 20 to 30 meters, a 10% bonus attack speed, 5 attack points, etc. It's useful, but compared to the epic attack speed halo in Dragon City, it's completely out of the league. Hu Hao bought a corrosion halo, a rare tier. Its stats are quite good among rare halos, but the price is also relatively high. In any case, Hu Hao is still far from his small goal of 1 million magic crystals, so he won't be saving the last 20,000 magic crystals. After removing the corrosive halo and placing it on the tower, a purple halo slowly spread from the base of the tower, hinting at something strange. Wherever the halo passed, the corrosive energy even pierced the floor. Fortunately, after the halo disappeared, the ground returned to normal. Thus, any enemy approaching within 25 meters of the tower will suffer a 5 armor reduction. For soldiers with dozens of armor points and thick skin, a 5-point reduction won't be either painful or itchy. But for soft soldiers, armor is often not very high. If you reduce armor by 5 points, it becomes practically bare armor. When damage hits units with low or even negative armor, it feels like pain. It's precisely because of its effective effect in actual combat that Hu Hao paid a relatively high price to acquire this corrosive aura. Having spent so much money, Hu Hao was now completely broke, and his magic crystal balance exceeded 3,000, making him a poor man. But hard work also pays off. Let's look at the current list of defense towers in Dragon City. 1 Atmospheric Storm Tower, Level 2. Excellent. 1 Chaos Burst Tower Level 2, Rare. 1 Assault Cavalry. Tower Level 2 Rare. 3 Rapid Fire. Arrow Towers Rare. Iron Sword Tower Level 3. Common. 1 Turret Level 3. Normal. 1 tower with Tier 1 Barbarian Heavy Axes. Excellent. Another one has been added in quantity, and the quality has also improved significantly. Furthermore, the actual combat power of the newly acquired Halo of Corrosion is equivalent to a good tower. This significantly improved Dragon City's overall defensive strength compared to the previous round. In the final round, Dragon City was able to easily defend it, facing nearly 200 troops, mostly composed of advanced units from the top guild. Now that Dragon City continues to strengthen, defending it will definitely be less stressful. Dragon City's overall combat strength is almost sufficient to challenge the special invasion of the Evil Sword Monks. Finally, let's confirm the attributes of the Evil Sword Monk. Hand. Evil Sword Monk. Affiliation, unknown quality. Excellent HP. 210. Armor, 22. Armor. Type, light movement speed, 9 meters per second. Judging by the offensive and defensive attributes on the panel compared to the Axe Hammer Monks from the last special invasion, the attributes of the evil. Monks aren't particularly strong. The Axe Hammer Monk has 160 health and 25 medium armor. The Evil Sword Monk has 210 HP and 22 light armor. There's no significant difference in the panel properties, but their movement speed is completely different. The Evil Swordsman Monk moves at an incredible speed, up to 9 meters per second. What are 200 Evil Swordsman Monks suddenly moving at high speed? A simple transformation, assuming the combat power of the Evil Sword Monk and the Axe Hammer Monk is the same, doubles the number but only half the output. If you make some crude transformation, the difficulty quadruples. Reflecting on this, Hu Hao also better understood the power and terror of the special invasion. The panel obviously didn't indicate its power, but it unexpectedly increased the difficulty of the challenge by approximately 4 times. If ordinary people aren't careful, they could truly collapse during the special invasion phase. It was a wise choice. First strengthen their defenses, and then call in the special invasion. Thinking about this, Hu Hao believed that with Dragon City's strength, he could still deal with 200 Evil Sword Monks. How strong is an Evil Sword Monk? But Dragon City isn't afraid of them. Hu Hao saw the evil sword monk's fatal weakness. This is their type of BR they are. Light armor is a fairly complex armor and deals 200% damage with piercing attacks. Dragon City, which has 3 towers with level 4 rapid-fire arrows, has very strong penetrating firepower. Furthermore, other attacks that penetrate light armor can also deal at least 100% damage. Although the evil sword monk is fast, it's quite possible he'll be quickly destroyed by Dragon City's defensive firepower. This wave can be defeated. Hu Hao has decided to use a special invasion order. So, in the upcoming 19th round of the game, it won't be ordinary players who invade the City of Dragons, but 200 powerful evil sword monks. The risk will suddenly increase, but so will the profits. Soon, the system prompted, the 19th round of trials begins. Amid the howling of a strong wind, a huge, dark cloud floated in the sky to the west of Dragon City. Lightning struck thickly from the dark clouds, filling the entire area where the original teleportation gate in the west was located with smoke. Hu Hao seemed to see figures one after another in the lightning and smoke. A soldier, with flowing robes and a rag covering his eyes, emerged from the smoke. It was the evil swordsman. 3 souls collapsed, and 7 souls were destroyed. Shouting an incomprehensible word, these monks rushed without hesitation toward Dragon City. The evil swordsman monks emerged. Then the evil swordsman monks disappeared. Hu Hao was stunned. What's going on? Big Brother is here. Big Brother is gone? No. Hu Hao seemed to realize something and suddenly opened his eyes. Please support. Please subscribe. May I have perfect attendance. This is secrecy. Hu Hao saw that even after the evil sword monks vanished, a faint outline of their bodies still remained where they had vanished. But that faint outline quickly faded into invisibility. No matter how you look at it, you're invisible. Okay, this move is too dangerous. My true vision crystal isn't strong. City had prepared anti-hidden items for a rainy day, but the true vision crystal purchased on the exchange had a limited range. Although the anti-stealth range can meet the needs of the main defensive position of the Dragon City, it cannot cover ultra-long distances. For example, atmospheric storm towers with a range of 100 meters, and even rifle towers with a range of 50 meters have incomplete range and are in the blind spot of anti-masking, which will cause their power to be wasted. The solution to this problem is actually very simple. Extend the defensive position, install several small towers, mainly for anti-concealment, on the outskirts of the main position, and then place true vision crystals on the small towers to provide complete anti-concealment coverage, not to mention the cost of acquiring multiple true sight crystals. In terms of defensive schemes, most people tend to concentrate defensive towers within a certain range, especially functional defensive towers like slows, defense reduction, and attack boosts. Therefore, the layout of Dragon City doesn't allow for immediate attacks on invisible units, which is inevitable. Unhindered, the evil sword cultivator burst into Dragon City's main defense zone in a matter of seconds. This is where the crystal of true vision comes into play, and all the invisible evil sword monks reveal their true colors as soon as they enter its range. Seeing their invisibility broken, the evil sword monks sneered, "Tread on the clouds." The next moment, 2 small clouds appeared under the feet of each emerging evil sword monk. It was then obvious to the naked eye that the evil sword monk's speed was 3 points faster. While the speed of the evil sword monks was previously comparable to that of ordinary humans, their speed is now comparable to that of cavalry approaching aliens. Invisibility again? Acceleration again? This is a special challenge. The instructions and warnings in the special invasion order are correct. Invisibility and collective acceleration. Is this the true power of the evil sword monks? At their speed, the effective time to withdraw the entire Dragon City would be only a few seconds. Are you planning to send him? However, Dragon City said no. As the evil sword monks appeared and accelerated, Dragon City's defensive firepower also began to show its strength. The atmospheric storm tower, with the fastest attack speed, attacked the evil sword monk first. Although the 210 HP pool is high, the atmospheric storm tower's magical attack penetrates light armor, and the damage multiplier is 125%. Meanwhile, The corrosive aura also caused evil sword monks to suffer a defense-reducing effect. The 22 armor points, which weren't too high to begin with, have been reduced to 17. With the added bonus of 210 blood points, what about instant kills? Instant kills. Instant kills. Continuous kills. Atmospheric storm tower. A strong wind blew, and the cold wind was as cold as a knife. Quickly clear the position in 10 seconds? Leng Tang didn't agree either. What a strong opponent, Leng Tang cooed. Can you block my attack? Powerful attack exceeding 100, combined with the hero's highly effective attack trajectory, the first strike slows plus 150% health, and the second strike kills instantly. Amid the howling winds of the atmospheric storm, the ground also began to freeze. The ground, quickly whitened with frost, contained immense magical lethality. Together with the howling winds, an impenetrable double magical barrier formed in the sky. Slow plus wind magic damage plus ice magic damage. Have you thought about that? Give me half your life. Hu Hao was blinded by the sound of condensing and breaking ice flakes, as well as the amount of magical damage dealt across the entire screen. A simple cold spell could knock out half the blood. If a magical critical hit occurred, the damage would explode instantly. Almost killed them all instantly. Hiss. Warhorse galloped past and crashed into the magical barrier, dealing direct damage at high speed. In particular, the 200-strong force of the invaders allowed for the best use of the cavalry assault tower's high-frequency attack skills. At the feet of the Warhorse, the Blade of Chaos was passed from one monk to another. The chaotic attack dealt fatal damage and quickly choked the blood. After the upgrade, the tower and turret with the iron sword also transformed from a slow-moving type into a macho presence. Among the dense and slow-moving crowd, continuously blooming cannonballs are the best proof of death. Of course, the most terrifying option is the tower with a piercing arrow attack. Monk has light armor and is vulnerable to piercing attacks. The most powerful type of defensive tower in Dragon City is the 3 towers with rapid-fire arrows. The arrows were so dense that they were practically a volley of arrows, mercilessly firing deadly bolts. 37, 40, 33, 42. Incredible damage numbers, a crazy screen. Under the firepower of the rapid-fire gun turret, the arrogant evil sword monks fell. The special invaders, in a slowed state, are unable to break through and are no match for them. Line, which had initially taken only a few seconds to breach, had become a perpetual nightmare. The evil swordsman monks screamed furiously, but Hu Hao found their screams so pleasant. Before using the special invasion order, Hu Hao thought that defending Dragon City shouldn't be a big problem against the evil sword monks. But, frankly, Hu Hao was still a little worried when the evil sword monks first turned invisible, then sped up twice to step on auspicious clouds and burst into rainbows. The key was that these invisible monks were so fast that Hu Hao thought he was walking toward barbecue. Fortunately, the defensive line I'd carefully constructed was sufficient to handle any situation. The Dragon City's defensive towers had once again proven their strength. This also gave Hu Hao complete confidence in the upcoming 20th round of trials. An evil swordsman monk? Ha ha ha, that's all. Hu Hao, having finished defending himself, was already trembling. I think things will be even bloodier after the 20th round. Trying a special invasion beforehand can be considered practice. Having defended the special invasion brilliantly, Hu Hao, with great anticipation, received his reward after the 19th round. I have to say, the special invasion is truly delicious. The overall rewards are much richer than in previous regular rounds. In addition to the 7,500 survival reward and the 3,800 magic crystal generator, rewards, such as trophies obtained from offensive and defensive trials alone, have reached 74,322. You know, in terms of attack this round, Dragon City has just joined a regular random guild, and the rewards you can get won't be that many. I can earn over 70,000 rewards, most of which are for defending a special invasion. It's a shame there's no stable channel for receiving special invasion challenges. Otherwise, Hu Hao would want every round to be a special challenge that would earn a fortune. Then Hu Hao launched the entry system. You survive past the 19th round of the game and receive a round 19 entry reward, a magical crystal treasure chest. You still need to survive one more round before the special entry. Ha ha ha, a magical crystal treasure chest. I don't even need to open it to know what it is. It must be a magic crystal. The treasure box of magic crystals is exquisite, and this item is like a pillow for Hu Hao, who is currently short of magic crystals. So critical. Hu Hao saw the description of the magic crystal treasure chest and said he could obtain a large quantity of magic crystals of the appropriate quality. That's a lot. Was it really that much? Hu Hao couldn't wait to open the magic crystal treasure box. Hu Hao knew that this was the sound of a magic crystal approaching. Plus 1000, plus 6 11, psi 232, psi 98. After a series of numbers flashed on the screen, Hu Hao calculated that he had obtained a total of 132,27 magic crystals from the magic crystal treasure chest. A long-lost balance of over 100,000. Ha 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 ha. That's so cool. Now that's cool. A round of special invasion and login caused Hu Hao's magic crystal balance to skyrocket to 218,499, a historic high. Hu Hao, who had been a little out of breath because he only had over 3,000 magic crystals left, was now nervous again. Before one round, I only had over 3,000 magic crystals. After one round, I have over 200,000 magic crystals. The ups and downs of life are so interesting. Previously, Hu Hao was so poor, let alone his big goal of collecting 1 million magic crystals to unlock the chaos technology, that he didn't even have enough money to fortify the normal buildings in the territory and buy blueprints to complete the slots. It could be said that the special invasion in the 19th round, along with the magic crystal as an entry reward, eased Hu Hao's urgent need. Hu Hao had already planned to use 200,000 magic crystals. Now is the perfect time to show off his magic crystals. Now that I have the magic crystal, I need to fortify my territory before round 20. It's best to fill a few more spots in the defense tower to prepare for a potential trial of chaos in round 20. Round 20 is supposed to be a trial of chaos, right? But the system never said that every 10th round was special. Hu Hao guessed that every 10th round of national attack and defense would be unusual, and the 20th round really was special. It was so special that everyone was stunned. Shortly after the end of the 19th round, most players were tallying up their profits and planning reinforcements. Suddenly, the system issued an emergency message. Warning, chaos strike detected en route. Warning, chaos strike detected en route. Probable cause, an irreparable space-time rift. National attack and defense will do everything possible to protect the space-time rift in one direction, and offensive and defensive testing will be suspended during the defense period. Hearing such a serious systemic statement, even Hu Hao, who had experienced many years of combat, was a little taken aback. This is so annoying. Forget about Chaos Strike. This is like launching a nuclear bomb. The scariest part is that this so-called Chaos Strike will even lead to the suspension of offensive and defensive testing. A network attack, huh? In the game world of national attack and defense, what massive impact could halt the game's most fundamental offensive and defensive tests? A space-time rift caused by a Chaos Strike. What exactly? A super AOS invasion. I don't know if my Dragon City can withstand this. Hu Hao wasn't sure about the impending chaos attack and planned to see if there was an understanding brother in the world. The entire world channel is in chaos. What's going on? Why do you feel like a nuclear apocalypse is approaching? Theory is striking and directly causes a rift in time and space? I know about the space-time rift and plan to prepare troops to explore it. What exactly is this space-time rift? A super crack. Attack and defense are suspended in the game? That's too much. Chaos is clearly a superpower, transcending the mortal realm, and it's clearly on the side of evil. We, the players, must be righteous. Just fight against the great devil Chaos, and that's it. But why do I feel like we can't withstand this? It's coming. The Chaos Strike is coming. The entire world is distorted. Hu Hao saw that the entire sky, the entire earth beneath his feet, and everything in the world seemed to have turned into deformed plasticine, into springy and delicious cubes of tofu. There's no powerful sound, no shocking visual impact. In the silence and peace, the world is horribly distorted. Fortunately, this distortion didn't last long. After more than 10 seconds, the national attack and defense game world gradually returned to normal. The reason this was considered basically normal was because Hu Hao saw a deep and terrifying scar in the sky that day. The Great Rift Valley. The color of the Great Rift Valley in the sky. A bottomless, pure black. It's so pitch black that even light can't illuminate it. And it's so pitch black that it seems as if this region of space has been completely cut off. If national attack and defense were a normal game, Hu Hao would even think it was a production error. But perhaps the new space-time rift in the sky really is a mistake. The game of national attack and defense was suspended, but everyone was focused on observing the Great Rift Valley in the skies over their territory. Any of you go explore what's in the rift? It's so scary, who would dare? It's just a game. I'm afraid of the hammer. I'll try to see if I can get through the space-time rift first. No need to try. I tried it for the first time. I couldn't get through, and an invisible wall blocked me. Is Chaos Strike already on its way? It was simply distorted, and it seems nothing is lost. Can we continue our offensive and defensive play? I'm still close to the magic crystal and can build a Tier 2 territory. Don't worry. Let's wait and see what else happens. Me, I'm leaving. The Chaos Army has entered my territory. Great, the Chaos Guardians have broken in. My territory was also attacked, but it seemed there were only a few dozen or so little Chaos puppies there. They were very weak. I, was defeated by the hero of Chaos, and my defense tower was completely destroyed. I don't know if it can be fixed after this round. Hu Hao absorbed as much information as he could while monitoring the world feed. This version contains too much information and will have a huge impact on the future of the game. It needs to be understood as soon as possible. Analysis didn't last long because Hu Hao's own Dragon City was also under attack. Seeing hundreds of Chaos soldiers leaping out of the space-time rift valley like dumplings, Hu Hao couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't play your cards routinely. Look at our Dragon City's defensive capabilities. I must say, Hu Hao was a little worried at first. They were worried that the Chaos forces descending from the sky would storm straight into the base to wreak havoc, or even spill blood right into Dragon City. Fortunately, among all the Chaos soldiers who leaped into the Dragon City district, many of them showed pained expressions upon entering. Although Chaos itself is synonymous with pain, they were still extremely uncomfortable. Then, as if guided by some invisible force, they entered the standard attack channels, one after another. In the testing realm, even the mysterious force of Chaos must accept the rules of the testing realm. Taking advantage of the time while the Chaos forces reorganized, Hu Hao also stopped the troops invading Dragon City. Chaos reptiles, Chaos fighters, walking Chaos zombies. Hu Hao laughed, because he was relaxed. Basically, these are trash troops. Even Chaos isn't all macho. After the Great Bang of Chaos created a rift in space-time, everything is unknown and remains to be determined. Thanks to the power of the Dragon City, some Chaos forces no longer need to be protected. But if it's a major boss like the Chaos Lord, leading tens of thousands of troops to destroy Dragon City, then no matter how strong Dragon City's defenses, he won't be able to stop it. Fortunately, the troops that invaded Dragon City this time weren't very powerful. Most of them were the most extreme series in Chaos. The defensive towers of the City of Dragons collectively demonstrated their strength and easily destroyed hundreds of Chaos soldiers. Meanwhile, the battles taking place in other players' territories around the world are gradually drawing to a close. Phew. It was so dangerous. Father Chaos almost destroyed me. The forces of Chaos are nothing more than that. Do 50 dogs of Chaos really want to penetrate me? Absolutely not. Farewell, brothers. I am destroyed. The rewards from Chaos are quite good. In calculation, they are no worse than the benefits of a series of trials. When can normal offensive and defensive trials resume? I've saved up another round of cash and am preparing for the big one. That's right, Your territory has been damaged by the Chaos invasion. My territory has nothing to do with it. There are no monsters here and no advantages whatsoever. It's just a good thing my territory wasn't invaded. My little hands and feet can't stop the Father of Chaos. It seems there are plenty of players in the world who either successfully survived the Chaos invasion or weren't defeated at all. Of course, those territories directly destroyed by the Chaos invasion could have been taken away without even a word being spoken. Nevertheless, the Dragon City withstood the assault of hundreds of low-skilled Chaos troops and reaped significant benefits from it. Previously, Hu Hao's magic crystal balance was 218,499. After a chaotic battle that wasn't all that difficult, the balance now reached 265,300. It's easy to gather tens of thousands of magic crystals. Hu Hao wouldn't mind continuing such a feat. After sporadic intrusions occurred around the world, everyone was waiting for the system to be repaired to facilitate the continuation of offensive and defensive testing. According to the system's prompts, while the one-way defense mechanism is in effect, there's no need to worry about a group of chaotic powerful men suddenly appearing and plundering your territory. However, a moderate intrusion of chaos facilitates rapid territorial expansion, but no one can guarantee that the chaos forces bursting through the rift of time and space will be within the permissible limits. If a group of invincible men burst in, it would be a big joke. For security reasons, even a powerful lord like Hu Hao hopes the system can restore peace so he won't have to worry about enemy attacks from the sky. Once repaired, you can continue the trial battle. Players in National Offense and Defense blocked the somewhat chaotic Chaos attack and waited for the system to correct the error and resume attacking and defending. Other worlds are also licking the wounds of the Chaos impact. The power of Chaos impact is profoundly changing the world. The essence of that chaotic strike that shook the entire game world was the explosion of some kind of chaotic force. After the explosion, the enormous chaotic force spread throughout subspace and forever affected many worlds. In the world of national attack and defense, a pure black rift formed in the sky. And another world, the world of Qingshui City, located in the same coordinates as the National Dragon Attack and Defense City, was also affected by the power of chaos. However, the rulers of this world, King Hunyadi, the King of Broken Limbs, Zhuge Yi, the Dark Master, and Karan, the chieftain of the Sharp-Tooths, were originally powerful Chaos Lords. Naturally, they are immune to the chaotic shockwave that can simultaneously shake multiple worlds. A super big bang. Just chaotic everyday life. As for the original inhabitants of Qingshui City, they were all captured by the Chaos Lords, and the entire territory fell. The power of chaos is reshaping the world. What difference does it make to them? If we had to choose, the world that would become the most peaceful after being exposed to the power of chaos would probably be the world of national attack and defense, or the world of Qingshui City, right? At this moment, in Qingshui City, in a well-decorated cave, several leaders of Qingshui City gathered for a meeting. One of the speakers was the celestial overseer of the Imperial Palace before the Chaos invasion. He had been observing the movements of chaos for years and had issued advance warnings. But what good is early warning in the face of absolute power? Lords invaded and, together with the local mole, Chaos Lord Zhuge Yi took over the entire world with almost no effort. This professional chaos researcher, Supervisor Tianguan, also became a refugee during the war and finally found Qingshui City, where his ancestral home was located, and temporarily settled in Qingshui City. I witnessed this heavenly overseer reporting the results of his scientific research to the leading leaders of Qingshui City. It has been largely confirmed that this explosion was caused by a battle between two Chaos Lords. This explosion of chaos power affected a very wide range of people. It's not just the world we live in. The power of chaos has also dealt serious blows to many worlds. Space-time rifts have appeared in many worlds, and the divisions between worlds are no longer clear. It is said that a group of chaos bandits near Qingshui City sent people through the rift of time and space to plunder another world that was not yet under the rule of chaos. And the people of Wudao City established contact with a warrior from another world and used a magic crystal to recruit this warrior to become their general. According to my observations, there is also a weak space-time rift near our city of Qingshui. In the future development, our city Qingshui may also encounter the power of another world. After the Heavenly Overseer finished his report, he explained the radical changes in many worlds caused by the clash of chaotic forces, and also explained that the area around Qingshui City was most likely connected to other worlds. After hearing the former royal commander's report, the leading leaders of Qingshui City who were present at the scene spoke of this. This is another connection to other worlds. I still remember how prosperous Qingshui City was before the Chaos Lords from another world invaded us. That's right, the power of the other world is too terrifying. The entire world has been destroyed. It's difficult for our city of Qingshui to maintain its current state in the face of the world's destruction. This is also because the entire world is too vast, and there are such high-ranking individuals who inspire hatred. At the same time, the Chaos Lords are also attacking each other internally. Otherwise, our Qingshui City would have long since come to an end. But even so, Qingshui City is just a grasshopper after autumn, and it won't be able to survive for a few days. A leap is better than no leap at all. If another chaos group comes, won't our Qingshui City be doomed? Who knows? The Dragon City troops that have visited Qingshui City before are quite good, aren't they? Qingshui City was originally a relatively prosperous city and even had its own armed guards. The dramatic changes in the world have also led to traditional small towns, which were initially conservative, becoming radical and wanting all the power that can change the status quo. You, who had previously dealt with Dragon City, got the idea from Supervisor Tianguan. Initially, with his relatively low qualifications, he was ineligible to participate in several key meetings, let alone speak. However, due to the deaths of many former military attachés, nobles, and mayors of small towns during the turbulent times, the relatively young Shi Yu became the de facto armed leader of Qingshui City. Hearing this, Shi Yu couldn't help but come up with an idea and said, "Yes, already saved hundreds of villages, including Uncle Wu and the others, thanks to Dragon City's help. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Qingshui City's forces to deal with these Chaos Slayers alone. I'm afraid the ambush operation will suffer heavy losses and end in failure. Since we were able to communicate with Dragon City through the time and space cracks before, according to your previous theory, Mr. Supervisor Tianguan, this proves that the time and space barrier between Dragon City and Qingshui City is quite weak and close. It was like that before, so hasn't it become even weaker now? Can you understand it this way?" Supervisor Tianguan nodded. "General, if my previous concept is correct, then that's indeed the case." Shi Yu stood up excitedly. "I've already spoken with the Lord of Dragon City, and I sense that he is a powerful, ambitious, and kind-hearted lord. He dared to fight chaos. Dragon City sent only a small force and destroyed the mighty Chaos Slayers. The nearby city of Wudao has recruited warriors from other worlds to join the war. We must also take action and try to contact Dragon City. Dragon City will protect us." Shi Yu's proposal sparked a heated debate, and even several of the city's elders were unable to reach a decision. So they decided to hold the meeting in the city. Such meetings between village clans were only held in cases of serious disagreements. During the war, everything was simple, and the city of Qingshui, already trained to act quickly and effectively, quickly organized the conference. As a representative, Shi Yu once again repeated his proposal. Organize forces to investigate the direction of the time and space rift, try to contact Dragon City, and invite Dragon City to send troops to protect Da Qingshui City. The proposal to contact forces from another world caused considerable shock. As a traditional and conservative city, Qingshui initially refused to communicate with the outside world. Chaos from another world invaded the world, causing the displacement of countless people and countless deaths. This makes most ordinary people feel a sense of resistance and even hatred towards the forces of other worlds. Another army from another world? A second chaos? No outsider is reliable. We must rely on our own strength. Come on your own? Can you too defeat chaos? Yes, you must be conscious. Chaos deserves death, but aren't the Dragon City troops good? My elder sister and the others were saved by Dragon City last time. Yes, I participated in the last rescue operation too. If not for the Dragon City army, I would have died on the battlefield. I, Mr. Lee, support the Division General. I also don't want to rely on outsiders. But do we have such strength in Qingshui City? In any case, the world is destroyed, and sooner or later we will all be killed by chaos. We might as well give it a try. After several heated discussions, most people ultimately hoped for foreign aid. If the situation in Qingshui City hadn't been so dire, they certainly wouldn't have accepted Shu Yu's resolution. But given that the entire world is essentially overrun by chaos, everyone lives an unstable life. Dramatic changes influence people's consciousness. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, many are willing to follow them and give it a try. This is a dangerous sign, but a good one if released in the right place. So Shu Yu brought 50 elite soldiers, once just ordinary militiamen. But after the intense forging of the Chaos Doomsday, they could truly be considered elite. The troops from Qingshui City took Supervisor Tianguan on a journey to contact Dragon City. Changes are often accompanied by crises. On the Dragon City side, after Hu Hao defeated the Chaos Trash troops emerging from the time-space rift, he also ordered Shen Baiki to thoroughly explore the area around Dragon City to identify potential dangers. Because both Shen Baiki, who has the ability to sense space-time rifts, and other players chatting in the world, said that as long as the space-time rift exists, there will be a constant stream of chaos invasions. Perhaps some chaos giant will pass by one day and be delighted. Hu Hao has a half-baked idea, allowing the chaos forces to travel through time and space and head straight for Dragon City. That's too dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to find a way to seal off the invasion channel? Or use other methods to buffer it, preventing chaos from directly invading Dragon City each time? Immature ideas require additional information before implementation. Therefore, the God of Life, Hu Hao Baiqi, actively explored and used his powers of perception to absorb more information. Then, Shen Baiqi's troops clashed with the approaching troops from Qingshui City. After a fierce battle, only a dozen of the 50 elite soldiers remained in Qingshui City. Even Supervisor Tianguan himself died. But at least he successfully used the space-time rift to locate Dragon City and successfully traveled through it. Yes, the Qingshui City troops visited Dragon City through a rift in time and space, not the most prominent rift in time and space through which thousands of soldiers can pass. Hello, General Baiqi. I am Shu from Qingshui City, whom we met before. We found Dragon City through a rift in time and space. Can you help me meet Commander Hu? How did Shu Yu and the others arrive? There's a massive space-time rift above Dragon City, but the super chaos strike naturally won't just create a large crack. Countless small space-time cracks will also appear near the super space-time rift. These small space-time cracks are relatively unnoticeable, and most are not bidirectionally connected. The resulting randomness leads to the unknown. But among the numerous temporal and spatial cracks, there are several that connect the world of Dragon City and the world of Qingshui City. The Qingshui City troops, having approached the border of Dragon City, were unable to truly penetrate into the real territory of Dragon City, because they found that they could either enter the testing zone and become attackers, or be stuck in the middle of two worlds, leaning towards the Dragon City. If the world of Dragon City were compared to an egg, the Qingshui City troops entered through the broken eggshell. But they could only remain in the egg white and did not dare enter the yolk, that is, the Dragon City, where it truly exists. A friendly army is approaching the borders of Dragon City. Upon receiving this news, Hu Hao quickly went to check it out himself. Through the shallow regional barrier, Hu Hao and Shu Yu met and introduced themselves. I am Commander Hu, Lord of Dragon City. Shu Yu asked for help, greeted Hu Hao with the utmost respect, and once again expressed his gratitude for the recent rescue operation in Dragon City. Hu Hao was unsure whether Shu Yu and the others in Qingshui City were NPCs from the game or real people. But Hu Hao knew they had come to Dragon City specifically for important matters. Hu Hao was still deeply troubled by the successes he had achieved the last time he sent troops through the space-time rift into the world of Qingshui City. At the same time, Hu Hao also saw the plight of the people devastated by chaos. Therefore, when Shi Yu said he had requested Dragon City to send troops to cross the time-space rift and travel to the world of Qingshui City to combat chaos, Hu Hao didn't hesitate much. To be honest, Hu Hao looked Shi Yu in the eye and said, "You and I both know the power of chaos. It's impossible to overcome all of chaos with the power of Dragon City." Expression was a little gloomy. Everyone knew how powerful chaos was, and the more they fought chaos, the more they could feel it. Lord, please think again. Our city of Qingshui was once very prosperous and rich in magical crystals. Chaos calls our world the Zilin world. It seems it was deliberately captured because our Zilin world is rich in various chaos resources. Those resources that chaos values, including magical crystals, etc. They will definitely be of great benefit to Dragon City. Even though chaos is extremely powerful, it's definitely worth a try. Hu Hao smiled disdainfully. Does the Division General think I'm afraid of his chaos? Dragon City isn't as strong as chaos right now. Hu Hao paused. So what? I am a lord and a player. And players are creatures that never know fear. I know your chaos. Who are you trying to scare? I truly want to associate with chaos. The previous rescue of refugees through rifts in time and space was just a small test of the waters. At the same time, Hu Hao also wants to realize his own idea, a new territory. First, he's using the City Foundation Order. It's known that the City Foundation Order can't be used in the Dragon City area and is specifically used to open up other areas. Then, perhaps you could try establishing your new territory in the Zilin world, in Qingshui City. It's known that in the Zilin world, one of the Chaos Lords is Hunyadi, the Legless King. Hunyadi, who once invaded Dragon City, likely came from the world of Qingshui City. If an outpost can be established in Qingshui City, it can also serve as a buffer against chaos. It's decided. Qingshui City has informed Hu Hao of the coordinates of a stable space-time rift they've discovered. Hu Hao is ready to fight, develop, and, preferably, build an outpost there. As a friendly force of Dragon City, Qingshui City will act as a local guide, helping Dragon City quickly integrate. At the same time, Qingshui City, facing a threat to its survival, will also seek assistance from the Dragon City military when necessary, and will, of course, pay appropriate compensation. Having reached an agreement, Shi Yu looked very happy. As someone who has actually interacted with the Dragon City army and even fought alongside them, Shi Yu has a strong opinion on the combat effectiveness of the Dragon City army. In Shi Yu's opinion, the Dragon City army's fighting style is very different from that of ordinary armies. The commanding ability and personal combat effectiveness of Chief General Shen Baiki, the execution and fighting will of the soldiers, and the special combat abilities demonstrated by this wondrous weapon. It's no exaggeration to say that the General Army cannot compare to it. The way of fighting in the Dragon City differs greatly from traditional armies. Traditional military combat emphasizes formation, coordination, discipline, and so on. Military combat method is more focused on individual combat effectiveness and multi-level combat in small groups. Only soldiers with a strong sense of teamwork and meticulous training can possess these qualities, and everyone in the Dragon City army possesses these essential qualities. Incredibly, this actually happened to the Dragon City army. All this makes Shi Yu have high hopes for Dragon City's combat effectiveness and its potential to protect Qingshui City in the future. The only question that remains is, what is Dragon City's strength? A delighted Shi Yu asked with an expectant smile on his face. Dragon City sent a small force to cross the time-space rift and achieved excellent results. We have now arrived at the outskirts of Dragon City. Although we haven't had a chance to enter Dragon City to observe, from afar we can see that the city walls are high and the roads are clean. It must be a prosperous city. I don't know how many people there are in Dragon City. How many troops does Lord Commander Hu intend to send to war? What's the population of Dragon City? That's a good question. Thank you, Dragon Soul and Phoenix Blood Leader, for your support. I'm so flattered. Honestly, this book's compilation is worse than usual, but it still has the support of its fellow bookworms, which is very touching. I'll continue to immerse myself in typing throughout the day tomorrow and write more for everyone, as well as to support the Dragon Soul and Phoenix Blood Alliance. Hu Hao didn't plan to say he was the only one in Dragon City because others wouldn't believe him if he told him. But as an honest man, Hu Hao doesn't lie. Hu Hao said in a restrained tone, "I won't boast about having 1,000,000 good generals and 1,000 soldiers. Population and military strength are secrets of a single power, and I can't reveal them yet. Dragon City is just a small town. We follow the path of elite soldiers. We don't have many troops. But..." Hu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, lifted the corners of his mouth, and revealed a proud smile. "Our Dragon City has destroyed thousands of enemies recently. Based on the number of enemies we've destroyed, you can make your own calculations." "Oh, I understand." Shu Yu revealed an understanding expression. "Thousands of people have been exterminated recently. Although Dragon City has high walls, it can destroy thousands of invading enemies. Thus, it is estimated that the military strength of Dragon City is no less than 1,000, or at least tens of thousands. Compared to Qingshui City, which has only a few hundred armed militias, Dragon City's military might is several times stronger, making it an obvious and powerful ally. Shi Yu urgently needs powerful allies. He quickly asked Hu Hao, "Commander Hu, please quickly send 3,000 soldiers to represent justice, players, to eradicate chaos. With the power of the Dragon City's heavenly army, exterminate chaos like chickens and dogs." Wearing a large hat, and Hu Hao happily accepted the flattering hat. Hu Hao was eager to exact justice on behalf of the players and destroy chaos. Of course, there had to be some allowance for military might. 3,000? Not even 300. Therefore, Hu Hao said, "You've also seen that now that the rift in time and space is approaching, our Dragon City is also facing enormous pressure from the defenses. I need to mobilize a massive force to visit our home. It's true. Since the defensive towers of Dragon City and Leng Tang also need to continue to guard their homes, Hu Hao still can't mobilize all the troops. But despite this, I will still send the most powerful team in our Dragon City, led by General Shen Baiki, to carry out the first round of the operation and then gradually increase the number of troops." It was true again. The field forces in Dragon City numbered only over 100 people, and they were likely the most powerful unit. Shu Yu knew how powerful Shen Baiqi was. Hearing that Hu Hao had sent the most powerful troops and Shen Baiqi had personally led the team, it was a perfect coincidence. Shi Yu was naturally very happy, so he threw Supervisor Tianguan's manuscript into the territory of Dragon City and wrote out in detail the method for finding the location of the corresponding space-time rift. At the same time, a map was also handed over, detailing the situation around Qingshui City. Shi Yu then said, "Master Hu, the defense of Qingshui City cannot be separated from me. I must return first. The matter is urgent. Please request Dragon City to send troops as soon as possible. Thank you." After this, Shi Yu led the team and hurriedly left. Hu Hao also planned to rush to help. "In the battle against chaos, I will not hesitate first. Now that offensive and defensive testing is suspended, it's time to send in the troops. It would be great if we could successfully kill people in all directions, save suffering people, and destroy the evil forces in chaos. If such a huge goal cannot be achieved, then set a smaller short-term goal, destroy a few chaos patrols, capture a small fortress, and destroy the bandits near Qingshui City. Thanks to the wealth of chaos and the small reward from Qingshui City, the profit from a single military operation won't be low. Of course, the most important thing is to see if we can use the city founding order to establish a new territory for the Dragon City in this world." Before setting out, Hu Hao launched a new round of upgrades and reinforcements for the Dragon City forces. The Special Invasion plus Chaos Raid grants significant experience, allowing for the adequate upgrade of many barracks. But after he endured a round of Special Invasion and a round of Chaos Invasion, Hu Hao had a whopping 265,300 magic crystals, which was enough to upgrade. Current Dragon City Offensive Force List: 1 Facehugger Hive. Tier 2, Unique, 1 Chaos and Madness, Archer Camp. Tier 1, Excellent, 1 Qingrui Great Soldier Battalion. Tier 1 Excellent, 1 Spartan Greek Heavy Infantry Battalion. Tier 1 Excellent, 1 Black Iron Infantry. 3rd level camp Excellent, 1 Civil Cavalry Camp Tier 1 Excellent, 1 Death Catapult Workshop Tier 1 Excellent, 1 Xuanhu Lao Taoist Temple Tier 1 Excellent, 1 Lost Archer Camp Tier 2 Rare, 1 Herdsman Cavalry Camp Tier 1 Rare, 1 Mountain Warrior Camp Tier 1 Rare, 1 Fisherman's Camp, Level 1, 3, and Rare Hunters Camp, 1 Militia Camp, Level 3, Common, 1 Archer Camp, Level 3, Common. Units that can be upgraded include Chin Warriors, Spartan Greek Heavy Infantry, Shepherd Cavalry, Mountain Warriors, Fishermen, and Hunters. The materials used to upgrade these barracks are relatively common. For example, to upgrade the Great Chin Rui Shu to Level 2, the following materials are required: 1,000 magic crystals, 400 wood, and 500 iron ore. If the magical transistor is sufficiently upgraded, this won't be a problem. The first step is to upgrade the Great Chin Ruishi. Previously, the attributes of Great Chin warriors were 48 health, 7 armor, and a movement speed of 7 meters. After the update, the attributes of the Great Chin warriors are as follows: Army type, Great Chin warriors affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, excellent level. Tier 2, HP, 53, armor, 8. Armor, type, average movement, speed, 7 meters per second. Skills, Chinnai fights tenaciously. As the battle continues, various attributes will improve faster and more completely. Skill, God Slaying. Army, led by the epic historical hero Shen Bai Qi, will receive additional bonuses to charge speed and damage. Introduction. An army that fills the enemy with fear and is capable of destroying them in intense battles. As for attribute changes alone, the improvements after the update are very minor. The key is skills. The previous description of Chin Nai's combat skills stated that various attributes would be improved. Now it is true. Various attributes will improve faster across the board. Faster means faster launch. In real combat, a quick lead often makes a big difference. Compared to Chin warriors, Spartan Greek heavy infantry is more straightforward in terms of attribute accumulation after upgrading. From previous field battles, Hu Hao already knew that the Spartans were very strong and capable of countering defensive lines, but their effectiveness was low. After the upgrade, the Spartans' physical strength also increased very rapidly. Their attributes before upgrading are 62 blood, 5 armor, and 5 meters of movement speed. After a normal upgrade to Level 2, their attributes are as follows: Weapon, Spartan Greek Heavy Infantry Affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, excellent level, Tier 2. HP, 69, armor, 9. Armor. Type, heavy movement. Speed, 5 meters per second. Skills, deathmatch. Can fight to the last survivor in untested battles. Introduction. A warrior with only fight in his heart will never let down the glory of battle. While the increase in blood volume isn't too significant, the increase in armor from 5 to 9 points is quite significant. This also makes the Spartans more cohesive. Having strong troops on the front lines is crucial for the upcoming expedition to the City of Dragons. The stats of the Shepherd Cavalry, Mountain Warriors, Fishermen, and Hunters have also been improved. Weapon, Shepherd Cavalry Affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, Rare Level, Tier 2. HP, 33. Armor, 2 armor. Type, no armor movement speed, 11 meters per second. Skills, Bitter Cold People. 3. Increases health by 15 points and armor by 3 points. Introduction. A shepherd who is recruited into the cavalry due to his excellent riding skills. He gallops with the speed of the wind. Weapon type, Mountain Warrior Affiliation, Dragon City. Quality, Rare Level, Level 2. HP, 38, Armor 6. Armor type, Medium armor movement. Speed, 6 meters per second. Skills, Bitter Cold People. 3. Increases health by 15 points and armor by 3 points. Introduction. A tough Highland warrior with skilled fighting skills and an unbending will. Army, Fishermen and Hunters Affiliation, Dragon City Quality. Rare Level, Level 2. HP, 36 armor, 4. Armor. Type, no armor movement speed, 7 meters per second. Skills, bitter cold people. 3. Increases health by 15 points and armor by 3 points. Introduction. Brave fishermen in the offshore area still have the courage to fight even in the face of tsunamis. 5 major weapons were upgraded in one go. While the changes aren't entirely qualitative, they are at least more substantial. When playing online games, attributes accumulate bit by bit. Moreover, regular upgrades don't require much investment. With a small amount of magic crystals, materials, etc., you can achieve a decent upgrade. It's good business. Quickly completed a series of upgrades, Hu Hao ordered the expedition. Acting with vigor and determination, the Dragon City Army was assembled. This expedition saw the Dragon City Army reach unprecedented proportions. Although their total number still stands at only 140, they are all the elite of Dragon City. It was these soldiers who previously defeated the powerful Chaos Slayer and rescued the refugees. Now, these soldiers will continue to attack and conquer the chaos-occupied world of Xiling. Shen Baiki approached the coordinates of the space-time rift, carefully examined it, and then said to Hu Hao, "This space-time rift contains the power to rip apart space, and its impact is extremely far-reaching. One could even say it has reached eternity. This rift in space and time will exist for a long time to come." Hu Hao nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. A stable space-time rift will facilitate the expansion of Dragon City. Go to war. Cross the rift. You guys go through first, I'll see later." The troops of the Dragon City disappeared, then reappeared in another strange land. A dilapidated and apocalyptic world. It was a land of red soil, filled with an atmosphere of despair and death. At the exit of the fissure lies an abandoned fortress. Walls were covered in cracks, and ruined houses stood within. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The ruins inside were strewn with fragments of weapons and armor, and dried bloodstains and white bones were everywhere. Most terrifying of all were the enormous claw marks of a serpent on the main entrance to the collapsed fortress. What terrifying creature left claw marks almost the size of a man? What fate befell the fortress's inhabitants after the city gates were destroyed? There's no need to overthink it. It's unknown what force destroyed the fortress, but it's certain that the people inside were devastated. To be honest, the tragedy of the fortress's destruction was very shocking. But Hu Hao had something else in mind. This rift in time and space was permanent, meaning other people could invade Dragon City through the rift. Even Hunyadi, the limbless king, could invade the Dragon City directly through the rifts in time and space. Now, in the world of Xilin, on the other side of the rift in time and space lies a ruined fortress. But a ruined fortress still has its value. Perhaps a fortress could be rebuilt here, serving as a base for Dragon City to resist the invasion of Xiling World. Having come up with this idea, Hu Hao immediately wanted to test it. "General Bai Qi, please don't rush to meet with Xu and Yu when you lead the team. Prioritize the security of the fortress territory." Bai Qi was ordered to patrol the area, and Hu Hao also asked Shen Bai Qi to verify the city founding order. "You don't have to use it, just see if you can make use of it." Soon, Shen Bai Qi reported, "While reporting to the Lord, the general attempted to use the city founding order and discovered that a virtual model of the spire had appeared. But this also reminds you that you must be a lord to use the city founding order. And I cannot use it." "I understand." Hu Hao purred. "Well, basically, I understand. Keep patrolling, and I'll see if I can come here." Hu Hao is now invincible, and isn't afraid to go to Xilin World. If Xilin World and the interregional battlefield had the same nature, then Hu Hao would have been invincible in the past. But if the permanent space-time rift connecting Dragon City and Xilin World is the same as the previous copy of the space-time rift, then perhaps Hu Hao won't even be able to pass through it. Hu Hao tried and wanted to stroll through Xilin World. As a result, as he passed through the rift in time and space, he was blocked by an invisible wall of air. At the same time, Hu Hao received a system message. "Lord is unable to leave the testing zone. Please change your profession to a combat profession." Combat profession. Hu Hao truly can change his profession and become a martial artist. A brave man. The reward Hu Hao received for first place in the interregional battle was a hero's heart. Brave heart quality. Epic level. Introduction. Allows the user to change jobs and gain a special combat profession. Brave. Brave has all-round and super growth. Lord status seems to offer both protection and limitations.